Chapter 1. The Fierce Lowly. Friends, it seems I've truly crossed over. Yi-chan helplessly rubbed his head, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, where a wild hairstyle stared back at him. With a hint of frustration, he spoke to the void. Most notably, behind Yi-chan, a tail swayed incessantly. The golden tail was remarkably agile and quite long, capable of wrapping around Yi-chan's waist twice. Sigh, I've crossed over, but I have no idea who I've become. This long tail is quite uncomfortable. Had I known, I wouldn't have chosen to be a scion. Yi-chan appeared somewhat foolish as he muttered to himself. If anyone nearby had observed him, they would surely think him mad. However, in reality, countless bullet comments floated above his eyes. On Earth, in front of thousands of computers, viewers were watching a live stream on Douyu, where he was seen swinging his tail. Isn't it always the same old routine that something interesting happens when the streamer disappears? Streamer, the cosplay act of pretending to have crossed over is so outdated. This streamer is just showing off. I don't believe it. I just want to know if that tail is stuffed somewhere. That comment is so lewd, but the streamer is really going all out to deceive us. My heart aches for my streamer, the flower. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, no one believed Yi-chan after all. The notion of crossing over was far too fantastical. Yi-chan could clearly receive these comments, and seeing the skepticism of the crowd, he could only chuckle wryly. This had all transpired an hour ago, when Yi-chan was live streaming League of Legends. As a small game streamer on Douyu, with only a diamond rank, he had little popularity, hovering around a mere 300 viewers. After finishing a match, he anxiously glanced at his viewer count. Such low numbers made it seem impossible to secure a contract. Sigh, is my life destined to be this mundane forever? At that moment, a synthesized voice echoed in his ear. The strongest crossing over system has found its host fusion commencing. What the heck? Yi-chan was startled and quickly glanced around. There was nothing. He thought perhaps he was merely hearing things. Just then, another voice rang out. The strongest crossing over system is activated, streamer. Please select the world to cross over into. This time, Yi-chan was certain it was not a hallucination, but there was no one around. After pondering, he asked aloud, "Where are you?" "Host, I am within your mind. Please select the world you wish to cross into." The cold synthetic voice echoed again. Could it be that I've encountered a system? Yi-chan was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly inquired, "You can't just throw me into this without any explanation. What exactly are your functions?" "I'm the strongest crossing over system. The streamer can cross into any world to show off, and there will be perfect camera angles broadcasting your exploits to the Douyu live stream. The streamer must show off each time you do. The system and viewers will evaluate the perfection of your display. A total score above 80 counts as a successful show-off, allowing you to earn show-off points, equipment, and various rewards." How delightful! Hearing this, Yi-chan's face lit up with excitement. So what world can I visit? Any fantasy world, including but not limited to Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, The Holy Grail War, Tokyo Ghoul, Attack on Titan, Bleach, Gintama. In short, any world from the stories you can imagine, we can go to. Yi-chan was practically elated. If I can go anywhere, I want to visit the Chronicles of Aaron Bada. Or perhaps the golden scales are not for mere pawns. Yes, that sounds great. Yi-chan recalled the risk of books he had read as a child. If only he could enter those worlds. Due to the streamer's unhealthy thoughts, the option to choose a world has been revoked. You will randomly enter the Dragon Ball world. As a penalty for the streamer's unhealthy thoughts, the choice of race in the Dragon Ball universe is also revoked. You will automatically become a scion. In an instant, Yi-chan vanished from his spot. The 300 viewers who had been watching were taken aback, and those who had been lurking suddenly erupted with bullet comments, exclaiming that a supernatural event had occurred. Friends, I know you don't believe I crossed over right now. Honestly, I don't quite believe it myself. Let me step outside and see. Yi-chan addressed his audience in the live stream, slowly making his way to the door. Beside him was an invincible 360-degree camera, ready to project Yi-chan's image in 3D to the Douyu live stream at any moment. The viewers, filled with skepticism, found it difficult to judge the situation since Yi-chan was in a room. So when he announced his intention to step outside, they unanimously supported him. As he turned the doorknob, Yi-chan gazed at the world outside, stunned. The live stream fell into silence. Those who had mocked Yi Chun for being a fraud immediately fell quiet. For outside the room lay a vast expanse of flat ground, where 3 or 4 children were engaged in a fierce scuffle. Fighting was hardly a remarkable sight, however. The intensity of this brawl was astonishing. Frenza, take this slap. A cute girl with brown eyes, around 16 or 17 years old, donned a white, form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly the formidable swell of her bosom. Where did the streamer find such a beautiful girl to act as a prop? The cosplay scene is truly chaotic. Not even such a lovely girl is spared. A loli, and a genuine one at that. This is the first time I've seen a real giant loli. Streamer, please share the Lola's contact info, DM me for a rocket donation. Upon witnessing this girl, the entire live stream was set ablaze. Yi Chun, taken aback by the beauty before him, pondered, who is this girl? At that moment, the girl charged at a rebellious youth, extending her delicate hand to deliver a fierce slap to his face. Yi Chun watched in shock as this girl exhibited such violence, seemingly intent on striking someone. Yet before he could fully process this thought, he found himself gaping in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The boy was sent flying by the girl's slap, soaring through the air before crashing violently against a nearby rock wall. The resounding crash of falling debris left Yi Chun utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the live stream was engulfed in silence. This is a violent loli. Chapter 2. Must show off seeking support and collections. The live stream was in a frenzy, the modest 300 viewers on Douyu flooding the chat with comments. Witnessing the spectacle, disbelief was etched on every face. This can't be special effects, can it? The giant loli is incredibly fierce, and she has a tail too. I can't even fathom it if the giant loli is just cosplay. That would be even more scandalous. Streamer, go flirt with the girl. Why are you just standing there? The chat was rife with discussions. Those who had assumed Yi Chun was merely cosplaying began to harbor doubts. Yi Chun, observing the scene and feeling the immense power radiating from the young fighters, couldn't help but smile wryly as he addressed the viewers in the live stream. Do you believe me now? If not for being a scion, which kid grows up this strong? Yi Chun's words struck a chord. Indeed, all kids are just like that. Streamer, go for it. You can't let that giant loli slip away. Donating 100 fish balls. Donating 1,000 fish balls. The audience showered him with donations. Yi Chun, witnessing this, felt a mix of helplessness. What use were the donations now that he was in the Dragon Ball world? At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. The donations earned by the streamer will be converted into show-off points. 10,000 fish balls can be exchanged for 1 show-off point. Once your show-off points reach 1,000, you can unlock the exchange shop host. Please strive for that. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a flicker of comfort. The exchange shop would mark the true beginning of his show-off journey in the Dragon Ball universe. While Yi Chun pondered this, the boy who had been sent flying gradually returned. Aphya, you are truly getting stronger. You are indeed worthy of your advanced warrior lineage. The boy, named Frenza, was a mid-tier bloodline warrior, and his gaze towards Aphya was filled with unabashed admiration. Aphya emitted a faint hum, her disinterest evident as she averted her gaze, leaving Frenza feeling somewhat awkward. However, his attention was soon drawn to Yi Chun, who emerged from the room. Instantly, a mocking expression adorned his face. Raditz, you worthless fool, you've awakened rather swiftly this time. As a low-tier bloodline warrior, you and your ilk are utterly unworthy of being called scions. Initially, Yi Chun had been intrigued by their conversation, but upon hearing Frenza's derision aimed at him, he found himself puzzled, particularly by the name Raditz, which struck a chord of familiarity. Friends, who exactly is Raditz in Dragon Ball? It sounds so familiar. Yi Chun pondered inwardly to the live chat. Wait, Raditz, isn't he the brother of Kakarot? Son Goku? Indeed, that's the one. A mere background character. In Dragon Ball, Raditz is the antagonist who shows off on Earth, only to be dispatched within a few pages. He's reputed to be a pathetic low-tier warrior. I genuinely feel for you. Host. I hope you don't suffer from psychological trauma. Upon realizing Yi Chun's identity, the live chat erupted with sympathy for him. To find oneself inhabiting the body of such a minor character was indeed a lamentable fate. Yi Chun was equally bewildered, grappling with the shocking revelation that he had somehow become a character of such lowly combat prowess. Suddenly, a wave of memories flooded his mind, and after sifting through them, his face turned ashen. A low-tier bloodline warrior is born with a combat power below 100, while mid-tier warrior starts at 300, and a high-tier warrior is born with 500. Raditz, however, was a low-tier warrior with a mere combat power of 5. This was truly the epitome of mediocrity. Even at 14 years of age, he retained a combat power of only 100, a staggering deficiency for his age group. For instance, Francia, who stood before him, was a mid-tier warrior of the same age, boasting a combat power of 500. No wonder he was so quick to ridicule Yichen. The disparity in strength was fivefold. Yichen felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Ha, why the silence? Have you been frightened into submission?" Francia laughed, reveling in Yichen's apparent distress. He had never held any fondness for Raditz, and with the goddess Aphya by his side, it was the perfect opportunity to showcase his superiority over Raditz. Yichen contemplated a hasty retreat, fearing he might soon find himself on the receiving end of a beating. The live chat echoed this sentiment. "Host, you're nothing but a weakling, you might as well run." Indeed, preserving oneself is paramount. There's no shame in retreating. My heart aches for the host, facing a beating on his first day in this new world. The host must rise up and not disgrace us earthlings. As Yichen read through the barrage of comments, he felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. He certainly didn't wish to disgrace himself, but the pressing issue remained. Could he hold his own? Just as he was deliberating whether to make a swift escape, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Host has triggered the first show-off mission, the beginning of pretense. Upon entering this world, do you not feel an insatiable urge to flaunt your prowess? Let be known, it is time to show off. If one does not flaunt their strengths while young, what is the difference between life and being a salted fish? The first mission is now active. Your initial display of power. Show-off requirement. You must establish a grand and impressive image in front of these brash youths. And of course, do not neglect the enchanting giant Lowly. Since the protagonist is new to this world, you are granted a 3-minute invincibility buff that can be activated at any moment. Successful display rewards. Mid-tier bloodline refinement pill. Consuming this will instantly elevate your scion bloodline to mid-tier. If your show-off rating reaches 90 points, an additional reward of the weak version of the King Kai fist will be granted. You know what that is, right? A mere 1.5 times boost. Young one, give it your all. Reading the messages in his mind, Yichen felt utterly disoriented. You want me, this weakling, to flaunt my abilities? I refuse. I would rather die than comply. I refuse the mission. Due to the nature of this first mission, should the host refuse, the system will cease to exist, leaving the host to remain as a weakling forever. Please consider carefully. What a scam. They were forcing him to show off. Yichen was on the verge of tears, while the live chat clamored for him to flee, fearing he would be swiftly dispatched just as he arrived in this new world. Yichen looked at the comments. Feeling equally distraught, he too wished to escape. However, since refusal was not an option, he resolved to put on a show. He boldly addressed the live chat. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have made my decision. I shall flaunt my prowess." A mere Francia with a combat power of 500 dares to act tough before your earthly host? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. The most egregious part is his audacity to covet the lovely giant Lowly. Chapter 1. The Fierce Lowly. Friends, it seems I have truly crossed over. Yichen helplessly rubbed his head, gazing at his reflection in the Marora wild hairstyle, staring back at him. He sighed dejectedly into the void. Most notably, behind Yichen, a tail swayed rhythmically. The golden tail was remarkably agile and lengthy, capable of wrapping around his waist twice. Sigh. I have indeed crossed over, but I have no idea whose body I've taken over. This long tail is quite uncomfortable. Had I known, I wouldn't have chosen to be a scion. Yichen's solitary musings appeared somewhat foolish, and had anyone been nearby, they would undoubtedly think him mad. However, in reality, countless comments floated above his eyes. On Earth, in front of thousands of computers, viewers were tuned into a Douyu live stream, witnessing his tail-wagging antics. Isn't it more interesting when the streamer disappears? This is such an old routine. Streamer, this cosplay act of crossing over is so outdated. This streamer is so full of himself, I simply don't believe it. I just want to know if that tail is stuffed somewhere. Wow, that's quite lewd, but the streamer is really putting in the effort to fool us. My heart aches for my streamer. Amidst the cacophony, no one believed Yi Chun, as crossing over was an utterly fantastical notion. Yi Chun could clearly perceive these comments, and with a wry smile, he acknowledged the skepticism of the audience. This had all transpired an hour ago, when Yi Chun was live streaming League of Legends. As a small-time streamer on Douyu, his skill level hovered around Diamond, and he had scarcely any following, only around 300 viewers. After finishing a match, he anxiously glanced at his meager viewer count. Such low popularity made it unlikely for him to secure any contracts. Sigh, is my life destined to remain so mundane? At that moment, a synthesized voice echoed in his ear. The strongest crossover system has found a host initiating fusion. What the hell? Yi Chun was startled and quickly scanned his surroundings. Nothing was there, leading him to wonder if he had merely imagined it. Just then, another voice sounded. The strongest crossover system is activated. Please select the world you wish to traverse. This time, Yi Chun was certain he wasn't hallucinating. However, with no one around, he pondered aloud. Where are you? Host, I am within your mind. Please choose the world you wish to cross over to. The cold, synthesized voice echoed once more. Could it be that I've encountered a system? Taken aback, Yi Chun quickly inquired. You want me to board without saying anything? You must be an experienced driver. At least tell me what your purpose is. I'm the strongest crossover system. The host can cross into any world to show off, and there will be the perfect camera angle to broadcast your exploits to the Douyu live stream. The host must show off. Each display of bravado will be evaluated by the system and viewers. Achieving a score above 80 signifies a successful show-off, granting you show-off points and various rewards, such as equipment and elixirs. How exhilarating! Yi Chun's face lit up with excitement. So what world can I visit? Any fictional world, including but not limited to Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, the Holy Grail War, Tokyo Ghoul, Attack on Titan, Bleach, and Gintama. In short, as long as you can conceive of a world from a book, we can traverse it. Yi Chun was practically bouncing with enthusiasm. If any world is possible, then I want to go to the Chronicles of Alabasta, or perhaps the Golden Scale is not just a fish in a pond. The mature beauty. Yi Chun recalled the provocative tales from his youth, imagining what it would be like to enter them. Due to the host's unhealthy thoughts, the choice of world is revoked, and you will randomly enter the Dragon Ball universe. As a penalty for the host's unhealthy thoughts, the opportunity to choose a race is canceled. You will randomly enter as a scion. In an instant, Yi Chun vanished from where he stood. The mere 300 viewers who had been watching were left in shock, their comments exploding in disbelief as they witnessed the supernatural event unfold. Friends, I understand you may not believe that I've crossed over. In fact, I hardly believe it myself. Let me step outside to see. Yi Chun addressed the viewers in the live stream before slowly making his way to the door. By his side was an invincible 360-degree camera, ready to transform his image into a 3D broadcast for the Douyu stream. The audience, filled with skepticism, found it hard to judge the situation, so they unanimously supported Yi Chun's decision to venture outside. As he turned the doorknob and stepped outside, he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. The live stream fell silent. Those who had mocked Yi Chun's claims were suddenly quiet. For outside the room lay a vast expanse, where 3 or 4 children were engaged in a fierce scuffle. While children fighting was hardly a shocking spectacle, the sheer intensity of the encounter was astounding. Flunsa, take this slap. A charming girl with brown eyes, appearing around 16 or 17, donned a tight-fitting white combat suit that accentuated her figure, particularly the striking curves of her chest. Where on earth did the streamer find such a beautiful girl to act as a prop? The cosplay scene is truly chaotic. They don't spare even the prettiest girls. A loli, and a real one at that. This is the first time I've seen a genuine giant loli. Streamer, please share the Lola's contact information. Send me a private message for a rocket donation. The sight of the girl sent shockwaves through the entire live stream. Yi Chun, captivated by her beauty, wondered who she was. At that moment, the girl charged at a rebellious boy, extending her delicate hand to deliver a fierce slap to his face. Chen was taken aback by the sheer violence. She was truly aggressive. Before he could process the scene, he found himself gaping in disbelief. The boy was sent flying by her slap, soaring through the air before crashing into a nearby rock wall. The thunderous sound of shattering stones left Chen utterly stunned. And within Chen's live stream, silence reigned. This was a violent lowly. Chapter 2. Must show off, seeking support and subscriptions. The live stream exploded within moments in a Douyu stream with only 300 viewers. The chat was inundated with messages. Every face reflected disbelief at the astonishing scene. Could this be some sort of special effect? This giant loli is incredibly fierce, and she has a tail too. I can't believe it if this giant loli is also cosplay. That would be even more scandalous. Streamer, hurry up and flirt with her. Why are you just standing there? The chat buzzed with excitement. Those who had initially thought Chen was merely cosplaying began to waver in their beliefs. Chen, observing the raw power exhibited by the young fighters, couldn't help but chuckle. He thought in his heart, "Do you believe me now? If not for being a scion, which mischievous child would possess such strength?" His words instantly resonated with the audience. Indeed, they are all mischievous kids. Go for it, streamer. Don't let that giant loli get away. Donating 100 fish balls. Donating 1,000 fish balls. Viewers rushed to donate, but Chen felt a sense of helplessness. What use were their donations when he was in the Dragon Ball universe? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Donations received by the streamer will be converted into show-off points. 10,000 fish balls can be exchanged for 1 show-off point. Once you accumulate 1,000 points, you can unlock the exchange shop host. Please strive for this. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a flicker of comfort. The exchange shop would be the true beginning of his show-off journey in the Dragon Ball world. As he pondered, the boy who had been slapped away slowly returned. Aphya, you're truly becoming more formidable. You truly are of high warrior blood. The boy, named Flunsa, was a mid-tier bloodline warrior, gazing at Aphya with unabashed admiration. Aphya let out a faint hum, disinterestedly averting her gaze, which left Furintia feeling somewhat awkward. However, Furintia's attention was soon captured by the figure of Chen emerging from a room. Instantly, a mocking expression filled his face as he sneered. Raditz, it seems you've awakened surprisingly quickly this time. You, a waste of a low-tier bloodline warrior, and all of you inferior beings with your feeble bloodlines are utterly unworthy of being called scions. Initially, Chen was quite intrigued by their conversation, but upon hearing Furintia's derision directed at him, he felt puzzled, especially at the mention of the name Raditz, which struck a familiar chord. Friends, who exactly is Raditz in Dragon Ball? It sounds oddly familiar. Chen mused inwardly, addressing the livestream chat. Whoa, Raditz, isn't he Kakarot's brother, Son Goku? Indeed, that's the one, a mere supporting character. Raditz is a villain in Dragon Ball who goes to Earth to show off, only to be swiftly defeated after a few chapters. I heard he's a pathetic low-tier warrior, and here you are, streamer, having transmigrated into his body? My heart aches for you. Please, streamer, tell us about your psychological trauma. Upon realizing Chen's identity, the live chat was flooded with sympathy for him. Transmigrating into such a minor character was indeed a lamentable fate. Chen was equally bewildered. He had somehow ended up in the body of such a weakling. Moreover, a sudden influx of memories surged in his mind, and after perusing through them, his face turned pale with despair. The battle power of a low-tier bloodline warrior was below 100, while a mid-tier warrior boasted 300, and a high-tier warrior was born with 500. Raditz, being a low-tier warrior, had a battle power of merely 5, which was undeniably pathetic. Even now, at the age of 14, he still possessed only 100 battle power, a truly dismal figure for someone his age. For instance, Furintia, who was of the same age as Raditz, was a mid-tier warrior with a battle power of 500. It was no wonder he mocked Chen. At first sight, the disparity in their strengths was a staggering 5-fold. Chen felt tears welling up in his eyes. Huh, why so silent? Have you been frightened into submission? Furintia cackled, reveling in his amusement at Yi Chen's silence. Furintia had never liked Raditz, especially now with the goddess of Fuya present, a perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess at Raditz's expense. Yi Chen contemplated making a hasty retreat, fearing he might soon face a beating. The live chat echoed similar sentiments. Streamer, you're just a weakling now, you should run. Exactly. Better to preserve oneself than to suffer humiliation. My heart aches for the streamer, facing a beating on the very first day of transmigration. You must turn the tide. Streamer, don't embarrass us earthlings. Reading the barrage of comments, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. It wasn't that he wished to lose face, but he needed the ability to fight back. Just as he pondered fleeing, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Host has triggered the first show-off mission, the start of bravado. Upon entering this world, do you not feel an insatiable thirst, a powerful urge to display your prowess? Reality dictates that one must show off. If you don't, what distinguishes your life from that of salted fish? First mission activated. The initial display of bravado. Show-off requirements. You must establish a towering image before these brats. And of course, do not overlook the giant lowly. Since the protagonist has just arrived in this world, you are granted 3 minutes of invincible physique time to be used at your discretion. Successful show-off rewards. Mid-tier bloodline refinement pill. Consuming this will instantly elevate your scion bloodline to mid-tier. If your show-off evaluation reaches 90 points, an additional reward of the weak version of the Kaioken. You know what that is, right? Just a 1.5x amplification, but hey, good luck. Reading these words in his mind, Yi Chen was utterly flustered. You want me, this weakling, to show off? Absolutely not. I would rather die than comply. I refuse the mission. Due to it being the first mission, if the host refuses, this system will vanish, leaving the host to exist permanently as a weakling. Please consider carefully. What a scam. This is forcing me to show off. Yi Chen felt like crying, while the live chat buzzed with thoughts that he would surely cower and flee, lest he be beaten to death immediately after transmigrating. Yi Chen looked at the comments, feeling equally despondent. He wanted to run too. However, since refusal was not an option, he decided to embrace the task, boldly addressing the live stream. Dear viewers, I have made my decision. I shall show off. A mere weakling with 500 battle power, Furintia, dares to put on airs before your earthly streamer? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. The most detestable part is that he dares to target the giant lowly. Chapter 1. The ferocious lowly. Friends, it seems I have truly crossed over. Yi Chen lamented as he rubbed his head, gazing into the mirror at his own wild, explosive hairstyle. He spoke dejectedly into the void. Most importantly, behind Yi Chen, a tail was swaying incessantly. The golden tail was remarkably agile and long enough to wrap around Yi Chen's waist twice. Sigh. I have indeed crossed over, but I have no idea into whom I have transformed. This long tail is quite uncomfortable. Had I known, I wouldn't have chosen to be a scion. Yi Chen's soliloquy appeared somewhat foolish. If anyone nearby were to witness him, they would undoubtedly think him mad. However, in reality, countless comments floated above his field of vision. On Earth, in front of thousands of computers, viewers were watching the live broadcast on Douyu, where Yi Chen's tail-wagging antics were displayed. Something interesting always happens when the streamer disappears. This is such an old trick. Streamer, the whole crossing over cosplay act is so outdated. This streamer is just showing off. I don't believe it for a second. I just want to know where that tail of the streamer is being tucked away. That comment above is so lewd, but the streamer is really working hard to deceive us. My heart aches on my streamer, such a flower. Amidst the clamor, no one believed Yi Chen, as crossing over was simply too fantastical. Yi Chen could clearly perceive these comments, and, upon seeing everyone's skepticism, could only chuckle wryly. This had all transpired an hour ago, when Yi Chen was live streaming League of Legends. As a minor streamer on Douyu with a mere diamond rank, he had little popularity, barely hovering around 300 viewers. After finishing a match, he glanced at his view count, feeling anxious about such a low number with this level of engagement. Signing a contract was out of the question. Sigh, could it be that my life is destined to be this mundane forever? At that moment, A synthesized voice echoed in his ear. The strongest crossover system has located a host fusion commencing. What the hell? Chen was startled and quickly scanned his surroundings. There was nothing there. He thought perhaps he was just imagining things. At that moment, another voice rang out. The strongest crossover system is now activated, streamer. Please select the world you wish to cross into. This time, Chen was certain he wasn't imagining it, yet there was no one around. He pondered for a moment and asked out loud, "Where are you?" "Host, I reside within your mind. Please select the world for your crossover." The cold, synthesized voice resounded once more. What the hell? Could it be that I've encountered a system? Chen was taken aback and hastily inquired, "You can't just ask me to hop on without telling me what you can do first." "I am the strongest crossover system. The streamer may cross into any world to showcase their prowess, and there will be perfectly crafted camera angles broadcasting your exploits to the Douyu live stream. The streamer must show off each time they do. The system and the audience will evaluate the quality of their display. A total score exceeding 80 is deemed a successful show-off, allowing the acquisition of show-off points and various rewards, such as equipment and elixirs." This sounds fantastic. Chen's face lit up with excitement at this point. "So, what world can I visit?" "Any fantasy world, including but not limited to Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, the Holy Grail War, Tokyo Ghoul, Attack on Titan, Bleach, and Gintama. In short, as long as it's a world from a book you can think of, we can go there." Chen was already beside himself with joy upon hearing this. "If any world is possible, then I want to go to the Chronicles of Alibaba, or perhaps the legendary Golden Scale, or the Mature Beauty Bai." Chen recalled those Risku stories he had read in his youth. If he could enter those realms, that would be something. Due to the streamer's unhealthy thoughts, the opportunity to choose a world has been revoked, and you will randomly enter the Dragon Ball world. As a penalty for the streamer's unhealthy thoughts, the option to choose a race in the Dragon Ball universe has been forfeited. You will automatically enter as a Scion. As the world enveloped him, Chen had yet to fully comprehend the situation before he abruptly vanished from his original position. The audience, which had only numbered 300, erupted in chaos upon witnessing this scene. Those who had been lurking suddenly flooded the chat with comments, exclaiming they had witnessed something supernatural. "Friends, I know you may not believe that I've crossed over. In fact, I find it hard to believe myself. Let me step outside to see." Chen addressed the viewers in the live stream as he slowly walked toward the door. Beside Chen, an invincible 360-degree camera was ready to convert his image into a 3D broadcast for the Douyu live stream. The audience was filled with skepticism. Since Chen was inside a room, it was difficult to ascertain the reality of the situation. Thus, when he announced his intention to step outside, they all agreed with him. As he grasped the doorknob and gazed outside, Chen was left utterly astonished. The chat room fell silent. Those who had previously mocked Chen for being a fraud immediately fell quiet. For outside the room lay a vast expanse of flat ground, where 3 or 4 children were engaged in a fierce tussle. While children fighting wasn't particularly remarkable, the manner of their skirmish was astonishing. "Flunsha, take this slap." A cute girl with brown eyes, appearing around 16 or 17, donned a form-fitting white combat suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her ample bosom, which was quite alarming. What the hell? Where did the streamer find such a beautiful girl to act as a prop? The cosplay community is truly chaotic. They don't spare even such a lovely girl. A loli, and a genuine one at that. This is the first time I've seen a true giant loli. "Streamer, I beg for the Lola's contact information. I'll send rockets for a private message." Upon seeing this girl, the entire chat room erupted in excitement. Chen was equally taken aback by her beauty. Who is this girl? At that moment, the girl charged at a defiant young boy, extending her delicate hand to deliver a sharp slap to his face. Chen watched in awe as this girl displayed such ferocity. She was actually striking someone. Yet before he could process his thoughts, he was left gaping at the unfolding scene. The boy was sent flying by her slap, soaring through the air before crashing violently against a nearby rock wall. The thunderous sound of shattering stones left Chen in a state of shock. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was enveloped in silence. This was a violent loli. Chapter 2. Must show off seeking support and collecting followers. The Douyu live stream was in utter turmoil, with only 300 viewers causing a frenzy of comments. As they witnessed this scene, disbelief painted every face. Could this possibly be special effects? This giant loli is surprisingly violent, and she has a tail. I can't even imagine if this giant loli is also cosplay. Then that's even more scandalous. Streamer, hurry and charm that girl. Why are you just standing here? The chat buzzed with chatter, and those who had initially thought Yi-chan was merely cosplaying began to waver in their beliefs. Yi-chan observed the scene, sensing the immense power radiating from the youthful figures before him, and could only smile wryly. He thought to himself, now, do you believe? If not for being a scion, how could any child be this formidable? His words struck a chord with the audience. Indeed, they are all formidable little rascals. Go, streamer. Don't let that giant loli slip away. Donating 100 fish balls. Donating 1,000 fish balls. The viewers showered him with donations, and Yi-chan felt a twinge of helplessness. What good were these donations? He was in the Dragon Ball world. What use was money here? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. The donations received by the streamer will be converted into show-off points. 10,000 fish balls can be exchanged for 1 show-off point. Once the show-off points reach 1,000, the exchange mall will be unlocked. The host should strive for this. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan felt somewhat reassured. The exchange mall was where his true journey of showcasing his prowess in the Dragon Ball world would begin. While Yi-chan was lost in thought, the boy who had been knocked away slowly returned. Aphya, you are truly becoming more and more formidable. You truly embody the bloodline of a high-level warrior. The boy, named Flunsha, was a mid-tier bloodline warrior, gazing at Aphya with unabashed admiration. Aphya let out a soft huff, disinterested in him, leaving Flunsha feeling somewhat awkward. However, he soon spotted Yi-chan emerging from the room. Instantly, a mocking expression filled his face. Raditz, you worthless fool. How quickly you've awakened this time. You, a lowly bloodline warrior, and your kind, are utterly unworthy of being scions. Initially, Yi-chan was quite intrigued by their conversation, but upon hearing Flunsha's derision directed at him, he became perplexed, especially since the name Raditz seemed vaguely familiar. Friends, who exactly is Raditz in Dragon Ball? It sounds so familiar. Yi-chan pondered in his mind while addressing the live chat. Wait, Raditz is Kakarot's brother, isn't he? Indeed, he's just a minor character. In Dragon Ball, Raditz is the antagonist who struts around Earth and gets defeated after just a few pages. Rumor has it he's a pathetic low-tier warrior. I feel for a streamer, having to inhabit such a character. Pray tell, what is the area of our streamer's psychological shadow? Once the live chat realized Yi-chan's identity, a wave of sympathy for him washed over the comments. It was indeed unfortunate to be thrust into the guise of such a minor character. Yi-chan, too, was left in a state of disbelief. He had unwittingly become a mere footnote of a warrior. Moreover, at that moment, a sudden surge of memories flooded his mind, and after sifting through them, his face turned pale. The combat power of a low-tier bloodline warrior was below 100, while that of a mid-tier warrior stood at 300, and a high-tier warrior was born with 500. Raditz, upon his birth, was a lowly warrior with a combat power of merely 5, was the epitome of mediocrity. Even now, at the age of 14, he still possessed only 100 combat points, a dismal figure for someone his age. For instance, Flunsha, standing before him, was a mid-tier warrior of the same age, but had already achieved a combat power of 500. No wonder he mocked Yi-chan upon their first meeting. The disparity in strength was staggering. Yi-chan felt tears welling up. Huh, why the silence? Have you been frightened into submission? Flunsha laughed heartily upon seeing Yi-chan's muted response. He had never liked Raditz, particularly now with the goddess Aphya by his side, making it the perfect moment to showcase his prowess at Raditz's expense. Yi-chan thought to himself that perhaps he should make a hasty retreat otherwise. It seemed he was in for a beating. The live chat echoed this sentiment. Streamer, you're currently a pathetic warrior. You should run. Indeed, better to preserve one's life than to risk humiliation. I feel for the streamer, having to face a beating on his first day in this new world. The streamer must turn the tables. Don't disgrace us earthlings. Yi-chan glanced at the barrage of comments, filled with endless sarcasm. He didn't wish to bring shame upon himself, but the issue was whether he could actually fight back. Just as he contemplated making a swift escape, a sudden sound chimed in his mind. Host has triggered the first show-off task, the beginning of bravado. As you embark on this new world, do you not feel an overwhelming urge to display your prowess? Facts dictate that you must show off if one does not flaunt what distinguishes youth from a salted fish. First task activated. The first show-off. Show-off requirements. You must establish a towering presence before these youthful rascals, and of course, do not neglect the alluring giant lowly. Since the protagonist is newly arrived, a 3-minute invincible body enhancement is granted, available for immediate use. Successful show-off rewards. Mid-tier bloodline refining pill. Consuming it will instantly elevate your scion bloodline to mid-tier. If your show-off evaluation reaches 90 points, an additional reward of the weak version of the Kaioken technique will be bestowed. You know the Kaioken, right? The weak version, that is, a mere 1.5 times multiplier. Young one, give it your all. Upon reading these words in his mind, Yi-chun was utterly discombobulated. They wanted him, a lowly warrior, to show off? He adamantly refused. I reject this task. Due to it being the inaugural task, should the host refuse, this system will vanish, leaving the host to eternally exist as a lowly warrior. Please consider wisely. What a scam. They were coercing him into showing off. Yi-chun felt like crying, while the live chat buzzed with comments urging him to flee before he met an untimely demise right after his arrival. Yi-chun looked at the comments, also wishing to weep. He too wished to run, but since refusing was not an option, he resolved to show off a little. He boldly declared to the live chat, "Dear viewers, I have made my decision. I shall flaunt my prowess. A mere 500 combat power of Furentia dares to act tough before your earthling streamer? What a fool's errand." The most unforgivable part is his audacity to lay eyes on the alluring giant lowly. Chapter 1. The Fierce Lowly. Friends, it seems I have truly traversed into another realm. Yi-chun helplessly rubbed his head, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, dismayed by the wild hairstyle that adorned him, and spoke to the void. Most importantly, behind Yi-chun, a tail swayed incessantly. The golden tail was remarkably agile and lengthy, capable of wrapping around Yi-chun's waist twice. Sigh, I have indeed crossed over, yet I am oblivious to who I have become. Having a tail is quite uncomfortable. Had I known, I would have refrained from choosing the scion path. The sight of Yi-chun talking to himself appeared somewhat foolish. If anyone nearby had witnessed this, they would undoubtedly assume he had lost his mind. However, in reality, a multitude of bullet comments floated above his field of vision. On Earth, thousands of viewers sat before their screens, watching the live broadcast on Douyu, where Yi-chun was seen swinging his tail. Isn't it always the case that something interesting happens when the streamer disappears? This is such an old trope. Streamer, the whole cosplay pretending to traverse routine is so outdated. This streamer is really showing off honestly. I don't believe it. I just want to know if that tail is tucked away somewhere. That's quite lewd, but the streamer is really putting in the effort to fool us. My heart aches for my streamer. Amidst the clamor, no one believed Yi-chun after all. The notion of traversing realms was simply too fantastical. Yi-chun could clearly perceive these comments, and upon witnessing the skepticism, he could only chuckle wryly. This had all transpired an hour ago, when Yi-chun was live-streaming League of Legends. As a minor game streamer on Douyu, with only a diamond level of skill, he possessed little fame, merely hovering around 300 viewers. After finishing a match, Yi-chun anxiously glanced at his viewer count. Troubled by the low numbers, such a meager audience made signing a contract seem utterly improbable. Sigh, is my life destined to be this mundane forever? At that moment, a synthesized voice resonated in his ear. The strongest traverse show-off system has located a host, initiating fusion. What the heck? Yi-chun was startled and quickly scanned his surroundings. There was nothing there. He thought perhaps he was merely hearing things. Just then, another voice emerged. The strongest traverse show-off system is now activated, host. Please select the world to traverse. This time, Yi-chun was certain he wasn't imagining it, but there was still no one around. After a moment of contemplation, he called out, Where are you? I am within your mind, host. Please select the world for traversal. The cold, synthesized voice echoed once more. No way. Could it be that I've encountered a system? In astonishment, Yi Chun hurriedly asked, "You can't just whisk me away without any explanation. You must inform me of your purpose first." "I am the strongest traverse show-off system. The host can traverse any world to show off, and there will be the most perfect camera angles broadcasting your exploits to the Douyu live stream. The host must show off each time you flaunt. Both the system and the audience will evaluate your performance. A total score above 80 signifies success, allowing you to earn show-off points and rewards like equipment and elixirs." How exhilarating. Yi Chen's face lit up with excitement. "So, what worlds can I visit?" "Any fantasy world, including but not limited to Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, the Holy Grail War, Tokyo Ghoul, Attack on Titan, Bleach, and Gintama. In short, as long as it exists in literature, we can traverse there." Yi Chun was already bubbling with enthusiasm. "If any world is possible, then I want to go to Arifureta. From commonplace to world's strongest, or perhaps golden scales are not for the pawn would be great too." Immature white. He recalled the little adult books he had read in his youth. Entering those worlds would be something else. Due to the host's unhealthy thoughts, the opportunity to choose a world has been revoked, and you will randomly enter the Dragon Ball world. As a penalty for the host's unhealthy thoughts, the opportunity to select a race within Dragon Ball is canceled. You will automatically become a scion. In an instant, Yi Chun vanished from his original spot. With only 300 viewers, those who witnessed this moment erupted in disbelief, flooding the screen with comments, exclaiming that a supernatural event had occurred. "Friends, I know you might not believe that I have traversed in truth. I hardly believe it myself. Let's go out and take a look." Yi Chun addressed his audience in the live stream as he slowly approached the door. Beside him, an invincible 360-degree camera captured his image, transmitting a 3D view to the Douyu live stream. The viewers in the live stream were skeptical since Yi Chun was in a room. It was hard to ascertain the reality of the situation. Thus, when he announced his intention to step outside, they all expressed their agreement. Turning the doorknob, Yi Chun looked out at the world beyond and was utterly stunned. The live stream fell silent. Those who had mocked Yi Chun as a fraud immediately ceased their taunts. For outside the room lay a vast, flat expanse, where 3 or 4 children were engaged in a brawl. Fighting is nothing extraordinary, yet the manner in which they fought was utterly astonishing. "Flunza, take this slap." A cute girl with brown eyes, appearing around 16 or 17, donned a snug white combat suit that accentuated her curvaceous form, especially the 2 prominent features on her chest that were strikingly pronounced. Where on earth did the streamer find such a beautiful girl to act as a prop? The cosplay scene is truly chaotic. They don't even spare such lovely girls. A loli, and a genuine one at that. This is my first encounter with a real giant loli. Streamer, please share the Lola's contact information, send me a private message, and reward me with rockets. Upon witnessing this girl, the entire live stream erupted with excitement. Yi Chun was equally taken aback by her beauty. Who is this girl? At that moment, the girl charged at a rebellious-looking boy, extending her delicate hand to deliver a fierce slap to his face. Yi Chun observed this scene, feeling astonished at the girl's violent tendencies as she prepared to strike. But before he could fully process his thoughts, he stood there agape, unable to close his mouth. The boy was sent flying by the force of her slap, soaring through the air. He then traced an arc before crashing violently into a nearby rocky wall. The thunderous sound of shattering stones rendered Yi Chun completely dumbfounded. In the live stream, silence reigned supreme. This was a violent loli. Chapter 2. It's time to show off, seeking support and collections. The live stream was exploding with activity. The once modest audience of 300 on Douyu was now inundated with a flood of comments. Everyone's faces were painted with disbelief as they witnessed the spectacle. This can't possibly be special effects. The giant loli is incredibly fierce, and she even has a tail. I can't fathom it if the giant loli is merely cosplay. That would be even more scandalous. Streamer, hurry up and flirt with the girl. Why are you just standing there? The live stream buzzed with chatter. Those who had initially thought Yi Chun was just cosplaying were now filled with doubt. Yi Chun, observing the remarkable power emanating from the young fighters, couldn't help but chuckle wryly as he addressed his audience. Now, do you believe me? If it weren't for being a scion, which child would be this powerful? His words resonated with the viewers. Indeed, they're just wild children. Streamer, go for it. Don't let that giant lowly slip away. Donating 100 fish balls. Donating 1,000 fish balls. The audience began to shower him with donations, and Yi Chun, witnessing this, felt a sense of resignation. What good were their donations now? He was in a Dragon Ball world. What use was money? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Donations received by the streamer will be converted into show-off points. 10,000 fish balls can be converted into one show-off point. Accumulating 1,000 points will unlock the exchange shop host. Please strive for this. Hearing this, Yi Chun felt a flicker of reassurance. The exchange shop was where his true journey of showing off in the Dragon Ball world would commence. As Yi Chun pondered, the boy who had been struck away slowly returned. Aphya, you're becoming increasingly formidable. You truly embody the bloodline of a high-ranking warrior. The boy, named Flunza, was a mid-tier bloodline warrior, gazing at Aphya with unabashed admiration in his eyes. Aphya let out a faint hum, too disinterested to look at him, leaving Fruntia feeling somewhat awkward. However, he soon caught sight of Yeching stepping out of the room. Instantly, a mocking expression spread across his face. Raditz, you worthless fool, you've awakened rather quickly this time. You lowly bloodline warriors, you trash of inferior lineage, are utterly unworthy of being scions. Initially, Yeching had been intrigued by their conversation, but upon hearing Fruntia's derision, he felt a sense of perplexity, particularly at the name Raditz, which rang a bell in his mind. Friends, who is Raditz in Dragon Ball? That name sounds so familiar. Yeching pondered inwardly, addressing the live stream. Damn, Raditz, isn't he the brother of Kakarot, Son Goku? Indeed, that's the one. Just a minor character. In Dragon Ball, Raditz is the antagonist who goes to Earth and, after a few chapters, gets eliminated. Rumor has it he's a pathetic low-tier warrior. I feel for you, streamer, that you've transmigrated into his body. I beg for the streamer's mental resilience. Upon realizing Yeching's identity, the chat erupted in sympathy for him. Transmigrating into such a minor character truly seemed unfortunate. Yeching was equally bewildered. He couldn't believe he had become such a weakling. Suddenly, a surge of memories flooded his mind. After sifting through them, his face turned pale. The battle power of a low-tier bloodline warrior was below 100, while that of a mid-tier warrior was 300, and a high-tier warrior began with 500. Raditz was born as a low-tier warrior with a mere battle power of 5, truly a testament to his inadequacy. Even now, at 14 years old, he still only possessed a battle power of 100, which was exceedingly low for his age. For instance, Fruntia, standing before him, was a mid-tier warrior of the same age, boasting a battle power of 500. No wonder he mocked Yeching upon their first meeting. The disparity in strength was glaring. Yeching felt tears welling up in his eyes. Haha, why so silent? Have you been intimidated into submission? Fruntia laughed joyously at Yeching's silence. He had never liked Raditz, especially with the goddess Aphya present, making it a perfect opportunity to showcase his superiority over Raditz. Yeching thought to himself that perhaps he should make a hasty retreat, lest he find himself on the receiving end of a beating. The live chat echoed similar sentiments. Streamer, you're currently a weakling. You should run. Exactly. It's better to preserve your life than to face humiliation. My heart aches for the streamer, having to face a beating on the first day of transmigration. The streamer must stage a comeback. Do not disgrace us, earthlings. Reading the barrage of comments, Yeching felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. He didn't intend to disgrace himself, but the real issue was whether he could hold his own. At the moment he contemplated whether to turn and flee, a sudden notification rang in his mind. Host has triggered the first show-off mission, the beginning of pretense. As you enter this world, do you not feel an overwhelming urge to display your prowess? Facts dictate that one must show off. Youth without pretense is a wasted youth. If you do not show off, what difference is there between your life and that of salted fish? The first mission is now active. Your inaugural display of prowess. Show-off requirements. You must establish a grand image before these unruly children, of course. The towering figure of a giant lowly must not be overlooked. Since this is the protagonist's first arrival in this world, you are granted 3 minutes of invincible stature, which you may utilize at any moment. Successful display of prowess rewards. Mid-tier bloodline refinement pill. Consuming this will instantly elevate your scion bloodline to mid-tier. If your show-off rating reaches 90 points, you will receive an additional reward. The weak version of the King's Fisties, the weak version, which offers a mere 1.5 times amplification. Go for it, young one. Upon reading these words in his mind, Yeching felt utterly disoriented. You want me, this weakling, to show off? I would rather not, even if it cost me my life. I refused the mission. Due to it being the first task, should the host refuse, this system will vanish, leaving the host to permanently exist as a weakling. Please consider wisely. What a scam. This is forcing me to show off. Yeching felt tears welling up, while the chat was filled with comments urging him to flee, fearing he would suffer a beating right after his transmigration. Yeching, glancing at the comments, felt a pang of sorrow. I wish I could run, but since refusal is not an option, I might as well put on a show. He boldly declared to the live stream, "Dear viewers, I have made my decision. I shall put on a display." A mere Francia with his 500 battle power dares to flaunt himself before me, the Earth Streamer? Such arrogance is a path to self-destruction. Most infuriatingly, he even dares to covet the giant Lola's attention. Who else should I target if not him?
Chapter 3. The girl was utterly astonished. Raditz, what's the matter? Are you too ashamed to speak? Then hasten to depart, for our realm of prodigies does not welcome you. Frunza, with a scornful demeanor, derided Raditz, eager to glean Aphya's thoughts. Unfortunately, Aphya did not spare Frunza a glance, leaving him deeply disheartened. Nevertheless, Frunza's audacious remarks ignited a fervent discussion in the entire livestream, uniting the viewers in indignation. This insolent fellow is insufferable. I can no longer tolerate it. Host, it is imperative to deliver a resounding slap to his face. Host, if you succeed in this endeavor, I shall reward you with a grand gesture. I too shall contribute. The host must strike his face. Yi Chun, filled with indignation, found himself bewildered by the mockery directed at him despite having achieved nothing upon arriving in this world. How could he possibly accept such derision? No, he resolved that it was time to assert himself. At that moment, Frunza was laughing heartily. For Yi Chen's combat prowess was a mere 100, rendering him timid and prone to ridicule. He anticipated with glee Yi Chen's retreat in disgrace. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Chun did not flee. Instead, he approached Frunza with determination. You worthless Leitais, are you dissatisfied and wish to strike this genius? Come forth. I stand here immobile, and even with a single finger, I could bring you to your knees. Frunza continued to taunt with increasing delight. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen revealed a cold smile on his face and said with indifference, a genius? How absurd it is for you to consider yourself one. The universe is vast and boundless, teeming with exceptional talents. You are merely an intermediate bloodline warrior, yet you dare to call yourself a genius. It is truly laughable. If it were Aphya, that would be more fitting. But as for you, it would be better to refrain from embarrassing yourself. Upon uttering these words, Yi Chun astonished many cheerful children, leaving them momentarily speechless. The timid and ineffectual Leitais had actually resisted, resorting to insults. Meanwhile, Aphya, upon hearing her name mentioned in Yi Chen's statement, slightly furrowed her brows, a hint of confusion gracing her adorable visage. In stark contrast, Falunce's face flushed with rage, veins bulging as his anger surged. Although possessing a commendable mid-level scion lineage, it paled in comparison to the superior bloodlines. The fact that Yi Chun, a mere lower-class warrior, dared to look down upon him ignited a fiery wrath within Falunce. How dare a worthless individual belittle me? He was, after all, still a child, and in an instant, he was provoked to take action against Yi Chun. Yi Chun remained unfazed, for with 3 minutes of invincibility at his disposal, he believed that even the cataclysm of a cosmic explosion would pose no threat to him, let alone a mere scion with a combat power of 500. Thus, as Frunza furiously charged towards him, delivering a fierce punch aimed at his face, Yi Chen activated his invincible time. Witnessing Frunza's aggressive advance, the surrounding crowd erupted with excitement. After all, scions are inherently a warrior race, quick to resort to violence over trivial disagreements. Many mourned for Yi Chen, questioning his sanity for daring to provoke Frunza. Was this a case of courting death? Even Aphya displayed a look of disappointment, as if she bore the weight of Yi Chen's reckless bravado. In the live stream, chaos ensued. The host is likely to meet a grim fate. This could be the shortest-lived traveler ever. Host, I regret using gifts to entice you. Even if you perish, I will still offer my support. I shall burn paper offerings for you, hoping you receive them in the Dragon Ball world. My heart aches for you, dear host. You are the sole traveler on this entire planet. Why must you court disaster? The consensus was that Yi Chen's demise was imminent. Yet, he wore a calm smile, extending a single finger to meet the oncoming colossal fist. Raditz, in disbelief, questioned his sanity. Was he truly attempting to block with just a finger? Surely, Franz's punch could shatter his arm. Raditz was indeed mad. After all, a mid-tier warrior dispatching a lower-tier one was hardly a feat. Frunza, eliminate this lunatic, shouted the onlookers, urging Frunza to finish Yi Chen. Frunza, incensed by Yi Chen's blatant disregard for him, resolved to kill him. His fist collided fiercely with Yi Chen's finger, however. In that instant, Frunza froze in astonishment. It felt as though an inexhaustible force resided in Yi Chen's finger, preventing his fist from advancing even an inch. How could this be? Frunza, in disbelief, exerted more strength, only to find that he could not even budge Yi Chen's solitary finger. Child, Yi Chen intoned. Humility is the most profound form of brilliance. In life, it is the path of humility that reigns supreme. Why must you be so aggressive? I wish for no harm to come to you. It would be wise to relent. Yi Chen gradually retracted his fingers, casting a cryptic smile towards Frunza. The companions present were utterly astonished by the spectacle. What was unfolding? With a combat power of 500. How could Frunza be incapable of withstanding even a mere fingertip from Raditz? What was the explanation behind this? Meanwhile, the adorable visage of Aphya displayed a look of sheer astonishment. As she gazed at him with wide-eyed wonder, Yi Chen felt a surge of delight within his heart. System prompt. This act is quite impressive. Continue the endeavor. The task is nearing completion. Yi Chen was acutely aware that he had embarked on an irreversible path of ostentation. Chapter 4. Is there a score for pretentiousness? In the live streaming room, the audience was collectively captivated, their excitement palpable as they witnessed the spectacle unfold. This defied all logic. Had the host instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan? With just a mere finger, he could exude such flamboyance. Truly, the host was remarkable. Although the viewers remained oblivious to how he achieved this feat, they unanimously awarded him full marks for his audacious display. Initially, the audience believed Yi Chen was on the verge of defeat, yet he astonished them by presenting a guise of profound mystery. Even the mischievous children from Dragon Ball were left utterly aghast. Dear host, you were quite the trickster. A faint smile graced Yi Chen's lips. So this is what it means to show off. This sensation is truly exhilarating. The mischievous child stood dumbfounded, while Frunza wore a look of complete bewilderment. And even the final figure, Aphya, was adorned with a visage of astonishment. Impossible. How could this be? You, Raditz, possess merely a combat power of 100. How could you possibly withstand my attack with just a single finger? I refuse to believe it. Frunza shouted frantically, pulling a green detector from his pocket. The device, a curved piece of plastic glass, hung from his ear while the other end hovered above his eyes, capable of measuring an opponent's combat power. Frunza immediately began to assess Yi Chen's strength. In an instant, the numbers above Yi Chen's eyes fluctuated wildly. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Suddenly, with a crack, the detector shattered into countless pieces. How could this be? All the Scions, including the high-blooded Aphya, could no longer conceal their shock, staring at Yi Chen in disbelief. This is inconceivable. At that moment, everyone's heart echoed the same thought. The detector had shattered. Although Frunza's device was merely a low-grade green detector, it was still capable of measuring powers below 10,000. Unless, of course, Yi Chen's combat strength had surpassed 10,000. How could your combat power be so formidable? Frunza's hands trembled as he gazed at Yi Chen in awe. Yi Chen was initially perplexed as to why the detector had shattered. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Due to the host's current invincible state, the aura emanating from you surpasses the strength of this world. The destruction of the detector is a natural occurrence. Once the period of invincibility concludes, the protagonist's aura will return to its normal level. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly realized, so that is how it is. However, this moment marks the true beginning of his ostentation. At this instant, Yi Chen calmly took a step forward, causing Frunza to instinctively flee backward. Yi Chen smiled, stating, "The source of my formidable combat strength lies in the heart of a warrior. Although I am merely a lowly warrior of inferior bloodline, within me resides the boundless universe and the abyss of emptiness. To attain true strength, one must possess an indomitable spirit." Yi Chen had never been one to show off, yet the recent shattering of the detector left an indelible impression on the frightened youths, particularly on Frunza, who was on the verge of tears. It was astounding that he had managed to mock such a formidable being for so long without facing dire consequences. He felt incredibly fortunate. Then why do you only possess a combat power of 100 on ordinary occasions? The previously silent Aphya could no longer contain her curiosity and directed her inquiry toward Yi Chen, her beautiful visage reflecting her intrigue. Yi Chen chuckled lightly as he approached Aphya, immediately enveloped by her enchanting fragrance, a delicate scent reminiscent of youthful innocence. Aphya, do you comprehend the profound solitude that accompanies invincibility? In the past, I often found myself gazing into the cosmos during the silent hours of the night, yearning for a worthy adversary, yet such thoughts were exceedingly rare. This solitude has stripped me of my upward momentum. Thus, I chose to seal my own powers, limiting myself to a mere hundredfold of my true combat prowess. Desiring to experience the essence of weakness, I discovered that their frailty is immutable. However, you, Aphya, are unlike them. Within your spirit resides the capacity to embrace the boundless expanse of stars and oceans. Hence, I reveal my true strength before you, urging you not to take pride in this trivial tier. Your future ought to be one of shared exhilaration amidst the infinite realm of the formidable. Yi Chen's words etched a towering and majestic figure in the pure heart of Aphya, the innocent girl of the class. Conversely, in the minds of Funza and the others, Yi Chen's presence was akin to that of a demon. It is worth noting that even King Vegeta lacked the power to shatter the detector. The invincible time is set to vanish in 5 seconds. Dear host, please prepare. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yi Chen understood that his pretense must come to an end. Indeed, at that very moment, the system announced, first display of bravado completed. As it was the host's inaugural attempt at such ostentation, there was a slight air of forced bravado, resulting in a less than favorable review. However, considering the host was merely a novice in the realm of ostentation, a modicum of encouragement was granted, awarding an additional 10 points, culminating in a system evaluation of 85 points, with the added 10 bringing the total to 95 points. Next, the audience scoring segment commenced, where the final score for the host's display would be determined based on the average rating. Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Is this truly necessary? The act of posturing must now be graded? It seems you are compelling me to delve deeper into this pretentious path. Meanwhile, within the live streaming room, the sight of Yi Chen skillfully deceiving those mischievous children, particularly the petite and adorable Aphya, left everyone in awe. His air of superiority was simply overwhelming. One could hardly believe it. It was utterly shameless. Indeed, amidst the facade, he even flirted with the ladies. What happened to his integrity? The host was spiraling further down this unrepentant road of pretense. Viewers urged the host to pursue romance rather than maintain the charade. At that very moment, as the audience buzzed with chatter, a window popped up on their Douyu streaming interface. Please rate the host's level of pretentiousness. Chapter 5. My dear, come train with me. Below was a text box inviting them to enter their desired score. What on earth is this, host? It was the first time they had encountered such a thing. And the live room was abuzz with comments as viewers eagerly inquired about Yi Chen. Yi Chen contemplated in his heart, this is my golden finger. The higher the scores from all of you, the better rewards I shall receive. Everyone, I implore you to grant me high scores. Once I obtain these rewards, I shall become even more formidable, and you will undoubtedly find greater enjoyment. I hope for your support. Rest assured, I shall support you with a perfect score of 100. I too shall bestow upon you a score of 100. I am thoroughly satisfied with this performance. Hence a score of 100. The host's display of bravado could use some refinement, yet considering it is the first attempt, I shall grant a score of 100. Soon, the scoring segment approached its conclusion, limited to merely 3 minutes. In anticipation, the system once again articulated its response. System score, 95. Average audience score, 100. The overall average score stands at 97.5. Congratulations, host, for surpassing expectations and completing the task. You have been awarded 1 intermediate bloodline refinement pill, 1 novice edition of the Realm King Fist Manual, and 97.5 points of bravado value. The host is encouraged to strive diligently, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of ostentation, a state in which all things in the world can exhibit grandeur, where a single flower encompasses a universe, and a single leaf represents enlightenment. Yi Chen was brimming with excitement as he beheld a translucent white jade vial materializing within a storage space, containing a perfectly round elixir. This was the intermediate bloodline refinement pill, which, upon consumption, would elevate his scion bloodline to an intermediate level. Yi Chen could hardly contain his anticipation. After all, his earlier display of bravado had lacked genuine capability, coming across as somewhat contrived. True prowess was the finest form of display, and the feeble version of the Kaioken technique was, nonetheless, a divine skill in his possession. It was well known that when Sun Wukong faced off against the vastly superior Vegeta, he employed the Kaioken technique, albeit at a far greater multiplier than Yi Chen's meager version. However, for Yi Chen, a mere 1.5 times enhancement was already formidable. He resolved to expedite his training and augment his strength. While he was unaware of many things, he was certain that the planet he inhabited was indeed Planet Vegeta. Given this, it was inevitable that Planet Vegeta would face obliteration at the hands of Frieza. Although the exact timing remained uncertain, Yi Chen was not willing to gamble with his life. Therefore, he prioritized enhancing his strength. In due course, even if he could not defeat Frieza, he would at least possess the means to protect himself and perhaps escape with his companion. Yi Chen opened his character panel and examined his attributes. Yi Chen, battle power, 100, in the brutal world of Dragon Ball. This value is merely inconsequential. Thus, strive to project an air of superiority as you tread the path toward becoming a formidable warrior. Superiority value, 97 points. Reaching 1,000 points unlocks the exchange marketplace, martial arts and spells. None, possessing no skills whatsoever. Unable to even harness 100 points of battle power, utterly inadequate. Hasten to engage in training. Yi Chen gazed at the attribute panel, utterly astounded. You, a mere system. Persistently label me as insignificant. Is this truly acceptable? He urged the streamer, hasten to charm the ladies. Indeed. To flaunt one's prowess without courting women is an affront to the heavens. At this moment, the streamer, having achieved fame and success, ought to embark on the pursuit of romance. Oh, Sister Juru, do not let the opportunity slip away. Are those above us fools? The streamer is Raditz. Although I am unsure of how he just experienced a surge, his combat power is undoubtedly lacking. He should promptly return to training. I recall from the original narrative that Raditz possesses the Kamehameha wave. It would be splendid to see it unleashed. In light of such a morally bereft audience, Chen felt quite disenchanted. However, his display of bravado had left a favorable impression on the lovely Aphya. To miss this chance would be sheer folly. Thus, a faint smile graced Chen's lips as he turned to the still-dazed beauty beside him, saying, Aphya, do you wish to grow stronger? Can I, like Raditz, also become immensely powerful? Excitement gleamed in Aphya's youthful visage. Chen smiled. Indeed, the Scions are warriors at heart, perpetually yearning for strength. Even the women among them are fervent combat enthusiasts. Initially, you had no chance, but I perceive your talent is commendable. I intend to suppress my own power to a level inferior to yours so that we may cultivate together. Hold on, let me first restrain my strength. Chen's behavior was utterly absurd. He had merely overplayed his act of bravado. Should anyone later scrutinize his capabilities with a detector, he would have a plausible explanation. Subsequently, Chen slid his arms back, puffed out his cheeks, and struck a pose reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation for a brief moment. Having completed this charade, he declared, All right, I shall suppress my combat power to 100. Now, let us cultivate together. I shall guide you. Chen spoke with an air of confidence, knowing that none of them were aware of the truth. On her face, Aphya was beaming with delight. Rithis, you are so kind to me. With that, she joyfully leaped into Chen's embrace. Oh dear, the emotions surged within him. Chen felt a soft and endearing warmth. He dared not dwell on it, fearing he might lose control. Rithis, may I accompany you home? Aphya, slightly bashful, quickly sprang off Chen but still insisted on her request. Chen laughed heartily, glancing back at the countenance of Frunza, which resembled that of someone suffering from constipation, and his heart swelled with joy. Chapter 6. Frunza, do not weep, rise and fight. Frunza gazed at his beloved Aphya, astonished that she was about to be taken away by Chen, and his heart sank into a pit of despair. Were it any other scion daring to vie for his beloved, there would be no hesitation. He would rise and confront them. However, the prowess of Chen was beyond what even a scouter could measure, rendering Frunza's combat power of 500 utterly insignificant. It was likely that only the mightiest King Vegeta on the entire planet could stand against Chen. Frunza's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, the live audience, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in laughter. The streamer is incredible, effortlessly stealing the girl away. Is there a police officer in the house? Someone is abducting a young maiden. Come and apprehend him. What does the streamer intend to do with the lovely Jiro? The audience expressed their sympathy for Frunza, chanting, Frunza, do not cry, rise and fight. Countless comments flooded the screen, reveling in Chen's audacious act of stealing love. Chen gazed at the gentle girl Aphya, and naturally could not refuse her request to accompany him home. However, after a moment of contemplation, he turned to the mischievous children behind him and said, I have always wished to conceal my true abilities, hence my reluctance to reveal them. It would be wise for you not to speak of today's events, for it may lead to unforeseen complications. Do you understand? Chen wore a sinister smile upon his face. In days gone by, his threats would have been regarded as mere jest by others. After all, how could a mere low-ranking warrior dare to intimidate anyone? Yet now, all the unruly children, under the weight of Chen's menace, nodded obediently, too fearful to utter a word. Chen observed the scene before him and chuckled. Such is the advantage of pretense. For one can speak of anything with ease. With that, he took the delicate hand of Aphya and led her towards his chamber. Raditz, do you feel lonely? Aphya inquired. Pondering the words Chen had uttered during his moments of bravado, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, invincibility brings forth the deepest solitude, he replied. Chen's solitude is merely a fade, a guise believed only by naive souls like her. Yet, she still feigns an air of profound loneliness. System, the subtle art of pretense is most perilous. The host is gradually grasping the essence of this charade. Please continue to strive. Chen, then I too shall grow stronger, becoming invincible, so that you, Raditz, shall no longer feel lonely. Aphya's voice was gentle as she spoke, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Chen. Chen was deeply moved and thought to himself that as long as she stayed tonight, he would no longer feel lonely. However, he refrained from expressing this sentiment and instead continued to maintain an air of superiority, proclaiming, Very well. I shall guide you on the path to invincibility. Upon hearing Chen's words, Aphya was filled with excitement. Subsequently, Chen led the young lady back to his room, and amidst the envious and resentful gazes of Frunza and the others behind him, he gently closed the door. The scene of Chen returning to his room with the girl stirred immense excitement among the viewers in the live stream. My tissues are ready. I have already purchased 5 bottles of glucose, fully prepared to fulfill the task. The dolls I ordered online have arrived, dear host. Please synchronize. Do not rush. I will call my friends to share in this exhilarating moment. Yi Chun felt overwhelmed by the chaotic barrage of comments surrounding him. How could it happen so swiftly? Furthermore, even if something were to transpire, I could simply deactivate the 3D camera. How could I allow you all to gaze upon my woman? This is truly excessive. Raditz. Shall we commence our training now? Aphya entered Yi Chun's room, her eyes wide with curiosity as she inquired. Yi Chun felt a twinge of frustration whenever others referred to him as Raditz, for his name was, in fact, Yi Chun. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Aphya and said, from now on, when addressing me, please call me Yi Chun. Yi Chun. Very well, Raditz. Aphya replied without further inquiry. Yi Chun. The standard configuration of a seance room includes a gravity chamber. Yi Chun promptly activated the gravity chamber and stepped inside. Yi Chun. What is the multiplier you usually train with? Even a 5-fold increase leaves others feeling quite fatigued. Aphya innocently remarked to Yi Chun. Yi Chun felt an overwhelming urge to voice his grievances. Here I am, possessing merely a combat power of 100. Even a 3-fold increase feels exceedingly arduous. This is nothing short of a display of arrogance. However, wait, do I not possess the bloodline refinement elixir? After consuming it, my bloodline would ascend to the intermediate level, which should significantly enhance my strength. I cannot possibly allow myself to be outmatched by the gravity I can withstand, especially not by a girl. That would be utterly humiliating. Yi Chun acted upon his thoughts without hesitation, promptly retrieving a translucent white jade vial from the storage space of the system. Within the vial, a crimson elixir swirled enticingly, emanating an enigmatic radiance. A remarkable treasure. Let us see how much it can enhance my strength. Yi Chun directly poured the elixir into his mouth. The fragrant potion dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into a warm current that cascaded through his oral cavity and into his gastrointestinal tract. The soothing energy continually infused into Yi Chun's being, and soon he sensed a stirring within his very blood, as if something was awakening. Consequently, the veins on his hands bulged fiercely, and an intense agony surged through his mind, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his brow. The potency of this elixir was truly astonishing. In Yi Chun's mind, only this sentence remained before he fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he heard the exclamation of Aphya. Chapter 7. The feeble version of the King Fist. Ah, my head aches terribly. Yi Chun gradually awoke, rubbing his aching head as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within a technological chamber, his body immersed in a healing liquid. The Scions, inherently warriors, possessed rudimentary technology. It was only after conquering Planet Plant and eliminating its inhabitants that they acquired the scientific advancements of the defeated, leading to the development of various therapeutic technologies, such as healing chambers and restorative fluids. Yi Chun lay bare in the transparent healing liquid, every pore of his body feeling an exquisite ease. A mere intermediate bloodline refinement pill had subjected him to such torment. It was truly excessive. Yi Chun, with a sense of exasperation, opened the barrage of comments, discovering a flurry of messages cascading across the screen. Host, you have finally awakened. Host, you are truly magnificent. I wish to bear your offspring. Yi Chun gazed at the scene before him, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Hastily, he opened the cabin door from within and leaped out, donning his combat suit. Once he had concealed his form, he turned back to the live stream and inquired, what transpired after I lost consciousness? Where is Aphya? The number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 10,000, all drawn in by friends inviting them to join. Observing Yi Chun clad in his combat attire, with his hair styled in a wild and striking manner cascading down to his waist, the audience recognized the resemblance to Raditz's hairstyle, which was undeniably reminiscent of a Super Saiyan 3, exceedingly impressive. The streamer, in a bewildering display, feigned unconsciousness, eliciting Aphya's astonishment, only to subsequently engage in actions deemed inhumane towards her. What? Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had truly engaged in such actions. However, he swiftly composed himself, for the first speaker was clearly spouting nonsense. After the host fell into a coma, Aphya had indeed placed him into the technological chamber. It was astonishing that the delicate Aphya had undressed the host. How scandalous. One could only envy the host for such fortuitous encounters. The patron most fond of Dragon Balls rewarded him with a rocket, while Zhangqi professed their affection with 10 rockets. Countless gifts poured in. Suddenly, a synthesized voice echoed in Yi Chun's mind. The host's Doyu rewards can be exchanged for 3 points of pretentiousness. Would you like to exchange? Why not exchange it? What purpose would it serve to keep it? Yi Chun nodded decisively. Then, he recalled the intermediate bloodline refining pill he had consumed the previous day. Surely, there must be some alterations within his body. He opened the attributes panel. Yi Chun, combat power, 500 in the brutal realm of Dragon Ball. This figure is merely slightly superior to that of a commoner. Therefore, strive to boast, and may your journey toward becoming a formidable force extend ever further. Show off value, 100 points, reaching 1,000 points unlocks the exchange marketplace. Martial arts and spells, none, possessing a combat power of 500 yet lacking any skills renders one ineffectual. Hurry and commence your training. Yi Chun was utterly astonished. His combat power had astonishingly surged to 500, which was truly remarkable. Indeed, the bloodline of a mid-level scion is undeniably more formidable than that of a low-level scion. Yi Chun sighed softly as he retrieved a tome from his belongings. The title, emblazoned in resplendent gold, shimmered with brilliance. Weaker version of the King Fist. Weaker version, truly enough of this system, he lamented. The live chat, initially buzzing with encouragement for Yi Chun to pursue female companionship, fell into a brief silence upon the unveiling of the book, only to erupt once more. It's actually the King Fist. The streamer is cheating. Indeed, this was knowledge that took Sun Wukong immense effort to acquire. Yet the streamer had obtained the secret manual merely by traversing realms. Sun Wukong exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, I truly wish to eliminate you interlopers." Frisia added ominously, "Interlopers must perish." Although Yi Chun acquired a feeble version of the King's Fist, it nonetheless stirred great excitement among these individuals. The King's Fist is not merely a martial art or technique. Rather, it is a unique method that enhances one's physical strength, agility, and intensity. This technique, originally conceived by the king, is employed only by a select few in the world, namely the king, Sun Wukong, and Cell. It is truly a stroke of fortune that Yi Chun has managed to learn it as well. In the midst of envious comments within the live streaming room, Yi Chun unveiled the manual for the feeble version of the King Fist technique. This diminished version of the King Fist allows the host to temporarily augment their strength by 1.5 times. However, it imposes a substantial burden on the body, with the duration of its application contingent upon the host's physical fortitude. Furthermore, due to its inferior nature, it cannot enhance the multiplier. Only by mastering the standard version of the King Fist can one increase the multiplier in accordance with their physical strength. Is the host certain they wish to learn? Yi Chun naturally nodded in assent. The moment he did, the rudimentary version of the Realm King Fist manual transformed into a beam of radiant light, piercing directly into Yi Chun's mind. Within his consciousness, a multitude of memories materialized, as if he had mastered them long ago. How delightful it is. With just a click to learn, there is no need for the relentless practice that Sun Wukong and the others must endure. Truly remarkable. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, glancing once more at his combat power, which remained steadfast at 500, unchanged. The King's Fist is a combat skill that does not augment one's usual battle prowess. Just as the audience in the live stream curiously inquired about any changes Yi Chun felt after mastering the King's Fist, Yi Chun's room was opened, revealing a captivating figure standing behind the door. Yi Chun was instantly filled with joy, believing it to be Aphya, as he joyfully rushed forward to embrace her beautiful figure. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Although Aphya seemed ample, she was not this grand. How could it be that last time it felt like a vast lake, and this time it had transformed into an ocean? Yi Chun felt puzzled, yet remained steadfast. Soon after, a cold voice, laced with suppressed anger, echoed in his ears. "Rithis, have you had your fill of holding on?" Chapter 8. The Iceberg Beauty, Leona. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. That chilling voice undoubtedly did not belong to Aphya. As he raised his gaze, he was met with a stunning visage adorned with frost-like beauty. "I apologize. I truly apologize." Under the scrutiny of her piercing gaze, Yi Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, causing him to reluctantly release his embrace of her delicate form, a tinge of melancholy stirring in his heart. Yi Chun took a step back to observe the other person, who appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old. The figure was voluptuous and upright, particularly notable for its prominent bosom, resembling the most delectable cream cake, captivating Yi Chun's attention. Who could this be? Yi Chun felt somewhat unsettled under the icy gaze of the woman before him. Inwardly, he turned to the viewers in the live stream and inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, who is this enchanting beauty?" The chat exploded with fervent discussions, as the striking woman, who appeared to be a mature lady, had never made an appearance in the main narrative of Dragon Ball. With such an exquisite figure and captivating features, she resembled a quintessential ice queen, undoubtedly deserving of the title of the leading lady. Host, we are equally in the dark, but it matters not. Just seize the moment. Indeed, who cares about her identity? We are all in favor. Such an ethereal beauty must not go unrecognized. It would be an affront to nature if the host did not take action. Go for it. Host, we are cheering for you. If you manage to win her over, I'll shower you with 10 airplanes. The chat was filled with a throng of viewers devoid of restraint, utterly enamored by the stunning woman, indifferent to her identity. Yi Chun found himself at a loss for words, choosing to disregard the matter entirely as he turned his gaze towards the enchanting beauty. The icy beauty continued to regard Yi Chun with a cold stare, emanating an aura of formidable power that rendered Yi Chun utterly outmatched at that moment. "Rithis, you lowly warrior, how dare you deceive the daughter of Leona? Are you courting death?" The first words from the beauty left Yi Chun utterly astonished. "What? You have a daughter? Surely, you jest." Yi Chun felt as though his heart had shattered. The presence of such an icy beauty had already been claimed by another man, a notion he found utterly intolerable. Furthermore, the marks upon her cheeks led him to a realization. This woman, named Leona, must indeed be the mother of Aphya. After all, his arrival in this world had intertwined his fate with that of the girl, Aphya, as if confirming his thoughts. The woman's next words pierced through the air, My daughter Aphya possesses the highest bloodline of the Scions. As a mere lower-tier warrior, you will forever be left in her shadow, unworthy to stand beside her. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance, lest I take your life." The murderous intent emanating from her words chilled Chen to his core, igniting a flame of fury within him. How could this woman be so outrageous? What did she mean by suggesting he, a lower-tier warrior, should remain far from her daughter? As a traveler from Earth, he found such condescension intolerable. Indeed, the viewers in the live stream were equally incensed by the woman's haughty demeanor. The host could not show weakness. He must boldly confront the challenge. Such an icy woman deserved to be strongly pursued. A true man, a true Chinese man, would not falter. What of the host's dignity? He must press forward. Otherwise, the ice goddess would forever remain a goddess, and he would be eternally looked down upon. It was well known that women with icy dispositions often relished the thrill of being pursued. Countless tales from the past had recounted this truth. The host needed to demonstrate unwavering strength, or he would forever be scorned. Now, Chen's popularity had soared to nearly 10,000. With countless netizens offering strategies and insights tailored to counter the woman's formidable character. Chen smiled faintly, possessing both a system and an online community, which granted him a sense of confidence. Although the notion of forcefully promoting anything felt utterly absurd, especially considering that the young lady before him appeared to be an elite warrior, her combat prowess undoubtedly exceeding 10,000. To forcefully push forward would indeed be tantamount to courting death. For a warrior of the Scion race, slaying a fellow clansman was akin to child's play. True strength cannot merely be measured by one's lineage. Such an idea is truly pedestrian. Chen could only resort to verbal resistance. Humph. Such words can only be uttered by those of inferior bloodlines. Is it not determined by lineage? Then why does your father, Bardock, possess a mere combat power of 3,000, while mine has already reached 9,000? The woman's words were indeed venomous, striking a point that left Chen utterly defenseless. She even dragged Chen's father into the fray. It was simply unbearable. His father's combat power of only 3,000 compared to her 9,000 was a bitter pill to swallow. It was a stark reminder of the disdain faced by his lineage in the previous generation. Your worthless father once dared to pursue me. What a delusion. He was merely a failure who could not even defeat me. Had I not ventured to the distant fertility star, discovered the holy water, and consumed it to give birth to Aphya, the woman coldly remarked, disdain dripping from her words. However, Chen was left in shock upon hearing Leona mention that she had consumed the deep water of fertility star to conceive Aphya. The beautiful woman before him was not only a mother but also untouched in her past. Father, I shall say nothing further. The woman you could not win over. Your son shall undoubtedly fulfill your unfulfilled wish. This is the epitome of a mother-daughter flower. Chapter 9, Strength and Demise. Indeed, Chen was not alone in his thoughts. The audience was equally invigorated by this scene. Broadcaster, if you let this slip, you will surely regret it for a lifetime. Broadcaster, it is time to show off. Yes. Quickly impress the opponent and leave a lasting impression. A maiden, this is simply prepared for the protagonist. The crowd was in a frenzy, showering Chen with a barrage of gifts, planes soaring across the screen, tons of fishballs flooding in, making the comments section nearly impossible to read. Chen was equally astonished by the scene before him, quickly succumbing to an endless stream of complaints. Are you certain you are not jesting? This young woman before me possesses a combat power of 9,000, and with my mere 500, I appear utterly insignificant. Particularly in a realm like that of the Scions, where strength reigns supreme and laws are non-existent. Flaunting one's prowess in the face of a stronger opponent is tantamount to courting death. I have exhausted all my invincibility. Do I dare to act boastfully? Meanwhile, Leona, noticing Chen's silence in response to her disdainful remarks, felt a wave of frustration wash over her, leading her to silently scorn him. A lower-ranked warrior who does not even dare to argue is indeed a waste of space. Humph, I shall say this. Should I see you near my daughter again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. With that, Leona resolved to leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen could no longer suppress the discontent bubbling within him. What nonsense is this? Both of your individuals I have set my sights on. As a transmigrator equipped with a system, if I let you slip away, I would never forgive myself. In an instant, the trepidation in his heart was consumed by rage. He shouted at Leona, Leona, do you dare accept my challenge? What? A challenge? Leona was taken aback by Chen's words. She could hardly fathom that a lower-ranked warrior, and one who was still underage, would have the audacity to challenge a seasoned adult warrior like herself. No one could be this foolish. Yet, the dignity of a high-ranking scion could not afford to remain silent in the face of provocation. With anger bubbling within her, she retorted, Little one, are you certain you wish to challenge me? Know that even your father would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Humph, my father is my father, and I am my own person. Chen disdainfully curled his lip and remarked, if your combat prowess were on par with mine, you would hardly stand as my opponent. The reason you are able to look down on me with such arrogance is merely because you were born before me. You are simply leveraging your age to bully me. What does that signify as a superior scion? Leona could no longer contain herself upon hearing Chen's words. Are you suggesting that I would be outmatched by you in combat, Raditz? Do you have any idea how many life and death battles I have endured? How many formidable foes I have vanquished, and how many times I have narrowly escaped death. How dare you claim that I would not be your equal? Leona was incensed. Yuchen's words were nothing short of an affront to her warrior's honor. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Yuchen wore a disdainful smile, choosing not to engage in conversation. Such an attitude, in Leona's eyes, was exceedingly outrageous. The live stream audience was left utterly bewildered by Yuchen's sudden remarks. After a prolonged silence, comments began to trickle in. The streamer is recklessly courting disaster. I am in awe. A certain streamer, in the realm of Dragon Ball, faced demise the very next day after his crossing, earning a fortune daily. Dear streamer, while wealth is indeed precious, life holds even greater value. Why succumb to despair? Indeed, as long as one perseveres, prosperity and companionship will surely follow. Why choose the path of self-destruction? Alas, I regret having donated to the streamer earlier, for it seems the lure of money has clouded his judgment. My heart is weary. It is the first time I have witnessed a live stream of crossing over, only to see the streamer on the brink of demise. Yuchen gazed at the barrage of comments in silence, for his heart was also filled with trepidation. However, he had been provoked to the point of ire, and those words had escaped his lips. Dare you engage me in battle under equal circumstances? If you do, I shall undoubtedly vanquish you. Yuchen contemplated his solitary chance for survival and spoke loudly to Leona. He noticed that Leona's delicate hands trembled with anger, and he genuinely feared that she might lose control and unleash a devastating energy blast upon him. With a combat power of 9,000, a mere energy projectile from her could obliterate him without any resistance. Very well, if you lose, I shall end your life on the arena. Leona declared fiercely, her countenance, already reminiscent of an icy goddess, appeared even more frigid. Yuchen nodded slightly, but soon a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire. If I lose, you will kill me, but what if you lose? Me lose? Upon hearing that phrase, Leona scoffed dismissively, yet she replied, if I were to lose, then you may as well end my life. No, you are Aphya's mother. I cannot bring myself to kill you, for doing so would incite Aphya's hatred towards me. If you lose, however, you must become my bodyguard. Yuchen spoke with remarkable confidence. Chapter 10. The Corinta Sacred Bean. Leona was utterly amused by Yuchen's audacious ignorance. He truly believed he could surpass her, even if her combat prowess was on par with Yuchen's. The skills she had acquired and the combat experiences she had internalized still remained. Under such circumstances, the likelihood of Yuchen achieving victory was less than 1,000%. The notion that such a weakling could triumph over her was nothing short of a delusion. The task of demonstrating superiority commenced, with the second challenge being to defeat Leona in front of a large audience. Success in this endeavor would yield rewards, a high-level bloodline refinement pill and Corinta sacred beans. The quantity of sacred beans awarded would be determined by the final score. Greater scores would yield more beans. The high-level bloodline refinement pill, consuming it can elevate a scion's bloodline rank to advanced, significantly enhancing talent and combat capabilities. The Corinta sacred beans, cultivated by the Corinta master residing atop Earth's Corinta. These beans are exceedingly rare. Consuming one can heal any internal or external injuries, restoring one to their original state, and negating the need for sustenance for 10 days. Note: ineffective against diseases. Upon witnessing the reward, Yuchen was taken aback. The first advanced bloodline refining pill was remarkable in itself. Yet when Yuchen consumed the intermediate bloodline refining pill, his combat power surged from 100 to 500, all without any prior training. The potential enhancement from the advanced bloodline refining pill was unfathomable, promising a terrifying increase in both strength and talent. As for the second reward, the senza bean from the esteemed Karen, it was akin to a second life. During a fierce battle, if both combatants were exhausted and battered, consuming a single senza bean would restore one to peak condition instantly. If victory were to elude him, it would be nothing short of absurd. Furthermore, this battle was one he must win. On one hand, should he lose, the ruthless nature of the scions indicated that Leona would show him no mercy. Thus, for the sake of his own survival, he had to persevere. On the other hand, the proud and frigid goddess Leona harbored no regard for the weak. Only by triumphing over her could he earn her respect. Moreover, should he emerge victorious, he could secure her as his protector, thereby fostering a more favorable relationship between them. With the system rewards at hand, both emotionally and logically, Yuchen could not afford to lose. To do so would be an affront to reason itself. Therefore, what say you? Are you willing to agree? If not, you may slay me, yet I shall forever hold you in disdain. Yuchen feigned an air of arrogance as he spoke. Leona was genuinely enraged. The pride of the scions was indisputable. Very well, I shall oblige you. Let us proceed to the arena at once, where I will request King Vegeta to suppress my combat power to match yours. Leona scoffed, her disdain evident. Without hesitation, she grasped Yuchen's arm and swiftly burst through the door. The intoxicating fragrance of the beautiful woman enveloped Yuchen, filling him with bliss. Yet her assertiveness was quite overwhelming. Moreover, her mastery of flight was astonishingly swift, leaving Yuchen unable to utter a word as the wind rushed past him. Planet Vegeta was vast, yet Leona's speed surpassed it all. In the blink of an eye, they soared over mountains and rivers, arriving at the central plaza of the Scions. In the heart of this plaza lay an enormous arena. On the stage, two lower-tier warriors, each boasting a power level of 2,000, were engaged in combat. Surrounded by a throng of scions who cheered and placed bets, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon Leona's arrival, the crowd was awestruck by her formidable presence. "Isn't that the worthless lad from your family?" one keen-eyed scion exclaimed, noticing Yi Chun and addressing a burly man beside him. "Our family's worthless boy, Raditz?" The robust man, taken aback, turned to look. This man was none other than Bardock, the father of Raditz and Kakarot, also known as Son Goku. "What is this worthless child doing with Leona?" Bardock's face contorted with disdain. The scion race held little regard for familial ties, revering strength above all. Bardock's two sons were disappointingly weak, bringing him shame among his peers. Raditz was born with a power level of merely 5, truly a pitiful fighter. Even more disheartening was Son Goku, who possessed a mere 3 points, an abysmal fighter indeed. For the proud Bardock, this was utterly intolerable, leading him to cast Son Goku away to Earth shortly after birth. Raditz, born earlier, remained, yet Bardock disregarded him, allowing him to fend for himself. Now witnessing Raditz alongside the goddess he so desired, Bardock felt a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Leona exuded an overwhelming aura, instantly saturating the plaza with her formidable energy. Her power level of 9,000 astonished all, drawing their gazes upward, causing the two combatants on the arena to cease their struggle. "Both of you, vacate the arena. I, Leona, require this space." Her commanding voice resonated throughout, instilling awe in the crowd, while Yi Chun, held firmly by her side, found himself increasingly captivated by her commanding presence. There was something undeniably alluring about a woman with such dominance. Chapter 11. King Vegeta. Leona's authoritative declaration left the audience in shock, yet none dared to retort. The two fighters, caught in their excitement, fell silent and promptly exited the stage. The sheer intimidation of a higher-tier warrior was indeed formidable. The live stream erupted with fervor as viewers rallied their friends and classmates to witness the impending clash. After all, one of the combatants was an interloper, a fact that alone was enough to stir excitement. The opposing fighter was a breathtaking beauty, pure and delightful in appearance, with a staggering combat power of 8,000. It was worth noting that the strongest warrior on planet Vegeta, King Vegeta himself, possessed only a power level of 10,000. The streamer is incredible. Although they are matched in power, I believe the streamer will surely lose. One viewer remarked. The streamer is clever. If they win, they can have the beauty as a bodyguard. I want a beautiful bodyguard too. Another chimed in, while others speculated on the streamer's boldness, predicting a monthly income of millions. Are you all fools? The streamer has the weak version of the King Kai Fist, with a power boost of 1.5 times. That's 750 combat power, capable of suppressing the opponent. Someone countered. Yet you fail to account for Leona's battle experience. Perhaps you are the foolish one. At that moment, the popularity surged dramatically, skyrocketing from a mere 10,000 to an astonishing 50,000. The live streaming system announced, achievement unlocked, junior streamer. 50,000 popularity points attained. Reward, random martial arts technique. As the random selection commenced, the streamer acquired the skill, Solar Fist. This technique concentrated solar energy to temporarily blind the enemy, allowing for a rapid assault on their vital points, akin to a flashbang in effect. The secret technique was promptly delivered to the host storage space, ready for immediate learning. Yi Chun was astounded. It truly felt as though sleep had come bearing a pillow. Just moments ago, he had harbored some concern that if he were to employ the King's Fist but found his body lacking in strength and unable to endure, he might face defeat. Yet now, he was unexpectedly bestowed with the Sun Fist, a divine technique. In the realm of Dragon Ball, this skill is genuinely remarkable. Although it inflicts no damage, it has the power to momentarily blind an opponent when they are fully focused on battle, allowing one to swiftly vanquish them. If wielded adeptly, it can undoubtedly turn the tide of battle. At this moment, Yi Chun felt a burgeoning conviction that victory was within his grasp. Meanwhile, Leona remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As Leona emanated an aura of terrifying intensity, those present hastily vacated the arena. Then, from the heavens above, a towering figure emerged. Upon sighting this figure, all scions in attendance instantly adopted an expression of profound reverence. "We greet King Vegeta," they proclaimed in unison, with even the proud Leona joining in. "Goodness, is this truly King Vegeta?" Yi Chun hurriedly glanced over. There was a patch of small whiskers, somewhat reminiscent of the character Vegeta from anime. Clad in a crimson cloak, he stood amidst the void, exuding an impressive grandeur. Quite remarkable indeed. In the live broadcast room, the first sighting of King Vegeta instantly sparked immense excitement. As the monarch of the Scions, King Vegeta embodied all the flaws of his people: coldness, a supremacy complex, and a history of numerous misdeeds, such as the ruthless slaying of the young Broly and his father. Yet, he was equally ambitious. Although King Frieza harbored intentions to eliminate the Scions, had it not been for King Vegeta's audacious ambush, it would likely have taken much longer for such an event to unfold. Goodness, did King Vegeta truly ambush Frieza? As Yi Chun contemplated this, he suddenly erupted in surprise. For behind Vegeta stood a small child, approximately 3 or 4 years of age, with jet black hair and a handsome, stoic visage that seemed to be carved from the same mold as King Vegeta. Particularly striking was the child's adorably arrogant expression, which left the others in a state of astonishment. Could this little one possibly be Vegeta? Goodness, he has grown so much. Yu Chen's mind was in disarray. The destruction of the Vegeta planet coincided with Vegeta's 4th birthday. Observing Vegeta's current demeanor, it was evident that he too had reached that tender age. This implied that Yi Chen's demise could be imminent. What a farcical notion. No, it was imperative to ascertain the truth. Riona, how old is Vegeta now? Upon hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, Riona, despite her icy demeanor, responded, Vegeta celebrated his 4th birthday just yesterday. Are you truly unaware? However, a feeble being like you is utterly incomparable to Vegeta. At just 4 years old, his combat power has already surged to 8,000. Tomorrow, King Vegeta will dispatch him to a perilous planet for a mission, while you, a mere waste, will remain on the Vegeta planet, basking in peace. Yi Chen's face twitched in exasperation. Leona, while you possess such beauty, is it truly appropriate for you to speak so venomously? Are you not concerned about remaining single? Were it not for your femininity, your striking appearance, and the fact that you are Aphia's mother, I would have long ago spanked you. Yi Chen expressed his anger. Yet upon hearing Leona's response, he understood that his time was limited and he had to depart. Chapter 12. The Cruelty of Bardock. Leona, what has caused you to become so incensed all of a sudden? King Vegeta was evidently startled by Leona's sudden outburst. This little brat dares to claim that when my battle power equals his, I would not be his match. Thus, I have resolved to teach him a lesson and request that King Vegeta suppress my strength. Leona respectfully stated. Upon her declaration, the entire assembly was taken aback. What? Bardock? Has your son lost his mind? Bardock's comrades stared at him in disbelief. Bardock's face twitched as he considered the disgrace of this individual, the weakest among the lower-tier warriors. Daring to challenge Leona. Did Raditz not comprehend Leona's vast experience in countless terrifying battles and her masterful command of various techniques? Even with equivalent battle power, Raditz would stand no chance. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta cast a glance at Yi Chen beside Leona. A broad grin emerged on his previously stern visage. Leona, why should you concern yourself with the nonsensical words of such a child? Meanwhile, the multitude of scions gathered below displayed scornful expressions, mocking Yi Chen for his blatant ignorance of his own limitations. As Yi Chen observed the scene before him, a faint smile graced his lips. A smile as light as a gentle breeze. Leona, witnessing Yi Chen's demeanor, felt her anger intensify, burning fiercely within her. I am resolute. I implore King Vegeta to suppress my strength, Leona declared with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing this, King Vegeta faced no dilemma. One was a high-ranking warrior, the pillar of the Scion race, while the other was a lowly warrior, rendering any comparison between them utterly futile. Alas, since you insist, I am left with no choice. King Vegeta replied with a resigned smile. Beside Bardock, his comrades urged him anxiously, Bardock, why aren't you hurrying to stop your son? If you don't, he is certain to meet his demise. In response, Bardock coldly chuckled, a worthless fool does not deserve to be my son, seeking death without foresight if he perishes. So be it. A son like him is better off not existing. His words were chillingly ruthless, laying bare the inherent flaws of the Scion lineage. Power reigns supreme. Emotions are but a mere accessory. These Scions are not virtuous beings. They revel in the misfortune of others, likely wishing to witness the downfall of the broadcaster. The Scion race has always been this way. The broadcaster is in peril. Look, isn't that Bardock, the father of the broadcaster? One remarked. Observing Bardock's frigid countenance as a father, one could easily deduce the thoughts of these Scions. The broadcaster has become the enemy of the people. His demise seems inevitable. Why must the broadcaster court death? Lamented another. The chat room buzzed with discussions, all steeped in despair, even among a few who believed that Yi Chen, with his slightly enhanced version of the King's fist, could defeat Leona. The majority quickly dismissed this notion. Very well, Leona, since you have made your decision, I shall not hinder you. I will now suppress your strength, King Vegeta proclaimed loudly. With that, he extended his hand, unleashing a tremendous aura that enveloped the entire arena. Surging towards Leona, she closed her eyes tightly, allowing the overwhelming energy to permeate her being. Moments later, Leona let out a muffled groan and slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, Yi Chen could no longer sense the formidable energy within Leona. This indicated that her power had dwindled to a mere 500. To still possess 500 units of combat strength is beyond what I anticipated, Leona remarked, astonished by the remnants of her power. Yi Chen smiled faintly, hinting that what would astonish you lay ahead. Let us proceed. With that, Yi Chen ascended the arena first. Observing Yi Chen's calm demeanor, Leona gritted her silver teeth in displeasure and leaped directly to face him. Are you prepared? Leona inquired coldly. I am ready. Yi Chen stood on high alert. Although he harbored a sense of confidence within, this was undeniably his inaugural battle since arriving in this world, and a degree of trepidation lingered. Remember, should you falter, death awaits you. Leona gritted her teeth, her words laced with fury. As a warrior of esteemed rank, being challenged by Yi Chen, the most lowly of fighters, was the utmost affront. Only the shedding of Yi Chen's blood could cleanse this humiliation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen lightly curled his lips in disdain. With such striking beauty, Why resort to such ruthlessness? In the future, I shall take it upon myself to thoroughly educate you, to instill in you the virtues of a devoted wife and mother, to impart the significance of unwavering marital principles, and to elucidate the notion that a man can indeed bear half the burden of the world. Yi Chen assumed a poised stance, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Chapter 13. A blow too feeble. Raditz. I shall impart to you the true essence of a super scion, and then with your blood, I will cleanse the indignity you have inflicted upon me, Leona declared coldly. Her gaze fixed upon Yi Chen as she stood upon the arena. Yi Chen smiled as he recalled their pact. If I lose, I shall perish. If you lose, you will serve as my bodyguard, accompanying me wherever I go. Very well, then, go ahead and die. At this moment, witnessing Yi Chen's unwavering belief in his impending victory, Leona could no longer contain herself. Kamehameha. Leona raised her hand, and a brilliant white light coalesced instantaneously at her fingertips, which she then unleashed with great ferocity towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's facial muscles twitched momentarily. With a swift step, his body deftly evaded to the side. Just as he moved, the energy wave grazed his form, crashing violently into the spot where he had previously stood. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, and the diamond-like tiles beneath his feet instantly fractured, fissures spreading like spiderwebs. This spectacle elicited resounding applause from the onlookers. Truly, our warrior goddess Leona, even when her power was suppressed to 500, executed her attacks with unparalleled finesse. Even a casual strike of her energy wave could unleash her full might. For heaven's sake, can we refrain from excessive flattery? Yi Chen felt as though his heart had been ruthlessly trampled upon. Yi Chen deftly evaded the energy wave, his heart momentarily settling. However, at that instant, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. This sensation sent a shiver down his spine. For the exquisite scent unmistakably belonged to Leona. This indicated that she had now arrived at his side. Regrettably, Yi Chen realized this too late. Before him appeared Leona's icy visage. Little one, I warned you that you would come to regret this. Her chilling voice echoed in Yi Chen's ears, accompanied by a formidable and forceful strike. The shattering fist concentrated all its might into the hands, delivering a devastating blow as both fists collided with the enemy's abdomen. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chen felt as if his very organs had been mercilessly smashed by a colossal hammer, engulfed in excruciating pain. Ugh! With a cry of anguish, Yi Chen's body was propelled backward with great force. Crash! Crash! In an instant, Yi Chen was propelled several meters away, ultimately rolling upon the ground. Had the arena not been sufficiently spacious, he might have been flung out, thereby forfeiting this challenge. Riona, splendid work. Finish him. Kill him. Kill him. Riona, I adore you. Eliminate this worthless fool. Raditz, you sought your demise. I trust you now regret your choices. Countless fervent voices erupted in a cacophony of encouragement. Meanwhile, within Yi Chen's live stream, an eerie silence prevailed. Although the audience had anticipated this scene, witnessing Yi Chen being subjected to such a brutal beating rendered them all mute. Streamer, do not cower. Rise up. Yes, streamer, you must prevail, survive. Streamer, if you triumph, I shall reward you with 10 planes. Survive. Earthlings, never yield. Do not falter. Those who had previously deemed Yi Chen destined to lose now rallied to support and encourage him. As fellow Earthlings and compatriots, they empathized deeply with Yi Chen's plight. Feeling his agony as he was struck down, their collective hope rested upon him. They genuinely wished for him to survive this ordeal. Coughing violently, Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and gradually rose to his feet. It became evident that Riona's battle experience far surpassed that of an individual who had merely just traversed into this realm. Particularly, her final strike, the shattering fist. Though Riona possessed only 500 combat power, her actual offensive capability vastly exceeded that figure. This was the result of skillful integration of martial techniques and combat experience, allowing one to unleash a fighting prowess far beyond their inherent strength. Yet, as a transmigrator, a possessor of a system, to lose in my very first battle in this world against an opponent of equal power would render existence itself meaningless. Raditz, concede now, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Yi Chen's vulnerability elicited nothing but disdain from Leona, extinguishing any desire she had to eliminate him. Yet, it was precisely this attitude that stoked the flames of fury within Yi Chen's heart. Only I, Yi Chen, possess the right to pity others. None of you are worthy of looking down upon me. Humph, do you believe victory is assured? Yi Chen rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon Leona. Startled by Yi Chen's inquiry, Leona quickly regained her composure and replied, You are destined to lose. Is that so? Then what of the present moment? With a resounding roar, Yi Chen was enveloped in a brilliant crimson light, as if an enigmatic red flame were igniting above his very being. What? How could this be? Riona, sensing the aura emanating from Yi Chen, was instantly struck with disbelief. Chapter 14. Suppressing Riona. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chen appeared to be enveloped in a cloak of red flames. Though these flames seemed ethereal, the power they emanated instilled a palpable sense of awe and trepidation in those nearby. Had his combat prowess surged from 500 to 750? King Vegeta, witnessing this spectacle, felt a rush of bewilderment, questioning the sudden escalation of Yi Chen's strength. While a battle power of 750 was still insignificant before King Vegeta, The abruptness of this enhancement was indeed astonishing. Behind King Vegeta. Vegeta himself observed the scene with a derisive smirk. Though only 4 years old, his expression was one of unwarranted arrogance that was quite irksome. The broadcaster must be employing the Kaioken technique. I believe in the broadcaster. Victory in this contest is assured. Go, broadcaster. 10 aircraft await your command. Broadcaster. You must deliver a resounding defeat to that frosty goddess. The chat room was alive with fervent shouts and excitement. How is it that your strength has suddenly skyrocketed? Leona inquired. Her expression one of caution as she regarded Chen. Chen did not respond, merely gazing at him with an air of tranquility. His long hair, cascading down to his waist, resembled flames, exuding an enchanting allure. Chen sensed the overwhelming power surging within his body. However, simultaneously, a profound weariness began to manifest deep within. This fatigue was not merely physical, it also permeated his very spirit. An instinct rooted in his genetic makeup whispered to Chen that he could only sustain the weakened version of the King's fist for a mere 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That would suffice. Chen smiled faintly and turned to Leona, asking, "Are you prepared to be my bodyguard?" Chen's words momentarily startled Leona, but soon ignited her fury even further. It's merely a surge in combat power. Even if your strength has increased, you are still no match for me, Leona declared with indignation. Is that so? Chen smiled faintly and, in an instant, took a step forward, his body slicing through the air like a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Leona. How swift! Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it was only to be expected. The Kaioken technique enhances the user's defensive capabilities, offensive power, speed, and evasion. It is nothing short of a versatile skill. Were it not for the immense physical demands it imposes, it would undoubtedly be regarded as the premier technique in the Dragon Ball universe. If one possessed limitless physical prowess, even the transformations of a Super Saiyan would pale in comparison to the Kaioken. Naturally, possessing such boundless strength is an impossibility. In the blink of an eye, Chen had already closed the distance to Leona, his arms swinging horizontally as his wrist aimed a fierce strike at the nape of her neck. In Leona's eyes, Chen's speed was not particularly swift. However, with his combat power suppressed and his physical agility constrained, he could hardly react in time, barely managing to evade the attacks. Chen's wrist stirred a tempest that swept up Leona's flowing hair. You were destined to lose. Chen softly spoke into Leona's ear. Following that, he delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. Ugh. Leona staggered back a few steps, utilizing the force to create distance between herself and Chen. Her face turned pale. The impact of his strike was tremendous, and with her current strength suppressed, she felt excruciating pain in her abdomen. Leona was filled with indignation. How could she, despite having equal combat power, be so thoroughly defeated by a younger opponent? Meanwhile, the audience below gaped in astonishment, their mouths forming wide O shapes. No one could have anticipated that Leona, with equal fighting prowess, would be pushed back by Chen. Bardock's expression was one of sheer shock, utterly speechless. In the live broadcast, cheers erupted. The host's punch was truly gratifying. Indeed, while the girl was beautiful, she also needed some discipline. The host received an overwhelming show of support. 10 rockets were sent. The most devoted fan sent 10 rockets. Another user gifted a ton of fishballs. A grand celebration of donations commenced. I refuse to believe that you can endure in such a state for long. After unleashing the power of the Realm King Fist, Chen left Leona somewhat awestruck. Nevertheless, she steadfastly gazed at him and spoke. Chen smiled and said, I won't remain in this state for long. Is that so? Then you are destined to lose. Leona was taken aback by Chen's candid acknowledgement of his own weakness, but she quickly regained her composure and responded defiantly. Chen chuckled, although the duration may not be long, it is more than sufficient to deal with you. Such audacious words echoed in the air. Yet none of the spectators mocked or scorned Chen's bold claims. His previous strike had clearly demonstrated his formidable prowess. Is that so? I am eager to witness how you intend to defeat me. The pride of a Scion elite warrior instilled in Leona an unwavering resolve. She could not allow herself to be vanquished by Chen, for such a defeat would render her unable to hold her head high for the rest of her days. Leona had resolved that as long as she maintained her defenses, she could certainly endure the period during which Chen's combat power surged. Chapter 15. Solar Fist. Leona stood her ground, adopting a vigilant stance, her full attention fixed upon Chen. Chen observed the scene before him and smiled, immediately discerning Leona's intentions. Did she wish to prolong the confrontation indefinitely? Such a notion was rather naive. There remained merely 3 minutes in the duration of the Realm King Fist. Chen once again advanced, emanating an intense aura as he approached Leona. Although Leona appeared to be at a disadvantage in terms of strength, agility, and evasion, it was evident that she had mastered certain techniques, enabling her to withstand Chen's tempestuous onslaught. Witnessing this scene, the Scions erupted in cheers. Truly, Leona is a goddess. Even in defense, she exudes such grace. Indeed. With a combat power of 500, Leona managed to endure the ferocious assault of 700, demonstrating her formidable prowess. Go, Leona. Endure and vanquish this foe. The Scions shouted fervently, rallying behind Leona. Hearing the words of this group, Chen felt utterly exasperated. How absurd. Is it that your goddess's every utterance is fragrant? Clearly, I hold the upper hand. Why then must you express it as if I am being suppressed? The live stream was equally astonished by the shamelessness of these scions. For a long while, no comments appeared, and eventually, a single comment floated through. I once thought only humans could be so shameless. But now I realize how naive I was. Alas, the world is vast, and shamelessness knows no bounds. Upon observing Leona's impenetrable defense, Chen realized that mere entanglement in combat would yield no results. It would only squander time, potentially even extending the duration of his feeble version of the King Fist. Noticing Chen's helpless demeanor, Leona chuckled. Little one, your defeat is inevitable. Chen curled his lip and raised his eyebrows slightly, saying, let's wait and see. After uttering these words, he executed a flawless backflip, propelling himself gracefully backward. Chen felt a sense of helplessness, despite possessing a battle power of 500. He had yet to master the art of aerial movement. This was quite frustrating, and he realized he needed to expedite his training, as it had become exceedingly inconvenient. Leona, you shall undoubtedly fall victim to this technique of mine. Chen stood opposite Leona, speaking loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone was jolted into attention. Their gazes fixed intently upon Chen. The sudden surge in Chen's combat power astonished everyone. Observing his demeanor now, one wonders if he possesses some hidden trump card. The scions engaged in animated discussions, and Bardock, too, found himself momentarily perplexed, feeling utterly unable to fathom the depths of his son, whom he had always regarded as insignificant. Behold my ultimate technique. With a resounding shout, Chen swiftly placed his hands upon his brow. Leona, witnessing this moment, became utterly engrossed in Chen, particularly in the positioning of his hands. The energy emanating from his body had coalesced entirely within his palms, signaling an imminent perilous strike. Should she fail to maintain her utmost focus, there was a substantial risk of succumbing to Chen's formidable maneuver. Thus, Leona concentrated intently, while onlookers outside were equally fixated on Chen's impending assault, eager to discern the magnitude of his formidable technique. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream remained oblivious to Chen's potential arsenal, their gaze unwavering on the screen, curious to uncover what hidden prowess this traveler possessed. Observing the attention he had garnered, particularly from Leona, who was already riveted to him, filled him with a sense of triumph. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Chen's face. Upon witnessing this smile, Leona instantly realized she had fallen into his trap. Sensing something amiss, she understood it was already too late. Solar Fist. With a resounding shout from Chen, a powerful beam of light erupted from his palm, flooding the arena. All those who were focused on the moment were suddenly assaulted by the blinding brightness, their eyes momentarily overwhelmed, risking temporary blindness even among the strongest of individuals. Ah, my eyes. The crowd immediately erupted in cries of pain, having fallen victim to the dazzling light. As for Leona, positioned directly opposite Chen, she was inevitably caught in the onslaught. Instantly, her vision was momentarily obscured, tears welling up in response to the harsh stimulus. Observing Leona's tear-streaked face, Chen felt a pang of sorrow. However, he remained resolute and unyielding. In an instant, seizing the opportunity while Leona was still unprepared, he charged forward. Leona, your defeat is certain. In an instant, Chen rose to Leona's side and reached out to seize her unguarded jade-like leg. With a force of tremendous magnitude, power surged into Chen's arms, propelling Leona's form violently toward the ground beyond the arena. There are two methods to determine victory. One is to defeat the opponent, and the other is to cast them out of the arena entirely. Chen gazed at Leona's figure plummeting towards the ground. A faint smile gracing his lips. Victory was all but assured. Chapter 16. Toppling Leona, the scions in the audience, positioned not directly opposite Chen, were merely brushed by the overwhelming light of the solar fist, their vision momentarily obscured before swiftly returning to clarity. However, as they witnessed Chen grasp Leona's delicate leg, spinning her around before flinging her towards the ground beyond the arena's edge, an uproar ensued. Oh, Leona, be careful. Leona, quickly use your sky dance technique. Leona, you cannot allow this brat Chen to defeat you. The scions shouted fervently, offering their advice in hopes of preventing Leona's defeat. Their concern was well-founded. After all, Leona was a formidable warrior, and losing to Chen would be a significant blow to their morale. Moreover, none among them possessed Leona's extensive combat experience. If she were to fall, what hope would they have against Chen, given their comparable strengths? Such a prospect was intolerable for the proud scions. Thus, they fervently wished for Leona to triumph in this contest. As Chen hurled Leona towards the ground, mere moments away from impact, a serene smile appeared on his face. Was victory finally within his grasp? Meanwhile, the surrounding scions wore expressions of grave concern. Was this the moment Leona would falter? In the live stream, cheers erupted. Initially, only a handful believed Chen could claim victory, and while support grew, many still deemed his chances slim. Now, as Chen neared triumph, how could the crowd contain their excitement? Streamer, you must admit, I underestimated you at the outset. The streamer has successfully captivated the goddess, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Indeed, the streamer is on the verge of acquiring a beautiful bodyguard. How enviable. I must say, streamer, you have surprised us all. No further words needed. Here come the gifts. I've sent the streamer 20 planes as a token of my admiration. Amidst the fervent cheers, Chen believed victory was inescapable. Yet, at that very moment, the exquisitely graceful figure that had been sent flying inexplicably halted, suspended just a meter above the ground. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. The sky dance technique. Leona had summoned it at the last possible moment, halting her descent. This meant she had not yet succumbed to defeat. However, the duration of his King Kai fist had already reached 4.5 minutes. In another half-minute, should the effects dissipate, he would undoubtedly find himself at Leona's mercy. No, he could not afford to lose. With a resounding roar, Chen charged forth. The surrounding scions erupted in cheers at this sight. Leona, having not yet faced defeat, felt a surge of confidence, since she had not lost now. Victory was assured in the forthcoming moments. Amidst their jubilant cries, Leona gradually opened her eyes. Had she not employed the dance of the void at the last critical moment, she would have certainly faced defeat. Contemplating this, a chill coursed through Leona's heart. Chen's prowess should not be underestimated. However, given that he had not yet fallen, it seemed certain that he would emerge victorious. At that moment, she intended to soar back to the arena. Yet, unexpectedly, a crimson shadow surged before her. What? How could this be possible? It was too late to evade now, as the dark figure lunged directly into her embrace. Instantly, a tremendous force bore down upon her, pressing her body, which was merely a meter above the ground, violently downward. The spectators around, stunned, could only watch in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been cheering for Leona, celebrating her resilience in the competition, but now, they were left questioning the unfolding scene. For at this juncture, Leona had plummeted to the ground, with Chen firmly draped over her flawless form. Was this truly a victory for Chen? Surely, it could not be so. 1,000 bewildered thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers. The live broadcast echoed with astonishment at the stunning twist. As Leona hovered precariously in midair, everyone gasped, convinced that Chen was doomed. Yet, no one anticipated his swift decisiveness, as he boldly brought Leona crashing down to the earth. Now, their bodies were intimately intertwined. Despite the triumph, such an unconventional victory felt rather humiliating. Truly, the streamer had not only won but had also gained a considerable advantage. The audience marveled at the streamer's prowess and charm. It was a skill that left them in awe. In the midst of battle, how can one also captivate a lady? Streamer, why don't you ascend to the heavens? They jested. If he were to return now, even Song Zhongji would pale in comparison. Chen had captivated the live chat, yet he had little time to dwell on the comments. He was absorbed in the delightful fragrance emanating from Leona's body. Ah, what sheer bliss it was, to achieve victory in the competition while being enveloped in such a delightful aroma. Truly, a winner in life, indeed. Chapter 17. I refused to submit. Leona lay on the ground, with Chen atop her. Witnessing this scene, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. What had transpired? Leona had, astonishingly, lost? Chen lay contentedly in Leona's embrace, utterly delighted. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly reached his ears. Leitais, will you not get off me? Only then did Chen notice that Leona beneath him was on the verge of grinding her silver teeth to dust, likely teetering on the brink of eruption. Chen thought to himself that the situation was dire. He contemplated leaping down but suddenly exclaimed, I have won, have I not? Chen still needed to confirm. Yes, you have won, Leona said through gritted teeth. Though she was reluctant to accept her defeat, the pride of the Scion race prevented her from denying it. That is well. Chen finally set his heart at ease and once more indulged in the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Leona. Just before Leona could unleash her fury, he hastily leaped down. It was only then that Leona managed to rise to her feet. The surroundings remained shrouded in silence, with everyone taken aback by this unforeseen outcome. Particularly, Radit's father, Bardock, stared in disbelief with wide eyes at the scene unfolding before him. The notion that Chen, whom he had always regarded as a failure, could actually defeat Leona was utterly revolutionary to Bardock's worldview. Above in the sky, King Vegeta's lips twitched slightly, yet he remarked, Raditz, well done, well done. With that, he waved his hand, and the oppressive force enveloping Leona's body dissipated instantly. Feeling her strength returning, Leona cast a frigid glare towards Chen. Under the looming threat of the opponent's formidable battle prowess of 9,000, Chen found himself utterly powerless, silently hoping that such beauty would not forsake her promises. All eyes were upon them, eager to discern the intentions of Leona. At that moment, should Leona choose to strike down Chen, none would dare intervene. Humph. One must honor the stakes. From this day forth, I shall be your bodyguard, so conduct yourself accordingly. Leona fixed her gaze upon Chen, and after a lengthy pause, the murderous intent in her eyes gradually dissipated as she reluctantly spoke. Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. The arena once again fell into silence. The most exquisite and powerful female among the Scions had unexpectedly become the guardian of a lowly warrior, and the shock of this revelation was simply overwhelming. Leona has no obligation to honor such promises when it comes to playing with children, King Vegeta remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. After all, Leona was a high-ranking warrior, just like himself, and it was rather humiliating that she had been reduced to the status of a mere bodyguard for an inferior fighter. Upon hearing these words, Chen felt a surge of displeasure. Vegeta, how dare you? After I painstakingly triumphed over Leona, you casually refer to it as child's play? Spare me your nonsense. A bet is a bet. Since I have lost, I shall fulfill my end of the wager. The integrity displayed by Leona offered Chen a moment of relief. A bet is a bet? He scoffed. What if the victor perceives this as mere jest? Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, his gaze piercing through Chen. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure, as tangible as a mighty river, bore down upon Chen. Raditz, don't you agree? Vegeta threatened Chen. At this moment, Chen seemed to bear an immense weight, as if he were encumbered by an unbearable burden. The agony was excruciating, particularly after utilizing the Kaioken technique. Every muscle in his body ached profoundly. Feeling the overwhelming pressure exerted by King Vegeta, he was on the verge of collapsing to his knees. How utterly shameless. Chen could discern that this individual regarded him as an easy target. However, he was resolute in his defiance. No, absolutely not. Chen resolutely declared. Even as his body trembled beneath the weight of the immense pressure, his words bore no trace of hesitation. Children truly have a knack for jest, he remarked. I shall inquire once more, is it not so? King Vegeta, taken aback by Chen's audacity to defy him, felt a chill flicker in his gaze, yet maintained a seemingly affable smile upon his face. Unbeknownst to Chen, an even more formidable force descended upon him, further compelling him downwards. At this moment, Chen's body seemed to creak ominously, as if it could be crushed at any moment. I shall not yield. I simply refuse to submit. Chen seethed with fury within his heart. The surrounding crowd was well aware of the tension, yet none dared to intervene. Leona's expression darkened as she spoke loudly. King Vegeta, please refrain from interfering in our wager. Your involvement, as a high-ranking warrior, would bring disgrace upon us. As the king of the Scions, I cannot condone such behavior. Despite her displeasure, Leona felt unable to counter King Vegeta's authority and could only cast an apologetic glance at Chen. At this moment, Chen's face was etched with agony, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. How dare you underestimate me, you scoundrel? Your time is running short. But I assure you that I will make your son pay the debt when the time comes. Chen seethed with indignation in his heart. At that very moment, a system notification resonated. Mission accomplished. Defeat Leona. Based on the astonishment of the surrounding Scions at the moment of victory and the exhilaration in the live stream. This system awards a score of 95 for this task. Chapter 18. Advanced Bloodline Refining Pill. The system's notification chimed once more. We now enter the audience scoring segment. As the number of viewers has reached 50,000, the final reward for charisma points will be multiplied by 5. Instantly, a pop-up appeared before the viewers in Chen's live stream. Please rate the host's performance in this mission. Observing this, the newly arrived audience members were somewhat bewildered, unsure of the situation, with some even suspecting that their devices had been infected by a virus. Please, do not overthink it. I kindly ask you to provide your ratings. Chen inwardly addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed that my current condition seems somewhat amiss? As soon as Chen's words fell, the audience erupted into a flurry of comments. Indeed, host, you have one. So why are you sweating so profusely? It's just the King Vegeta speaking. Why do you seem so shaken? This is quite pathetic. Honestly pathetic. I have lost all respect for you. Host. Cheer up, host. You have triumphed over the beautiful lady. Isn't it rather unbecoming to act so timid now? A multitude of voices clamored in unison. Chen wore an expression of helplessness, for they were not present at the scene and thus could not discern the intricacies between him and King Vegeta. Therefore, Chen explained to the crowd. It is not that I have succumbed to fear, but rather that King Vegeta is utterly shameless, resorting to intimidation through his overwhelming presence. With a battle power of 10,000, I have just emerged from a fierce confrontation, and under the weight of his pressure, I can scarcely catch my breath. Upon Chen's utterance, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, swiftly transforming into a chorus of indignation. How could he exhibit such shamelessness? In the original narrative, King Vegeta was far from virtuous. Fearing the threat posed by Broly, he callously annihilated both the infant and his father. Truly, he is a despicable scoundrel. Streamer. Do not falter. Take decisive action. Is there an imbecile above? The streamer currently possesses a combat power of 500. Is he courting disaster? Chen, perceiving that everyone understood his current predicament, promptly addressed them. Please, everyone, cast your votes. Upon the completion of my task, there shall be a reward. Once consumed, it will render one impervious to his oppressive aura, unless, of course, he shamelessly resorts to direct confrontation. Chen spoke, and everyone understood the urgency of the situation. As for the scores, naturally, they were all perfect 100 points. Once the scoring segment concluded, the audience's average score stood at 100, while the system awarded 95, resulting in an overall average of 97.5, signifying a high-level completion of the task. The rewards were as follows: 1 advanced bloodline refinement pill, 10 Kalinta immortal beans, and 97 multiplied by 5 prestige points, totaling 485 points. The rewards have been dispatched to the host storage space and can be utilized through mental command. At long last, the moment had arrived. Chen's legs began to tremble under the immense pressure exerted by King Vegeta, yet he refused to succumb. King Vegeta was truly enraged. a mere subordinate warrior dared to disregard his authority. In an instant, the overwhelming force of the Scion King surged towards Yi Chen. A sense of impending danger suddenly welled up within Yi Chen's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively consumed the celestial being stored in his spatial pouch through sheer will. In an instant, a gentle surge of energy enveloped his entire being, as Yi Chen's weary muscles and cells fervently absorbed this soothing force. A profound sense of vitality began to blossom within him. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being. Truly, the cattle and immortal beings were extraordinary, instantly replenishing all his physical and mental wounds and fatigue. Now, his entire body radiated warmth. Initially, Yi Chen intended to display a serene smile, conveying his unshakable composure in the face of such formidable pressure. However, the subsequent overwhelming aura emanating from King Vegeta rendered his smile frozen upon his visage. It was utterly terrifying. It seemed as though a colossal mountain weighing 100,000 pounds bore down heavily upon Yi Chen's back, its overwhelming force relentless and fierce. Even after regaining his full strength, Yi Chen found himself unable to withstand it. Those surrounding him could also sense the stagnant pressure in the air, a force so immense that it threatened to render the very atmosphere tangible. Damn it! Yi Chen's heart roared with fury as he struggled to lift his head, only to behold the arrogant sneer etched upon King Vegeta's face. Behind King Vegeta, Vegeta himself wore a similarly disdainful expression, looking down upon him with contempt. Two insufferable scoundrels. Yi Chen inwardly cursed, yet the creaking sounds emanating from his body made it abundantly clear that if he persisted any longer, he would surely meet his demise. What should he do? Although Yi Chen's temperament is not one of arrogance, he certainly will not bow his head. The advanced bloodline refining elixir. Upon consumption, one's combat prowess will surge dramatically, and it will enhance the purity of the bloodline, evolving it into a superior lineage. Shall it be consumed? Yes. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and uttered, there is but one solution left, and that is to consume the advanced bloodline refining pill. Only in this way can I possibly withstand the oppressive force of King Vegeta. As his words fell, a crimson pill abruptly materialized in Yi Chen's mouth, dissolving instantly and transforming into a warm current that coursed through his lungs. Chapter 19. A Year of Guardianship. Boom. The instant the advanced bloodline refining pill was swallowed, Yi Chen felt a thunderous rumble emanating from within his body, a sound both terrifying and profound. His muscles, blood, and cells resembled starving wolves that had gone 3 days without sustenance, voraciously devouring the energy bestowed by the advanced bloodline refining pill. In an instant, a multitude of sensations, pain and itch, spread throughout his body, far surpassing the agony experienced when consuming the intermediate bloodline refining pill. Yi Chen could no longer suppress the agonizing sensations within him and let out a thunderous roar. The sound waves erupted with fervor, venting the fury that dwelled in his heart, alongside the pent-up dissatisfaction stemming from King Vegeta's oppression. Anesthesia, anesthesia, anesthesia. Are you not King Vegeta, the so-called elite Scion warrior? What pretense is this? I pursue my own desires, while you reign as your king. Let us coexist without interference. Yet, you insist on putting on this facade. It feels as though a chemical explosion rages within me, emitting thunderous roars. Even the surrounding crowd of Scions could hear the peculiar sounds, their essence turning to gaze at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, fixed intently on King Vegeta, brimming with an indomitable spirit. Initially startled by the blood-red gaze of Yi Chen, King Vegeta soon erupted in fury. How dare a lowly Scion warrior meet my gaze with such audacity? With an expression so defiant? It was nothing short of provocation. King Vegeta yearned to unleash his oppressive aura to crush Yi Chen into submission. In the beginning, Yi Chen's form trembled beneath the weight of this pressure, seemingly on the verge of collapsing to the ground. However, as time progressed, the astonishment of the onlookers grew palpable. The once bent figure of Yi Chen began to straighten, his quaking legs now standing resolutely upright. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, a flicker of surprise crossed King Vegeta's eyes. He was acutely aware of the potency of his own oppressive force, although it was merely a manifestation of pressure. It was imbued with the innate bloodline dominance that a Scion king possessed over ordinary Scions. A lower-tier warrior, even with a combat power of 2,000, would be unable to withstand such force. Yet here stood Yi Chen, a low-tier warrior with only 500 in combat power, still resolute against his might. How was this possible? At that moment, not just King Vegeta, but all the Scions present bore expressions of unmasked astonishment. The most astounded among them was undoubtedly Bardock, who gazed in disbelief at Yi Chen, standing defiantly at the center, resisting King Vegeta's oppressive aura, his cold visage imbued with unwavering determination. Could this truly be his son? The seemingly ineffectual Raditz? Meanwhile, the live stream was enveloped in an eerie silence. Although Yi Chen did not speak, he had already demonstrated a determination that transcended the limitations of language. Keep it up, dear host. Once you achieve greatness, make sure to deal with that scoundrel. King Vegeta may not have long to live, but we shall take our vengeance upon his son in due time. Indeed, debts incurred by the father must be repaid by the son. In this world, one must always settle their scores. Everyone rallied in support of Yi Chen, cheering him on fervently. Yi Chen observed this scene and smiled lightly. Thank you all. Upon finishing his words, Yi Chen proudly lifted his head, which had previously been weighed down by the oppressive force. He gazed at King Vegeta and declared, King Vegeta, I shall steadfastly uphold my demands. Will you continue to interfere? King Vegeta was taken aback. Chen not only remained unbroken by the oppressive force, but he was also able to speak. It appeared that the pressure exerted by King Vegeta was inconsequential to Chen. In that moment of astonishment, a final thunderous explosion emanated from Chen's body, reverberating as if it were destined to echo throughout the cosmos, capturing the attention of all present. Chen raised his hand and glanced at his unchanged physique, chuckling softly. He then approached Leona and inquired, Leona, do you pledge to uphold your promise and become my bodyguard? Chen's voice resonated like thunder. Yet his countenance remained remarkably serene as he gazed quietly at Leona. Within Leona's heart, myriad emotions churned. There was a sense of unwillingness. Yet the pride of a scion extinguished any thoughts of retreat. Very well, I shall become your bodyguard, but it must be within a stipulated time frame. Leona declared with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded in agreement. Very well, 1 year's time. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a mission. And you will accompany me to ensure my safety. After a year, we shall return, and thus, the contract shall conclude. Chen's straightforwardness took Leona by surprise. Yet a year, in the grand tapestry of a scion's extended lifespan, is but a fleeting moment. Very well, a year it shall be. Leona wholeheartedly concurred with this time frame. However, their dialogue provoked a visible vein to bulge on King Vegeta's forehead. Departing tomorrow? How could this be? As a distinguished warrior among the scions, Leona was destined to be his invaluable ally in the forthcoming confrontation with Frisia. She could not possibly be absent for the sake of protecting this child. Absolutely not. Chapter 20. I truly cannot master the art of flight. Thank you all for your support. I have stated it clearly. It is not permissible, absolutely not. King Vegeta found this situation intolerable, roaring in fury. His wrath left the assembly in astonishment once more. Why was King Vegeta so vehemently opposed to Leona becoming Chen's protector? This was indeed perplexing. Deep within King Vegeta's mind, a tempest raged. You do not comprehend. You understand nothing. In the battle against Frisia, you lower and mid-tier warriors are of no use. Only the elite warriors can make a difference. Yet, among the entire Scion populace, there exist merely 5 adult elite warriors. Should Leona depart, only 4 would remain, diminishing their odds of victory. Thus, Leona absolutely must not leave. Hearing the voice of opposition, Chen smiled, fully aware of the unfolding narrative. Understanding the trajectory of events, he knew that if he did not rescue Leona and Aphya, they would undoubtedly perish here. After all, why had these 2 formidable Scion warriors not made an appearance in the Dragon Ball saga? It was evident that they had met their demise at the hands of Frisia, perishing alongside the entire planet of Vegeta. If he were oblivious to this fate, it might have been one thing, but now that he was aware, how could he passively witness the death of 2 exquisite beauties? It was his duty to ensure their escape. King Vegeta, my mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Leona declared resolutely to King Vegeta. The king's expression darkened upon hearing her words. He had not anticipated such a rebuttal from Leona. Yet, certain sentiments were too delicate to voice openly, leaving him to cast a scornful glance at Chen, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Were it not for their public setting, he would likely have acted to eliminate Chen on the spot. Chen sensed the murderous intent and smiled faintly. You are impressive indeed. However, I shall depart from this wretched planet tomorrow, not lingering here for even a second longer. A world that could be obliterated at any moment is one where even an additional day feels like a perilous gamble. He sighed. For reasons unknown, King Vegeta refrained from exerting his royal authority to subdue Leona. With a flick of his red cape, he soared back to his palace. Meanwhile, the diminutive Vegeta cast a furious glance at Chen, the one who had provoked his father's wrath. Meeting Vegeta's fierce gaze, Chen chuckled. In due time, I shall repay the humiliation your father inflicted upon me in full measure. Chen opened his mouth but uttered no sound, articulating each word silently. Although he remained voiceless, the astute Vegeta immediately discerned the meaning behind Chen's lip movements. His expression swiftly transformed into one of unparalleled fury, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Chen with a fierce assault. Chen let out a hearty laugh, yet he no longer cast a glance at Vegeta. Instead, he turned and approached Bardock, who gazed vacantly at his son. This individual, whom he had once deemed the most insignificant of failures, Raditz, had today delivered an overwhelming shock to him. He had triumphed over the equally formidable Leona and had the audacity to defy the king's authority by confronting King Vegeta. Such feats were beyond even his own courage. Chen was also observing Bardock. He bore a striking resemblance to Kakarot, the Son Goku from the anime, as if they were sculpted from the same mold. One might even jest that Goku appeared to be his true son, while Raditz seemed but a mere foundling. Chen harbored no fondness for this individual, yet he still positioned himself before him. The livestream erupted with a flurry of comments. Wow, he truly resembles Sun Wukong. However, his heart is far too ruthless. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the protagonist. It is rumored that in one of the movies, Bardock also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, the films are merely considered apocryphal and should not be taken too seriously. The broadcaster's physique resembles Raditz, his son, yet it remains unclear what his intentions are. Surely, it must be a grand moment of paternal recognition. Recognition, my foot. Bardock is devoid of familial affection. It would be remarkable if they did not turn against each other. The audience speculated in various directions, but Chen merely shook his head in mild disapproval. Their conjectures were all misguided. We must hasten to depart from planet Vegeta, Chen softly reminded. Bardock appeared somewhat dazed, perplexed as to why Chen would utter such words. However, Chen was no longer inclined to elaborate. It was likely that King Vegeta had already shown considerable forbearance in permitting him to take Leona. If he were to spread rumors now, it was certain that King Vegeta would not hesitate to eliminate him. Having reached this point, he felt he had fulfilled his obligations with that statement. Considering it a form of recompense for occupying Raditz' body, Chen cast a profound glance at Bardock before returning to Leona's side. Let us return, he said. Chen smiled at Leona and said, all right, let us depart. Leona replied with indifference, taking to the skies. However, at that moment, she noticed Chen remained still and curiously inquired, aren't we leaving now? Indeed, we are to leave now, he responded, but when we arrived, you held on to me. Why are you not doing so now? I cannot perform the art of flight. As Chen's words echoed throughout the venue, the audience was left utterly astounded. You cannot perform the void technique? Are you certain that you are not jesting? This skill is a fundamental ability that all scions are required to master shortly after their birth. It is the very essence of harnessing one's energy. The collective astonishment felt akin to a stampede of 1,000 grassmud horses rushing through their minds. Chapter 21. Which planet shall we visit? The surrounding individuals were in a state of shock, yet Chen could only feel helplessness. I truly cannot do it, he lamented. Perhaps the original Raditz possessed this skill. But since my arrival, I have not inherited anyone's memories. Thus, here I am, feeling utterly fatigued by the situation. Consequently, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he was effortlessly lifted by Leona, who bore an expression of exasperation, and she whisked him away. Gradually, Chen departed from the envious and resentful stares of the onlookers. In the distant sky, a malevolent gaze fixated intently upon Chen. It was the piercing glare of Vegeta. Upon returning to her chamber, Leona cast herself onto the floor. Leona, we must leave at once. Chen spoke to Leona. Upon hearing his words, Leona nodded. Since she had assumed the role of Chen's protector, it was only natural for her to prioritize his wishes. Very well, I shall return to make arrangements for my daughter, and I will come to find you tomorrow morning. Leona replied with a smile. Chen shook his head. How could you possibly settle your daughter here? Of course, she must accompany us. Leaving aside the question of her safety, I am simply unwilling to part with such a youthful, adorable girl, unique in all of Dragon Ball. With her charming features and a tail, it is imperative that I do not let her slip away. I believe it is also high time for Aphya to embark on her own journey of growth. She should join me in this endeavor. Chen chuckled and said. Upon hearing this, Leona scoffed. Our Aphya possesses a combat prowess of 2,000. For you, it may serve as training, but for Aphya, it is merely a jest. There is no necessity for her to accompany us. Goodness, is it really appropriate for you to speak so harshly? Once I grow stronger, I shall certainly give your backside a good thrashing. Chen felt quite irked by this woman's incessant belittling of his abilities. His irritation manifested in his retort. Oh, is that so? Then why not assess my combat strength right now? Chen gazed at Leona with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing his words, Leona pursed her lips, dismissing the mere 500 battle power as inconsequential. Nevertheless, she closed her eyes to sense Chen's aura. To her astonishment, disbelief flickered across Leona's exquisite face. Chen exclaimed in disbelief, how could this be impossible? Do you believe it now? Yet, he found himself in doubt, insisting that it must be a misperception on his part. Leona, truly incredulous, could hardly fathom that Chen's combat power had escalated to an astonishing 2,000. Such a figure was indeed sensational. While 2,000 was not exceedingly high, it was a stark contrast to the mere 500 he had exhibited during their previous encounter. How could this be? Leona retrieved her detector, unwilling to concede defeat. Beep, 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 combat power, 2,000. It was only at this moment that Leona accepted the reality of the situation. Well, now that you are certain, prepare a grand spaceship for our return. I refuse to travel in a mere capsule. I want to sleep comfortably. It would be a waste of time otherwise. Chen chuckled as he spoke. Leona nodded and said, all right, this time I will take Aphya with me. With that, she turned and departed. Chen, with the graceful figure of Kenze Lei and Leona, departed with a faint smile, then reclined onto the bed. There was nothing of significance for him to take away. After his departure, the entire planet would inevitably transform into a desolate wasteland. Opening the attribute panel, Chen glanced at his own attributes. Chen, combat power, 2,000. Bloodline, advanced scion bloodline. Show-off value, 100 485 585 points. 1,000 points required to unlock the exchange mall. Martial arts techniques, inferior version of King's Fist. Solar Fist. The enhancement of strength is indeed rather sluggish. Chen furrowed his brow as he contemplated his combat power, to speak of nothing else. That fellow Vegeta's battle prowess had seemingly approached 8,000 at the tender age of 4. Moreover, the likes of Frieza were even more terrifying. His power level likely surpassed a staggering 100 million. If Chen's own advancement in combat strength continued at such a sluggish pace, he would undoubtedly find himself at the mercy of others. If, at that point, he could not even contend with his own brother Kakarot, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Therefore, it was imperative that he dedicate himself to training and enhancing his combat capabilities. Reflecting on the idea of augmenting his strength, Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards beings like Cell and Majin Buu. These races possess the astonishing ability to elevate their power by devouring others. Theoretically, if the number of victims were limitless, so too would be their strength. Such a formidable gift, why had it not been bestowed upon him? Yet, pondering such matters proved futile. Chen addressed the audience in the live stream. Dear viewers, tomorrow I shall make my escape from planet Vegeta. Which planet do you believe I should venture to next? Chen's inquiry instantly ignited a fervor. The host, of course, is referring to Earth, where the protagonist Sun Wukong is currently frolicking. It would be a splendid opportunity for you to bond as brothers. Who cares about Sun Wukong? The crucial matter is that the lovely girl Chi-Chi must not fall prey to Wukong's advances. Such a compelling argument left me momentarily speechless. The comments above were resounding in approval. I believe it is prudent to refrain from returning to Earth for the time being, based on temporal deductions. The plot on Earth has yet to unfold, and Sun Wukong is 4 years your junior. If you are currently 14, then Wukong is merely 9. And the narrative on Earth only commences when Wukong reaches the age of 14. Thus, dear host, it would be wise to seek strength on other planets first, as your current combat prowess is regrettably insufficient. A lengthy barrage of comments captivated Chen's attention, and he nodded in agreement, appearing to find the sentiments quite reasonable. Then may I inquire of the viewer known as Fish God in Water, to which planet should I venture? Chapter 22, Planet Adralat. Chen sincerely values the suggestions of the audience, acknowledging that he has nearly forgotten the plot of Dragon Ball, given that it has been a decade since its inception. He graciously accepts the advice offered by others. Noticing the seriousness with which Chen posed his inquiries, the entire audience ceased their barrage of comments, eagerly awaiting guidance from a viewer known as God of Fish and Water. The storyline on Earth has yet to commence, making it unnecessary to delve into it, especially since the streamer currently has no need for Dragon Balls. Subsequently, the conversation is likely to shift towards planet Namek. Although Namek is known for its hospitality, it offers little in terms of enhancing the streamer's combat prowess, nor does it provide many skills or training methods worthy of emulation. Therefore, it appears there remains but one destination of significance for the streamer. God of Fish and Water meticulously analyzed each point, and the audience, observing each other's comments, found much wisdom in the discourse. Chen also found it quite agreeable and promptly inquired, what other places remain? The planet Adralat was indeed the most suitable destination for the broadcaster at this moment. A comment from a God of Fish and Water appeared in the chat. What? Adralat? What on earth is that? Chen was utterly bewildered. Did this planet truly appear in the original work? The others were also engaged in fervent discussion, equally perplexed by the sudden emergence of this celestial body. However, the audience tuned into Chen's live broadcast was vast, comprising many who possessed a profound understanding of the original narrative. One individual immediately recalled, isn't that the very planet where Sun Wukong fled after vanquishing Frisia during the explosion of Namek? Moreover, it seemed that Sun Wukong had also mastered instant transmission there. The user Fish God in Water made a compelling point. Acquiring instant transmission would indeed facilitate travel anywhere in the future. Adrat Star. What a fitting place to spend a few years honing skills before returning to Earth in search of the charming Kiki. Everyone was stirred by the insightful remarks of Fish God in Water, showering him with admiration. Chen lowered his head, contemplating for a moment, and concluded that this decision was indeed quite astute. Firstly, according to the words of Sun Wukong in the original text, when he arrived at the planet Adrat, he was already gravely injured, and it was these individuals who nursed him back to health. This implies that the extraterrestrial beings on this planet possess commendable character. As long as he and his companions, Aphya and Leona, approach this planet without exhibiting hostility, there should be no significant issues. Moreover, the ability of instantaneous movement is truly a remarkable skill, one that must be mastered. Wouldn't you agree? Although it is likely that this skill may later be available in the marketplace, the cost will undoubtedly be substantial. Thus, learning it independently would be far more advantageous. Furthermore, the planet Adrat, which is only briefly mentioned in the original narrative, surely possesses more than just the singular skill of instantaneous movement. There must be secrets that the original text has left unspoken. With this thought in mind, Chen resolved to journey to the planet Adrat, to learn skills and diligently cultivate his abilities. His combat prowess was, frankly, rather inadequate. Having made his decision, Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude to the God of Fish in the Water and boldly announced to the audience, esteemed guests, I have resolved to venture to the planet Adrat. I am uncertain about what may transpire upon my arrival, but I hope that when danger arises, you will offer me counsel just as the God of Fish in the Water has. Thank you. The audience erupted in a chorus of cheers, expressing their unwavering support. Chen chuckled and bid goodnight to the audience before shutting down the live stream and succumbing to slumber. The weariness of the day enveloped him in a deep sleep. Thus passed the first day of his journey in the world of Dragon Ball. Come the break of dawn on the following day, an insistent knocking resounded at the door, rousing Chen from his slumber as he contemplated indulging in a leisurely morning. The door swung open abruptly. Hurry up and get up. Didn't you say you would leave early this morning? Riona glared disapprovingly at Chen, who lay in bed in a rather peculiar position, reluctant to rise. Chen opened his eyes, still drowsy from sleep. Although his body had transformed into that of a scion, the creature known as laziness remained the ultimate boss, making it exceedingly difficult for him to shake off its grip, even in his newfound strength. Ah, it appears that Aphya has also arrived. I wonder if she, too, has not rested well. Perhaps she would like to join me for a brief moment of repose. Upon seeing Aphya standing behind Leona, Chen's face lit up with joy, a grin spreading across his features. However, he swiftly silenced himself, for Leona was casting a murderous glare in his direction. Very well, you are formidable. One day, I shall exact my revenge. Chen could only maintain an AQ spirit in his heart. Aphya gazed at him with admiration, for she had heard yesterday that her mother, despite possessing equal combat prowess, was no match for Chen. Recalling the unfathomable strength he exhibited the previous morning, which had even caused the combat power detector to explode, she thought, such terrifying strength must be extraordinary. Brother Raditz, I am delighted to accompany you on this journey. Hurry and get up. Let us depart. Aphya eagerly exclaimed. Under the sweetness of her soft voice, Chen felt his bones turn to jelly. Truly, the allure of a lowly is unparalleled. Chapter 23. The UFO shocks the world under the enchantment of the lowly. Chen promptly rose to his feet. Which planet shall we train on? Given that Leona's role was that of Chen's protector, they needed to proceed according to his wishes. Let us venture to the planet Yadarat. Chen responded with a smile. Yadarat star? Where is that? Let me check the star map for its coordinates. Leona, somewhat puzzled, took out her detector. Leona's detector was a sleek blue model, not only capable of assessing enemy combat power, but also storing planetary coordinates. Over the years, the Scions, hindered by their underdeveloped technology, had served as mercenaries for Frisia, ruthlessly annihilating planets and accumulating a wealth of coordinates. Some planets they had never visited were also marked by Frisia. The reputation of Frisia, the Galactic Emperor, was well deserved. The majority of the data he provided contained the coordinates of various planets. Found it! Leona exclaimed as she located the coordinates of Yadarat star. A mysterious planet, its species and technological development remained unknown, along with its combat power, which was yet to be assessed for danger levels. Coordinates. Leona slowly recited the information displayed, most of which was classified as unknown. What purpose do we have in going there? We don't even know who resides on that planet. It seems far too perilous. The unknown is the most terrifying aspect, and thus Leona harbored some reluctance to venture forth. Chen smiled and said, rest assured, our journey to that planet is not to slaughter the extraterrestrial beings residing there, but rather to cultivate ourselves. Therefore, there is no need to fear any threats. As far as I know, they are quite peaceful. Upon hearing Chen's words, Leona, although somewhat skeptical of his sources, chose not to delve deeper and merely nodded in agreement. As for Aphya, she was indifferent to their destination, as long as she could be with Leona and Chen. It mattered not where they went. In that case, let us report our intentions and then depart, Leona stated, with a glance at Chen. She reached out and grasped the collar of his garment, soaring into the sky. Mom, why are you treating Brother Leitais like this? Aphya pouted, looking somewhat displeased at her mother. Leona frowned, retorting, who told your brother Leitais not to even master the art of flight? It's quite embarrassing. Ah, Aphya exclaimed, looking at Chen in astonishment. Chen, feeling helpless, could only lower his head in silence. For Scions, venturing outside was a simple matter, requiring merely a registration. However, Leona, as a high-ranking warrior, possessed considerable authority and directly commandeered a spaceship. This vessel was not a mere small craft, but rather resembled a flying saucer, taking on a flat, oval shape of pristine white. How magnificent! Chen gazed in astonishment at the grandeur of the spaceship, his first encounter with such a colossal machine. The live chat was abuzz with excitement. Wow, I finally witnessed a real spaceship. That's a flying saucer. Dear, come see the aliens. I want to board the spaceship too. The host is about to embark on a scandalous adventure aboard the ship. How envious. The audience expressed their amazement at this extraordinary technological marvel beyond human comprehension. Various images were swiftly captured and disseminated across numerous forums, drawing countless spectators. Wow, such high-definition images of a flying saucer. If this isn't a hoax, I'll eat my hat live. Impressive, but I still suspect it's fake. Look, there are no gas exhaust ports beneath the saucer, which implies that if this is a genuine spacecraft, then it must possess anti-gravity technology. Is the person above a renowned tech enthusiast? The source of the screenshots is indeed a Douyu live stream. So, it's just hype? People will do anything for fame these days. Enough chatter. Let us check it out ourselves. If it's real, we'll see, and if it's fake, we'll unleash our wrath upon that streamer. No one can rival our forum's ability to argue. The images shared in the forum prompted a throng of individuals to flock into Chen's live stream. Upon witnessing the tangible flying saucer on the screen, they were left utterly speechless. No way, there really is a flying saucer. How is this possible? Yet, countless comments reminded them, did this host really traverse dimensions? Are you serious? Are you joking with me? It took a while for some to genuinely believe the astonishing revelation. In an instant, the entire internet erupted. In Yi Chen's live streaming room, the initial crowd of 50,000 suddenly swelled to several hundred thousand. With an overwhelming barrage of comments obscuring the screen, numerous news outlets were stirred, incredulous at the notion of time travel. Was this truly no jest? As the media forcefully entered Yi Chen's live stream and witnessed the spectacle, they were left astounded. Well, you truly are remarkable for pulling this off, they mused. Such a significant event could not be overlooked by the media. Consequently, countless screenshots accompanied by news articles swiftly made their way to the front pages of various portals. The entire nation of China was left in shock. Chapter 24. A remote slap in the face? Such a monumental occurrence could not escape the notice of government agencies, with the State Administration of Radio and Television being the first to react with astonishment. This authoritative body is responsible for the planning and regulation of all domestic television dramas and films. Unfortunately, due to the ascendancy of certain inept individuals to leadership positions, numerous foolish policies have been enacted. For instance, the prohibition of ghosts in films has rendered many domestic horror movies utterly nonsensical, their plots collapsing under the weight of such restrictions. Moreover, the ban on time travel in films has led to the premature demise of potentially successful and beloved movies. As a bastion of authority, the State Administration of Radio and Television has maintained an unwavering stance. The countless bans on anime and films stem from their decrees. Despite being derided by countless netizens, the agency continues to act with an air of superiority. During a meeting at the administration, the rotund director, gesticulating animatedly, proclaimed to his subordinates, "Thanks to our collective efforts, we have successfully banned XX anime, which promotes violence and bloodshed, thus safeguarding the moral fabric of our nation. We have created a secure environment for the youth of our country. This is our achievement." A thunderous applause erupted, and the director reveled in his own plans. However, at that moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man in the audience wore a troubled expression. "What troubles you, Deputy Director? Do you have any objections to my statements?" The director inquired, mistaking the deputy's demeanor for dissent. "Not at all. I have no objections," the deputy hastily replied, before lifting his phone. "The most sensational news currently is that there is a live streaming room on Douyu broadcasting time travel, which contradicts our principles." "What? A live stream of time travel? How dare they disregard our mandates? It is utterly reckless." The portly director's anger flared. This was akin to defecating on the head of a tiger, showing blatant disrespect for their authority. "Immediately contact the CEO of Douyu and instruct him to shut down that room at once. If not, we shall enforce a crackdown on online streaming." The director's imposing demeanor left no room for dissent. "Understood, Director." The deputy promptly dialed the CEO of Douyu. Yet, halfway through the conversation, the deputy's expression soured. "You mean to say you lack the authority to shut down that room? Are you mocking us? No need for further discussion. If you refuse to take action, we shall intervene ourselves." The deputy, filled with ire, ended the call abruptly. "What happened? Is he unwilling to comply?" the director inquired, intrigued. He offered a ludicrous excuse, claiming they lack the authority to shut it down. "It is truly laughable. We shall proceed to seal off that live stream ourselves," the deputy declared with fervor. "Very well, this is a significant case indeed. A live stream of time travel? Absolutely reckless." The director concurred without hesitation. Yi Chen is currently live streaming the appearance of the spacecraft, captivating countless new viewers who are utterly enamored by the marvels of technology, showering him with generous gifts. Yi Chen swiftly accrued considerable prestige from these generous donations, elevating his score from 485 to 500 points. He is now merely 500 points away from unlocking the exchange marketplace, which fills him with great anticipation. Yi Chen gazed with eager anticipation at the rising numbers. However, at that moment, an individual with the ID name of Director of the National Radio and Television Administration made an appearance. In Yi Chen's mind, a prompt immediately emerged. Since the endeavor involves traversing the realms of live broadcasting with flair, one cannot restrict their ostentation solely to the alternate world. The original realm also brims with endless opportunities for grandstanding. Task title: The first instance of remote face-slapping in the origin world. Task hint: for those who wish to show off, respond with an even greater display of prowess. Task reward: clue to the legendary origin of the Super Saiyan. In the cosmos, what makes a race best suited for combat yet limits their strongest warriors to merely tens of thousands? What transpired? To uncover the truth, complete this task, and you shall be granted insight. Task reward 2: achieve a score of 95 or higher to receive the magic conduit-like killing cannon. In the original narrative, this is Piccolo's ultimate technique, a formidable energy attack. First, place the index and middle fingers of the right hand upon the forehead. After gathering energy for several minutes to ensure sufficient lethality, thrust the right hand forward, unleashing a powerful energy beam enveloped in spiraling energy. Following Piccolo's enhancements, the charging time can be extended, thereby amplifying the attack's power in proportion to the duration of the charge. Yi Chen observed the prompt in his mind, feeling somewhat perplexed by the sudden emergence of a task. It was quite strange. There were no apparent antagonists in the vicinity. Yi Chen felt a twinge of curiosity, however. The reward for this task was undeniably enticing, to say nothing of the formidable magic light killing cannon, which in the original narrative was an immensely powerful weapon. Although it became somewhat less effective in the latter stages, one cannot deny the potency of this skill. The other reward, however, prompted Yi Chun to ponder deeply. Chapter 25, The Battlefield of Space. The legendary origin of the super science? This was rather perplexing, as such an oddity had never appeared in the original tale. Just as he was about to inquire further, a comment from an individual identified as the director of the Broadcasting and Television Administration captured Yi Chun's attention. Yi Chun, you are suspected of violating the regulations regarding online video dissemination. I hereby order you to immediately shut down your live streaming channel and, within 3 days, report to the Broadcasting and Television Administration to acknowledge your mistake and provide a written assurance that such issues will never occur again. What? You're telling me I've committed an offense? I've literally traversed dimensions, and rather than focusing on my extraordinary journey, you accuse me of illegal streaming? Are you certain you aren't jesting? Yi Chun felt somewhat bewildered, while the audience in the live stream clearly noticed the lengthy barrage of comments. Initially astonished, they soon erupted into laughter. I am the director of the National Radio and Television Administration. Call me father. I am the grandfather of the director. Quickly address me as grandfather. Your great-grandfather has arrived. Why do you not come to pay your respects? You ungrateful descendants, beasts, I am your ancestor. No one in the live stream truly believed this. Such absurdity was somewhat amusing, but this tired trope had long lost its novelty. However, before the computer of the director of the National Radio and Television Administration, he was livid. His corpulent face glistened with perspiration, a manifestation of his fury at being insulted. Our administration has already issued a rectification document. You can see it on Baidu now. I have had my technicians record your IDs, so just wait. The director issued another statement, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. Could it truly be real? Instantly, some individuals searched Baidu and were astonished to discover that the National Radio and Television Administration had indeed released a document regarding strict measures against unauthorized online live streaming. Upon returning to the live stream, this news spread rapidly, first causing confusion, then rendering the audience silent. Defying the government was tantamount to courting disaster. Especially for those who had initially thought it was a joke, their faces turned ashen. Could their IDs genuinely have been recorded? It seems you have confirmed my identity. The director beamed with pride, relishing the fear that his identity instilled in this crowd, particularly among the stars and celebrities, who, upon seeing him, resembled mice confronted by a cat, scurrying away in dismay. Yi Chun, you must immediately cease the live stream and turn yourself in. We are offering you a chance for leniency. Otherwise, you may face several years of imprisonment. The director said triumphantly to Yi Chun. Upon reading this statement, Yi Chun was taken aback, closing the video in disbelief. Was this some sort of jest? He needed to rely on the system to accumulate his prestige points. As for the subsequent notion of voluntary surrender, had he the chance to return, he would have dealt a devastating blow without hesitation. Although Yi Chun's current combat prowess was not particularly formidable, standing at merely 2,000, the prospect of returning to the real world would transform him into a veritable Superman, capable of effortlessly obliterating a small nation without a second thought. Are you out of your mind? Yi Chun stared intently at the camera, enunciating each word with conviction. How dare you insult me? Your fate is sealed. I shall promptly shut down your live stream, trace your IP address, and once I capture you, your doom will be inevitable. Yi Chun gazed at the barrage of comments from this individual, and a singular sentiment enveloped his thoughts. How could such a fool ascend to such a lofty position? It was utterly preposterous. I implore you, come and apprehend me. If you do not take action, I shall hold you in disdain. Yi Chun laughed heartily, mocking the director. The number of viewers in the live stream surged once more. Although they remained silent, the sight of Yi Chun brought them immense satisfaction. You are finished. I will kill you. The director of the Broadcasting Authority, driven to madness, furiously sent messages in the chat. Yi Chun was just about to express his longing when a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Someone wishes to challenge the host. Would you like to activate battle mode? The two will engage in combat within a space crafted by the system, utilizing their true forms rather than mere illusions. Are you certain? What? Are you absolutely certain you are not jesting? The ability to summon others for combat? Such an act is nothing short of cheating. Haha, you are courting disaster. Do not blame me for the consequences. Yi Chun gazed at the camera, laughing heartily, leaving the director of the Broadcasting Bureau and several viewers utterly perplexed. Just as the director was about to utter a word, he heard Yi Chun proclaim loudly, I accept the challenge. Ding. The battleground materialized, with a countdown, 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced, and both parties were automatically transported into the combat space. The transmission began. Whoosh. In an instant, accompanied by a flash of crimson light, Yi Chun vanished from in front of the camera. The empty interface left everyone astounded. Has the host transcended again? A viewer timidly inquired. At that moment, the director of the Broadcasting Bureau sent a message. Haha, he must be fleeing out of fear of the consequences. Just wait until I catch him and make him confess before everyone. Chapter 26, The Forceful Shift of Blame. However, just as he believed Yi Chun was intimidated by him, the live stream interface abruptly shifted. Suddenly, it revealed a vast expanse of whiteness. Upon witnessing this, everyone was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? The surroundings were enveloped in a blinding white, devoid of anything discernible. Only Yi Chun stood alone, quietly suspended in the void. Host, have you transcended again? What on earth is happening? Please explain. Has the host ascended? Are you seriously telling me we're in the world of Dragon Ball, and you're talking about ascension? You must be jesting. The crowd was filled with insatiable curiosity, creating a cacophony of excitement. Chen smiled and said, "This place is known as the combat space. I can utilize it to engage in battles with individuals from the real world. For instance, the comrade from the Broadcasting and Television Administration claimed he would kill me. I felt compelled to grant him an opportunity, thus I have come here to confront him." Chen's words left the entire assembly in a state of bewilderment. Even the corpulent director seated within the General Administration of Radio and Television was momentarily taken aback, but he soon burst into laughter. Addressing his surrounding deputy directors, "Has this fellow lost his mind? He dares to challenge me to a duel while I am right here. Can he truly expect to intimidate me?" Suddenly, a flash of golden light enveloped the room, and the director vanished without a trace. The onlookers at the General Administration were initially incredulous, but soon erupted into frenzied shouts. What on earth was happening? On the screen, the previously solitary white space occupied by Chen was abruptly invaded by another figure. What? The audience gazed at the unexpectedly materialized plump director. Their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Who was this rotund individual? However, answers soon emerged as the director, upon arriving in this peculiar place, found himself in a state of shock, swiftly replaced by a visage of terror. How had he ended up here? Confronted by the smiling Chen before him, panic surged through him. Surely this could not be a genuine duel. "You audaciously abducted me. You are doomed. I am the director of the General Administration, and you are guilty of illegally kidnapping an official. Surrender at once and release me, and you might secure a chance at leniency. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly face execution at the hands of the government." The director bellowed in fury. Chen smiled. "Just a moment ago, you proclaimed your intention to kill me. Now that we stand face to face, why not strike?" Chen spoke with a faint smile. He was utterly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the audience was engulfed in astonishment. They had truly managed to summon the director. Surely this was no jest. If Chen possessed such prowess, who would dare provoke him in reality? The viewers clamored for the host to take action against this individual. Indeed, eliminate him. Just moments ago, he had dared to threaten us in the live stream. The host must avenge us. This scoundrel cannot be allowed to live. It would be an affront to justice. Countless beloved anime have been taken down due to this villain. Let the host deliver a reckoning on behalf of all fellow fans. It is indeed intolerable. This man is to blame for the censorship of adult content. He must be dealt with decisively. The uproar continued, as the collective outrage demanded that Chen thoroughly confront this miscreant. Chen smiled and approached the man, causing the director to instinctively retreat several steps in fear. "You cannot harm me. If you dare to strike me, I will," the director threatened Chen. Chen smiled faintly, and in an instant, he stood before the director, delivering a swift slap to the director's face. Without exerting even a fraction of his strength, the director was propelled into the air, several of his teeth flying out. The director tumbled to the ground, weeping in pain. In the live broadcast room, the audience erupted in exhilaration. "Well done, streamer. You're amazing. Let us celebrate with a feast. Bring out the planes. Let us finish him off." The crowd rallied, fervently urging Chen to vanquish the director. Inside the National Radio and Television Administration, astonishment gripped everyone as they witnessed the director being pummeled, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. The director had indeed been taken to a bizarre place to endure such punishment. I was wrong. The director no longer dared to threaten Chen, for he grasped the reality that Chen's so-called time travel was not only genuine but also accompanied by extraordinary strength. He realized that any further bravado could lead to his demise. Is that so? However, I believe a change of leadership in the National Radio and Television Administration might be quite beneficial. Chen spoke with a smile, devoid of any hint of malice. However, under his gaze, the director felt an unsettling chill. "And no, there's no need for a change. I assure you. I will refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern me and will no longer abuse my authority," the director promised tearfully to Chen. "Is that so? Yet, before my journey through time, so many of my beloved anime, such as Attack on Titan and Tokyo Ghoul, were inexplicably removed." Chen smiled and remarked. The director is acutely aware that this is his final opportunity. He hastily shifted the blame, exclaiming, "It is not me, truly not me. It is that deputy director of our broadcasting and television department who has abused his power, compelling me to undertake such actions. I assure you, upon my return, I will ensure he is properly punished, and I will reinstate those animated series." Chen listened, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 27. Urgent Execution. "I beg you. Spare me. Please spare me." The director of the Broadcasting and Television Administration pleaded with Chen, heedless of the blood still trickling from his mouth. Despite the pitiful sight, Chen remained unmoved. Those who are pitiable often bear their own faults. Were it not for his system that could summon this individual from the real world into this virtual realm, the man would undoubtedly still be arrogantly seated at his computer, taunting him. Such a person, only through a thorough beating, could truly comprehend the limits of propriety. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel exhilarated, their spirits lifted in delight. Yi Chun smiled faintly and addressed the audience in the live stream, asking, "What do you think? Can we simply let him off the hook?" The host insisted that he must vow never to make any foolish decisions again. Indeed. And all the removed comics must be reinstated. My legend of Wu Zetian should revert to its original version. I tire of the cartoonish caricatures. Another voice chimed in. China must introduce adult films into the market. I wish to watch the meat bun in cinemas. To the provocateur above, I kindly urge restraint. In summary, these viewers, emboldened by Yi Chen's support, promptly articulated their demands. Yi Chen glanced around and noted that aside from a few absurd and whimsical requests from others, the remaining demands were quite reasonable and not excessive. Now, I implore you to assure me that upon your return, you will reinstate those capriciously banned comics and animations. And furthermore, you will eliminate all arbitrary restrictions imposed on television, such as prohibitions against time travel and whimsical elements. Yi Chen gazed at the corpulent director on the ground, who was on the verge of tears. This is such a trivial matter. Just agree quickly, and I shall deal with you when I return. The plump director exclaimed emphatically. Very well, very well. I promise, I assure you. Yi Chen's keen gaze immediately discerned the insincerity in his words. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "You would do well to remember today's promise. Otherwise, should we meet again in this place, it will not be as easy then." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the portly director trembled slightly, his corpulent form appearing comically exaggerated. Very well, very well. I assure you, I have no desire to return. The director was on the verge of tears, his mind haunted by the prospect of being summoned back to this place, sending chills down his spine. Just remember. Yi Chen bent down and gently patted the plump face of the director, then addressed the system, saying, "Please send him away." Upon concluding his statement, Yi Chen was immediately addressed by the system, initiating the process to transport the subject out of the space. 3, 2, 1. With a resounding flash, the portly director vanished from the virtual realm, only to reappear in his computer chair, precisely as he had left it. Ah, that hurts immensely. Upon his return, the director writhed in agony, recalling the excruciating pain of having 5 teeth knocked out. "Director, you're back." The crowd erupted in joyous relief, rushing forward to offer their condolences. The deputy director, noticing the director's injuries, seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "How dare he strike you? This is utterly outrageous. I shall report this immediately." Just as he was about to act, a sharp crack echoed through the room. The deputy director instinctively clutched his face, his expression a mix of pain and confusion. The director stood before him, brimming with fury. "Call the police? Are you a fool? Right this instant. Rescind the bans on anime and redraft the television management regulations. Do you comprehend?" The deputy director, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "But those anime were just removed from the shelves. If we reinstate them now, won't that be too embarrassing?" With a swift motion, the director delivered another resounding slap. "Do you take pleasure in my downfall? Do you think my demise would elevate you? Now, get to work, or you can forget about being deputy director." Having received 2 slaps, the deputy director had no choice but to cover his face and hastily exit to begin the process of reinstating the regulations and bringing the anime back. Meanwhile, the director was engulfed in frustration, wishing to avoid any further encounters with Yi Chen. In the live stream, the audience was ablaze with excitement. "Host, you just let him go. What if he doesn't keep his word?" Fool upstairs, the host could easily pull him back in. If only the host could transport that chubby fellow into the white space, could he also take us into the Dragon Ball world? You've ignited my imagination. Host, if you can go, take me with you. I'm first in line. I want to join you in Dragon Ball, host. Just let me have Android 18. Get lost. I'll be your unpaid follower. Host, please take me. Host, if you can get me there, I'll reward you with all my possessions. Chapter 28. Distribution of rewards. Many viewers clamored, eager to join Yi Chen in the Dragon Ball universe. Yi Chen was somewhat perplexed. Since the system was capable of bringing that stout fellow over, could it not also summon others? System, is it possible for me to bring other individuals into the Dragon Ball world? Yi Chen inquired of the system, is it possible? The system replied, indeed. As long as the host expends 1,000 points of show-off value, one individual from the real world may be brought in. However, this is limited. Only 3 individuals may be brought into each world. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. Bringing one person in costs 1,000 points. That is excessively expensive. Perhaps it's best to forego this idea. Even if I were to ultimately choose someone to bring along, it would undoubtedly be a female companion for a more enjoyable experience. He did not vocalize these thoughts, merely contemplating them casually. However, addressing the audience in the live stream, he remarked, Dear viewers, I can indeed facilitate entry into the Dragon Ball world, but it is quite challenging and currently unfeasible. I kindly ask for your patience. Yi Chen's words filled the crowd with exuberance. Although the opportunity had not yet arrived, everyone was resolute in seizing it when it did. Host, I wish to enroll. I shall offer 20 planes as my registration fee. I have donated 20 planes for Timo to ascend to the ranks of the kings. I too wish to join. I am devoid of funds, but host, take me along and I shall serve as your loyal follower. The atmosphere was electric, as all yearned for a chance to transcend their current reality. Yi Chen observed the scene with a faint smile, then addressed the system within his mind, saying, Please transport me back. I suspect Aphya and the others are anxiously waiting. At that moment, the system responded, confirming transmission for the host. 3, 2, 1. With a swift sound, accompanied by a radiance of golden light, Chen vanished from his location. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared beneath the spacecraft. At this juncture, a chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, striking from a distance. Scoring will now commence. The system assigned a score of 95. The audience's scoring began. Indeed, at this instant, input boxes for scoring appeared on the screens of the spectators. I believe everyone understands and requires no further explanation from me. Chen remarked with a smile, of course, I understand. A perfect score of 100. The audience eagerly cast their votes. For Chen had just resolved a significant issue for them, warranting nothing less than full marks. Indeed, the average score from the audience was 100, while the system awarded 95, culminating in an average score of 97.5. The task was flawlessly accomplished, unveiling the elusive origins of the Super Saiyan. Chen also acquired Piccolo's ultimate technique, the special beam cannon. This formidable energy attack is capable of penetrating even the strongest armor. Originally devised by Piccolo to confront Sun Wukong, it later became a joint effort against the Saiyans due to their relentless assault. The show-off value amounted to 97 multiplied by 5, beginner streamer achievement, totaling 485 points. Chen, feeling quite satisfied, intended to inspect his rewards when a sudden rush of wind brushed past him. Where have you just been? Leona inquired, frowning as she approached Chen. Chen awkwardly scratched his head and said, I urgently need to relieve myself. Leona, somewhat displeased, replied, Our spacecraft's spatial jump capability allows us to reach Yadrit Star in approximately 2 weeks. I truly do not understand your reason for wanting to go there. Chen found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide an explanation, and could only gaze at Leona with a smile. Leona, with no other option, directly lifted Chen into the air. Chen, feeling somewhat disgruntled as he was lifted by the collar, muttered, Can't you be a little gentler with me in the future? Would it be too much to ask for you to embrace me and carry me away? This is rather too rough. Though Chen's murmurs were faint, they did not escape Leona's keen ears. Leona glared fiercely at Chen and declared, During the 2 months aboard the spaceship, I shall meticulously instruct you in the art of aerial dance. You think you cannot learn? Humph. Chen sensed that Leona was not quite herself. Perhaps the Scion female star also experienced her monthly fluctuations. It would be wiser not to provoke her. At the moment the spaceship's hatch opened as they ascended, Leona unceremoniously tossed Chen out the door. Chen grimaced as he braced himself with one hand just before hitting the ground. This woman is truly too rough. I must teach her a lesson in the future. Within the spacecraft, the circular perimeter consists of individual rooms, while at the center lies a grand hall of approximately 100 square meters. At the forefront of the hall, Aphya is diligently tinkering with something in front of the ship. Aphya, what are you up to? Chen approached Aphya with a cheerful smile. Seeing Chen, Aphya felt delighted and sweetly replied, Brother Raitais, I am setting the course. It will fly automatically, so we won't have to worry too much. Is that so? Aphya, you are so clever. Come here for a hug, dear sister. Chen approached with a smile, but in an instant, he felt a surge of murderous intent behind him, accompanied by a crisp cough. Chen was momentarily taken aback, casually waving his hand and saying, Just a joke, just a joke. After speaking, he awkwardly turned around. And indeed, Leona stood behind him with a frosty expression. Truly, I must deal with you when the time comes. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Chapter 29, Diligent Training. The sight of Chen being relentlessly suppressed by Leona elicited hearty laughter from the audience. The host, already resembling a henpecked husband before even tying the knot, drew the ire of viewers who remarked that the host's weakness was the primary issue prompting calls for him to train diligently. Indeed, flaunting oneself without strength is futile. With a combat power of merely 2,000, he is but an insignificant figure in my Dragon Ball universe. My heart aches for our host. I urge you to persevere. For success is surely within reach. Yet, before achieving that success, one must rely on their own hands. Surrounded by a cacophony of lewd jokes from the audience, Chen felt increasingly disoriented. Glancing at his streaming room, he noted an impressive viewership of 300,000, a number that was steadily rising. Bolstered by various news outlets driving traffic, further significant growth seemed likely. This is splendid. The more viewers there are, the more rewards and ratings he receives, consequently amplifying his prestige. With a resonant hum, the spaceship vibrated as it ascended into the sky. Through the glass, Chen caught sight of King Vegeta, whose gaze was piercing and filled with contempt. In that moment, a faint smile graced Chen's lips. Farewell, proud Scion King. Carry your arrogance with you to the grave along with this planet. In his heart, Chen did not harbor a strong dislike for King Vegeta. Despite his arrogance, cold demeanor, and lack of empathy, he fought valiantly for freedom, opposing Frieza. Were Chen to possess formidable strength at this moment, he would not hesitate to lend assistance. However, given his current meager combat power, he deemed it prudent to refrain from involvement, as he still aspired to enjoy the pleasures of life and pursue romantic interests, unwilling to meet an untimely demise. Thus, he bid farewell. The The spaceship suddenly erupted with a resounding roar as the anti-gravity system engaged, propelling it with tremendous force. And in an instant, it soared beyond the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. Chen gazed at the distant green planet, a smile gracing his lips as he turned back. All right. Let us commence our cultivation now. Leona, feeling quite dissatisfied with Chen's lack of proficiency in the art of aerial movement, immediately set out to teach him. Chen did not decline. The pursuit of knowledge was paramount, and it was imperative to enhance one's strength. The art of aerial movement, or Wukong technique, involves evenly dispersing the internal energy throughout one's body, subsequently manipulating gravitational forces to achieve flight. The more adept one becomes at controlling this energy, the swifter their ascent. The greater the energy, the faster the flight. Leona elucidated the principles of the Wukong technique to Chen before commencing the instruction on how to master the manipulation of energy. Chen listened intently, attempting to manipulate the energy within his body. Gradually, his form began to levitate, albeit somewhat unsteadily. Nevertheless, he had truly taken flight. Quite commendable. Leona nodded slightly, addressing Aphya. She instructed, Aphya, activate the gravity system and set it to 5 times the normal gravity. If the two of you can still fly freely under such conditions, then you will have passed the test. Understood, mother. Aphya promptly flipped a switch and began to control the settings on the console. Chen was savoring the exquisite sensation of flight, and to his astonishment, he had truly taken to the skies. What a remarkable genius he was. Merely having heard instructions on how to manipulate the air, he was already soaring. Indeed, a prodigious talent, an unparalleled genius without a doubt. Chen, lost in his own prideful thoughts, was suddenly beset by an overwhelming force of gravity beneath him. In an instant, it felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon him. The once soaring Chen found himself unable to maintain control, crashing forcefully to the ground with a resounding thud. Chen was engulfed in anguish, yet upon observing his state, Riona's frosty visage, reminiscent of a goddess, broke into a smile. Let your pride guide you, train diligently. In 5 days, I shall return to witness the fruits of your labor. With that, Riona gracefully retreated into the chamber. Chen, gritting his teeth, rose to his feet. Under the weight of 5 times gravity, his movements were somewhat cumbersome, nevertheless. This form of training proved to be the most effective. However, when Chen attempted the sky dance technique once more, he found himself unable to ascend. Glancing over at Aphya, he observed that she had begun to lift off the ground slowly, though her flight was not swift and appeared somewhat unsteady. She was indeed soaring into the air. In an instant, Chen felt a profound sense of defeat. How could it be that he could not even surpass a mere girl? Chen, feeling the energy within him, embarked on a journey of steady cultivation. Diligence is the true path to success. The audience in the live stream, witnessing this scene, did not find Chen's training monotonous. Rather, they continuously cheered him on with fervor. Everyone delights in witnessing the fruits of hard work, yet not everyone possesses the resilience to strive diligently. Thus, they regard the efforts of others with unwavering admiration. Observing Chen's relentless pursuit of self-improvement brought them joy, and they showered him with encouragement and blessings, wishing for his growing strength. In the vast cosmos, devoid of sun and moon, in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Chen has now mastered the art of flying effortlessly under 5 times the force of gravity. Before him, Leona is imparting the techniques for utilizing the Qigong wave. Chen gazed quietly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The author wishes to convey a sentiment. The results have been disheartening. I am uncertain whether my writing is lacking or if there are other reasons at play. Friends have urged me to cease my efforts. Yet I pondered and decided against it. To abandon this endeavor would be a disservice to all of you. I shall await the outcome after reaching 100,000 words. If the reception proves unfavorable, I shall accept that subscriptions will not materialize, and I will gracefully withdraw. However, should the number of subscribers exceed 300, I shall persist in my writing, providing 4 chapters daily, with the hope that readership will flourish. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. Chapter 30. The Magic Convergence Light Cannon. The so-called Qi wave is a technique that channels the internal energy, releasing it as a wave-like attack through the palm. Its power is modest. It proves effective primarily against foes of lesser strength. Nevertheless, this technique serves to push back adversaries, affording oneself a moment to prepare, thus rendering it a worthy skill to acquire. Chen gazed quietly at Riona, whose enchanting countenance remained austere, yet, when teaching him, she meticulously elucidated each detail. Chen was not lacking in intelligence. He possessed the ability to draw inferences from one example to another. The applications of Qi were fundamentally limited in number. Thus, with a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a wave of Qi energy. Observing Chen's progress, Leona smiled with satisfaction, while Aphya gazed at him with admiration and longing. There was little left to teach, as these were merely the foundational techniques of utilizing Qi. Henceforth, they proceeded to adjust the gravity within the spaceship to tenfold, prompting the two to commence their training. Having only recently acclimatized to 5 times the gravity, Chen suddenly faced the challenge of tenfold, and a surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, as though his muscles were on the verge of tearing apart. This level of gravity also pushed Aphya to her limits, contorting her delicate features in agony. With a week and a half remaining until their arrival at the planet Adrat, Leona declared, during this week, let you both strive to engage in combat and elevate each other. With her command, Chen embarked on a life filled with both joy and suffering. Chen's combat prowess is comparable to that of Aphya, yet in their encounters, Chen consistently finds himself on the losing end, having never secured a victory from the outset. In terms of combat experience, Chen lagged significantly behind Aphya, and being bested by her left him feeling quite embarrassed. Consequently, Chen dedicated himself to rigorous training. At last, after 3 days, he was able to match Aphya in skill, and within 5 days, she was no longer a rival for him. This was achieved without the use of any combat techniques. Had he employed the King's Fist, Aphya would have been utterly outmatched. Leona observed Chen's progress with astonishment evident in her eyes. However, during moments of pride and arrogance, she would admonish him, reminding him that he still had a long journey ahead. On the final day, with just half an hour remaining until their arrival at the planet Yadarat, a brownish celestial body was becoming visible through the glass of their vessel. Their training came to an end as they ceased the augmented gravity exercises and began to recuperate their strength, preparing for any unforeseen occurrences upon reaching Yadarat. At this moment, Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground, gazing out the window, and opened his attribute panel. Chen, combat power, 3000, still akin to an ant, keep striving. Bloodline, advanced scion bloodline. Show off value, 500,485,985 points. Reaching 1,000 points unlocks the exchange mall. Martial arts and techniques, weak version of King Kai Fist, Solar Fist, Flight Technique, Kamehameha. Within a span of 14 days, Chen's combat power surged by 1,000. A remarkable pace in the eyes of Leona. However, Chen was acutely aware that, in the chaotic realm of Dragon Ball, this rate of growth was still insufficient. Nevertheless, he refrained from elaborating, relishing the astonished gaze of Leona. As Chen's innate talent gradually unfolded, Leona's previous contempt had dissipated, giving way to a burgeoning curiosity. Chen's talent is evidently not inferior to that of a youth possessing the advanced scion bloodline. So why did his combat power experience such a slow increase previously? This truly piques one's curiosity. Chen suddenly recalled that the reward from last time remained untouched in his backpack, and he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. The demon-conquering light-killing cannon. Its power is astounding, capable of penetrating even the most formidable armor. However, its drawback lies in the lengthy charging time, requiring at least half a minute. Yet, its destructive potential is such that even a highly skilled adversary could find themselves grievously injured or even fatally wounded if caught off guard. Chen gazed at the explanation of the demon-piercing light-killing cannon, finding the skill somewhat superfluous. Although formidable, it demanded an excessively lengthy charging time. In the midst of battle, who would afford you such an extended moment to gather power? It was utterly ludicrous. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Perhaps one day it would prove useful. Chen opened the pages of the book, opting for enlightenment. In an instant, a brilliant golden light surged forth, and the contents of the pages seamlessly intertwined with Chen's mind. Chen felt the sudden influx of knowledge within his mind, a sensation he had grown accustomed to. He retrieved another item from his storage space, a shattered combat power detector, its glass already in ruins. After pressing the switch several times, it proved utterly useless. What? Is this truly the reward I received last time? What significance could this possibly hold in relation to the legendary origins of the Scions? It is merely a broken detector. I could easily gift you a dozen of them. Chen was enraged, feeling as though he had been deceived. He inquired of the system, what on earth is this? You wouldn't have simply found something to fool me with, would you? The item in question was indeed a reward for the task. Dear host, please cherish this. It automatically seeks opportunities to unravel mysteries. This reward is unique. Should you forsake it, you shall never again encounter anything related to the vanished Scions. Though displeased by this proclamation, Chen found himself with no recourse. Reluctantly, he stowed away the detector, planning instead to show it to others when the time was right, to reveal any peculiarities it might possess. Chapter 31. The invaded planet Yadarat. On the planet Yadarat, a colossal city was enduring the onslaught of cannon fire. Haha, you are all doomed. Capturing this planet will surely earn us the favor of Lord Frisia. A creature, entirely brown and towering at nearly twice the height of a man, sported a rugged head crowned with 2 sharp, glimmering horns. Indeed, this is a feeble planet. The highest combat power here barely reaches 5,000. One wonders why Lord Frisia deemed its danger level to be high. The creature sneered as dozens of its comrades, each possessing approximately 3,000 in combat power, clad in battle attire and equipped with green detectors, surged forth to commence their slaughter. As the Emperor of the Cosmos, Frisia commanded a substantial and formidable military force devoted to exterminating the extraterrestrial inhabitants of various planets, subsequently selling them to interstellar merchants. The Frisia clan was immensely powerful, their history tracing back to the infamous cosmic pirate, Zild, of the first universe. They were supremely arrogant, regarding themselves as the apex of the universe. Now, his subordinates had indeed set foot upon the planet Yadarat. At this moment, Chen and his companions had descended upon the planet Adrat, approximately 100 kilometers away from a vast metropolis. However, Flames were spreading and engulfing the surroundings, while powerful energies surged forth. "Oh, it seems a battle is unfolding over there," Leona remarked, furrowing her brow as she peered into the distance with her detector. Employing a state-of-the-art green detector, rich in features, she quickly discerned the events transpiring ahead. After a considerable time, Leona sighed, concluding that the extraterrestrials on Ujrat were likely facing extinction, as a squad under Frisia had already arrived and commenced their slaughter. Upon hearing this, Yuchen furrowed his brow, contemplating the incongruity. It should not be so. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong journeyed to Yardrat to master instant transmission even after the explosion of Namek. If it were to be destroyed now, it would indeed contradict the established canon. By the way, are you aware of who comprises Frisia's squad and their combat prowess? Yuchen inquired aloud. Within the realm of his capabilities, it was indeed preferable to save the inhabitants of Mandralat, for he still had skills to acquire. If possible, rescuing them could foster goodwill, thereby facilitating the acquisition of knowledge. Ah, it seems the team leader is named Kit. As for the vice captain, I am unaware of their identity. Yet I presume their combat power is approximately 4,000. The remaining members, around 5 in number, possess combat abilities of about 3,000 each, Leona stated gravely. Kit, who is that? Yi Chun, noticing Leona's familiarity with this individual, curiously inquired. Kit is the brother of Jinyu, who is renowned as Frisia's most formidable general, boasting a staggering combat power of 120,000. Although Kit pales in comparison to him, he should not be underestimated, for his power also reaches 9,000. Leona elucidated, causing Yi Chun to tense up. Jinyu, that name sounds somewhat familiar, though I am not entirely certain of his role in the original narrative. Consulting online sources would undoubtedly yield clarity. A comrade, is Jinyu not associated with some elite task force? In the live stream, Yi Chun inquired, drawing the attention of many viewers captivated by the ongoing battle, who urged him to join. Upon hearing his question, a flurry of enthusiastic responses ensued. Of course, in the original story, Sun Wukong suffered greatly because of that. Indeed, that character possesses a skill that allows for body swapping. It's utterly overpowered. Had he not met an early demise, I believe Majin Bu would have been unable to contend with him. Host, first eliminate his brother, and then deal with Jinyu. Acquire Jinyu's ability to swap bodies with Majin Bu, and the entire world will be yours. A collective of viewers indulged in their wild fantasies, while Yuchen wore a bewildered expression. And to think of swapping with Majin Bu, what if that character lacks the male attributes? I would be doomed to a life of suffering. Ignoring their nonsensical banter, he resolved, we have gathered enough information. Let us proceed to offer our assistance. Yi Chun spoke solemnly. As soon as Yi Chun's words fell, Leona's expression darkened. We are no match for one another. Keith's combat power has already reached 9,000. And only I can contend with him. Moreover, by his side stands a vice captain with a combat power of 4,000. Lastly, there are some minor minions whose combat strength is approximately 3,000, akin to yours. We are utterly outmatched. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun shook his head, certain that the situation was not as it seemed. Although the Yadalat star was currently at a disadvantage, it undoubtedly possessed some hidden trump cards. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would not have been able to learn instantaneous movement here. Thus, his assistance at this moment would be akin to providing timely aid. While waiting for Yadalat to prepare for a counterattack would merely be embellishing their success, resulting in a lesser degree of gratitude. Therefore, it was imperative that he intervene now. Chapter 32. The dawn of battle. Kite would be restrained by Leona, while he and Aphya would confront the squad members. A vice captain with a battle power of 4,000 and 3 squad members each boasting 3,000 in battle power were not insurmountable foes for Yi Chun. Observing Yi Chun's resolute demeanor, Leona ceased her objections. Scions, being a warrior race, had never feared combat. And seeing Yi Chun's determination sparked a glimmer of appreciation in Leona's eyes. Let us hasten our advance, lest all perish soon, Leona softly urged, as her formidable aura surged forth, causing the surrounding debris to tumble. With a swift motion, Leona soared into the air, leaving behind a golden trail as she headed towards the city. Yi Chun and Aphya exchanged glances. After days of cultivation, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Let us proceed as well, and when the time comes, we shall vanquish those scoundrels. Yi Chun grasped the delicate hand of Aphya, and in an instant, they floated above the ground, soaring towards the horizon. Lotties, no, brother Yi Chun, what brings you here? Aphya inquired curiously while suspended in the air. On the spacecraft. Yi Chun has corrected the way the two individuals address him. Now, Aphya and Leona refer to him by his original name rather than Raditz. This planet is peculiar. Although its inhabitants possess limited strength, their technology is remarkably advanced, and they exhibit a multitude of strange abilities. If one could acquire such skills, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for the future, Yi Chun elucidated, while Aphya appeared to grasp only partially. Nonetheless, she placed her unwavering trust in Yi Chun. Yi Chun smiled faintly as the two of them stirred up countless gusts of air, their speed unmatched. After enduring rigorous training under 5 times the normal gravity, it was only natural that they would move swiftly upon arriving on a planet with standard gravity. Within mere minutes, they found themselves amidst the city. Originally, Kit had been laughing arrogantly, reveling in the slaughter of the inhabitants of Adrat, but his expression suddenly changed when 3 formidable auras surged toward him. Turning his head, he immediately spotted 3 figures entering his line of sight, and the readings on his ear-mounted detector surged alarmingly. A combat power of 9,000, how could this be? Kit was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the presence of such powerful warriors. Be on guard, Kit shouted, and his team quickly rallied around him. Meanwhile, the Adrat inhabitants scattered in a panic, desperately seeking refuge. Shortly thereafter, Chen and his companions stood before Kit and his crew. Although Kit had initially been cautious, his demeanor softened upon recognizing Leona as he gazed at her flawless form with desire. Leona, what brings you here? The mission on this planet is mine. You cannot interfere. Kit, familiar with Leona as a fellow Scion mercenary under Frisia, was caught off guard by her icy demeanor and the hint of a smirk that graced her lips. It has been far too long since we last fought. Let us engage in battle. Without hesitation, Leona unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Kit. Taken aback, Kit scrambled to evade, incredulously shouting, "Have you lost your mind? I'm not insane. I simply wish to eradicate you." As she spoke, Leona closed the distance and delivered a crushing blow to Kit's head. The impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and demolishing a building upon landing. The viewers in the live stream erupted in admiration, showering the scene with accolades. Leona's ferocity was unparalleled. During her previous encounter with Chen, her strength had been stifled. But she was now a force to be reckoned with. Such a violent yet enchanting woman captivated all eyes, igniting desires of conquest, particularly within Chen, who resolved to claim this wild woman for himself. Kit, though covered in dust and appearing somewhat disheveled, quickly regained his composure, rising from the rubble. "Leona, do you realize you are betraying Lord Frisia?" His rage was palpable, unable to comprehend why Leona would attack him on sight. Leona's disdainful smirk only further infuriated him as he sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from her. "If you wish to kill me, do not blame me for what follows. The so-called warrior race of Scions means nothing in my eyes." Kit, not one to be underestimated, felt the urgency of the situation. As he recognized Leona's lethal intent, he shouted furiously, unleashing an immense aura that blew the dust from his body. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 33. A weak blow. Humph. You cannot kill me. Our combat powers are nearly equal, and your 2 companions will surely fall to my subordinates. Kit laughed heartily. Commanding his men, "You lot, eliminate those 2, and then we will deal with this madwoman." Leona, however, remained unfazed by his words. Such was the nature of a Scion. The more they fought, the stronger they became. Delicate flowers cannot thrive in a greenhouse. Only through true bloodshed can one grow. Despite the strength of the enemy and her daughter's combat power of only 2,500, she had faith that her daughter would not disappoint her. Yet deep within, she held a greater anticipation for Chen. Although his current combat power was merely 3,000, she knew he possessed untapped potential. "Come, let us engage in a proper battle." In the throes of combat, the Scions transformed, their true natures emerging. Leona's pupils turned a faint red as a ferocious aura erupted from her, and she launched herself at Kit with relentless ferocity. Kit, not daring to underestimate her, engaged immediately, and the 2 became locked in a fierce struggle, their energies clashing and radiating terror. "Humph, our leader will undoubtedly dispatch that woman shortly. Once we deal with these 2, we will continue our rampage." The vice captain, a green creature with a frog-like face and an elongated tongue, boasted. "Ding. Mission activated. Defeat the formidable Scion." As a valiant Scion, overcoming a mere disparity of 1 or 2,000 in combat power should be trivial, right? Mission requirements. Defeat a member of Frisia's squad alone. This is not a mere display of prowess. It does not reward bravado points, but will grant random skills or items. Do you accept? The system's voice resonated. Chen listened attentively, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Of course, I accept," he replied. "Aphya, hold your hand for now. I wish to ascertain my current combat prowess." This marked Chen's inaugural serious battle, and he was filled with anticipation regarding the extent of his abilities. "Come forth, you miscreants." The peculiar appearance of these adversaries rendered the term fitting. However, his words incited their wrath. The vice captain immediately commanded 2 subordinates to eliminate Chen. "Kill him. How dare a mere warrior with a combat power of 3,000 be so audacious?" Upon receiving the order, the 2 subordinates grinned wickedly as they charged towards Chen, intent on his demise. Though possessing similar combat power, they believed that 2 against 1 would guarantee their victory. "Bring it on, then." Chen smiled faintly, his long hair billowing as he surged forward in an instant. Chen's speed was evidently swifter than that of the 2 individuals. In an instant, he had dashed before them, delivering a powerful punch that sent one of them soaring through the air. The other person, taken aback, gazed at Chen in astonishment, bewildered by the extraordinary swiftness he had displayed. Chen smiled coldly. Indeed, the speed of training under tenfold gravity was extraordinary. "Get down," he commanded. Chen clearly had no intention of explaining anything to his adversaries. With a swift elbow strike, he delivered a decisive blow to one of the assailants' heads. Instantly, the man let out a loud cry as he was sent crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust into the air. Chen effortlessly dispatched 2 adversaries, leaving the opposing team's vice-captain in a state of astonished disbelief. Meanwhile, the live broadcast ignited a tremendous uproar. I have observed the streamer's training over the past few days. Indeed, the effort was not in vain. Initially, the streamer was utterly inexperienced in combat, yet has grown incrementally with each passing moment. I contributed 20 aircraft in support of Timo reaching the pinnacle of the rankings. My admiration for the streamer prompted me to gift 10 aircraft. The thrill of battle is the ultimate catalyst for adrenaline, which has stirred the audience into a fervent frenzy, vociferously urging Yi Chun to eliminate those scoundrels without hesitation. Yi Chun gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems your subordinates are rather ineffectual. Why not have them join you? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance at the vice-captain. The vice-captain, seething with anger, could hardly contain himself. Although Yi Chun's combat prowess had exceeded his expectations, he was a formidable warrior with a battle power of 4,000. You seek your own demise. The vice-captain bellowed furiously. Charging forward with remarkable speed, nearly matching Yi Chun's own. A fist came crashing toward him. Yi Chun similarly unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. In the instant of their collision, a resounding roar erupted, causing both combatants to stumble back a step. You are truly audacious. Today I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Having declared this, the vice-captain unleashed a tempestuous assault upon Yi Chun. His long limbs provided him with a distinct advantage in combat, and his immense strength made Yi Chun wary, aware that injury could befall him at any moment. As the fierce clash unfolded, those around them observed with growing concern. Aphya furrowed her delicate brows for the remaining opponent. Possessing a combat strength of 3,000, was stealthily maneuvering to launch a surprise attack on Yi Chun, having already crept behind him. Chapter 34. The utility of a tail. The assailant brandished a colossal tail, from which protruded a slender, pointed needle. At the tip of the needle glimmered a sinister emerald light, unmistakably indicating the presence of a potent toxin. Brother Yi Chun. At this moment, it was too late to intervene. Leona could only strive to alert Yi Chun, hoping to rouse him to the impending danger. However, the live broadcast, utilizing a fully immersive 3D projection, clearly showcased the approaching assailant lurking behind Yi Chun. Be careful, streamer. There's someone behind you preparing to strike. Get ready. Behold my diamond poison dragon drill. My heart aches for our streamer's well-being. The viewers erupted in a cacophony of frantic warnings. Sensing Yi Chun was on the verge of peril, behind him, the assailant's tail had already been raised, hurtling toward Yi Chun with ferocity. In but a fleeting moment, it could deliver a devastating blow to his back. Yi Chun's eyebrows twitched slightly, yet he found himself restrained by the vice-captain, making it difficult to take action. To everyone's eyes, it seemed that Yi Chun could not evade the inevitable assault from his opponent. However, his face remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of panic or disarray. Yi Chun's golden tail, which usually coiled around his waist and went unnoticed, suddenly straightened. It then soared into the air, tracing a semicircular arc as it swept fiercely towards the assailant behind him. The squad member, taken aback by Yi Chun's unexpected maneuver, was struck squarely in the face. While the Scion tail is a weakness for the Scion race, rigorous training can overcome the vulnerability of being incapacitated when the tail is seized. During the past few days aboard the spacecraft, Yi Chun had been engaged in tail exercises with Aphya. Initially, when his tail was grasped, he would collapse helplessly to the ground. In contrast, when Aphya's tail was caught, she would not only fall but also blush, her soft and delicate face flushed, accompanied by involuntary moans. This revelation excited Yi Chun immensely. It turned out that the tail was not merely a weakness for Scions. It held an additional significance for female Scions. Consequently, whenever Yi Chun saw Leona during those days on the spacecraft, his gaze would inadvertently drift towards her tail. Had he not feared her wrath, he would have been tempted to witness her vulnerable reactions. However, he thought better of it, realizing that such actions could lead to dire consequences. In any case, Yi Chun had not only overcome the weakness associated with his tail, but had also transformed it into a formidable means of attack, with the sudden explosive power of his tail rivaling that of any other part of his body. Thus, the assailant was sent sprawling to the ground, unable to rise again. Witnessing this spectacle, the live stream audience was left in astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, a comment emerged. I want to report this. The streamer is acting like a rogue, using his club to bully others. Indeed, it was a golden tail, quite mischievous. Streamer, I want you to have my children. They expressed sympathy for the squad member, who had been severely battered by the streamer's club. The audience's crude remarks made Yi Chun shiver, almost prompting him to disable the comments. How could they be so vulgar? Nevertheless, seeing Yi Chun effortlessly dispatch his 3 subordinates only deepened the vice-captain's greenish hue. Not bad. Kid, you managed to defeat an opponent of equal combat power with a single blow. The vice-captain sneered, his relentless attacks continuing as his long limbs struck at Yi Chun. Battling against the unyielding onslaught, Yi Chun's expression soured. After all, there was a significant disparity in their combat power, and the adversary's strength far exceeded his own. But you're doomed, the vice-captain proclaimed, suddenly bursting into laughter as he opened his gaping maw, unleashing a crimson tongue that shot forth with deadly intent, glistening ominously. Yi Chun felt a surge of danger wash over him. The tongue attack was terrifyingly swift and nearly impossible to evade. In that moment, both Aphya and the live stream audience held their breath in trepidation. Such as the nature of battle, victory or defeat can hinge on a mere instant. But had Chen truly lost? At this critical juncture, he understood that he could no longer hold back. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from within him, enveloping him in a fiery crimson glow, reminiscent of an enchanting blaze. Chapter 35. You are doomed. The vice captain was initially taken aback by this sudden display, but soon a mocking grin spread across his face. Although Chen's newfound aura was indeed formidable, his tongue attack was a natural talent of his race. Unparalleled in speed compared to ordinary assaults, impossible to withstand. Even those stronger than him would be gravely injured by such a sneak attack. However, what was happening? A look of terror crossed the vice captain's face as he realized that Chen, with an air of calmness, had extended his hand and skillfully grasped the very tongue that was aimed at him. How could this be? How could you possibly catch my tongue? The vice captain's voice trembled with fear as he stared in disbelief at Chen, his words becoming muffled as his tongue was ensnared. Chen's expression was one of mild disdain, for the opponent's tongue, grasped firmly in his hand, was disturbingly slimy and unpleasant. Release my tongue, the vice captain exclaimed vehemently. Chen gazed at the vice captain with an expression of utter disbelief. Could you please show a bit more professionalism? We are not merely playing a game. We are engaged in a serious fight. How could you possibly ask me to let you go? Are you truly out of your mind? Chen directly seized the vice captain's tongue, then violently swung it. At this moment, Chen's power surpassed that of the vice captain by a considerable margin. The weakened version of the Realm King fist provided a substantial augmentation to his physique, elevating his combat strength by an impressive 500, bringing it to a total of 4,500. With a series of resounding thuds, the vice captain was tossed around like a yo-yo by Chen, his figure soaring through the air in a display of remarkable prowess. Ultimately, Chen hurled the vice captain with great force, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Remarkably, despite such a fall, the vice captain's vitality proved resilient, as he remained alive. You wait, he spat. Captain Kit will not spare you after he deals with that woman. With that, he abruptly turned and fled. Chen was initially taken aback, then he realized with amusement that this fellow had been frightened away by him. How amusing indeed. However, can you truly escape? Observing the individual who had stopped approximately 500 meters away, Chen smiled faintly. Young man, do you possess the capability to pursue me? The vice captain laughed heartily. The main reason for this was the maintained distance. If Chen were to chase, the individual would flee, yet if Chen refrained, he would halt. The live chat was filled with viewers infuriated by the scoundrel. Host, you cannot let this person off. He is insufferable. Indeed, he must be dealt with. Host, send 10 planes, eliminate him. I support this. He must be taken down. The live chat buzzed with fervor, urging Chen to take decisive action against this individual. Chen raised his head, his sharp gaze casting a glance at the vice captain. Do you believe that running far means I cannot kill you? Come, do it. In my life if you can. This fellow was exceedingly arrogant, convinced that Chen could not catch up to him, and that he was safe from harm at such a distance. Chen gently shook his eyebrows and, with a smile, remarked, as you wish. His voice was soft, and the vice captain did not catch it. However, the audience in the live stream immediately ceased their barrage of comments, focusing intently on the screen to witness Chen's intentions regarding how he planned to deal with this individual. Chen gradually lifted his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers to rest delicately upon his radiant forehead. Observing this, a sense of curiosity enveloped the onlookers, pondering what Chen was endeavoring to accomplish. However, those with quicker reflexes and a deeper understanding of the Dragon Balls swiftly deduced from Chen's initial posture that he was about to unleash a formidable technique. It was none other than Piccolo's special beam cannon. What? The special beam cannon? When did the streamer acquire such a devastating skill? I recall that in the original narrative, Raditz met his demise at the hands of Piccolo wielding this very technique. To think that the streamer has traversed into Raditz and mastered this move. This technique is reputed to possess immense power, albeit requiring a buildup of energy. Yet it is perfectly suited for dealing with such scoundrels. Anticipation for the special beam cannons might surge within the live chat. As the audience discerned the impending technique, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. Nevertheless, the vice captain, unaware of this discovery on Earth, erupted into laughter upon witnessing Chen's peculiar stance, exclaiming, "Kid, have you lost your mind to adopt such a pose?" His amusement stemmed from the fact that this fellow lacked the ability to sense energy and could only rely on his scouter. Had he possessed the capacity to perceive ki, he would have recognized that Chen, empowered by the Kaioken, had elevated his combat prowess to an astonishing 4,500. With all his energy converging towards his two fingers, at last, half a minute had elapsed. Chen's closed eyes radiated a dazzling brilliance. Chen slowly began to speak. The vice captain, somewhat perplexed, was just about to respond. Chen's subsequent words had already been spoken. You are doomed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chen's finger pointed sharply at the vice captain, though he could not perceive any tangible energy. The vice captain felt an overwhelming sense of death looming over him. How could this be? Chapter 36. What on earth is the dragon and tiger great pill? Overwhelmed by the threat of death, the vice captain was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, the desire to flee surged within him, yet under such terrifying pressure. He found himself paralyzed, unable to take a single step. Yi Chen's luminous gaze slowly rested upon him as he chuckled softly, "Go to hell." As the words left his lips, he gradually lowered his joined index and middle fingers from his forehead, directing them towards the vice captain. What initially appeared to be an unremarkable fingertip suddenly radiated a glimmer of golden light. In an instant, a golden beam surged forth, accompanied by spiraling tendrils of crimson energy swirling around it, launching from Yi Chen's fingertip with rapid ferocity, aimed directly at the vice captain. The vice captain's mouth gaped open. A silent scream trapped within, as he could only watch in horror as the beam traced a swift arc, traversing the 500 meters in the blink of an eye, arriving right before him. And then, there was nothing that followed. The vice captain's enormous head was pierced cleanly through the center by the magical energy beam, the impact rendering him lifeless. A profound silence enveloped the live stream, viewers transfixed in awe, unable to utter a word. Everyone clearly witnessed the gaping void that emerged in the center of the vice captain's head. Had the once mighty vice captain truly succumbed to such a fate? His lifeless body, deprived of vitality, plummeted towards the ground. The live stream remained momentarily hushed before erupting into an uproar of jubilant cheers, an avalanche of 666 flooding the screen. Meanwhile, Aphya gazed at Yi Chen with a look of wonder. Though her combat prowess was once comparable to his, mere days had passed, and Yi Chen had ascended to such extraordinary heights of power. Yi Chen was somewhat breathless. The demon-infused light-killing cannon was indeed a formidable technique, possessing immense power. However, a single strike had nearly exhausted all of his energy, leaving him with little reserves. Yi Chen sighed and relinquished the state of the King of Worlds. Ding. The streamer has single-handedly defeated 3 opponents of equal combat power and 1 adversary with a battle power of 4,000, successfully completing the task. A random reward has been granted. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Dragon and Tiger Small Recovery Pill. The Dragon and Tiger Great Recovery Pill? Does the name evoke associations with something invincible? Young one, you are overthinking it. It is merely a potion that enhances the internal energy. Do not let your mind wander. Consuming it should augment your battle power by 5,000. Forge ahead. Yi Chen now feels an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. The name Dragon and Tiger Great Pill evokes thoughts of dragons and tigers in anyone's mind, does it not? Such a frivolous choice for a name, particularly for a pill that enhances one's cultivation, is simply outrageous. Yi Chen had grown weary of engaging with the system. As for the reward elixirs, he naturally consumed them without hesitation. What purpose did it serve to hoard them? It is wise to utilize wealth rather than let it linger, for it will not multiply on its own. In an instant, the elixirs were ingested by Yi Chen. Yi Chen was suddenly invigorated. As the elixir entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current, surging throughout his body, fervently filling every corner of his being. Yi Chen could sense that his physical body had not undergone any noticeable changes after consuming the elixir. However, the energy within him surged with an unprecedented vigor. This sensation was nothing short of an explosive eruption. Yi Chen opened his attribute list. Yi Chen, combat power, 8,000, finally nearing 10,000. How can one be so ineffectual? Yi Chen, you are infuriating. Pretentiousness level, 985 points, just 15 points away from unlocking the exchange mall. Could you lend a hand? Yi Chen, you wretched being. Martial techniques, demon-piercing light cannon, sky dance technique, key wave, solar fist, and a feeble version of the King's Fist. Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words, utterly exasperated by the system's comments. However, upon witnessing his own combat prowess, he was taken aback. It had surged astonishingly from 3,000 to 8,000. Truly, it was disheartening, after all his arduous efforts. The reward he reaped paled in comparison to a mere so-called vitality-enhancing pill. How frustrating. Aphya gazed at Yi Chen, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Yi Chen, has your strength truly ascended to 8,000? Indeed, the detector allowed for an immediate observation of Yi Chen's remarkable increase in power. Yi Chen nodded lightly and remarked, "It seems your mother, Leona, is struggling against her opponent. We might as well lend a hand, which is why I have enhanced my combat abilities." The live chat was filled with scornful comments about Yi Chen's audacity. The streamer is unbelievable, consuming a golden pill to instantly boast. Dear streamer, please refrain from flirting and focus on the fight, will you? Can you be a bit more professional? Hurry and eliminate Jeter, then take down Jinyu, and finally vanquish Frisia to successfully usurp the throne as the emperor of the universe. They urged Yi Chen to hasten and assist Leona in defeating her adversaries. Yi Chen turned his head and found Leona embroiled in a fierce battle, clearly at a disadvantage as she was sent flying multiple times by Keith. Witnessing this scene ignited a fiery anger within Yi Chen. You scoundrel, dare to lay a hand on my woman? You seek death. With that, he propelled himself forward, leaving behind a fleeting trail of golden light that slowly dissipated in the air. Chapter 37. The rebellious heart of Brother Keith. Keith had been laughing maniacally, but his mirth abruptly ceased. A formidable aura erupted around him. 8,000. How is it possible? Why has another formidable opponent emerged? Keith furrowed his brow, gazing towards the source of the explosive energy. Leona, having regained her composure in midair after being knocked away, also sensed the potent energy and turned her gaze towards the side, her brow knitted in concern. What? It's Chen? As she recognized the figure hurtling towards her, it became evident that the immense aura emanated from him. How can this be? Both Keith and Leona wore expressions of astonishment. Keith had initially witnessed Chen's combat prowess at a mere 3,000, dismissing him entirely as someone who could not withstand even a single blow. Yet now, Chen's strength had inexplicably surged to 8,000. This was simply unbelievable. Leona shared a similar sentiment. Such terrifying power could not have erupted so suddenly. She remembered observing Chen train aboard the ship, his combat power advancing rapidly from 2,000 to 3,000. This rate of improvement was already astonishing. Yet now Chen had skyrocketed to 8,000. How could this be? Leona, are you all right? At this moment, Chen stood before the two, gazing at Leona with genuine concern. Upon hearing his words, Leona's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. In truth, her combat prowess was somewhat inferior to that of Keith, and having just been subdued by him, she found herself covered in dust, appearing rather disheveled. This left Leona, who often prided herself as a goddess of war, feeling somewhat self-conscious. Chen understood that Leona was quite strong, so he refrained from saying much. With a smile, he remarked, "You should take a rest. Leave the subsequent matters to me." Chen's serene smile evoked a peculiar sensation within Leona. Although Chen possessed a combat power of 8,000, Kit's true strength exceeded 9,000, likely reaching around 9,500. Thus, Leona found herself at a disadvantage, though not utterly defeated. His combat power is 9,500. While your 8,000 is commendable, it cannot match his prowess, Leona remarked. Chen shook his head and said, "Have you forgotten the surge in my combat power during our decisive battle? Rest assured, there is no cause for concern." Upon hearing Chen's words, Leona recalled the day when his combat prowess had surged unexpectedly, and she nodded in agreement. However, deep within her heart, Leona felt a sense of discontent. After all, she had always believed herself to be superior to Chen. Yet now, it was a foe she could not contend with that required his assistance. Such a circumstance was difficult for the proud Leona to accept. Nevertheless, she recognized her inability to match Kit and quietly made way for Chen. Kit's expression was exceedingly grim, his already inhuman visage appearing even more menacing. "You dare to look down upon me, boy," Kit shouted in fury. Chen lifted his head and cast a glance at him, saying, "Kit, do you possess your brother's abilities?" "What abilities?" In an instant, a hint of panic flickered across Kit's face, yet he still maintained a facade of composure. Of course, the ability to swap bodies. A faint smile graced Chen's lips. In the instant that he uttered these words, Kit was struck as though by a thunderbolt, his body rendered rigid. Soon after, a shadow of gloom descended upon Kit's visage. How could you possibly know this secret? Fear flickered within Kit. For the ability to forcibly exchange bodies with others was an innate talent of his kind. Kit and his brother Jinyu were not born in the conventional sense. Rather, they hatched from eggs on a desolate planet where two lives began. Although they possessed a combat power of approximately 1,000 from birth, their progress was agonizingly slow until a subordinate of Frisia appeared on their planet. Seizing the opportunity, they exchanged bodies with this individual, thereby infiltrating Frisia's ranks. However, their allegiance to Frisia was merely superficial. The disparity in combat power between the two parties had to remain within a certain threshold for the body exchange to succeed. Yet, when confronted by Frisia, the thought of utilizing their body-swapping ability never even crossed their minds, making it painfully clear how vast the chasm was between them and Frisia. Nevertheless, they refused to surrender, determined to gradually seek out sufficiently formidable foes to seize their bodies. Their ultimate ambition was to approach Frisia's level of combat strength, ultimately aiming to usurp Frisia's own form. Regrettably, despite the vastness of the universe, truly powerful beings were scarce, particularly for Jinyu, whose combat power of 120,000 had already reached the zenith among Frisia's minions. He had yet to encounter anyone stronger than himself, aside from Frisia. However, they persisted, engaging in battles not solely to fulfill their missions, but also to grow stronger, aspiring for the day they could claim Frisia's body and establish their race as the rulers of the cosmos. Chapter 38. Transformation. Jinyu and Kit had long concealed their capabilities. Fearful of being discovered, every witness to their body-snatching ability met with a grim fate. For while Frisia appeared cultured and magnanimous, he harbored an unyielding resolve to eliminate any potential threats to his supremacy. Jinyu and Kit had continued to hide their powers, patiently awaiting the right opportunity. Yet now, the most crucial secret of theirs had been laid bare by Chen's words. This revelation ignited an overwhelming desire for vengeance within Kit. Chen could not be allowed to leave this place alive, nor could Leona or Aphya. They must perish. "You are indeed correct. I possess such an ability." Kit's murderous intent was palpable as he gazed intently at Chen. Chen nodded, affirming his suspicion. "Surely, there must be limitations to your abilities, such as a certain disparity in combat power that would prevent the exchange of bodies, for instance." Chen inquired with curiosity. There must be limitations, otherwise it would be too extraordinary. Indeed, Kit had already resolved to let Chen perish, and thus revealed. I have maintained a physique with over 9,000 combat power solely to test my own abilities. I have discovered that I can seize the body of any adversary whose strength differs from mine by no more than 50,000. However, if the disparity exceeds 20,000, my abilities become ineffective. My brother possesses greater power. He can seize the bodies of those whose strength varies within a range of 100,000. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded. The disparity between 50,000 and 100,000 is substantial in the early stages of the Dragon Ball universe, rendering this skill nearly invincible. However, as time progresses, even a mere fraction of the energy overflowing from a Super Saiyan's body would surpass such figures. In the later stages, this becomes inadequate. Nevertheless, it is likely that such abilities can undergo evolution. Contemplating this, Chen couldn't help but exclaim, the universe is truly vast, teeming with countless strange races, each possessing formidable strength. Kit coldly chuckled. Have you finished your ramblings? If so, I shall send you all to the afterlife. Chen looked at Kit with a puzzled expression and inquired, what gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly? Even if we cannot defeat you in a one-on-one confrontation, collectively overpowering you should be a certainty, considering you possess merely 9,500 combat power. The live stream chat erupted in laughter at Kit's pretentiousness, deeming him excessively arrogant. Pathetic Kit, the streamer currently boasts 8,000 combat power, and with the use of the King's Fist, that escalates to 12,000. Defeating you would be akin to a mere hunt. The streamer asserted, time to deliver a resounding slap to your face. Kit retorted, who do you possess such a cheat skill as the King's Fist? The audience chimed in, come on, don't be too harsh. Kit has worked very hard. Do you have any idea how much effort he has put in? The live streamers rallied in support of Chen, eager to witness him deliver a resounding blow. Kit sneered and remarked, this body is not my own. It possesses a talent that you may not be aware of. What? Chen was momentarily puzzled. Could it be that there was some hidden trump card? His innate talent allowed him to transform, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. His initial fighting strength of 9,500 could surge to a staggering 14,000. You are all prepared to meet your demise. Kit roared, as the silver plates that adorned his towering figure clattered to the ground, revealing a gray, scaled body beneath. Damn it. Do you not realize there are women present when you suddenly shed your armor? Chen wore an expression of utter disbelief, exclaiming internally about the absurdity of the situation. These rascals, fighting and transforming, shedding their garments without a care. Fortunately, this species lacks any reproductive organs, sparing Aphya and Leona from an unpleasant sight. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to reduce them to mincemeat for the dogs. The live stream was filled with astonishment as viewers were taken aback by Kit's ability to transform, a revelation that broadened their horizons. Suddenly, Kit's scales erupted outward, the joints of his body creaking with a crisp sound, resonating clearly. Following this, a powerful aura surged forth, shattering the air around him. What initially appeared to be an unassuming physique inflated dramatically, muscles bulging, and he grew nearly half a person's height taller, transforming into a formidable figure. Upon completion of his metamorphosis, Kit had become a small giant, towering at 1.5 times the height of a typical person. His presence exuded an overwhelming terror, whipping up a fierce wind. Little brat, do you think I could defeat you now? The Scions are indeed a peculiar race. They do not grow taller until they reach the age of 16, at which point they abruptly transition into young adulthood. And Chen, being merely 14 this year, remains a mere child. Chen was exceedingly displeased, cursing under his breath. What have you grown up to be? You are but a child, and your entire family too. Despite the formidable aura emanating from his opponent, Chen spoke without hesitation. Meanwhile, Leona gazed at Keith with a look of trepidation. The Scion race, known for their immense pride, has long been regarded as a naturally born warrior species, as conveyed through both historical accounts and legends from other races. However, the mightiest Scion, King Vegeta, possessed a mere combat power of 10,000. In stark contrast, Frisia's squad harbored numerous individuals with combat powers exceeding that threshold. The once resounding reputation of the Scions as a warrior race appeared to be utterly unmerited. Chapter 39, A Defeat of 12,000? Chen smiled faintly, taken aback by the transformation of Kit, which indeed came as a surprise. However, he too was not to be underestimated. Kit, to perish beneath my metamorphosis is truly your honor. Kit growled, his menacing visage fixed intently upon Chen. Chen laughed heartily. Is that so? I can also endeavor to engage in a battle beyond the myriad of conflicts. Upon finishing his words, a surge of crimson flames erupted fiercely around Chen's form. The Realm King Fist. Chen let out a loud cry. What prompted such an exclamation was not merely a requisite of the Kaioken technique, but rather a convention popularized by anime, which he found undeniably cool. However, the live chat was filled with embarrassment. The streamer was engaged in battle, yet still shouted the names of his techniques. How utterly juvenile. Indeed. I used to be annoyed by those who would announce their moves before a fight on television. It seemed so feeble. Streamer, tread carefully and treasure this moment. I have always believed you to be a rational individual. The streamer ought to proclaim the full name, weaker version of Kaioken, to truly capture the essence of grandeur. The disdain directed at Yi Chun in the live chat was akin to an endless river, flowing ceaselessly. Yi Chun stood before the door, adorned with several dark lines, questioning the disdain directed at him. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts as trivial. As he unleashed the Kaioken technique, his physical strength surged dramatically, propelling his combat power to unprecedented heights. The readings on Kiter's detector reflected this ascent, escalating from 8,000 to 10,000, and ultimately reaching 12,000. Remarkably, he found himself on par with Kiter in terms of combat prowess. While Kiter was taken aback, it was Leona who experienced the greatest shock. Proud and haughty, her initial astonishment at Yi Chen's burgeoning strength morphed into sheer disbelief, particularly as his capabilities now surpassed her own. This was an acceptance she could not fathom. Just half a month prior, Yi Chen's combat power had merely been 500, yet here he stood, having achieved a staggering peak of 12,000. Eclipsing her and even King Vegeta. The news was nothing short of sensational. In a sudden epiphany, Leona recalled the ancient Scion legend that spoke of a fabled Super Scion emerging every 10,000 years. Could it be that Yi Chun was the prophesied Super Scion? This thought enveloped her mind in a haze of confusion. Yi Chun did not possess the ability to read minds. Otherwise, upon hearing Leona's words, he would have surely remarked, "I would indeed wish for such a thing, but alas, I am not the legendary Super Scion. There exists another, known as Broly, who was persecuted by your esteemed King Vegeta. Consequently, the one who was destined to revitalize the Scion lineage has become its sworn enemy. How could your battle power surge by such a magnitude?" A look of terror spread across Kit's face. His own transformation was a manifestation of the innate racial talents of the body he occupied. A rise of 2,500 in battle power post-transformation was already considerable. Yet, Yi Chun had ascended by an astonishing 4,000. This was nothing short of absurd. Yi Chun smiled faintly, stating, "There is no reason. The so-called racial talent you speak of is insignificant in my eyes. Now, prepare to meet your demise." With that, Yi Chun gathered his energy and advanced, delivering a powerful punch toward Kit from a distance. In an instant, a wave of energy coalesced in the air, hurtling fiercely toward Kit. However, this was merely an ordinary energy wave, and Kit retaliated with a fierce punch, deflecting the wave, which then soared toward a distant mountain. A thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by the sound of collapsing earth, as a small mountain was utterly shattered under the force of Yi Chun's attack, its stones fracturing and leveling the ground. "You will die? You will die?" Kit bellowed in rage, opening his mouth wide to unleash a ferocious roar. Yi Chun initially paid no heed to Kit's thunderous roar, but soon realized something was amiss, for the energy within Kit was surging towards his throat. Could this be the legendary art of verbal combat? Yi Chun smiled. Indeed. As soon as the words left his mouth, a colossal beam of light surged forth from Keith's mouth, the fierce energy carrying an explosive aura, as if it could annihilate anything in its path. If it were anyone else caught off guard by such a sudden assault, they would surely be flustered, unable to defend themselves, and suffer grave injuries. However, Yi Chun was not only prepared but had also devised a strategy long ago. In a swift motion, he flickered to the side, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow of himself. As Keith's verbal onslaught struck, the shadow dissipated, and the very air trembled slightly, indicating the tremendous power behind the attack. Alas, no matter how great the power, if it cannot strike a target, it is of little consequence, wouldn't you agree? Keith gazed ahead, yet he could not discern Yi Chun's presence. In an instant, a chill coursed through his heart, sensing something amiss. Yet, it was too late. Accompanying Yi Chun's voice was a fierce elbow strike aimed directly at Keith. The strike landed unhesitatingly upon the back of Keith's head. With a resounding thud, Keith's body was propelled through the air, akin to a projectile struck by Yi Chun. How is this possible? Keith could hardly believe it. Yet once more, Yi Chun's words echoed in his ears. Chapter 40, Elder Adralat. While being sent flying by Yi Chun's elbow strike, Yi Chun had already swiftly closed the distance once more. Why is it impossible? Yi Chun's lips curled into a faint smile as he delivered another forceful kick. Oof. Kit let out a pained wail. Once again sent flying by Yi Chun's might, Yi Chun pressed closely once more, striking again in midair. At this moment, Yi Chun appeared as if he were engaging in a solitary game of volleyball, effortlessly striking the ball into the air and returning it with ease. Reveling in his own amusement, the onlookers were left in astonished silence, while Leona and Aphya wore expressions of utter disbelief. Although Yi Chun's combat prowess is on par with Kit's, the reason behind his overwhelming strength remains a mystery to them. In truth, it is Yi Chun's speed and the augmentation of his power through the Kaioken technique that allow him to dominate his opponent. In essence, those of the same rank appear feeble in his presence, and even opponents with equal combat strength seem insignificant. Yi Chun refrained from delivering a lethal blow, engaging in a prolonged bout that left Kit's already formidable physique even more imposing due to the swelling from the relentless strikes. The live stream erupted with fervor. Yi Chun's fluid and seamless assault rendered Kit utterly defenseless, transforming the encounter into a sheer display of brutality. Is there no one to intervene? Someone is being victimized here. The audience lamented the streamer's cruelty, pleading for an end to the torment. Have pity on Kit. Do you comprehend the extent of his dedication? As Kit's brother, Jinu, I felt a surge of indignation. Yi Chun, brace yourself for my wrath. Yet, if one were to articulate the sentiment, witnessing Yi Chun dominate Kit evoked an inexplicable thrill. Ultimately, with a forceful hammer strike, Yi Chun sent Kit plummeting from the heavens, crashing down to the earth with tremendous impact. How could this be? Even now. Kit lay sprawled on the ground, disbelief etched upon his face, devoid of the strength to rise. At that very moment, a formidable power erupted unexpectedly from the distance. Yi Chun's brows twitched slightly. The aura emanating from this presence was immensely powerful, surpassing even his own when he employed the King of Worlds' fist. Who could this individual possibly be? Who is this person? Yi Chun felt a sense of bewilderment. On the other hand, a look of terror manifested on Kit's face. He was already being relentlessly defeated by Yi Chun, and now an unknown formidable presence had emerged. Was his demise imminent? Indeed, an enraged roar reverberated, accompanied by a surge of energy, resonating in the ears of all present. How dare one massacre the denizens of my Adrat star? This is truly a death wish. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a surge of frustration. How infuriating it is. This is always the case on television. The protagonist finishes off the adversaries, and only then do the supporting characters emerge to tidy up the aftermath. I was on the verge of defeating Keith, and now you, the trump card of the Yadralat planet, decide to make your entrance. If I had not intervened, it is likely that the people of your planet would have perished. Indeed. As this voice resonated, the previously hidden citizens of Yadralat in the city below emerged with exhilaration, shouting, "The Grand Elders have emerged from their seclusion. They have finally emerged. We are saved." Yi Chun felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, it was he who had come to their rescue, and such words were profoundly disheartening. Indeed, a green figure soared from the distance, generating a tremendous force that rippled through the air as if it could upheave the very seas, instilling a sense of terror. The power of this individual was undeniably formidable. It was no surprise that expressions of sheer astonishment adorned the faces of Leona and her companions. The readings on the detector before their eyes surged relentlessly: 5,000, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, an astounding figure of 50,000, which was utterly terrifying. Yi Chun was increasingly irritated. It would have been far better if you had emerged sooner to strike down Giant with a single blow. I have expended considerable effort and energy only for you to show up now. It is truly vexing. Before long, that individual had soared to the location of Yi Chun and the others. Yi Chun scrutinized the scene before him, where a large green creature appeared, exuding an aura of amiability. Yet, its face was marred by a fierce expression of anger, rendering it somewhat fearsome. The inhabitants of the planet Adrat have a tendency to enter profound slumber during their seclusion, awakening only after an extended period. Thus, they were unable to intervene in a timely manner. Were it not for this valiant friend, our people might have faced utter catastrophe. Therefore, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, dear comrade. We shall surely repay your kindness in the future. The individual spoke with a melodious tone, and upon witnessing the near resolution of the conflict, he expressed his profound thanks to Yi Chun with utmost respect. Despite his significantly superior combat prowess, his humble gratitude towards Yi Chun exemplifies the humility of the Adrat people. Is this not the rightful approach? Your sacrifices for us were not in vain. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. Young friend, after I deal with this fellow, I shall take you to our elder hall. Please wait a moment. The elder spoke to Yi Chun, then turned his gaze towards the fallen kiter, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You have slaughtered our people. A sin beyond forgiveness. Die. With that, he raised his palm, prepared to eliminate Kiter directly. However, Kiter's expression bore no sign of fear. Instead, he wore a peculiar smile. I have taken a liking to your body. Chapter 41. Transformation into a mouse, undoubtedly. This newly emerged individual from the planet Adralat was a formidable being. Kiter, on the other hand, was merely an adversary with a combat power of 12,000. Yet, in that instant, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the Adralation. How could this be? Why would an opponent with a mere 12,000 combat power instill such a feeling in me? Though puzzled, the Adralation prepared to unleash the energy blast that he had charged, ready to hurl it at Kiter. At that moment, Kiter let out a great roar. Exchange. Instantly, the energy blast that the Adralation had readied could no longer be released. His entire body became rigid, unable to move even a fraction. It was as if an unknown force had imprisoned him, rendering him immobile. How is this possible? The elder bellowed. Kiter erupted into hearty laughter. A brilliant yellow beam of light surging from his body. Within the light, a faint silhouette of a laughing figure could be discerned. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this apparition was Kiter himself, laughing joyfully. This is it. This is Kiter's racial talent, body exchange. Riona's face displayed astonishment. If Kiter truly exchanged bodies with the Elder of Adralat, then they would undoubtedly stand no chance against him. Although the Elder was unaware of the specifics, he could sense the imminent threat of death looming over him. The beam of light ascended, climbing higher, and was now halfway to the Elder, poised to confront him. Yi Chun's lips curled into a subtle, icy smile. Kit, you are still too young. Yi Chun spoke softly. There was no alternative. Having discerned the opponent's innate ability to exchange bodies, how could Chen not be prepared? In the palm of his hand rested a golden mouse. The creature was remarkably plump, devoid of fur, its golden skin exuding an endearing charm. This was a mouse Chen had stumbled upon on the planet Adralat, finding it rather amusing, and thus had captured it to place within the confines of the system's storage space. Now, it seemed, it would serve a purpose. Wishing to exchange bodies, are you? Here, take a mouse's body to amuse yourself. Chen erupted into hearty laughter, casting the mouse in his hand towards the luminous pillar. No, please don't. Kit, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly froze, his face contorting into one of sheer terror as he screamed. Yet, it was too late. Just as the luminous pillar was about to make contact with the immobile elder, the mouse reached its peak, touching the very apex of the radiant column. An eerie sound began to resonate. Chen furrowed his brow, pondering if this was the sound of a soul exchange. Regardless, Kit's scheme had been utterly thwarted. The figure that had previously lain motionless on the ground suddenly stirred, but not in the usual manner. Instead, it curled into a ball. Crouching low and gazing around with suspicion. Upon spotting Chen, a look of sheer terror spread across Kit's face. In an instant, he dashed away, making a beeline for a nearby building that harbored a mouse hole, into which he bolted. The building then collapsed in a cacophony of rumbling destruction. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in a state of shock. Leona, unable to fathom the scene before her, gazed at the gaping hole that Kit had burrowed into as he fled into the depths below, and inquired, "What on earth is happening with Kit?" Chen smiled and remarked, "He is no longer Kit. His soul has been reduced to that of a mere mouse, while the true essence of Kit resides within that golden little rodent." As he spoke, Chen pointed to the mouse that had fallen to the ground. The golden mouse, equally terrified, was further alarmed upon noticing Leona and the others. In a flash, the mouse instinctively attempted to flee. However, the elder had already reacted. A cold smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand to unleash a wave of energy. Boom. In an instant, the mouse was reduced to ashes. Thus, Kit, the ambitious dreamer who sought to usurp Frisia and ascend as the ruler of the cosmos, met his demise. Chen let out a sigh. While the elder wore an expression of lingering fear, his gaze toward Chen brimming with gratitude. "Dear young brother, I am truly thankful to you. Otherwise, I would have surely found myself in a most embarrassing predicament just now." Chen smiled nonchalantly and said, "It is of no consequence, merely a trifling effort. In any case, I extend my gratitude to the three of you. Please, do come to the elder hall of my sect, Yadralat, for a moment. Our grand elder is about to awaken, and it would be an opportune moment to bestow upon you some rewards." Chen chuckled upon hearing this. This was indeed the proper course of action. He had accurately bet on the right side from the very beginning. It was essential to offer timely assistance. Although the Adrat star was not particularly formidable, it certainly could not be deemed weak. It now appeared that his judgment was correct. "All right, Sister Leona, Sister Aphya. Let us take a look." At Chen's peculiar appellations, Leona shot him a glare, while Aphya felt a tinge of shyness. After all, they were mother and daughter. His casual references as sister and younger sister undeniably exposed his ambitious nature. Meanwhile, the live chat was filled with enthusiastic comments. Chapter 42. Meeting the Grand Elder. The crowd followed the Adrat Elder as they soared forward. Before long, an extraordinarily grand hall appeared before them. The magnificent entrance, adorned with enigmatic patterns, exuded a profound sense of history that instantly captivated everyone's hearts. The Adrat Star, indeed, was no ordinary place. Chen contemplated to himself. "I am the third elder of the planet Yadalat. The second elder lies in slumber, while within the Elder Hall, the Grand Elder awaits your presence." The third elder casually introduced himself with a wave of his arm, prompting the grand doors of the hall to swing open with a resonant sound. Inside, a profound darkness enveloped the space, resembling a black hole. "Young friend Chen, please enter. The Grand Elder is already inside," the third elder said with a smile. Chen, puzzled by the third elder's lack of intention to lead the way, remarked, "Do you not plan to accompany me inside?" The first elder mentioned that he wished to see you personally. The third elder gestured invitingly. "Very well." Chen nodded and was about to enter when Leona furrowed her brow and grasped his arm. "What is the matter?" Chen was puzzled. Leona furrowed her brow and remarked, "It feels rather strange. Entering may pose some danger." In response, Chen shook his head reassuringly, "Do not worry." With that, he intended to lead the two women inside. However, the third elder resolutely gestured to halt, stating, "I am sorry, but the Grand Elder has instructed that only you may enter. As for the two ladies, I shall guide them to explore here." This was indeed rather perplexing. Chen felt a profound curiosity, yet he did not sense any malice. Thus, addressing the evidently reluctant Aphya and Leona, he reassured them, "Do not worry. I am perfectly fine. You may go explore elsewhere." Although Leona and Aphya harbored lingering concerns, they could only acquiesce, nodding in resignation as Leona stated, "Very well. Should any issues arise, unleash your power, and we shall come to your aid." Observing Leona's icy demeanor juxtaposed with her caring words, Chen smiled. Leona, catching sight of his mischievous grin, shot him an exasperated glare, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. With a huff, she seized Aphya and soared into the air. As Aphya was pulled away by Leona, she cast one last wistful glance at Chen, timidly calling out, "Brother Chen, do hurry. I still wish to cultivate with you." Chen chuckled softly. Of course he was going to cultivate. Once his exchange shop opened, he was determined to redeem a legendary dual cultivation technique. Ha ha ha. Host, the smile on your face is rather devious. Do tone it down a bit. Indeed, host. Even I, as an outsider, can see your hidden ambitions. The host is truly a dragon among men. Should you achieve dual success, a great rocket shall be offered with both hands. If the host can indeed attain dual success, that would truly make him a winner in life. Observing the sly grin on Chen's face, all the men in the live stream could naturally discern it. Countless words of envy and jealousy transformed into bullet comments. Floating above Chen's gaze, Chen curled his lips in disdain, choosing not to engage in conversation. You are all simply consumed by jealousy, aren't you? Chen did not hesitate and stepped directly into the Elder Hall. As he entered, the grand doors of the hall thunderously shut once more, instantly extinguishing the light that had previously permeated from the outside world. Chen furrowed his brows, finding this somewhat enigmatic. What could the Grand Elder possibly mean? Chen could see nothing. The room was akin to a black hole, devouring all light. Chen furrowed his brows as he advanced, gently surveying his surroundings. Although shrouded in darkness and unable to see anything, his acute perception allowed him to distinctly sense various malevolent intentions. Every assault was accompanied by a trace of malice. Yet, there was nothing to be found. Just as Chen began to grow impatient, a voice softly resonated. "Young one, please continue moving forward." Chen furrowed his brows. His voice tinged with a sense of antiquity, as if concealing an infinite expanse of history within. At that moment, the weighty dust of the past enveloped him. Yet Chen sensed no malice, prompting him to stride forward. With each step, his countenance grew increasingly grim, for he had previously observed the Elder Hall from its exterior, estimating it to be only about 100 square meters. According to his pace, he should have reached the wall within a minute. However, 2 minutes had elapsed, and he had yet to encounter anything at all. What could this mean? Was it possible that he had stumbled upon something akin to a time chamber? Chen pondered as he continued to advance, partly reassured by the fact that he had just assisted the inhabitants of the planet Adrat, who should harbor no ill will towards him. Additionally, he recalled the original narrative wherein Sun Wukong described the Adrat people as simple, kind-hearted, and hospitable. As for Sun Wukong's assertion that the Adrat inhabitants were relatively weak, it was worth noting that at that time, Sun Wukong had already attained Super Saiyan Level 1, boasting a combat power exceeding 100 million. Thus, a few million would indeed seem feeble in comparison, a consideration that did not weigh on Chen's mind. While Chen was lost in thought, a faint blue light appeared ahead. Though dim, it served as a beacon in the oppressive darkness surrounding him. At last, he had found it. Chen hastened towards the light. Upon approaching the source of illumination, he was utterly astonished. Chapter 43, Silencing the Witnesses. You have arrived. Before Chen stood a swirling mass of gray flames. Yet, this peculiar fire seemed capable of speech, and amidst its flickering tendrils, one could almost discern the silhouette of a figure concealed within. Are you the Grand Elder? Chen furrowed his brow and inquired. Indeed, I am the Grand Elder. However, I have already met my demise. My soul is anchored within this sacred flame, allowing me to evade the clutches of hell. Chen felt increasingly perplexed. However, the Grand Elder did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Instead, he inquired, you have saved the people of our planet, Adelrat. In gratitude, I can offer you a reward. What is it that you desire? Instantaneous movement. Chen replied without hesitation. The reason for his arrival at the planet Yadalat was precisely for this object. Very well, teleportation. Although I am unaware of how you acquired this skill, as a token of gratitude, I shall entrust it to you. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly cast a ball of flame. A gray flame separated from the immense fire of the Grand Elder, floating before Chen, transforming into a white page of a book. Chen spread his palm, and the pages fell directly into his hand. Upon opening it, he discovered instructions on how to fully perceive the aura of others, followed by methods to traverse the void and directly transfer himself. However, breaking through the void necessitates formidable strength, a feat far beyond Chen's current capabilities. Nonetheless, teleportation is inherently a cunning skill. If it required the power to shatter the void, it would not have garnered such a prominent reputation in this world. Chen glanced at the pages before closing the book. I cannot discern where you hail from, the Grand Elder sighed. Chen furrowed his brow slightly and declared, I hail from planet Vegeta. However, the response came swiftly. No, you do not originate from planet Vegeta. You come from a place far more distant, a realm that may not even belong to this universe. The words of the Grand Elder sent a shiver down Chen's spine. How could this be? Had the Grand Elder discerned his identity as a traveler from another world? It seemed impossible. After all, this was their first encounter. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was equally astonished. Who was this enigmatic old man? And how could he unveil the host's true nature? Doubts arose. Perhaps he was merely attempting to deceive the host. Stay composed. Do not falter. Urge the viewers. Host, it is time to silence him. Eliminate him. Indeed. The clamor in the live stream grew louder as they speculated about the Grand Elder's identity. Observing Yi Chen's wariness, the swirling gray flames shifted slightly, revealing a kindly smile upon the figure's face. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to propose a transaction with you. Yi Chen, suppressing the doubts within his heart, inquired, what transaction? At a time when our Mana Tribe's people are facing a grave crisis. We extend our hands to assist them in overcoming this peril, and during the existential threat to the Mana Tribe, we strive to leave behind a glimmer of hope for their survival. The inhabitants of the planet Adalat are the Mana Tribe. Yi Chen was even more perplexed. Yet he still inquired, since this is a transaction, what will you offer in return? What I shall provide is this realm and this sacred flame. What does that signify? Yi Chen remained silent, awaiting the elder's further elaboration. The sacred fire is a revered artifact of our Mana clan, possessing immense power. When the sacred fire shatters, the energy released can condense into a temporal barrier, sustaining itself for 3 days. This temporal barrier alters the flow of space, allowing what transpires in the outside world over the course of a day to equate to a decade within. Thus, if you cultivate for 3 days here, it equates to 30 years. The elder's words left Yi Chen astounded, his mouth agape. Could this not be considered an enhanced version of the temporal chamber atop the temple? In the temporal chamber, 1 day of cultivation equates to a year, yet here it is 10 years. Why? Yi Chen, perplexed, inquired. My soul is on the brink of dissolution, and the chaos of the universe is poised to commence. The Mana Tribe is exceedingly feeble, especially in the face of the impending turmoil, rendering us profoundly vulnerable. Yet in you, I perceive the glimmer of future hope. Although you are currently quite weak, I am willing to stake everything on you. The Grand Elder had always been enigmatic, and now he spoke of cosmic upheaval, which left Yi Chen somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, this revelation posed no detriment to him. Rather, his principal concern was the scarcity of time. The temporal sanctuary on Earth could only be utilized for 2 days before it would close permanently. The prospect of cultivating here was, therefore, exceedingly favorable for Yi Chen. If you agree, you may summon your friends to join in the cultivation. I shall ensure that the tribe provides ample sustenance and fresh water for you. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Yi Chen nodded. An ethereal promise in exchange for an opportunity to enhance his strength was undoubtedly advantageous. Very well, remember your vow. The Grand Elder concluded, and the door opened, signaling Yi Chen to go forth and summon Leona and the others. Yi Chen nodded and proceeded outside. Leona and Aphya did not venture far, both feeling a tinge of concern for Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and flew directly before the two. Do not worry. I am perfectly fine. Upon seeing that Yi Chen had indeed emerged unscathed, Aphya joyfully grasped his shoulder. Leona, however, rolled her eyes and remarked, who was worried about you? Such self-importance. This haughty demeanor betrays her true feelings. Yi Chen gazed at Leona, who was smiling joyfully. Chapter 44. The Arrival of the Jinyu Force. It matters not. After 30 years of cultivation, it has been just the 3 of us. When the time comes, I shall ensure you comprehend that shyness is not appropriate. Yi Chen smiled broadly as he shared the news of time cultivation with the two, leaving them in a state of astonishment. However, none of them declined the opportunity. Such a remarkable chance to enhance their strength was something no ambitious scion would turn down. Yet, upon hearing this news, the third elder's face was clouded with sorrow. Was the Grand Elder truly about to depart? Yi Chen nodded. The third elder gazed at Yi Chen with a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. I hope you live up to the expectations of the Grand Elder. 3 days from now, we shall engage in combat. If you cannot even defeat me, it would signify that the Grand Elder has misjudged your potential, and you would have disappointed his hopes. At that time, I shall take your life as a tribute to the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled faintly. Your judgment, Great Elder, is indeed astute. There is no need for further contemplation. Yi Chen's words prompted a chorus of remarks from the audience in the live stream, all commenting on his remarkable audacity. Yi Chen, undeterred, led the 2 women into the Elder Hall. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was captivated, their attention unwavering. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed, and the screen displayed a message. Apologies, the streamer is currently in a time distortion zone and unable to broadcast. The next stream is scheduled in 3 days. This announcement left everyone in utter disbelief. What is this? You can't play with us like this. I was eager to witness the streamer's scandalous 30 years of cultivation. Indeed, the streamer's camera is quite unreliable. Come back, streamer. Without you, my life has lost all its vibrancy. Ever since I began watching the streamer, no other dramas or novels can capture my attention. Streamer, please return. I'll reward you with a rocket. It's all right. This is a perfect opportunity for the streamer to strengthen their abilities. They are indeed a bit weak now, unable to even defeat the Jinyu force under Frisia. A bit of cultivation would do them good. The opinions varied, but the live stream had indeed come to an abrupt halt. Yi Chen received the news with a faint smile. Within the place, provisions and fresh water were plentiful. The gravity was 20 times that of normal. Had it not been for Yi Chen's sudden surge in strength to 8,000, he likely would not have been able to endure it. The gray flame encompassing the elder had vanished without a trace. An ancient voice slowly echoed, "Chen, please remember your promise. The future of the Mana clan rests upon your shoulders." Chen smiled, and everything was understood without a word. The next step was to cultivate. The urgent need to enhance his strength was paramount. Outside the Elder Hall on the planet Aradlat, countless clansmen gathered at the entrance, bowing in reverence. The Grand Elder, a guardian spirit who had existed for nearly 10,000 years in both life and death, had vanished today. This was nothing short of catastrophic news for the Mana tribe. The third elder stood at the forefront of the crowd and declared, "Please trust in the Grand Elder's vision. I believe that those he has chosen will surely meet our expectations." Silence enveloped the assembly as they awaited the reopening of the Elder Hall. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The Mana tribe showed no signs of impatience, kneeling in earnest anticipation. Beyond the atmosphere of Aradlat, a colossal spaceship approached. Inside, 5 peculiar extraterrestrials engaged in a slow exchange. "Jinyu, is it true that your brother Kid is dead?" inquired a robust figure with an outlandish pineapple hairstyle. A comical sight, given his large head. In front of this character stood a towering creature with a pale purple body, reaching twice the height of a human, adorned with 2 sharp black horns atop its head. "Raikum, if you keep babbling, I will throw you out." Jinyu's countenance darkened, his pale skin now tinged with an ominous hue. "All right, you're the boss. I want to say another word." Raikum replied meekly, aware of Jinyu's ruthless nature and preferring to avoid conflict. Behind them, a short, stout figure stood partially obscured by a transparent chair. His round head and plump body, coupled with his dark skin, created a humorous appearance. Most notably, he possessed 4 eyes, 2 of which were located where ears should be. "Jinyu, rest assured. Once we locate the one responsible for your brother's demise, we shall exact our revenge." This figure, named Gildo, appeared frail, yet his eyes glinted with a sinister light. Another individual, resembling a woman with red skin and long white hair, was using a detector that glimmered with light to survey the planet below. "I have detected a being with a combat power of 50,000, likely the one who killed your brother. The others barely reach 500 and are of no concern," she stated confidently. This was Guise, a staunch believer in the power of technology, evident from her cutting-edge battle suit and detector. The last member of the group was a lean, pale blue alien, who remained silent. Should Yi Chun or the viewers of the live broadcast see these figures, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, for they were the formidable Jinyu Force, the strongest special operations team under Frisia. Chapter 45. The Third Elder's hope. With only half an hour remaining, the time to act was nigh. May they not let the Grand Elder's sacrifice be in vain. The Third Elder stood before the multitude of kneeling Mana tribesmen, gazing at the tightly shut doors of the Elder Hall, sighing softly. Just then, a piercing sound reverberated through the atmosphere, echoing across the entire planet. Instantly, both the Third Elder and the kneeling clansmen looked up in astonishment. A massive spaceship was descending towards them. "What is happening?" The Third Elder furrowed his brow in confusion. On the planet Aradlat, only the Grand Elder possessed the ability to teleport instantaneously. However, the 2 other elders could sense the presence of others. The Third Elder distinctly felt 4 powerful auras emanating from the approaching vessel, alongside one weaker, yet ominous presence. Why are so many strong beings arriving on Aradlat? Panic washed over the Third Elder's face, as 4 of the 5 auras surpassed his own strength, while the Second Elder lay in slumber, unable to awaken and protect their kin. "Damn it, everyone, hurry to the bunkers for shelter," the Third Elder shouted. Although the other Mana tribespeople could not sense the auras, they felt the hostility emanating from the spaceship. In an instant, the crowd began to scatter in a frenzy. Yet it was too late. A blue figure streaked across the sky, moving with a speed that shattered the Third Elder's perception of reality. How is it possible to move so fast? He gaped in disbelief. The blue figure swiftly intercepted the fleeing Mana tribesman, unleashing a thunderous roar. "You think you can escape? How utterly laughable. In the face of my cosmic speed, retreat is futile. You might as well return quietly." With that, another bellow followed. "Witness my cosmic ultimate destruction strike." As the words left his lips, the figure, resembling a shooting star, plummeted towards the ground. In an instant, he crashed into the forefront of the crowd. Boom. The sound of violent explosions erupted, accompanied by flying debris, crimson blood, and severed limbs, causing the Third Elder's eyes to nearly burst with anguish. "Come back." The grievous losses among his people drove the Third Elder into a fury. Some Mana tribesmen attempted to flee in another direction, but alas, it was too late. A white-haired figure emerged, raising a hand to unleash a devastating energy wave. Once more, a wave of tribesmen perished. The Third Elder's eyes brimmed with rage, yearning to annihilate those who slaughtered his kin. From yet another direction, a burly man with a pineapple hairstyle appeared, proclaiming, "Behold my vanishing cannon." Raikum's mouth agape. A colossal beam of light manifested, casting a terrifying shadow over the scene. Boom. The beam swept across, obliterating a group of Mana tribesmen into nothingness. "You shall pay for this." The Third Elder could no longer contain his wrath and charged toward the assailants. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from behind him. "Do not approach. I have questions for you. The voice rendered the third elder instantly rigid. What an absurdity it was for someone to sneak up on him without detection. Slowly turning, he beheld a pale purple figure standing behind him. The creature's two sharp horns menacingly protruding. Who are you? Why do you seek to kill my people? The third elder bellowed in anguish and fury. I have come to find the one responsible for my brother's death. It seems that is you, Jinyu sneered. Your brother? The third elder was initially puzzled. But soon enlightenment dawned upon him. The deceased Kit, who had perished 3 days prior, appeared to be the brother of the man before him. He had not anticipated that the Avenger would arrive so swiftly. Had the first elder still been present, even in a spectral form, he could have withstood these malevolent beings. However, the first elder had vanished, and the second elder remained in a deep slumber, unable to be roused. This left the entire planet of Adralat devoid of anyone capable of thwarting these murderous fiends. Is it truly you? Frigidly smiling, Jinyu extended a hand and struck the third elder squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, the third elder was sent flying, his ribs seemingly shattering upon impact. Blood spilling from his lips as he helplessly collapsed to the ground. How pathetic. Since it is you, I have not erred in my target. The people of your planet shall serve as a fitting tribute to my brother, Jinyu remarked with chilling indifference, gesturing to his four subordinates. With a resounding boom, the members of Jinyu Force erupted into a frenzy of slaughter upon receiving his command. The third elder, witnessing the demise of his kin, felt his eyes redden with anguish. Nearly spilling tears of blood, Chen, do emerge swiftly. I hope you have not disappointed the first elder. The future of the Mana tribe rests solely upon your shoulders. At this moment, the only beacon of hope was the imminent arrival of Chen. What are you still waiting for? Jinyu sneered at the third elder, whose face still bore a glimmer of hope. No one can save you now. To dare kill my brother is to court death. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from behind. The heavy doors of the elder hall began to creak open, the noise resonating in the ears of all present. The third elder's dim gaze suddenly ignited with fervor as he turned eagerly towards the entrance of the elder hall. You have indeed not disappointed the first elder. The third elder, spitting blood, gazed expectantly at the 3 elongated figures that emerged from the door. Chapter 46. Departing the time house, a primary school student stumbled upon a live stream titled Transcending Dragon Ball while browsing Douyu. Upon entering, he found the screen blank and the host absent, prompting him to click away. However, when he noticed the viewer count on the side, he froze. 400,000 people were watching. Are you serious? Are you all here watching a black screen and contemplating life? The student was baffled, his hands trembling as he typed a message. Dear brothers and sisters, please do not trace my IP. I accidentally entered your chat room. I recently read in the news that many rebel organizations communicate through live streams. With your 40,000 viewers, you must be a major organization. Please, do not trace my IP. I saw nothing. Please let me go. For a moment, silence reigned in the live stream. Then a flood of 666 and ellipses filled the screen. Truly a man with the ID of primary school student. His mind is so lively. How enviable. Tap, tap, tap. Checking the water meter. Your package, what? Not yours. I assure you it is yours. Open the door first. The student was increasingly perplexed, observing the seemingly ordinary viewers. Just then, the live stream screen lit up. Haha, everyone, I, Hu Hanzhong, have returned. A handsome man appeared on the screen, flanked by 2 beautiful women, one appearing 18 and the other around 20, both stunningly attractive and possessing fit physiques without an ounce of excess flesh. Are they sisters? The audience was equally befuddled. Who is the seemingly 18-year-old man? Where is our host? And aside from Leona, who is the other woman? Ah, what have you done to our host? Our beloved youthful streamer, how tragic. The absence of the host raised questions. Had he been vanquished by hidden monsters within the time house? How pitiful is your intellect? Can't you see that the host has simply grown up? Watching the barrage of comments, Chen smiled. Everyone, do not jump to conclusions. I am indeed your Chen, the host. As for my sudden transformation from a youthful boy to an adult, it is merely due to the scion physiology. Until the age of 16, we show little growth, but during the days surrounding our 16th birthday, we experience a dramatic surge in maturity. I have spent 30 years in the time house. It is only natural that I have grown, Chen explained. And only then did the live stream room fall into a hushed silence. The 2 enchanting ladies beside Chen require no introduction. Leona remains as she always was, though her figure appears to have become more voluptuous. On the other side of Chen stands an exquisite woman, tall and graceful, with sparkling eyes. This is the grown-up Aphya. Aphya bears a certain resemblance to Leona in her cheeks, yet she exudes a softness akin to that of a girl next door. While Leona embodies the essence of an ice goddess, each possesses her own distinct charm, although they seem to differ by no more than 5 years. The truth of their relationship as mother and daughter has left many admirers howling in delight. Indeed, we have only been apart for 3 days. While the streamer has experienced 3 decades, what transpired over these 30 years? The streamer must have engaged in both commendable and unspeakable acts during this time. 22,233. Envious of the streamer, truly envious. Streamer, we beseech you for seeds and resources. The cacophony of lamentation caused Yi Chen's forehead to furrow with visible lines of exasperation. Despite spending 30 years in the company of these two beauties, the experiences of those years have been nothing short of dismal. Would you believe me if I told you that I did nothing during that time? Yi Chen spoke to the live stream in his heart. Nonsense. Would you believe me if I said I checked into a hotel with a lady and spent the entire night merely chatting? Broadcaster, use your intellect when lying. If I were to visit a massage parlor and claim that I genuinely received a foot massage, would you believe that? There is no need for the broadcaster to deceive. If I were to say that I downloaded an entire night's worth of adult films solely to translate the English on the startup screen, would you believe me? The final conclusion is that we do not believe it. Yi Chen felt truly helpless. This group of netizens seemed utterly devoid of integrity. Yet, he genuinely had nothing to do with it. However, there was no time to explain. Quickly, get in the car. No, that was the wrong line. There is no time for explanations. It appears that something has occurred outside. Upon Leaf's utterance, the conversation was deftly redirected. Everyone turned their gaze toward the direction pointed out by him. What? It appeared that 5 bewildered creatures were standing right before them. What on earth was happening? Who are you? Yi Chen gazed at the 5 individuals, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Boss, it is once again time for our ensemble's grand entrance. The one at the forefront, clad in a pale lavender hue, chuckled and proclaimed loudly, "We are the legendary." As he spoke, the 5 of them immediately huddled together, striking an absurdly comical pose. Yet, oblivious to their ludicrousness, they appeared utterly convinced of their own magnificence. This display was truly beyond words. Yi Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing their next words after striking a pose. The Jinyu Force. Chapter 47. A mind-boggling incident. Is this not the comical quintet from the comic? Each time I witness their entrance, I am reminded of the delightful performances of Northeast Chinese comedic duos. The comments above read one, expressing confusion about the sudden appearance of the Jinyu Force. Indeed, the streamer had just defeated Jinyu, and now the Jinyu Force has emerged. The rapidity of this occurrence within just 3 days seems rather implausible. The live chat was filled with voices of exasperation. Yi Chen felt a sense of bewilderment. Yet as he beheld the Mana tribe members, half of whom lay dead or wounded, and the third elder of the tribe sprawled on the ground, spitting blood, a sudden recollection of the transaction with the elder of the Mana tribe surged within his mind. Alas, one cannot bite the hand that feeds, nor grasp the hand that lends assistance. Yi Chen let out a deep sigh. Who are you, young man? Jinyu inquired, gazing at Yi Chen. Yi Chen cast a glance at Jinyu. To be honest, this fellow appears quite impressive when he isn't striking his usual ridiculous poses. Regardless of my identity. It is you few who have reduced the members of the Mana tribe to such a state, isn't it? Yi Chen curled his lips in disdain. Of course. Do you have any objections? Like him exclaimed, waving his robust arms. Yi Chen chuckled, of course, I have no objections. Upon hearing his words, the entire assembly erupted in laughter, while the third elder, who had once been filled with hope, was suddenly engulfed in despair. However, Yi Chen then spoke slowly. It is a well-understood principle that one must pay with their life for murder and face the severance of a hand for causing injury. What further opinions could there be? Let those who have taken a life take their own, and those who have caused harm should act upon themselves. I implore you, do not compel me to intervene. As Yi Chen's words echoed forth, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of Jinyu and his companions. Such audacity, could he possibly be a formidable opponent? The silver-haired, red-faced GYS hastily grasped the latest model of his detector at his ear. The readings on the device soared as Yi Chen's values ascended. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Just 500? GYS exclaimed, utterly bewildered. This utterance left those around him in a state of shock. It was inconceivable. The live broadcast was particularly electrified. It was unfathomable. When the host entered the time capsule, his combat power was already 8,000. How could it have plummeted to 500 after 3 decades of training? Could it be that the host had squandered those 30 years in hedonistic pursuits, thus damaging his foundation? Alas, it seemed so. Dear host, while the allure of beautiful women is captivating, one must remember that health is paramount. My heart aches for our host, ensnared by the charms of lovely ladies. This is disastrous. He is surely destined to be vanquished by Jinyu. I had such high hopes for an increase in the host's combat prowess, but now despair engulfs me. What? Only 500? Hearing this, Lycum first expressed surprise, then, with a sneer, fixed his gaze on Yi Chen and declared, You dare to toy with your grandfather? Truly a death wish. Witness as I deliver a single punch that will reduce you to a mere pulp. With that, he charged forward, delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen observed the scene before him, wearing a faint smile, yet a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. With a single finger, he pressed against Lycum's fist. Lycum's combat prowess had reached an impressive 70,000, making him the most formidable member of the Jinyu Force, second only to Jinyu himself. One need only gaze upon his robust muscles to sense the immense physical strength he possessed. Yi Chen merely extended a single finger in an attempt to counter. Are you quite certain you are not jesting? Perish, you reckless wretch. Lycum bellowed, yet soon after, the maniacal expression on his face vanished without a trace. For when his fist made contact with Yi Chen's finger, it felt as though he had struck an indomitable diamond. unable to advance further. How could this be? Lycum gazed incredulously at the steadfast finger before him, murmuring, "Is it because you were simply too weak?" Chen smiled gently, and then, with his hand clenched into a fist, he swiftly advanced towards Lycum's forehead. Lycum, who was not particularly known for his speed, promptly shut his eyes, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. However, after a considerable pause without any sensation, he opened his eyes in confusion. To his surprise, Chen stood before him, still wearing that serene smile. As soon as he noticed Lycum had opened his eyes, he reassured him, "Fear not, I shall not strike you with my fist. That would be too cruel. Instead, let us engage in a little TTE. TTE. What? Is this a jest?" exclaimed the elder, who was prostrate on the ground, utterly distraught. Although Chen's earlier display of strength could not be compared to the staggering battle power of 500, is this truly the time for levity? Lycum was momentarily taken aback, just as he saw Chen's middle finger snap forward, heading directly towards his forehead. "Haha, you underestimate me. I shall eliminate you." Lycum dismissed it entirely, raising his fist to strike at Chen's chest. Yet, as he lifted his fist, an overwhelming force struck him squarely on the forehead. A wave of intense pain surged through him, and his massive frame could no longer maintain its balance, propelling him backward like a shooting star. How could this happen? Lycum roared, but it was futile. His colossal body crashed against the heavy doors of the Elder Hall, causing them to reverberate with a thunderous sound. He collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound in his forehead, leaning helplessly against the door. A mixture of red and white liquid oozed from the gash. Jinyu and the others stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 48, The Impossible Exchange. Lycum had perished right before the eyes of the four, at the hands of Chen. Most astonishingly, Chen had achieved this with merely a finger. Are you jesting? The members of the Jinyu Special Forces immediately donned expressions of wariness. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in chaos. What on earth? The host's battle power is only 500? How could he suddenly unleash such might? Indeed, Lycum boasted over 70,000 in combat power, yet the host dispatched him with a mere finger. What kind of power is this? Host, please, enlighten us. What is your actual battle power? The live chat spiraled into frenzy, as everyone discerned that Chen must have concealed his true strength, yet the question remained. Just how formidable was his current battle power? Chen observed the excitement in the live broadcast room and offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. Jinyu remained on high alert, his gaze fixed intently on Chen. Lycum, a formidable force ranked second within the Jinyu force, was unexpectedly no match for Chen. How could this be? JIS. Has your scanner malfunctioned? Jinyu inquired, furrowing his brow. JIS, visibly astonished, stammered in response, "Boss, it appears that this individual's combat power can surge dramatically. Just moments ago, while assessing Lycum, my scanner indicated a sudden spike in combat index, reaching 150,000, only to vanish shortly thereafter." What? 150,000? Jinyu's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Bart and Gildo wore looks of disbelief. Their captain Jinyu's combat power was merely 120,000. Chen. This scion possesses an astonishing battle power of 150,000. It is inconceivable. How could you scions exhibit such extraordinary might? It defies belief. Indeed. The scion race is known as a warrior tribe of the weak, with the highest battle power scarcely exceeding 10,000. How could someone as formidable as you possibly exist? The two questioned fervently. Chen smiled. The two beautiful women beside Chen also chuckled. 150,000? Are you jesting? However, Chen had no intention of providing a detailed explanation. 150,000, you say? How intriguing. You are the most formidable individual I have encountered since the mighty Frisia. The unpleasant expression on Jinyu's face vanished in an instant. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. However, given your formidable combat prowess, I shall take charge of your body. Kit bellowed, and then shouted, "Let us exchange bodies." In an instant, a golden beam of light surged forth, hurtling directly towards Chen. Chen narrowed his eyes. In the live broadcast room, viewers were filled with panic. Quickly, host, evade. Jitter is forcefully exchanging bodies. Indeed, host, your combat power exceeds Jitter's by merely 30,000, rendering you utterly incapable of resisting. It's over. The host cannot escape. They've charged forward. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the scene unfolded before them. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The third elder's gaze was dim, having endured numerous peaks of joy and valleys of sorrow, leaving him emotionally drained. The sudden surge of power emanating from Chen instilled within him a glimmer of hope. Yet now, he found himself inexplicably experiencing a body swap. The third elder, having witnessed the talent for body exchange possessed by Jinyu, was utterly incapable of thwarting it. Had it not been for Chen's timely release of a mouse, his own body would have been usurped by Jinyu long ago. However, at this moment, Chen was powerless. As the beam of light dissipated, all eyes were riveted upon him. Chen stretched his limbs and, with a smile directed at Jinyu, remarked, "It appears the body swap has failed, hasn't it?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd was engulfed in astonishment. What failure? How could that be? The live stream initially fell into silence before erupting into frenzied excitement. Jinyu had previously asserted that if the combat power difference was within 100,000, he could seamlessly exchange bodies. Could it be that the host's combat prowess had indeed surpassed Jinyu by over 100,000? Yet why couldn't the detector reveal such an advantage? Perhaps the host had mastered some technique to conceal his energy. A chorus of speculation filled the air as the audience pondered the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Jinyu, concealed below, suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. How could this happen? Just how powerful are you? Jinyu bellowed in fury. Yi Chen chuckled. Just die already. Why so much talk? Yi Chen's voice remained faint, yet his body transformed into a phantasm, leaving countless afterimages suspended in midair. He then appeared beside Jinyu, delivering a powerful punch that struck directly against his chest. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Chen's punch seemed to conjure an endless gale, its power unfathomable. A look of sheer terror once again crossed Jesus' face. His combat prowess had astonishingly reached 200,000 moments ago. However, it was too late to voice any objections. Jinyu had been obliterated by Yi Chen's single strike, leaving a shower of blood and flesh in its wake. A serene energy shield materialized around Yi Chen, dispersing the sanguine rain without a single drop tainting his form. Leona furrowed her brow, her aura shifting, causing the surrounding blood rain to dissipate. She then cast an irked glance at Yi Chen and remarked, "If you must engage in combat, a mere ki blast would suffice against such weaklings. There was no need for such grotesque measures." Yi Chen was at a loss for words. Chapter 49, Time Stands Still. The live stream had descended into chaos. Goodness, host, what is your current combat power? Indeed. The fact that a fighter with 120,000 combat power, like Jinyu, could be obliterated with a single punch. Have you truly reached 200,000 combat power? It must be far beyond 200,000, considering Jinyu is capable of swapping bodies with warriors possessing 220,000 combat power. Host, please unveil the mystery. I am eager to ascertain your combat prowess. Observing the viewer's curiosity regarding his combat strength, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. Yet, he chose to remain enigmatic, challenging. If you are unconvinced, come and face me. Only 3 remained. Yi Chen lowered his gaze, observing Jais, Bart, and Gildo trembling in trepidation. Among them, Gildo, possessing the feeblest combat prowess, was in the most pitiable state. With a mere 17,000 in combat power, he was utterly insignificant in the presence of Yi Chen. Our leader has fallen. We must seek out King Frisia, Jais declared, attempting to maintain an air of composure. Gildo, wait a moment. Use your talent to halt time. We shall seize this opportunity to escape. Bart urged Gildo. Aware that this was his solitary chance, Gildo nodded fervently and exclaimed, very well. Yi Chen chuckled softly. Will you 3 resolve this matter amongst yourselves, or shall I intervene? Upon hearing Yi Chen's audacious words, the trio fell into an uneasy silence. Esteemed one, we are subordinates of Frisia. You have already slain our captain. Why not spare us? We assure you that we will return without divulging any information about you to Lord Frisia. Geis invoked Frisia's name as a threat to Yi Chen. Frisia, you say? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Frisia was indeed formidable. Although his own combat power had surged dramatically, it still paled in comparison to Frisia's might. Alas, do you take me for a fool? Had you not mentioned Frisia, I might have considered sparing you. However, now that you have invoked his name, to prevent any possibility of you betraying me to him, I am left with no choice but to eliminate the 3 of you to silence you. Yi Chen spoke with a smile. However, to the 3 onlookers, his grin concealed an inexhaustible threat of annihilation. You will come to regret this. Before King Frisia, you are but a mere insignificant speck. Await your demise. Jis, fully aware that Yi Chen would not spare him and his companions, bellowed, Gildo, act. What are you waiting for? Gildo, as if awakening from a dream, swiftly extended his hands, held his breath, and shouted, time, cease. In an instant, an imperceptible force enveloped the surroundings. This force, formless yet vivid, exuded an unmistakable aura of terror, rendering the bodies of all present immobile in that fleeting moment. Time, indeed, had come to a standstill. Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an invisible force surrounding him that rendered him immobile. However, Gildo, Jis, and others, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately turned to flee, desperately attempting to reach their spacecraft and escape from this terrifying planet, as well as from the monstrous Yi Chen. The live stream was in an uproar. Gildo's ability is truly remarkable. Even the host is paralyzed. Indeed, it was astonishing, despite his combat power being just over 10,000. He was undeniably formidable. What a pity, if only Gildo's battle prowess were higher, he might have been a genuine boss. My heart aches for the host. It seems these individuals are about to escape. If Frisia were to arrive, he would undoubtedly eliminate the host. My heart goes out to the host. Not to mention Frisia's 3rd transformation boasting a staggering combat power of 120 million, it seems the host's strength doesn't even compare to Frisia's base form. Indeed, Frisia's untransformed combat power reaches 530,000. It's utterly terrifying. The chat room overflowed with concern. If these individuals managed to escape, they would surely seek out Frisia, who would undoubtedly come with his forces to exact vengeance. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth curled slightly as he observed the three fleeing figures. A chilling smile forming within him. Did they truly believe it would be so easy to escape? With that thought, the energy within Yi Chen surged wildly and fiercely. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. Astonishingly, it escalated to a staggering 1 million in combat power. Under the weight of this terrifying aura, the oppressive force surrounding him offered no resistance whatsoever and was effortlessly shattered by Yi Chen. Everything around him instantly reverted to its original state. Such a capability still existed. Leona's expression darkened significantly. She had been ensnared by someone with merely 17,000 in combat power. Yi Chen gazed at Leona and offered a subtle smile, inquiring, "Are you truly upset? Allow me to rectify the situation for you." Observing Yi Chen's carefree demeanor, Leona cast him a sidelong glance, her enchanting eyes captivating him instantly. Over the span of 3 decades, Leona's allure had only grown, rendering her even more irresistible. Indeed, with a mere roll of her eyes, Yi Chen found himself utterly entranced. "If we continue this idle chatter, they shall escape," Leona declared. Yi Chen looked up and indeed found that the 3 of them were nearing the location of the spaceship. However, was it truly so easy to escape? Chapter 50, Is Frisia coming? You cannot run away. Yi Chen exclaimed loudly. Upon finishing his words, he gently placed one hand on his forehead, with 2 fingers aligned against it. The moment the elders of the Mana tribe witnessed this gesture, their eyes gleamed with astonishment. Was this not the signature move for the Mana tribe's teleportation technique? Yi Chen had actually mastered it? It is worth noting that teleportation is exceedingly challenging. Among the 3 elders, only the Grand Elder and the Second Elder possessed the ability to wield it. As for the Third Elder, it was beyond his reach. Highlighting the skill's complexity, who would have imagined that Yi Chen had truly acquired it? Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in excitement, with viewers exclaiming in awe. The streamer has learned the legendary teleportation. How enviable. Streamer, can you feel the energy of our original world? Can you teleport back? There were murmurs of skepticism as well. Surely, the streamer's teleportation must have limitations. It cannot allow for indiscriminate travel across the globe. Of course, there were constraints. Otherwise, it would render him invincible, especially in the realm of reality. Yet, the streamer was indeed impressive, having increased his combat power to a staggering 1 million within just 3 days. Now capable of overpowering Frisia in his regular state. One could not help but wonder if the streamer had attained the Super Saiyan transformation. If so, he could easily confront Frisia now. Fools upstairs, do you not employ your intellect? The Super Saiyan transformation is not achieved through mere training. It is realized through combat. Observing the various speculations from netizens, Yi Chen simply smiled faintly. However, as soon as her smile graced her face, her entire form transformed into an ethereal apparition. With a swift motion, she vanished from the sight of the crowd. Meanwhile, JIS, Git, and others found themselves only a few thousand meters from the spaceship, an effortless distance given their flight speed. Haha, we are about to escape. Once there, we shall summon Frisia to deal with this scion, one exclaimed. Indeed, Lord Frisia has always been intrigued and somewhat wary of the legendary Super Saiyan. This fellow must be the one. Upon our return, Frisia shall surely reward us. JIS declared loudly. Bat, the fastest among them, soared ahead, feeling relieved as he turned to converse with JIS. Yet suddenly, terror surfaced on the faces of JIS and Gildo. What is wrong with you? Bat inquired, curiosity piqued, only to swiftly realize the source of their fear as he gazed forward. What met his eyes left him utterly stupefied. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen had already appeared directly in front of Bat, who was on the verge of colliding with her. How is this possible? Bat shouted in horror. Coming to an abrupt halt, Yi Chen stood there nonchalantly, his hair flowing without the slightest breeze, cascading over his waist and hips, exuding an unparalleled sense of carefree elegance. Why is it impossible? Yi Chen raised his hand and gently inquired. The expression on Gildo's face was one of utter terror, yet it was too late. A colossal wave of energy surged forth from Yi Chen's hand, hurtling towards them. For them, even a casual blast of energy from Yi Chen was an invincible force, rendering them utterly defenseless. The entire planet of Adrat seemed to tremble beneath the weight of this terrifying energy wave. Adrat was relatively small, merely 1/10 the size of Mech. With a similar mass, Bart was quick to react and agile. In a moment fraught with peril, he managed to evade the direct impact of the energy wave. However, the aftershock of the blast, as it struck the ground, unleashed an infinite torrent of energy that sent Bart flying. Such was the terrifying might. Merely the residual force of the energy wave was enough to overwhelm Bart, whose battle prowess stood at an astounding 68,000. Yi Chen smiled. Gildo and JIS had vanished without a trace, their very forms reduced to nothingness, instantaneously vaporized by the explosive force of the energy wave. To Yi Chen's surprise, Bart managed to evade the onslaught. Observing Bart standing there, still shaken, Yi Chen chuckled and remarked, "Your speed has exceeded my expectations. It appears that your racial talent is indeed speed." When Bart spoke of his own swiftness, he was filled with immense pride. However, the thought of Yi Chen's even more formidable velocity darkened his expression. For Bart understood that his speed was in no way comparable to that of Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun raised his head to gaze at Bart and declared, "Very well, let us settle the score for the lives of the Mana Tribe members you have slain." Bart, fully aware of his impending demise, suddenly burst into laughter. What was amiss? Had he lost his sanity in the face of death? Yi-Chun gazed at him with curiosity. Bart shook his head and said, "Guy's detector possesses interstellar communication capabilities. Upon her demise, the recording of the last 3 minutes of Guy's life will transform into radio waves transmitted into the cosmos. As long as King Frisia is within a 10 light-year radius, he will receive this signal. Therefore, King Frisia is now aware of your existence and will undoubtedly come to eliminate you." Upon hearing this news, Yi-Chun furrowed his brow but raised his hand and replied, "Thank you for the information. Farewell." A wave of energy surged forth once more. This time, however, Bart did not evade it. Volume 2, The Legendary Super Scion Dream of Eternal Pavilion Chapter 51. The activation of the exchange system, a renowned time traveler single-handedly faced a group of jesters, achieving a resounding victory and earning over 10,000 monthly. The streamer, Lu, thus vanquished the Jinyu force. It felt like a fantastical dream. The streamer spent 30 years within, elevating his battle power to 1 million. No, it should be stated as 3 days. Once the streamer mastered the transformation into a Super Scion, he could effortlessly overpower Frisia. Yet, at this moment, the streamer had yet to learn the Super Scion form. In that case, I rewarded Teemo with a rocket, and in the Dragon Ball world, I also donated a rocket. Countless contributions flooded in, all affirming Yi-Chun's burgeoning strength. Yi-Chun smiled faintly. Ding. Would you like to convert all rewards into pretentiousness points? The system's voice echoed. Yi-Chun nodded immediately, of course. For what purpose would it serve otherwise, if not for procreation? The transformation was complete, and the host's pretentious value surged beyond 1,000 points, reaching a remarkable 1,100 points. The conditions for unlocking the exchange marketplace were met. The exchange marketplace is now open. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chun was filled with immense joy. The exchange mall had finally opened. What a delightful moment. He eagerly opened the exchange mall. Yi-Chun spoke directly. In an instant, a redemption interface appeared before him. Technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 100,000 boasting points. It opens all meridians, granting the power of the Dragon Elephant. 6 meridians Divine Sword, Mysterious Sword Aura, immensely powerful, 100,000 boasting points. Heavenly Reversal 7 Demon Blade, 1 million boasting points. A life-risking sword technique that enhances its might with the user's vitality. Each strike surpasses the last, with the 7th strike unleashing tremendous power. After utilizing all 7 strikes, the host faces death or a breakthrough to a higher realm. Caution is advised. Yi-Chun gazed at the array of martial arts techniques, feeling a mix of excitement and frustration. These were truly extraordinary treasures, yet he found himself lacking the means to acquire them. Sighing, he decided to explore other options. He swiftly bypassed the martial arts category and delved into the realm of bloodlines and physical forms. The sacred body, an unparalleled divine physique, boasted immense strength, its power reaching celestial heights upon full mastery. It required a staggering 1 million prestige points. Next was the Titan body, the nemesis of the sacred body, albeit slightly inferior, yet equally formidable. This demanded 800,000 prestige points. Then there was the radiant divine body. A golden sun hovered above its head, exuding the most potent luminescence. And upon full mastery, one would embody the essence of the sun itself. This came at the cost of 500,000 prestige points. Yi-Chun could hardly contain his envy as he beheld these various divine forms. In comparison to these innate physiques, the option to exchange for bloodlines seemed utterly inadequate. Following this was the category of items, which also contained many powerful artifacts. However, when juxtaposed with the divine bodies and martial arts, they appeared somewhat trivial. Nevertheless, the quality of these items was impressive, yet the prices were enough to leave him utterly astounded. Yi-Chun found himself at a loss for words. Could you please show me the items I can redeem at this very moment? The system interface was surprisingly user-friendly. As the screen shifted, a meager selection of redemption options materialized before him. Dynamic Light Wave, a lethal technique from a peculiar anime, allowing one to unleash their inner energy through an odd pose. Rated with a shamefulness level of 5 stars. Redemption cost, 1,000 pretentious points. Magic Sakura Tarot cards, which automatically change outfits upon each use. Redemption cost, 1,000 pretentious points. What in the world is this nonsense? Yi-Chun found himself utterly speechless. What on earth is this? 1,000 pretentious points. Yet nothing can be exchanged for them. Indeed, the impoverished are destined to languish in obscurity. Yi-Chun closed the interface, feeling utterly fatigued. Upon returning to the crowd, the members of the Mana Tribe regarded him with an almost divine reverence. Their gratitude was especially profound, as he had rescued them from peril. The third elder lay on the ground, gravely injured, yet he still called out loudly, "Mr. Yi-Chun, we are eternally grateful for your salvation of our Mana Tribe. We cannot thank you enough." Witnessing the third elder of the Mana Tribe, bloodied and fervently expressing his gratitude, was a heart-wrenching sight. Yi-Chun pondered for a moment before retrieving his last celestial being and tossing it to the third elder of the mana tribe, urging her to consume it. All the others had been expended during training. The third elder, who was previously battered and bruised, felt an instantaneous surge of vitality upon ingesting the celestial being, with all her wounds miraculously healing. In disbelief, she rose to her feet and gazed at her restored body, exclaiming with exhilaration, "This is truly remarkable. It surpasses even our most advanced technological medical solutions in efficacy." Chen offered a faint smile. However, upon recalling Bart's final words, his expression darkened slightly as he remarked, "Although I have assisted you in resolving the troubles caused by the Jinyu force, there may soon arrive a formidable adversary. This enemy's strength surpasses my own capabilities." The words of Chen instantly deflated the excitement of the third elder. Indeed, the notorious reputation of Frisia had reached even the ears of the Mana tribe. Known for his ruthless cruelty and the countless formidable warriors under his command who ravaged planets and sold them to interstellar merchants. The planets that fell victim to such transactions were invariably left desolate. What was most terrifying was Frisia's latent combat prowess. Ordinary strong warriors could only kneel before him. However, the third elder turned to Chen and inquired, "Your combat strength has reached 1,000,000. You must be more powerful than Frisia, right?" The third elder's words elicited a bitter smile from Chen. 1,000,000 might indeed be sufficient to dominate Frisia in his regular form, but once Frisia transformed, Chen would find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 52. The misfortunate Chen. At that moment, Chen suddenly recalled the item he had obtained from his previous mission, which contained clues about the Super Scion. This object seemed to possess some mysterious significance. Otherwise, the system would not have rewarded him with it. Yet, how could it be of use? With these thoughts, Chen retrieved the detector from his storage space. The device appeared utterly dilapidated, and even when the switch was pressed, it showed no sign of life, clearly indicating it was broken. Could it be that it required repairs before he could uncover any clues? Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the formidable technological prowess of the Mana tribe. With utmost caution, he extended the detector in his hand to the tribe's third elder. "What is this?" the third elder inquired, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the device. "Can you not repair this item?" Chen asked directly. The third elder was quite displeased by this inquiry. "Are you not belittling the technological prowess of our Mana tribe by posing such a question? A mere detector. What is there that cannot be repaired? However, it seems this device is quite outdated, lacking in functionality. I might as well present you with a brand new one." With that, the third elder of the Mana tribe handed Chen a new model detector, while with his other hand, he prepared to discard the shabby device Chen had received. Chen was instantly enraged. "Damn it. The system has informed me that this is the sole clue. If you dare to discard my detector, I will obliterate your planet, Adralat. Do you believe me?" Chen shouted loudly. The third elder's expression was awkward. He couldn't comprehend why Chen was so concerned about this object, yet he still handed it to the researchers. Upon examining it, the researchers furrowed their brows and remarked, "Third elder, this item appears to be rather extraordinary." The third elder was taken aback. After all, it was merely a garbage detector. How could it possibly be anything but simple? Chen mused that this was indeed the norm. Such a crucial task, one that pertained to the elusive and formidable Scion race, could hardly be trusted to an ordinary detector. How long would it take to repair? Chen asked directly. Upon hearing the question, the researcher proudly replied, "Although it is not simple, compared to the technology of our planet Adaltrat, it still falls significantly short. It will only take 3 hours. Excellent. Proceed with it promptly." Chen nodded slightly. The researchers entered the room, carrying their detectors. Meanwhile, the third elder observed Chen with a troubled expression, inquiring, "Frisia's battle power is only around 530,000. We have encountered him once, and that is what the detector indicated." Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled. In the world of Dragon Ball, the most useless item is undoubtedly the scouter. The power levels fluctuate unpredictably, rendering them utterly unreliable. Moreover, are you aware that Frisia can transform? That inept kit managed to increase his power by over 2,000 with his transformation. Just imagine how much Frisia, being so formidable, would elevate his power. Chen remarked. The third elder, uncertain of how Chen possessed such intricate knowledge, nonetheless responded, "No enhancement could possibly surpass your 1,000,000 combat power." Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled, noting how others easily surpassed him during their transformations. It truly saddened him to reflect on the fact that, during the first decade of his journey, his cultivation had surged remarkably, achieving a combat power of 1,000,000 within just 10 years. However, in the following 20 years, no matter how fervently he practiced, his combat prowess stagnated to an infuriatingly insignificant degree. Initially, Chen remained oblivious to this anomaly, but eventually, he grew suspicious and inquired of the system whether there was a flaw within his physique. The system responded with a rather disheartening revelation. Due to his insufficient show-off value, which had yet to reach 1,000 points needed to unlock the exchange system, his combat power was capped at 1,000,000, rendering any further cultivation futile. Had it not been for Leona and Aphya's reluctance to forfeit their opportunity for training within, Chen would have long since exited. Nevertheless, remaining inside bore its own advantages. Although no thrilling events transpired, Aphya had already expressed her desires towards him. Had it not been for the lack of accommodations in the mental sanctuary and Leona's constant presence, it is likely that Chen and Aphya would have conceived a child. This undoubtedly left Chen with a sense of regret. Conversely, for Leona, the mental sanctuary was truly a paradise. After all, when Chen first entered, he had finally managed to outshine Leona in combat power, but upon his emergence, he found himself outmatched once more. Without the restrictions of the system, Leona had evidently reaped the most rewards, skyrocketing her combat power from 9,000 to an astounding 2 million. 2 million. This figure was indeed double that of Chen. Chen initially boasted that he would soon surpass Leona, yet to his dismay, the gap between them only widened. Similarly, Aphya's combat prowess hovered around 2 million, leaving Chen feeling utterly inadequate. This realization was unbearable for him. Upon emerging from his contemplation, he felt a surge of urgency to discover a method to transform into a super scion. Otherwise, enduring constant subjugation by the ladies would be far too humiliating. Chapter 53. Warriors and Commoners. The third elder was deeply concerned, for Frisia was immensely powerful. Leona, regarding Chen with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "Your combat power stands at merely 1 million. You are certainly no match for Frisia. However, my strength has escalated to 2 million. With this newfound formidable power." Leona felt a sense of inflated confidence, believing she could easily overpower Frisia. Chen gently shook his head, stating in his complete form, "Frisia possesses a battle power of 120 million. Are you certain that you can stand against him?" "What?" Upon hearing Chen's words, Leona was taken aback. 120 million. Such a formidable strength was beyond comprehension, and there were even insufficient detectors capable of measuring it. Chen smiled faintly, acknowledging the terrifying reality. "Otherwise, if your battle power were truly 2 million, what would be the reason for your distress regarding Frisia?" For a moment, the atmosphere over the planet Yadralat was shrouded in gloom. Yet, at that very moment, the researchers emerged. "Has it been repaired?" Chen beheld the researchers with astonishment and exclaimed. Both Leona and Aphya were intrigued, with Aphya eagerly approaching Chen, inquiring, "Brother Chen, why do you care so much about a malfunction detector? Is there something amiss?" Chen had no intention of concealing this matter, and with a smile, he said, "This detector contains the secrets of the Science." "What? The secrets of the Science?" Aphya looked at Chen with curiosity, and Leona shared the same intrigue. Chen observed the expressions of the two individuals and voiced his perplexities. "Do you not find it peculiar that the Scion race, renowned throughout the cosmos for their martial prowess, has its strongest members possessing combat abilities merely in the range of 10 to 20,000? Of course, we do not count ourselves among them. Do you not agree?" Upon hearing Chen's words, the two pondered deeply, and it indeed seemed accurate. While a combat power of 10 to 20,000 is not insignificant, it pales in comparison to the might of other cosmic warriors. Take, for instance, that Jinyu, who has achieved a battle power of 120,000. He alone could dominate the entirety of planet Vegeta. How can it be that the Scions, perceived as so weak, have garnered such a formidable reputation as a warrior race across the universe? The answer surely lies in the distant past when the Scions were immensely powerful, instilling fear in every cosmic species. Yet, these formidable Scions inexplicably vanished, leaving only our lineage behind. But where have those mighty Scions gone, do you know? As Chen spoke, the two became ensnared in confusion. It must be said that Chen's reasoning was quite compelling. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, a multitude of viewers expressed their admiration. The broadcaster's 30 years of effort have not been in vain. His deductive skills have reached perfection. One viewer lamented, "I am still perplexed. Broadcaster, you have spent 30 years in close proximity to 2 women, and yet you remain a virgin?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, I too find it curious. Broadcaster, you seem rather timid. You are bringing shame upon our fellow earthlings. My heart aches for our broadcaster, whose dexterity has reached celestial heights after 30 years. Chen chose to disregard the chatter within the live stream, finding little worth in it. Before him stood a researcher, presenting a battered device, saying, "Mr. Chen, I have repaired your detector. Noticing your urgency, I refrained from redesigning its exterior. However, it appears to be locked, and I am unable to access it. Perhaps you could ascertain if there are any special restrictions?" Upon hearing this, Chen curiously took the detector, affixed it to his ear, and then gazed intently at the tattered lens before pressing the switch. Beep. Activation successful. The detector identified the owner's bloodline, which contained the essence of an ordinary scion, prompting the automatic activation of the program. Chen felt a twinge of irritation upon hearing about the ordinary scion bloodline, for his own lineage had already ascended to a superior level. Suddenly, a radiant light flickered, and before Chen, a mirror revealed a startling image. The first words resonated with him like a thunderclap. "We have failed." A battered super scion, adorned with wounds, materialized upon the mirror's surface. Indeed, it was a super scion, with pale blue eyes and golden hair and brows, enveloped in a shimmering aura of golden energy. The warriors of the scion race would fall here, leaving behind only civilians, among whom the chance of possessing super scion bloodline was less than 1 in 10,000. Our scion lineage is truly on the brink of extinction. In this detector, I leave my final message. On Chakra Planet, where I fought my last battle. I have left behind a drop of my blood. Come forth, merge with this drop of blood, and in the distant future, save our Scion race. The Scions, the mightiest warriors, must not vanish from this universe because of us. The glory of the Scions must not be severed here, otherwise, we shall bear the burden of our entire race's demise. Please come to Chakra Planet, where I have left that drop of blood symbolizing hope. Chen listened thoughtfully. Yet as the figure above the detector spoke halfway through, he suddenly raised his head to gaze at the sky. They have come again. It seems my demise is imminent. I must summon my descendants. With a thunderous roar, a golden aura surged dramatically around him, and at that moment, his muscles swelled with fervor. You dragons. The scene vanished without a trace. Chen was utterly astonished. From the words of his counterpart, he discerned that the Scion race was originally divided into civilians and warriors. All the warriors had perished, leaving behind only the ordinary civilians with mediocre cultivation talents. This revelation completely shattered Chen's worldview. How could this be? Although the current Scions were not exceptionally powerful, they were certainly not weak. Yet, if they were merely civilians among their kind, what level of strength did the Scion warriors possess? Could they all transform into Super Scions? If an entire race was thus constituted, the terrifying prowess of the Scions was beyond imagination. But was this truly the case? Such a formidable race must have faced equally formidable foes, leading to the demise of all their warriors, leaving only the Scion civilians. All of this unfolded enigmatically before Chen. It was at this very moment that he realized the world of Dragon Ball undoubtedly concealed knowledge beyond his comprehension. Chapter 54. Journey to Chakra Planet. The system's intervention proved to be extraordinary. Although the repair detector did not furnish Chen with much additional information, the mere details regarding the Super Scions sufficed. That single drop of blood was something Chen was determined to acquire. Ding. Based on the host's thoughts, the main quest has been triggered. The mystery of the Scion disappearance. Upon uncovering the true circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the Scions, the host shall receive rewards. Rewards, 100,000 pretentious points. A random skill will be drawn once. Chen lowered his head and casually nodded. However, this was not the end. Another sound echoed. Beep. The host has triggered a task. Seek the blood of a Scion. Successful reward, 10,000 prestige points. Failure penalty, none. Chen tilted his head, pondering the absurdity of the task at hand. It was, quite frankly, a mere redundancy. He was already destined to journey to the Chakra Planet in search of Scion blood. However, with Frisia's imminent arrival posing a grave threat, departing would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the Yadarat planet. What to do? Suddenly, a countdown appeared in Chen's mind, 1 month until Frisia's arrival. It was a rather considerate feature of the system indeed. Chen nodded in appreciation of the system. Do you possess the star map coordinates of the Chakra Planet? Chen gazed at the third elder and Leona, inquiring. Upon hearing this, Leona furrowed her brows and pressed a few times on the detector attached to her ear. I do not possess the coordinates of this planet. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a tinge of disappointment as he turned to the third elder, only to notice an unusual expression on the elder's face. What is the matter? Chen inquired with curiosity. Mr. Chen, are you referring to the Chakra Planet? The third elder furrowed his brow as he questioned. Chen nodded thoughtfully. And the third elder sighed, saying, that is an ominous planet. I strongly advise against venturing there. Why? Chen inquired, his confusion deepening. Alas, on our planet Adelator, we once dispatched a team to gather resources and detected substantial reserves on a planet not too far from our own. Consequently, we sent over 100 individuals, including the previous third elder, whose combat strength had reached a staggering 100,000. However, the entire team was annihilated upon arrival, leaving behind only a fragment of a transmission. It warned us that the planet was rife with malevolence, urging us to never set foot there. As the third elder recounted this tale, a shadow of dread seemed to linger in his expression. Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, is this all the information available? Is there nothing else? Indeed. Came the reply. The last words of the Grand Elder reveal that on this planet, there exist 2 creatures from the previous era, monsters with hair of golden and green hues. Upon hearing this, Chen's entire body trembled. The ghost with golden hair, could it possibly be the legendary Super Scion who perished all those years ago? Chen's curiosity intensified. Could it be that the legendary Super Scion, who perished years ago, had transformed into a specter? This notion was indeed astonishing. Nevertheless, Chen felt compelled to embark on this journey. Anticipating potential dangers, he turned to Leona and Aphya and stated, I intend to visit that planet. Remain here and await my return. If I do not return within 29 days, you must leave immediately and never look back. Do you understand? Chen's words caused Leona to furrow her brow. Why must you venture to that distant planet? Why can you not take us along? The atmosphere on that planet is rather peculiar. It is better for me to go alone, especially considering it is the last battleground of the ultimate Super Scion. It would not be surprising if something strange were to manifest there. As for you all, Frisia will arrive in 30 days. Should I not return in 29 days? I implore you to escape with the Mana tribe. Chen's words left Leona feeling somewhat displeased. I am your bodyguard. How can I allow you to face danger alone? Indeed, Brother Chen, Aphya will protect you as well. Both women were reluctant to part from Chen. Leona felt the same. Yet her stubborn nature compelled her to voice a sense of responsibility. There is no need for further discussion. You both should remain here. I have an instinct that the chakra planet is anything but ordinary, so it is best for you to stay. With that, Chen turned to the third elder and commanded, prepare for me a spacecraft, the swiftest one available, and provide me with the coordinates of the chakra planet. The third elder nodded in acknowledgement, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Chen, bound by his sense of obligation, acquiesced to the elder's request. Otherwise, in the face of peril, he would undoubtedly turn on his heel and abandon any concern for the fate of the mana tribe. Remember this, if I do not return within 29 days, you must flee at once. Chen declared resolutely, then stepped into the small spacecraft. This was a new model from the mana tribe, renowned for its incredible speed. Capable of reaching Chakra Planet in merely 10 days, Aphya wore a look of reluctance, yet upon seeing Chen's determined expression, she understood that persuading him to take her along was futile. It was not until Chen's ship ascended, piercing the atmosphere and transforming into a speck of starlight that vanished into the vast cosmos, that the onlookers averted their gazes. May he return safely. The hopes of the mana tribe rest upon you, the third elder silently mused. Chapter 55, A History Altered in the Distant Expanse of Space. A sudden transmission caught Frisia's attention. Shortly thereafter, a distressing image appeared on his monitor, a video depicting Chen, whose combat power had reached 1 million. Mercilessly slaughtering the members of his subordinate Jinyu force. Frisia's eyes twitched as he observed the golden tail entwined around Chen's waist. A dark glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. A scion with a combat power of 1 million? How peculiar. The malevolence dissipated almost instantly, replaced by a light chuckle from Frisia. Thousands of spaceships formed an extensive fleet, advancing towards planet Vegeta. Initially, Frisia harbored concerns regarding the scions, contemplating the annihilation of their entire race and the destruction of their home. However, he soon abandoned this notion. A scion with a combat power of 1 million, surely this must be the legendary Super Scion, he concluded. Recognizing Chen despite the discrepancies from the ancestral tales of golden hair. A millennium in the making, yet possessing merely 1 million combat power. How intriguing. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, the inhabitants gazed skyward as thousands of warriors emerged from the ships, resembling dumplings in their multitude. Most of these warriors boasted combat powers ranging from 6 to 7,000, far exceeding the lower-tier Scion warriors. A considerable number even surpassed 10,000, causing King Vegeta's expression to contort in distress. Frisia's army was indeed formidable. King Vegeta, do you not wish to meet me? Frisia inquired, reclining in his chair suspended in the void, his posture exuding an aristocratic elegance as he looked down upon the beleaguered king. This invitation only served to darken King Vegeta's countenance. The proud king, unwilling to submit to another, found the current disparity in strength utterly overwhelming. After much internal conflict, he ultimately descended before the diminutive Frisia, bowing his noble head. At last, he had succumbed. And what is your opinion on the legendary Super Scion? Frisia asked, swirling the crimson liquid in his goblet. The legendary Super Scion? Nonsense. King Vegeta retorted without hesitation. Is that so? Do you believe a Scion's combat power could truly reach 1 million? Frisia replied with a sly smile. What? 1 million? Impossible. King Vegeta exclaimed, aghast. As the strongest of the Scion race, his own power barely reached 10,000. How could there exist a Scion of 1 million combat power? Observing the genuine disbelief on King Vegeta's face, Frisia chuckled and cast out his scouter. King Vegeta donned it, his heart racing. On the screen, a familiar Scion was seen battling the Jinyu force, Frisia's elite squad, each member possessing greater power than his own. Yet these 5 formidable warriors had been vanquished by the young Scion. When the scouter registered a combat power of 1 million, King Vegeta was left in utter shock. How can this be? Who is he? The revelation struck him when the video transitioned to reveal a beautiful female Scion. It was Leona. Having left planet Vegeta with her daughter and Raditz, it was now evident that the youthful Scion at her side was indeed Raditz. This was unfathomable. Just half a month prior, King Vegeta had been certain that Chen's power was a mere 500. Now it had skyrocketed to 1 million. An absurdity. Noticing the shifting expressions on King Vegeta's face, Frisia surmised that the king must recognize Chen. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. 1 million combat power. It will suffice for extermination. A cold smile crept across Frisia's face. This must be what you refer to as the legendary Super Scion, correct? He queried. King Vegeta's heart quaked as he recalled the terrifying Broly, whose power had also reached 10,000 at birth. The shocking revelation that Raditz now possessed 1 million combat power was beyond comprehension. I cannot say for certain, but the legendary Super Scion is said to have golden hair. King Vegeta murmured softly. Then let us see for ourselves. You shall accompany me to witness your legendary Super Scion. Frisia laughed heartily, returning to his ship. King Vegeta's expression was grim, yet he nodded, instructing his subordinates to launch ship after ship, blending into Frisia's fleet. Chen had no intention of altering history, however. Due to the butterfly effect, history was nonetheless transformed. The planet Vegeta, which was destined for destruction today, was preserved as a result of Yi Chen's extraordinary combat prowess piquing Frisia's interest. Had Yi Chen been aware of this, he would undoubtedly have felt the whims of fate. Nevertheless, the Cosmic Emperor Frisia finally set forth on his journey to the planet Yardrat. Yi Chen, where has he arrived now? Chapter 56, The Strange Corpse. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Yi Chen's spacecraft hovered outside the atmosphere of ochre-hued planet. Standing aboard the vessel, he gazed through the glass at the planet below, his expression somewhat grim. This planet resembled a dead star, devoid of any signs of life or vegetation. The stark expanse of barren plains was punctuated by a conspicuous black altar. What could that be? Though he felt a sense of unease. Retreating was not an option at this critical juncture. Boom. Yi Chen piloted the spacecraft, descending onto the vast plain. Upon exiting the vessel, the arid air and tumultuous winds stirred a whirlwind of dust and sand. Yi Chen expelled a surge of energy, directly resisting the fierce winds and sands as he soared toward the altar. This planet was not particularly vast. In merely half an hour, Yi Chen arrived at the forefront of the altar. What lay before him caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. The black circular altar, spanning several hundred units, featured at its center two figures entwined with one another. How could this be possible? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed by the inexplicable scene before him, for he sensed no trace of life. With utmost caution, he advanced, stepping onto the altar adorned with fantastical patterns, reaching its center. Before his eyes lay a super scion entwined with a grotesque creature. Had they been alive, the sight would have surely startled Yi Chen. Yet both were lifeless. The super scion's hand had plunged into the creature's gaping maw, clutching a crimson heart, while the creature's claw was embedded within the super scion's own mouth. They had perished in a deadly struggle against one another. Yi Chen gazed around, the astonishment etched upon his face becoming increasingly pronounced. This was clearly a corpse that had long since succumbed to death, yet it still exuded a formidable vitality. As he drew nearer, he could sense an overwhelming force coursing through their bodies, akin to a turbulent sea. How could this be possible? Yi Chen furrowed his brows, pondering the situation. Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the altar and the two corpses upon it, there was naught peculiar upon the entire planet. Moreover, the countenance of the deceased scion matched that of the one in the video, confirming that he had indeed perished here. However, what of the essence he spoke of? After an exhaustive search, it became evident that the mystery lay within the altar and the two bodies. Alas, though I am a traveler from another realm, I find myself in the form of a scion. I am uncertain whether your kind possesses any customs regarding a peaceful resting place. Yet I shall proceed in accordance with my own methods. Yi Chen lowered his head and spoke. Subsequently, he inquired in the live stream. Everyone, you are well informed. Does anyone recognize this creature? I seem to have never encountered it in the Dragon Ball manga. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the audience, who were initially taken aback by the scene, began to flood the chat with comments. Host, I have not seen it either, but judging by the deceased Super Scion, it seems his power must surpass that of Frisia. After all, look at his muscles. They have expanded to the second state of Super Scion 1. The surge in muscular power should far exceed that of Frisia, yet he still met his demise here. Here is an explanation of the three forms of Super Saiyan 1. The first form is the state when Son Goku first transforms into a Super Saiyan, 100 times stronger. The second form, created by Vegeta and his Son Trunks, involves muscular expansion but still lacks the speed to defeat Cell, 120 times stronger. The third form is when Son Goku and his son convert the Super Saiyan state into a normal state, achieving the lowest level of various forms while their combat power reaches astronomical heights, 150 times stronger. However, the muscular state is incorrect. It has proven to be erroneous. Did previous Super Saiyans ever commit such a basic mistake? The pursuit of strength knows no right or wrong. Alas, host, quickly seek the essence of blood and transform into a Super Saiyan to vanquish Frisia. These monsters should be of no concern at all. Yi Chen sensed that these individuals could offer him no further guidance, and thus resolved to lay the Saiyan to rest before seeking the essence of blood. However, as his palm made contact with the lifeless form of the fallen Super Saiyan, a jolt coursed through his entire being. What was happening? In an instant, Yi Chen felt a powerful force emanating from the deceased body, drawing his very soul directly into that lifeless shell. As Yi Chen's vision darkened, he instantaneously lost all sensation. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were taken aback as they witnessed Yi Chen's body collapse to the ground in a sudden faint. What had happened to the host? How could he have fainted so abruptly? Was this, perhaps, a conspiracy, with no true essence of blood involved? Uncertainty loomed in the air, creating an atmosphere of disarray. Host, please awaken. What is happening to you? The chat erupted in chaos, while the unconscious Yi Chen began to stir. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was not the unconscious Yi Chen, but rather his spirit, which had regained consciousness. Upon finally discerning the surroundings, Yi Chen's pupils dilated in shock. In the midst of an endless black void, two immensely powerful presences were locked in fierce battle. Chapter 57, The Terrifying Scion Warrior. Yi Chen's mouth fell agape in astonishment, for before him stood a Super Saiyan engaged in a fierce battle against a monstrous adversary. Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation. The most shocking aspect was that this Super Saiyan and the creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the two corpses he had just witnessed. How could this be possible? Boom. The Super Scion emanated an overwhelming aura, powerful enough to obliterate all in its path. Each move conveyed an indomitable spirit akin to a mountain's might. The monster was equally formidable, its light gray body stretching several dozen meters in length. With razor-sharp claws and a robust tail, the most bewildering feature was its head, adorned with a menacing array of jagged fangs. Its fearsome visage bore a striking resemblance to the dragon summoned in Yi Chen's comics. Yi Chen felt as though his entire worldview had been upended. The fierce battle between the two was so intense that even the mere waves of energy emanating from it were utterly overwhelming for Yi Chen. Such terrifying power was simply insurmountable. Fred, after millions of years, although our bodies have long since perished, our souls remain shackled within our corporeal forms. After such an extended struggle, are you not weary? The creature and the Super Scion had separated, and to Yi Chen's astonishment, the monster spoke in human language. The Scion also ceased his assault, casting a glance at the creature and declaring, "You Dragon Clan devised a treacherous plot to eliminate the mightiest among us Scions, thus securing victory in the Fourth Era. That era rightfully belonged to us Scions." The Super Scion roared in fury. "To the victor belongs the spoils. The moment your three progenitors fell, your lineage began its decline, a truth that your arrogant kind refuses to acknowledge." The creature sneered coldly, disdain etched upon its features. After uttering these words, the monster's gaze fell upon Yi Chen, a flicker of intrigue igniting in its eyes. "Is it truly a Scion?" It mused in surprise. The Scion known as Fret was taken aback, turning to Yi Chen, and upon noticing his golden tail, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are one of us." No sooner had he spoken than he appeared beside Yi Chen in an instant. This sudden movement startled Yi Chen and further astonished him regarding the creature's prowess. He could distinctly sense that the entity had not employed any teleportation techniques. It had flown directly to him. This indicated that its speed had reached an alarmingly formidable level. The Fourth Era should have long passed. We are now in the Fifth Era. What is the current state of the Scions? And why are you so feeble? Fred inquired. His brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of frustration within him. Am I truly weak? Before my own arrival, the mightiest of the Scion race barely boasted a battle power of around 10,000. I possess a battle power of 1 million. Yet you dare to label me as feeble. Alas, such is the fate of those of common lineage. Achieving a battle power of 1 million is already commendable. Suddenly, Freet recalled something, letting out a soft sigh. You have come for that drop of essence, haven't you? After waiting for millions of years, you have finally arrived. Freet then turned to Yi Chen with a smile. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he contemplated the situation. Was he experiencing a blend of disappointment and laughter? Had he, over the years, succumbed to a form of madness? Where exactly was he at this moment? Yi Chen's initial inquiry was precisely this. You currently exist within the spiritual realm shared between myself and this creature. In the culmination of our epic battle, we met our demise, resulting in an unexpected fusion of our souls. Here, our essences intertwine and clash, each striving to eliminate the other. However, we eventually realized that, to a certain extent, we had become one. The obliteration of either soul would inevitably lead to the demise of the other. Thus, I have refrained from extinguishing his existence over these years, instead preserving a fragment of his life. Freight spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words incited irritation within the creature. Humph, boasting without fear of biting your own tongue. Freight merely smiled at this remark, choosing not to engage in argument. I never anticipated that I would truly encounter a Scion. Are you aware of the distinction between Scion warriors and commoners? Freight inquired. Yi Chen shook his head in response to Frey's inquiry. Such is the essence of a true Scion warrior. From the moment of their birth, they possess immense power. A newborn with a strength of 1 million is classified as a high-ranking warrior, while one with 500,000 is deemed a mid-tier warrior. And a mere 10,000 is considered a low-ranking warrior. In contrast, the battle prowess of a commoner typically ranges from a mere 10,000 to just over 1 million. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt as though his heart had been utterly crushed. So, according to your assertion, my current combat prowess is merely akin to that of a so-called advanced warrior in its infancy? This seems rather excessive. Yi Chen was taken aback. Yet Fret's words were not yet concluded. Moreover, a true Scion warrior, even without training, will experience a tremendous surge in combat power over time. This is precisely the reason why the Scions once dominated the universe. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was instantly reminded of Broly. Broly was born with a fighting power of 10,000, a power that continued to escalate, signifying that he was indeed the legendary Scion warrior. This phenomenon of reversion to ancestral traits meant that even the offspring of ordinary Scion parents could potentially be born as Scion warriors, albeit with a relatively low probability. Chapter 58. The Blood of the Scions. Yi Chen let out a silent sigh, realizing that his original lineage was nothing more than that of a commoner. How truly disheartening. Yi Chen lowered his head and sighed, gazing at Freyt as he asked, "Where is the essence of blood?" Yi Chen found himself in a state of urgency. Frisia was poised to arrive at the planet Yardrat imminently. If he could not return in time, unforeseen consequences would surely ensue. Thus, there was no opportunity to delve into matters further. Observing Yi Chen's anxious demeanor, Fret let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, even a commoner possesses a formidable heart. Our scion lineage shall not so easily vanish from the cosmos." He continued, "You shall soon acquire that drop of blood. Simply consume it when the time comes." With a faint smile, Fret's form suddenly surged with power. "Allow me to demonstrate the true legendary Super Scion. I would not want you to be overwhelmed by this force." With that, a surge of golden energy erupted, transforming his already muscular physique into a more imposing figure. His eyes widened, and his golden hair took on an eerie greenish hue. Most astonishingly, arcs of electricity danced across his body, a manifestation of the overwhelming energy colliding within him. Witnessing this transformation, Yi Chen's eyes reflected a moment of realization. Super Saiyan 2. So it is true, Broly is the true Super Saiyan. In this state, Fret's combat prowess had escalated several hundred times compared to his previous Super Saiyan form. The monstrous figure before them revealed a savage expression. "Have you truly concealed your power all these years?" The creature shrieked in terror. Fret, maintaining a calm smile, replied, "Indeed, all these years. Had it not been for waiting for the arrival of the Scions, I would have eliminated you long ago. Alas, had I comprehended this state during my lifetime, perhaps the entire battle would have unfolded differently. It's too late. Haha. You lost in the battle of yesteryear." The creature cackled with glee. Yi Chen furrowed his brows as he scrutinized the system, inquiring, "Is it capable of measuring combat power?" Fret, combat power, 1,000,000. Yi Chen gazed at the lengthy string of zeros before him, feeling somewhat dazzled. Units of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 100 billion, 1,000 billion, 10 trillion. How could this be possible? Yi Chen exclaimed in sheer terror. Super Saiyan 2. Even the legendary Super Saiyan state could not possibly achieve such a terrifying combat power. The system interjected. "Allow me to enlighten you with some basic knowledge. The Super Saiyan state does not possess a fixed combat power. Rather, it amplifies one's inherent strength by a certain multiple. When your strength reaches an infinite level, so too will your combat power. Even in its ordinary, non-transformed state, Frisia's power can easily surpass your current Super Saiyan 100. Assuming such a transformation exists." The system's words plunged Yi Chen into deep contemplation. Is it truly so? The Super Saiyan state is merely an enhancement. When one is powerful enough, even in their ordinary state, they can effortlessly overpower others in Super Saiyan 3 or 4. So that is how it is. As Yi Chen gazed ahead, an understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, one must possess immense strength. Before him, the battle was nearing its conclusion. "My adversary, over the years, your companionship has rendered my wait for a successor far from lonely. To repay you, I shall take your life." Fret stood with one foot upon the monster, rendering it immobile, and slowly extended a hand. "You are indeed formidable, yet in the 4th era, you faltered. Now, in the 5th era, your scion can have lost all chances." The monster, unfazed by the specter of death, shouted in defiance. Fret merely smiled faintly. Who can truly see the future? Those so-called deities? I have dispatched numerous of the most inferior destroyers. As for the more powerful gods, they hide too deeply, paralyzed by fear of death. Otherwise, my scion lineage would have long since eradicated those lingering remnants, granting them no opportunity to watch from the shadows. Fret spoke with a hint of melancholy. Yet, the implications of his words sent chills down Yi Chen's spine. To have slain so many destroyers, this is nothing short of absurd. Yi Chen was rendered speechless, and it was not without reason. The concept of a god of destruction signifies an existence of unparalleled magnitude, unspoken yet evident. However, in Fret's discourse, the so-called god of destruction was likened to mere paltry and insignificant creatures, which seemed rather excessive. "Perish," Fret murmured softly. A faint aura emanated from his outstretched right hand. Yet, the surrounding void began to shatter in an eerie manner due to the emergence of this aura. Yi Chen gazed upon the pulsating force, his heart trembling with trepidation. How formidable this power truly is. In an instant, the soul of the monster dissipated upon contact with the wave of energy. As the creature's essence faded, the very fabric of space became unstable. The smile of Fret flickered amidst the shards of the void. "I am doomed. The future of the Scions rests upon your shoulders. Our clan faces insurmountable foes. We faltered in the 4th era, and the 3 progenitors perished. In the 5th era, bereft of the progenitor's protection. Can you ignite the sacred flame of our Scion lineage and cause the universe to tremble under our might? Remember, you are a warrior of the Scion race. Carve out your destiny." The voice echoed softly, and before long, Yi Chen found himself removed from that realm. Before him, 2 corpses gradually faded away, disintegrating from their feet, legs, and torso, ascending in a slow, ethereal manner. Bit by bit, they vanished into nothingness. "This is the precious drop of blood. Please use it wisely." Fret's body stirred, and a droplet of golden blood emerged from his brow, soaring towards Yi Chen. "Farewell." At last, the mist dissipated, leaving behind a solitary droplet of golden blood. Yi Chen gazed silently at the drop of blood before him. As merely a traveler from another realm, he harbored no grand aspirations. He sought only to indulge in good food, drink, and leisure. Who truly cared for the glory of your Scion lineage? Yet Yi Chen contemplated the glimmer of hope concealed within Fret's tranquil gaze. Fred believed that the sight of Chen symbolized hope itself. Yet, the reality for him was quite different. Alas, Chen let out a sigh and extended his hand to grasp the drop of essence blood. The moment the blood made contact with his fingertip, he felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. How terrifying this blood was. Merely a single drop contained such unfathomable power that it left Chen feeling awestruck. Goodness, would consuming it not cause me to burst? Chen furrowed his brows and spoke. However, fortune favors the bold. Thus, despite a hint of apprehension, he resolutely consumed a drop of his own essence. The audience in the live stream could not perceive the events unfolding deep within his soul, but when the comatose Chen awoke in an eerie manner, they were taken aback to witness the corpse stirring. Strangely enough, both the corpse and that of the monster vanished, leaving behind only a glimmering drop of golden essence. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your mission. You have acquired Scion blood. A reward of 10,000 prestige points has been granted. Please proceed to consume it, this time. It will safeguard your body, free of charge. The system's words elicited a faint smile from Chen. Gulp. Chen directly swallowed the essence of his blood. Wow. This is truly astonishing. Chen shouted, as if an abundance of explosives were surging and racing within his abdomen, an intensity beyond measure. Subsequently, waves of overwhelming power seemed poised to shatter his entire being. Boundless energy surged through the blood coursing within him, continuously integrating into Chen's physique, leading him to perceive an awakening of sorts within his very essence. Consequently, the veins on his hands throbbed violently, and an excruciating pain assailed his mind, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his brow. The potency of this medicine was indeed astonishingly fierce. Chen roared in fury, observing Chen's demeanor. The audience in the live stream exchanged glances, realizing that becoming powerful was not as simple as it seemed. Isn't that obvious? If it were so easy to grow stronger, anyone could be a champion. My heart aches for our host. Words fail me, so I present a plain as tribute. My heart aches for our host. Here as a rocket in support. Host, persevere, and become a formidable force to defeat Frisia. Chen's mind was engulfed in chaos beneath the torment, and an eternity seemed to pass. Chen gradually regained his senses. Has this truly come to an end? Chen felt an immense power coursing through his being. System, display my attribute panel. Chen combat power. 5,000,000 for now, this is manageable. Keep striving. Young 1. Bloodline, lower tier legendary Super Scion bloodline, also known as the lower tier Scion warrior bloodline. Martial arts techniques, Solar Fist, King Kai Fist, Dance of the Void. Demonic Light Cannon, instant transmission. Indeed, it has reached 5 million, yet there remains one crucial ability I have yet to master, the transformation into a Super Scion. While it is true that a sufficiently strong base combat power may render the transformation unnecessary, the adversaries I am about to confront are overwhelmingly powerful. Without the Super Scion state, I would undoubtedly stand no chance against them. System, why am I unable to transform into a Super Scion? Chen inquired of the system. After a prolonged silence, the system responded, with the legendary bloodline of the Super Scion coursing through your veins, you no longer require the notion of transformation. All you need to do is to unearth the formidable power within your lineage. Currently, the strength you possess is but a mere fraction, less than 1%, of your bloodline's true potential. Strive forth, young one. Upon hearing this, Chen silently nodded. Indeed. Within his very veins coursed an immensely potent force, yet he found himself incapable of harnessing that formidable power. How might one unearth it? With sincerity, the system's response, upon reaching Chen's ears, almost provoked him to unleash a torrent of invective. However, he soon regained his composure. With sincerity, you say? Chen lowered his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Let us return to the spacecraft and delve deeper into the true extent of my power. Chen lowered his head, gazing at his reflection in the spaceship's mirror, and was taken aback. His hair had mysteriously transformed into a brilliant golden hue. This revelation suddenly reminded him of Broly's hair color. Indeed, the most striking distinction between Scion warriors and ordinary Scions lay in their hair color. Black hair was merely the hallmark of the commoners. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. It mattered little, and after all, golden hair did possess an undeniably striking allure. Did it not? Chen could indeed utilize teleportation to return, as his significantly enhanced strength allowed him to sense the presence of Leona and Aphya from a considerable distance. However, Chen chose not to return just yet. Instead, he resolved to continue his cultivation, believing that through diligent practice, he would eventually be able to return on his own accord. Chen boarded the spacecraft, which swiftly departed from the desolate and barren Chakra planet, embarking on a journey towards the Adralat planet. This is my choice, Frisia. Your demise is inevitable. Chen murmured to himself as he gazed through the glass window at the resplendent expanse of the starry sky. Chapter 60. Return to Adralat planet. Time passed slowly as Chen sat quietly within the spacecraft, en route to the Adralat planet. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his elongated aura extending down to the surface. It seemed he had begun to unearth that latent power. After an indeterminate period, Chen gradually opened his eyes. As his eyes fluttered open, two beams of brilliance shot forth from his gaze. These were not mere glances, they emanated from the overwhelming energy within him. uncontrollably spilling forth at the moment of awakening. With a flash, the two beams pierced through the spacecraft, soaring into the boundless depths of the universe. Chen gazed at the gaping wound of the spacecraft upon the ground, a subtle frown adorning his brow. Well, it is time to depart. With his eyes closed, Chen pondered the formidable nature of the Scions. However, he recognized their inability to thrive in the cosmos without air. This realization left him somewhat perplexed. The Scions relentlessly pursued strength, believing that the greater the power, the better. Yet, they were not granted eternal life and were subject to the cycle of aging, illness, and death. Furthermore, in terms of physicality, they were not the supreme beings. The Scion race displayed a conspicuous vulnerability. Sighing, Chen recalled the ambiguous words of Fred, who mentioned the Dragon Clan. Could it be that the divine dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls annihilated the Scions of old? Such a notion seemed ludicrous. For even the likes of Piccolo, with a mere combat power in the hundreds, could vanquish the dragon conjured by Earth's Dragon Balls. It appeared that the dragon from Namek was somewhat stronger, yet it did not seem particularly formidable. Was it possible that the wish-granting orb summoned a super dragon god? The implications were rather terrifying. One must remember that upon the introduction of the super dragon in the manga, it nearly instilled fear into the hearts of mortals. Its wings spanned countless galaxies, its head dwarfed tenfold the size of several star systems, and its physique was nothing short of terrifying. Indeed, when the super dragon made its entrance, Chen was thoroughly startled. Could it be that the super dragon was responsible for the demise of the once mighty Scion warriors? The enigma remained unsolved. Chen contemplated various possibilities, observing the dwindling air supply aboard the spacecraft, and shook his head in resignation. It was time to return. With that thought, he extended a hand and placed it upon his forehead. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. In the vast emptiness of the cosmos, only the remnants of the spacecraft drifted silently. Mother, will Brother Chen be all right? Aphya asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on Leona. With a perfectly sculpted physique and alluring curves, Aphya was a striking beauty, reminiscent of her mother, appearing more like a pair of sisters than mother and daughter. Leona, embodying the essence of an ice goddess, had softened significantly after 3 decades of cultivation alongside Chen. Do not worry, little Yu. Since Chen has chosen to embark on this journey alone, he must possess the confidence to succeed. We shall await his return, Leona reassured, enveloping Aphya in her embrace. But today marks the 29th day, and Brother Chen still hasn't returned. Are we truly meant to leave? Aphya expressed her growing anxiety. Leona, upon hearing Aphya's words, felt a twinge of irritation. Very well, let us wait a little longer. We shall depart tomorrow instead, she replied with a smile. Yes, let us wait a bit more for Brother Chen. Aphya's spirits lifted at the thought. However, at that moment, a sudden thud struck Aphya's smooth forehead. Ouch! Who hit me? She exclaimed, her displeasure evident as she scanned her surroundings. When she turned to see a young man with golden hair looking at her with adoration, all traces of her earlier annoyance vanished. Brother Chen, you're back. Why didn't I see you sooner? Aphya joyfully leaped into Chen's embrace. Chen, feeling the surging waves in his embrace, couldn't help but exclaim, the little lowly from back then has truly grown up. Chen tenderly caressed Aphya's silky hair and reproachfully remarked, Aphya, did I not instruct you to depart on the 29th day? Why have you chosen to disregard my words? In response to Chen's admonition, Aphya playfully stuck out her tongue and promptly retorted, but mother has agreed, so is it not acceptable? After uttering this, Aphya extricated herself from Chen's grasp and swiftly darted outside, exclaiming, I'm going to find something to eat. You and mother can chat. With that, she vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, Leona was left utterly flabbergasted. As her own daughter, to so easily shift the blame onto her was truly astounding. Leona, dear sister, do you still care for me? Chen approached Leona with a cheerful demeanor. Although Leona had gradually softened her attitude towards him, she maintained her usual icy goddess persona in his presence. Nevertheless, Chen found himself drawn to this dynamic, eagerly engaging in conversation with her on various topics. His playful banter filled with suggestive humor. Observing the charming blush that adorned Leona's lovely face, Chen couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Ah, we are almost there. Chen suddenly felt several auras rushing towards him from the distant cosmos. At long last, they have arrived. It seems there is a familiar presence nearby. Is it possible that King Vegeta has not perished? How intriguing indeed. Chen spoke softly, a hint of a smile gracing the corners of his lips. In contrast, a look of curiosity emerged in Leona's eyes as she asked, Chen, what did you just say? Chen smiled faintly, taking Leona's delicate hand as he said, It is of no consequence. The enemy shall soon arrive. Let us prepare to greet them. Leona cast a sidelong glance at Chen's mischievous hand but did not resist. Instead, she walked alongside him towards the front. Chapter 61. The arrival of Frisia, you're back? The third elder exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chen. Chen chuckled softly. Standing before the elder hall, gazing up at the heavens. One by one, dark specks emerged into view. What? The third elder, witnessing this scene, gasped in horror. Take your kin and seek shelter. I shall handle the matters that follow. Beside Chen stood Leona and Aphya, who spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the third elder immediately nodded. Regardless of whether Frisia's combat power was 530,000 or any other figure, it was beyond his capacity to withstand. Without delay, the third elder began to prepare for the evacuation of the crowd. The dark spot gradually approached, revealing its true form, an immense swarm of spacecraft. They had finally arrived. Chen did not intervene as countless spaceships descended upon the planet's surface. This world is indeed intriguing. Isn't it, King Vegeta? Frisia remained seated, floating within the confines of his spacecraft, accompanied by King Vegeta. Once dignity is lost, it can never be reclaimed. King Vegeta lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Frisia lifted his head, directing his gaze ahead. Before the Elders' Hall, Chen also raised his head, looking towards their direction. An invisible gaze intertwined, radiating an overwhelming terror. It is you, isn't it? Have you sensed my impending arrival? Frisia smirked nonchalantly, leading numerous subordinates forward. Under King Vegeta's command, the Scions mobilized en masse. Why have we come to this planet? Bardock stepped out of the spaceship, furrowing his brow. The Scions beside him shared a sense of curiosity. Whispering amongst themselves, it seems to be related to the legendary Super Scion. What? The legendary Super Scion? Bardock scoffed at this notion. It is merely a legend. How can you believe such tales? Who knows? His companions, also skeptical, exchanged cold laughter. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Vegeta, which should have been deserted, within a golden force field amidst cosmic debris, a child and an adult were confined. The child's hair, like Chen's, was also golden. All the Scions have departed. It is the perfect time, father, let us leave as well. In a few years, we shall return for vengeance. The youth spoke softly, then hoisted his grievously wounded father and located a spaceship, carelessly selecting a distant planet to escape to. Everything had changed. Originally, Broly was to depart only after the destruction of planet Vegeta. Now, he had left early. Everything was spiraling towards an uncontrollable fate. You are indeed formidable. Chen stood resolutely before the Elder Hall, his golden hair shimmering brilliantly. How had it transformed into gold? The video had clearly depicted it as black. Upon scrutinizing Chen's current visage, Frisia furrowed his brow. The lore surrounding the golden-haired Scions was an ancestral tale passed down through generations. Could it be that this legend had truly come to fruition? Frisia promptly seized a new type of detector. The battle power index surged relentlessly. 100,000, 1 million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. With each ascension in value, Frisia's expression darkened. How could this be? 5 million battle power? Frisia's gaze, icy and unyielding, remained fixed on Chen. Meanwhile, King Vegeta's mouth hung agape, unable to close. 5 million battle power? How could this be real? This terrifying strength exceeded all his expectations. As the king of the Scions, his own battle power barely surpassed 10,000. Silently, King Vegeta regarded Chen's countenance, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Frisia laughed, the frostiness of his demeanor evaporating. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Quite impressive. Frisia's voice was light, sending King Vegeta into a state of despair. How could this be? King Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. The detector indicated Frisia's battle power at 530,000, yet Frisia remained unfazed by the Scion whose power had reached 5 million. Why was he so composed? Did Frisia possess some hidden trump card? King Vegeta's mind was in turmoil as he glanced at the two women beside Chen. He was familiar with Leona, but the power readings that emerged from the detector left him utterly astonished. 2 million? King Vegeta found himself bereft of words. Why had Leona, who had only recently possessed a battle power of 9,000, experienced such a meteoric rise? And how had the previously childlike Chen and Aphya suddenly transformed into young adults? They were still a couple of years away from maturity. What on earth was happening? What had transpired? King Vegeta's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, while Bardock's heart was engulfed in a tempest of disbelief. Was that truly his useless son? In the midst of his battle with Leona, Chen has astonished himself, as his combat prowess has reached an unimaginable level. What on earth has transpired? Author's note. It's quite embarrassing. I just woke up from a nap and was met with a barrage of criticism in the review section. It truly disheartens me. Such a multitude of complaints undeniably highlights the shortcomings in my writing. However, having invested my efforts into this work, I cannot simply dismiss it as if it were unworthy of revision. I apologize, but changes are unavoidable. For those who find it intolerable, feel free to remove this book from your shelf. It should be available for purchase tomorrow. I hope those who still hold hope for this work will offer their support. Thank you. Chapter 62. Hellfire Rocket Launcher at last. Chen has encountered Frisia. Greetings, Mr. Raditz. Frisia stated with his characteristic politeness, addressing Chen gently. Upon seeing Frisia, Chen also smiled. Have you come here to bring about my destruction? Chen gazed at Frisia, who twitched his eyebrows slightly and remarked, I have come to witness the legendary Super Saiyan. Now that you have seen me, what are your impressions? Chen chuckled softly and remarked, the Super Saiyan truly lives up to its name. A combat power of 5 million is indeed astonishing. Frisia unabashedly declared this. At the moment Frisia announced Chen's formidable combat power, his subordinates, along with a group of Scions, were left in utter disbelief. How was it possible? 5 million in combat power? Many were incredulous and immediately retrieved their scouters. These devices varied in age, yet most displayed readings around 100,000. Snap! Snap! The sound of shattering scouters echoed incessantly. It was indeed a reality, 5 million in combat power. The audience in the live stream was electrified upon witnessing Frisia's revelation, though some were quick to cast a gloomy shadow on the excitement. Host, I failed to comprehend why you were putting on a facade. Why did you not flee when you had the chance? You are no match for Frisia. Another viewer chimed in. Indeed, host, you've inherited the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Your power is escalating rapidly. Surely you could train for a while before confronting Frisia again. The audience expressed their sympathy for the host, lamenting how the sudden surge of strength seemed to have overwhelmed his judgment. The atmosphere in the live stream turned pessimistic regarding the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Chen calmly regarded Frisia and stated, Now that you have found me, do you intend to engage in battle? Frisia nodded in response, asserting, Indeed. Not only do I wish to fight you, but I also intend to eliminate you. The Super Saiyan is rather formidable. Just a month ago, you possessed a combat power of 1 million, and now you have reached 5 million. If I allow you to continue to grow, I may very well find myself at a disadvantage. Frisia was consumed by fear. Chen's innate talent is truly terrifying. Frisia is not afraid of Chen's combat power of 5 million. Rather, he fears Chen's potential for growth. If Chen's battle prowess continues to ascend at such an alarming rate, there will undoubtedly come a day when he surpasses Frisia as the Emperor of the Universe. Frisia cannot tolerate the arrival of that day. Therefore, Chen, you must perish. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Frisia's eyes. I had thought you would claim that your motive for seeking my demise was to avenge the Ginyu Force. Chen chuckled softly, proclaiming that their demise merely signified their ineffectiveness, and that seeking vengeance was the most tedious endeavor imaginable. Frisia's merciless demeanor was unmistakably evident. Very well, let it commence. The two exchanged only a few brief words, yet everything had been made abundantly clear. This confrontation was inevitable. It was said that our ancestral interstellar pirates, the ice demon Zilder, had also encountered you Super Saiyans. In those days, our forebears were no match for you and fled to the 6th universe. It remains uncertain whether they still draw breath. Frisia spoke with a gentle chuckle, gradually raising his fingertip. With that singular motion, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Streams of black energy coiled around Frisia's fingertip, materializing upon his hand. The surrounding void became unstable as the dark energy converged. Hellfire Cannon. Frisia uttered the name of the technique softly. Dark energy methodically coalesced into a black energy sphere. The energy was remarkably stable. Yet the mere sight of the sphere sent shivers down the spines of all onlookers. The sheer potency of that energy, should it detonate, would render any individual present utterly defenseless, save for one, Chen. With a faint smile, Frisia's gaze fixated on Chen. This is an appetizer for you. Frisia extended a warm invitation to Chen. TSK. As Chen gazed at the black energy sphere, a smile graced his lips. With a mere flick of Frisia's finger, the black energy sphere glided forth, revealing a bizarre black hole in the void it traversed, instilling a profound sense of terror. At that moment, King Vegeta fully comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Frisia. He had once foolishly entertained the notion of assassinating Frisia, utterly oblivious to the extent of his own insignificance. It seemed he would scarcely endure a casual strike from Frisia before meeting his demise. In a state of despair, King Vegeta turned his attention to Chen. With a battle power of 500,000, Chen had already eclipsed Frisia, who possessed a mere 530,000. Thus, the question lingered, could Chen indeed vanquish Frisia? Chen gazed as the speed intensified, ultimately transforming into a black streak that surged directly towards him like a hellish rocket launcher. You two should depart first. Chen felt no concern whatsoever. Instead, he addressed Aphya and Leona behind him. The two nodded in agreement and grasped each other's hands, departing without hesitation. At that moment, the Hellfire rocket launcher surged towards Chen. Typically, the rapid-fire Hellfire rocket launcher was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Yet Chen merely inclined his body slightly, allowing the rocket to skim past him and soar into the distance. Chen gazed at Frisia, who was equally adorned with a smile. Chen, be cautious, shouted Aphya. The Hellfire rocket, having narrowly missed its target, abruptly veered around to charge at Chen once more. Perish, Frisia uttered softly. It seemed that evasion was no longer an option. Chen raised an eyebrow and extended a hand. Was he truly attempting to withstand such a formidable energy assault with mere flesh? Everyone gazed in astonishment. The Hellfire rocket launcher drew ever closer to Chen's palm. Chapter 63. The terrifying golden-haired Chen. Under the collective scrutiny of all, the Hellfire rocket launcher approached Chen's hand with increasing proximity. Obliterate it. Chen gently spoke, and an overwhelming force surged within his palm. The black Hellfire rocket launcher vanished without a trace upon reaching his hand, leaving no ripple in its wake. The expressions of those present were filled with astonishment. Frisia's attack had been effortlessly neutralized by Chen. Even Frisia's countenance darkened considerably, though he had anticipated that this technique would not inflict any harm on Chen. The ease with which it was dispelled still left him vexed. Chen withdrew his hand, glanced at Frisia, and remarked with a wry smile. To come without reciprocation is impolite. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he vanished from the sight of the onlookers in an instant. What? In that fleeting moment, Frisia's entire being became alert. scanning his surroundings, yet he could not discern Yu Chen's figure. How is this possible? How can he move so swiftly? A shiver of dread coursed through Frisia's mind as he contemplated transforming. However, it was too late. A chilling voice resonated ominously. Frisia, you seem rather weak. Frisia's heart raced in alarm, but before he could turn, a terrifying attack struck him squarely in the back. The armor on his back groaned under the strain, fracturing instantaneously, and his body was sent hurtling uncontrollably backward. The iron throne upon which he had been seated shattered into fragments in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, Chen had appeared behind Frisia. With a single, powerful punch, Chen sent Frisia soaring, tracing a gray arc through the air before crashing into a distant mountain several thousand meters away. The mountain crumbled under the impact, echoing with a thunderous roar. Truly terrifying. Chen stood where Frisia had just been, gazing at the distant figure with a faint smile. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What had just transpired? The invincible King Frisia had been effortlessly sent flying by this golden-haired individual? Surely, Frisia had underestimated him. It had to be so. One of Frisia's subordinates shouted loudly. Yet the sweat pouring from her brow betrayed her anxiety. Chen cast a glance at him, his authoritative gaze proving unbearable, causing him to succumb and kneel, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, King Vegeta, who had previously stood by Frisia's side, found himself in a moment of turmoil as Frisia was sent flying, and Chen stood poised before him. Are you Raditz? King Vegeta stammered, his voice trembling. As the monarch of the Scions, he could bow his noble head even before Frisia. But he would never allow himself to display such panic in the presence of others. Yet now, he could no longer suppress the terror that surged within him. King Vegeta, is it you? I did not expect to find you here. At this moment, Chen seemed to finally behold King Vegeta. This tone evoked a profound sense of humiliation within King Vegeta, yet he dared not voice any dissent. Chen smiled. Merely a month and a half ago, King Vegeta could still hold his proud head high, using his formidable combat prowess to intimidate him. Yet now, even though Chen regards him with such disdain, King Vegeta does not dare utter another word. And what of Vegeta? Chen gazed at King Vegeta and spoke in a calm tone. Vegeta is behind you. King Vegeta, unable to defy, replied. Very well, the Scion race has produced 3 prodigies in this generation. One is Kakarot, who was cast down to earth. However, it seems that Kakarot's innate talent is rather lacking. Had he not landed on Earth, he likely would not have risen to power, though that is a matter for another time. The other is your son, who possesses greater strength than your own potential. You may take pride in that. Upon hearing Chen praise his son, a swell of pride arose within King Vegeta. Of course, when compared to Broly, both Son Wukong and Vegeta are mere trifles. Chen softly remarked, indeed. If it were not for Son Wukong's protagonist aura, it is likely that Vegeta would have annihilated all the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth. Upon hearing Chen mention Broly, King Vegeta's expression instantly turned ashen, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. How could this be? When he had slain Broly and his father, he was undeniably alone. How could Raditz possibly be aware of this matter now? King Vegeta, uncertain of Chen's stance on this issue, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation in his heart. Chen gazed at the flustered King Vegeta and chuckled. Rest assured, there is no connection between Broly and me. However, it is undoubtedly you who will face misfortune. For Broly remains alive. The words of Chen struck King Vegeta like a thunderbolt. What? Broly is not dead? With a battle power of 10,000 at birth. Such a formidable talent, if he were to grow, no one on the entire Vegeta planet would stand a chance against him. And if Broly is indeed alive, he will undoubtedly come seeking revenge on his murderer. At that moment, King Vegeta could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. Chen gazed at King Vegeta's expression of deep remorse and couldn't help but smile. I surmise that your regret does not stem from your actions against Broly, but rather from the fact that you failed to examine the situation after eliminating Broly and his father. Am I correct in my assumption? In that instant, King Vegeta felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, as if Chen could see right through the thoughts that troubled his mind. Chen had grown weary of engaging with that individual. Gather everyone and depart, Scions. My battle with Frisia has yet to commence, and this planet may very well meet its demise. Chen gently spoke. What? It hasn't begun yet? King Vegeta was utterly astonished. Was it not the case that Chen had already triumphed? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from afar. Scion, I am enraged. The ominous voice reverberated throughout the cosmos, sending a chill down the spine of all who heard it. Chapter 64, Frisia, the grotesque second transformation. You have provoked my wrath. Scion. Frisia's furious voice echoed, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment, particularly Frisia's subordinates, who had never witnessed such fury from him, in their minds. Frisia had always embodied the demeanor of a courteous gentleman. This was due to their ignorance of the fact that Frisia maintained his politeness towards those who posed no threat. However, those who threatened him were destined for annihilation. As the dust from the distant crumbling mountain settled, Frisia hovered in midair. Allow me to demonstrate my transformation, Frisia bellowed, his previously diminutive form beginning to tremble violently and expand. The aura surrounding him intensified alongside his physical growth. King Vegeta's face paled further at this sight. The Frisia he had just witnessed was not even at his most formidable, truly alarming. Frisia's body swelled dramatically, ultimately tripling in height, reaching a stature akin to that of an ordinary human. Yet, his visage grew increasingly grotesque. Yi Chun, I shall see you perish, Frisia declared, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Yi Chun gazed at Frisia's initial transformation, shaking his head in uncertainty. While others might be oblivious to the nuances of Frisia's metamorphosis, he possessed an intimate understanding of it. After the first transformation, Frisia's combat power barely exceeded 1 million. This was hardly a match for him. Go ahead and transform again. Otherwise, you shall be subjected to my wrath once more. Yi Chun stood majestically in mid-air, speaking calmly. How dare you look down upon me? Frisia, infuriated, replied. I shall say this once more. Continue transforming. Yi Chun impatiently exclaimed, go to hell. As the ruler of the universe, Frisia had never been looked down upon in such a manner. In a moment of fury, he dashed towards Yi Chun with astonishing speed, a manifestation of the advanced technique known as the instantaneous rush. Yet, while Frisia was swift, Yi Chun was swifter still. As Frisia approached, Yi Chun unleashed a punch, infused with boundless energy, seemingly aimed at the very void itself. At that precise moment, Frisia's face collided with Yi Chun's fist. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, for from their perspective, it appeared as though Frisia had recklessly charged into Yi Chun's punch. Frisia's heart sank further. He had intended to strike as he neared Yi Chun, only to find that Yi Chun's blow had already connected with his face, leaving him no chance to evade, as if Yi Chun had anticipated his every move. With a resounding thud, Frisia was sent hurtling backwards, propelled hundreds of thousands of meters before finally halting in midair. Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained steadfast in his position, as if he had merely swatted a fly. The spectators were left in stunned silence, astonished by the spectacle before them. The mighty Frisia, just having transformed, was unable to contend with the scion. The scions were truly formidable. Just look at his golden hair. He is no ordinary scion. This must be the legendary super scion. It is utterly terrifying. Perhaps we should flee. It seems that Frisia is not a match for him. Frisia's subordinates, warriors from across the universe, were not particularly loyal to him and began to harbor thoughts of retreat. However, at that very moment, a more formidable power surged forth. You shall pay for your arrogance. Foolish scion, Frisia bellowed. Just after his transformation, his already imposing figure began to shrink once more, yet his shoulders, which were not particularly broad to begin with, grotesquely stretched outwards. Was this the second stage of Frisia? Yi Chun gazed at this scene, a flicker of combat spirit igniting within him. In his second form, Frisia's battle power had escalated to 5 million, finally rendering him an equal adversary. Only now do you truly qualify as my opponent. Yi Chun smiled. Frisia soared once more into the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all who beheld his current form. At this moment, Frisia had transformed into a grotesque monster. Although he was never particularly handsome, he appeared exceedingly hideous now. Yet, the notions of beauty and ugliness held little significance in the face of Frisia's surging battle power. Everyone acknowledged Frisia's might, but none could have anticipated the extent of his strength. With 2 transformations, his battle power surged from 530,000 to an astonishing 5 million. Such a revelation was indeed staggering. The most pressing question lingered. Was this transformation truly his final form? An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, King Vegeta felt an acute sense of survival. He was grateful for his earlier decision to bow. Otherwise, the entire planet Vegeta would likely have faced annihilation at Frisia's hands. Gazing upon the hideous second form of Frisia, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. It was undeniably repulsive. The sleek third form of Frisia was far more aesthetically pleasing. However, it seemed that unless he defeated this current form, Frisia would not undergo another transformation. For the sake of purging my eyes, I shall unleash a fierce beating upon you, compelling you to evolve into your third form. Yi Chun smiled. Chapter 65. Battle. The overwhelming defeat of Frisia. You shall perish. Frisia, now furious, surged upward, charging towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun's expression turned grave as he charged towards Frisia. This marked Yi Chun's first proactive strike, capturing the undivided attention of all onlookers. With a resounding clash, the two, now reaching the zenith of speed, collided mid-air. Each of their fists could easily submerge a colossal mountain. As their limbs intertwined in a fierce exchange, an unrelenting tempest surged forth, overwhelming the cosmic warriors beneath Frisia. Those with slightly lesser combat prowess were swept away by the maelstrom generated by the ferocious battle. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone wore solemn expressions, retreating to safety. Yi Chun and Frisia engaged in a fierce battle mid-air, executing every punch and kick with utmost strength. Yi Chun abruptly vanished from his position, causing Frisia to strike nothing but air. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chun reappeared behind Frisia and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, Frisia was sent crashing down, leaving a deep gash in the ground where he fell. Even with comparable combat prowess, you remain no match for me. Yi Chun stood in the air, gazing downwards with a slight curl of his lips. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he sensed a disturbance behind him, as if the wind had stirred. What could it be? Before Yi Chun had the opportunity to react, a powerful punch struck his back. The tremendous force of the blow sent him soaring through the air. As a searing pain surged through his mind, he was propelled several thousand meters before finally stabilizing himself in midair. Turning to look back, he saw Frisia standing in his original position, his expression dark and brooding. I underestimated you. Chen spoke with a smile, devoid of any tension. In stark contrast, Frisia's expression was one of extreme displeasure. It was truly an unforgivable transgression for a mere scion to repeatedly render me in such a state of disarray. Frisia said darkly, extending a single finger. Chen sensed the impending danger. Earth shatter. Frisia uttered softly as a surge of formidable energy abruptly manifested at the tip of his finger, unleashing a radiant beam that shot directly towards Chen. Chen's expression darkened as he swiftly dodged to the side, the beam of light narrowly missing him and causing a few strands of his golden hair to flutter. Is this all you have to offer? Chen smiled coldly. Frisia's lips curled into a peculiar grin as he swiftly drew his finger, unleashing a beam of energy that, instead of fading away, transformed into a colossal sword of light, hurtling directly towards Chen. Damn it! Chen lightly spat, narrowly evading the sweeping strike once more in the nick of time. He then extended both hands to gently caress his forehead. Chen vanished from sight, leaving Frisia momentarily bewildered. However, the ferocious onslaught that followed sent chills down Frisia's spine. For Chen had already materialized behind him. Yet, it was too late. The relentless barrage struck him on the head, rendering him utterly dazed. Frisia's body shot away like a cannonball, yet Chen showed no intention of relenting, swiftly propelling himself forward once more. The sound of impact echoed relentlessly. Chen struck blow after blow, gripping one of Frisia's sharp horns with one hand while delivering fierce and relentless punches to Frisia's mouth with the other. Chen's fist, imbued with boundless strength, sent Frisia reeling, his eyes rolling back in his head. Yet, this was not the end. Chen struck again, forcefully slamming Frisia into the ground, then placing a foot upon Frisia's forehead. It seems that even in your second transformation, you still cannot surpass me. Chen smiled, his hand shimmering with radiant light, pressing towards Frisia's mouth with intent. Demon-infused light cannon. Chen murmured softly, for one of his feet pressed down upon Frisia, rendering the latter utterly incapable of escape. Frisia could only endure the terrifying and unfathomable fluctuations emanating from Chen's hand. Damn it all. Frisia felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, not solely from the imminent threat to his life. As the Emperor of the Universe, being so ruthlessly tormented by Chen was simply unforgivable. I shall kill you. I must kill you. Frisia bellowed in a frenzy. Chen, undeterred, allowed the radiance in his hands to shimmer with an increasingly brilliant intensity, evoking profound trepidation in those who beheld it. Alas, Frisia, I offered you the opportunity to transform, yet your arrogance compelled you to ascend only to your second form. Thus, you have chosen your own demise. I cannot be held accountable for that. Chen spoke softly, betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. Meanwhile, the dangerously potent aura emanating from his hand grew increasingly restless. Chen's strength has reached such formidable heights that the necessity for a charged skill at this moment signifies unparalleled danger. Consequently, Frisia's visage is now etched with terror. Damn it all. Frisia struggles frantically, yet he is utterly unable to escape from beneath Chen's foot. I offered you a chance, but you rejected it. Thus, prepare to meet your demise. A radiant light flickered from Chen's outstretched right hand, a golden beam enveloped in crimson energy, surging directly towards Frisia's maw. At that precise moment, an extraordinarily intense aura erupted from Frisia's being. This force was so fierce that it propelled Chen backward. The magic-piercing light cannon in Chen's hand inadvertently discharged, sending its radiant beam into the expanse. The brilliance of the cannon struck the distant mountains, reducing an entire range to mere ashes. Alas, what a pity! Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the slowly rising Frisia. With a grim expression, Frisia's menacing second form appeared even more terrifying. Scion, you must perish. The humiliation of being trampled by Chen was an affront too great for the proud Frisia to bear, and he roared in fury. At last, he was about to transform. Chen gazed upon the furious Frisia and suddenly broke into a smile. Come now, let me witness your transformation. Chapter 66, The Pseudo-Super Scion. Frisia's third transformation. The exchange of words between the two sent shivers down the spines of all present. Frisia had yet to reach his limit. His battle power had escalated from 500,000 to an astonishing 5 million, and he still had not reached his utmost potential. What a terrifying race. You shall regret this, Scion. Frisia bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming aura that erupted with ferocity. The very planet trembled beneath the force of his power. The ground fissured, and the clouds above were instantly dispersed. His immense momentum surged towards the heavens, as if the atmosphere itself was on the verge of being shattered by Frisia's transformation. Everyone was awestruck by the increasingly volatile energy emanating from Frisia. The once menacing armor on his body began to shatter piece by piece, revealing skin that radiated an unparalleled brilliance beneath. Witnessing this spectacle, King Vegeta's scouter displayed readings that fluctuated wildly. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, crack. The scouter on King Vegeta's eye shattered explosively. This phenomenon left King Vegeta's mother in a state of disbelief. What a farce. Her scouter, the latest model, was incapable of measuring Frisia's current battle power, indicating that Frisia's strength had surpassed 10 million. This was utterly terrifying. Hee, Scion. You should not have granted me the opportunity to transform. As the remnants of his transformation settled, a brand new Frisia appeared before the crowd, though somewhat diminutive. His skin glistened with an immaculate sheen, entirely white save for the faint purple hue on his head and shoulders. This was the epitome of perfection. Yi Chun regarded Frisia with a smile and remarked, a power level of 12 million, a mere 10% of your strength, is insufficient. Accelerate your power increase by 100%. In stark contrast to the astonishment of those around them, Yi Chun maintained an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Frisia's expression darkened slightly. The concept of transformation was intended to suppress power, as his body was not yet capable of enduring an excessively formidable power for prolonged periods. Which was why it had been sealed. This was a closely guarded secret of the Frisia race, known only to his most trusted subordinates. However, these subordinates were utterly unaware of the number of transformations possible. Yet Yi Chen seemed to possess an intimate understanding of these matters, casting a shadow of unease in the hearts of those present. How did he know? What prompted such extensive knowledge? Frisia, suppressing the murderous intent brewing within, fixed his gaze upon Yi Chun and inquired. Yi Chun chuckled. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us expedite the enhancement of our prowess. An astonishing combat strength of 12 million is required, and it would be most advantageous to elevate it to a full 100% in one fell swoop. Otherwise, I shall not grant you another opportunity to transform. Yi Chun spoke slowly. Such arrogance. A scion with merely 5 million in combat power dares to boast so boldly. It is truly outrageous. Frisia's anger ignited, and in an instant, his petite figure vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared directly in front of Yi Chun. You presumptuous scion. You cannot even keep up with my speed. What more is there to say? Yi Chun glanced around, and suddenly, from behind him, the voice of Frisia echoed. Subsequently, an excruciating pain struck, sending Yi Chun soaring through the air. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of rapid energy blasts erupted from Frisia's hand, hurtling towards Yi Chun. With a swift motion, Yi Chun unleashed a colossal wave of energy, consuming all the surrounding air currents and propelling himself towards Frisia. A mere parlor trick, Frisia remarked with a chilling smirk. He remained rooted to the spot, needing no defense as Yi Chun's energy blast collided with him directly. A tempest of energy erupted, igniting a flicker of hope in the eyes of all witnesses. Yet, their hopes were swiftly dashed. As the energy dissipated, Frisia stood unscathed, not even a speck of dust clinging to him. Arrogant scion, is this truly your limit? If so, then prepare for your demise. Frisia's cold gaze fixated on Yi Chun, his murderous intent glaringly evident. Yi Chun stood suspended in midair, steadying his form as he fixed his gaze intently upon Frisia. You arrogant scion. Do you still believe that I am not your match? Frisia declared haughtily to Yi Chun. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun smiled. In truth, during those years in the time house, I was constrained by the system and unable to enhance my combat prowess. Thus, I pondered whether I could transcend to the level of a super scion. Frisia appeared not as Yi Chun's adversary, but rather as a companion. Yi Chun stood there, conversing, indifferent to whether Frisia could comprehend his words. The limitations on combat strength seemed to present the optimal opportunity for a breakthrough. However, perhaps due to a lack of sufficient peril, I have been unable to ascend to the standard level of a super scion. Yi Chun continued to speak leisurely. Frisia's expression changed upon hearing this. How can this be? Are you not the legendary super scion? Yi Chun chuckled. Of course not. If I were truly a super scion at this moment, then the legendary super scion would certainly seem rather feeble. In any case, during my years in the time chamber, I exhausted every possible means to achieve a breakthrough, yet I was unable to ascend to the level of a super scion. Ultimately, in my impatience, I serendipitously found myself transcending into a peculiar state. Yi Chun spoke slowly. This should be a form of the medic super scion state. The energy is golden, and the aura surges with intensity. However, there is a notable distinction. When I first entered this state, my consciousness vanished entirely, consumed by a frenzy that craved destruction. In that moment, I nearly harmed Leona and Aphya, and had I not regained my senses at the last moment, I would have regretted it for a lifetime. In that state, my combat power could escalate approximately 20-fold, yet the loss of reason instilled a fear of inadvertently injuring my allies. Which is why I refrained from attempting it again. Chapter 67, Relentless Fury. The Ruthless Scion. This is the third update of the day, seeking your support. Until recently, I encountered certain fortuitous circumstances that not only significantly enhanced my strength but also fortified my soul considerably. Thus, I now believe I can master that state. Today, I shall allow you to witness this extraordinary form of super scion that transcends the conventional. Yi Chun's originally cheerful visage gradually transformed into one of solemnity. An unseen ripple began to emanate from his form, as if the very air around him was shifting and transforming. The void surrounding Yi Chun resembled the surface of water after a rain, rippling and indistinct. A golden aura began to emanate from within Yi Chun's being. The terrifying aura exerted an overwhelming force that subdued all those nearby. The once proud expression on Frisia's face vanished in an instant, leaving only a sense of vigilance. The energy emanating from Chun is undeniably formidable. 5 million, 10 million, 80 million. The contract with me is 299359586, and with a crisp sound. Frisia's detector shattered, leaving no trace of any detector in the arena. Chun's aura has overwhelmed and obliterated all instruments of detection. Chun stood quietly in the void, enveloped entirely by a faint golden aura. The aura emanating from Chun is markedly different from his usual self. Typically, even during combat, Chun exudes a sense of ease and benevolence. However, the present Chun invokes a sense of unfamiliarity in both Aphya and Leona. A chilling aura spreads within Chun's heart. Hey, Frisia. Chun's sudden utterance startled Frisia. Although I have restrained this weakness of losing my sanity, my heart has grown cold. I now feel that no one is beyond the reach of death. Even those I hold dear, should they stand in my way, would meet their demise at my hands. This sensation is truly unsettling. Chun's terrifying aura instilled fear throughout the venue. In the live broadcast room, those witnessing Chun's current state were instantly filled with trepidation. Is he not resembling a Super Saiyan? However, something seems amiss. A normal Super Saiyan would not lose their sanity and emotions. Yet, despite Chun retaining his awareness, his expression betrays a complete absence of feelings. I understand now. He has entered a state akin to a Super Saiyan. A viewer's comment floated up, causing everyone to pause, eager to see what this individual would express next. In the theatrical version, Son Goku, cornered in battle against Frisia, unleashed his latent potential. At that moment, Goku's pupils vanished. He briefly lost consciousness, his hair stood on end, and his entire being ignited with a golden aura, elevating his power to 20 times the norm, rather than the usual 50 times for a standard Super Saiyan. Similarly, Broly, engulfed in a golden blaze, transformed and dramatically increased his combat prowess. The commonality in these instances lies in the fact that upon regaining consciousness, their forms were immediately reverted. The broadcaster appears to have entered this state as well, yet has managed to overcome the drawback of losing consciousness, albeit at the cost of his emotions. This explanation was met with nods of understanding from all present. Ah, it is becoming clear. Chun, enveloped in a golden aura, stood silently in the air, gazing at Frisia, and declared, "My heart is now filled with a murderous intent. I feel that if I do not kill, I shall explode. Thus, you shall perish." Chun spoke slowly, his tone neither joyful nor sorrowful, as though devoid of any emotion. This infuriated Frisia immensely. I am the Emperor of the universe, the mightiest warrior. How dare this mere scion look down upon me? I shall see you dead. Frisia bellowed in rage, his petite form in its third transformation darting directly in front of Chun. His speed was so astonishing that one could scarcely discern his movements. With a resounding thud, Frisia's fist struck Chun's abdomen. Humph, a Super Saiyan is nothing extraordinary. Frisia scoffed. However, his expression soon shifted dramatically. It appeared as though his attack had not inflicted any harm upon Chun at all. In this state of emotional detachment, I am also devoid of pain. Chun spoke slowly, as if he were not the one struck by Frisia's formidable fist. Realizing the danger, Frisia attempted to retreat immediately, but it was too late. Chun's hand seized Frisia's head. In his third transformation, Frisia's cranium was smaller than Chun's palm, which now enveloped it entirely, instilling a profound fear in Frisia. Do you think I can crush you? Chun uttered with a heart full of murderous intent. This statement sent a chill of dread through Frisia's heart. Crush me? Chun's words were undeniably formidable, as if Frisia were merely a fragile chick in his grasp, easily crushed at will. Such arrogance was staggering. Frisia, consumed by rage, roared mightily, his entire being radiating an overwhelming aura. His tail lashed out toward Chun's face, yet Chun effortlessly seized it with his other hand. Meanwhile, the hand gripping Frisia's skull began to exert pressure, producing an excruciating creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. Frisia writhed in agony within Chun's palm, remarkably resilient. Chun, in his Super Saiyan form, remarked with a hint of disappointment after futilely attempting to crush Frisia's head. Frisia trembled with fury. Yet with merely 10% of his combat power, he found himself utterly powerless against Chun's might. Perish, Chun declared, deciding to abandon his attempts to crush Frisia's head. Instead, he grasped Frisia's tail and began to sweep it through the air, toppling mountains in the process. Frisia was rendered utterly defenseless against Chun's onslaught. You scion, I shall eliminate you. Frisia, unable to mount any resistance, resorted to severing his own tail in desperation. Chapter 68. Frisia at full power, transformation dispelled. With a swift motion, a clean cut appeared on Frisia's tail. His cruelty was evident, as he opted to sacrifice his own tail when he realized escape from Chun's assault was futile. With a fierce determination, Frisia discarded the severed appendage and charged forward, distancing himself from Chun. Onlookers were left in stunned silence, horrified by the spectacle of Frisia's severed tail. Chun, adorned in a golden aura, disdainfully tossed the remaining half of the tail to the ground. Frisia, infuriated by this insult, bellowed with rage. Scions must die. His voice thundered and his aura surged violently, as if to intimidate the very heavens. His previously diminutive form seemed to inflate, muscles rippling ominously across his arms and legs, a sight both alarming and astounding. The terrifying energy emanating from Frisia soared skyward, shaking the very fabric of reality around him. 10%, 50%, 80%, 100%. This time, Frisia did not linger. He unleashed his full, formidable power. His fearsome physique elicited gasps from all present. "Scion, your doom is at hand." Frisia intoned darkly as he fixed his gaze upon Chen. In the state of a pseudo-super Scion, Chen was devoid of emotions, merely casting a cold glance at Frisia before charging forward. "You seek death," Frisia bellowed, launching himself at Chen. The two engaged in a furious exchange of blows, unleashing a tempest of violence in the air. The terrifying aura that enveloped them instilled a profound sense of dread in all onlookers, prompting them to retreat in haste. Fearing the repercussions of the epic confrontation, Kamehameha wave. Chen waved his hand, unleashing a wave of energy, yet upon striking Frisia, the latter merely paused momentarily before charging towards Chen once more. The Earth Splitter and Hellfire rocket launcher. Frisia's combat prowess had now escalated to an astounding 120 million, his offensive capability utterly fearsome. In contrast, under his mimicry, Chen's combat strength merely reached 100 million, leaving him somewhat troubled by the energy unleashed by his opponent. The realm of Dragon Ball is one governed by ki. The mightier the ki, the greater the prowess. While physical strength is not insignificant, it pales in comparison to the potency of ki. Consequently, Chen dared not withstand his adversary's attacks, which exceeded his own ki, with mere physical resilience. "Scion, are you not exceedingly arrogant?" Frisia bellowed in fury. The loss of his tail was an immense humiliation. No one could thwart Frisia's resolve to eliminate Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen maintained a stoic expression, raising his hands before his forehead. The others, witnessing this scene, presumed Chen was about to unleash a formidable technique. However, King Vegeta and Leona, having previously observed Chen employ this move, promptly closed their eyes. The remaining onlookers, who did not shield their vision, were confronted with an overwhelming spectacle akin to a miniature sun erupting before them. With Chen's burgeoning strength, the solar fist he wielded was nothing short of terrifying, as if an actual sun had manifested in front of the assembly. Even Frisia, a being of an inhuman race, found himself engulfed in a haze, momentarily overwhelmed by excruciating pain. "Frisia, perish." Chen's emotionless voice resonated from behind him, as Frisia's eyes glazed over under the blinding radiance. Cursed fate. Frisia realized too late that he was ensnared, as Chen's fist struck him with unrelenting force. His body, incapable of withstanding such immense power, was sent hurtling away. Chen would undoubtedly seize such a splendid opportunity, pressing closely against Frisia, relentlessly delivering blows. Bang, bang, bang. Chen combined his fists and feet, relentlessly striking with force. Frisia's heart tightened, and in a fit of rage, he swung his fist, unleashing a fierce burst of white energy that sent Chen flying. "Scion, you can die." Frisia sneered, hurling a ki blast not towards Chen, but aimed at Leona and Aphya. "Let us see if you can save them." A sinister smile flickered across Frisia's face. At that moment, Frisia's combat power had soared to an astounding 120 million, rendering the ki blast an insurmountable threat for Leona and her companions. Yet, Chen's resolve remained unshaken. His heart was icy, consumed only by the desire to kill. The fate of others was of no concern to him. With this thought, Chen prepared to charge directly at Frisia. However, at that very instant, he heard Aphya's startled cry. A ripple of emotion stirred within his otherwise unyielding heart. What was happening? Chen turned around. Although Aphya and Leona had the ability to flee, Frisia's attack was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding an extraordinary intimidation that rendered them incapable of escaping under such immense pressure. Leona's countenance was as cold as frost, and she uttered not a single sound. Aphya, initially gasping in shock, soon comprehended why her mother remained silent. She feared that any disturbance might distract Chen. In a battle of life and death, even the slightest distraction could prove fatal. Thus, Leona refrained from speaking, unwilling to disrupt Chen's focus. Chen gazed at the scene before him in bewilderment, and suddenly, an overwhelming surge of emotions welled up within his heart. They cannot perish. The two of them must not die, for they are the women I cherish. The feelings that had vanished returned, and Chen experienced a profound revelation. However, as his rationality and emotions resurfaced, the golden aura enveloping him dissipated in an instant. That golden energy swiftly retracted, concealing itself within Chen's being. Chen's once formidable aura dissipated in an instant. The state of the pretender Super Saiyan vanished without a trace as Chen regained his emotions. Chapter 69. Overpowering. The true Super Saiyan. Damn it. Witnessing the panic-stricken expressions of Leona and Aphya, the emotionally restored Chen couldn't help but curse. Subsequently, with a flicker of his body, he appeared between Leona and Aphya. Chen placed his hand upon the shoulders of the two individuals, and in an instant, he executed his teleportation technique. The trio vanished just before the impending shockwave could reach them, only to reappear beside King Vegeta. "Chen, how did you?" The golden energy enveloping Chen dissipated, causing his combat power to plummet, which elicited a wave of concern from Leona. It's all right. I have just come to realize that the so-called mimetic super scion is, in fact, a misguided path. Chen spoke with a gentle smile, unperturbed by the fact that his combat power had fallen back to 5 million. Chen's words left both Leona and Aphya in profound confusion. Chen gazed at Leona and Aphya, saying, "You do not comprehend. I shall elucidate everything to you in due course. For now, allow me to vanquish Frisia." With that, Chen swiftly darted forward, confronting Frisia once more. "Your battle power has significantly diminished." Frisia's face contorted into a cruel smile, seizing the opportunity to threaten Chen's life. A battle power of 500,000 pales in comparison to his own staggering 120 million, it is hardly worth mentioning. Chen did not engage in an argument. He merely gazed at Frisia and inquired, "Is your brother cooler formidable?" Frisia furrowed his brow at Chen's words. How is it that Chen possesses such knowledge? Golda, his brother, was equally formidable, reigning supreme in another realm of the 6th universe. The bonds of kinship among the frost demons are tenuous. Thus, Frisia had scarcely encountered his brother Golda since his birth. Even his most trusted subordinates, the Jinyu Force, were oblivious to this matter, yet Chen was fully aware. "Boy, how is it that you know so much?" Frisia spoke darkly. Chen smiled gently. "That is simply because I choose not to disclose it to you." Frisia had been listening intently, but upon hearing Chen's next words, he instantly realized he had been deceived, his fury surging uncontrollably. "You insolent brat, I shall methodically shatter your bones, compelling you to lay bare the truth before me," Frisia bellowed, preparing to charge forward. However, a cold glint flashed in Chen's eyes as he retorted with a sneer, "Is that so? If you intend to break my bones, we shall see if you possess the capability to do so." Chen's cold laughter only served to infuriate Frisia further. Although he could not comprehend the sudden decline in Chen's combat prowess, one undeniable truth remained. Chen's current strength was certainly inferior to his own. Seizing the opportunity to strike while he was down seemed to be the most prudent course of action. "You shall perish, wretched boy," Frisia bellowed, preparing to unleash an attack on Chen. However, at that very moment, a peculiar smile crept across Chen's lips. "I have already grasped the path toward becoming a true super scion. Thus, it is you who shall meet your demise." With a thunderous roar, Chen's aura surged once more, enveloping him in a golden flame that consumed his very being. The intensity of his power eclipsed that of the previous super scion form, becoming utterly formidable. "What?" A look of terror crossed Frisia's face, for the terrifying energy radiating from Chen had grown even more fearsome. 10 million, 20 million, boom. The earth fractured beneath the weight of Chen's overwhelming presence, causing the planet Adrat to tremble violently. How is this possible? Frisia stood in stunned silence. Chen's combat prowess has now surpassed his previous limits, and it shows no signs of abating, continuing to surge at an alarming rate. 50 million, 100 million, 150 million, 200 million, 250 million. It is only at this moment that Chen's exponentially rising power begins to gradually stabilize. In Frisia's heart, all remnants of battle intent have vanished. Under the overwhelming aura emanating from Chen, her body trembles uncontrollably. How is this possible? How could you become this powerful? Frisia bellows in frustration. Chen smiled gently. At this moment, he had not lost his will or emotions. This was the true state of a super scion. Enveloped in golden energy, Chen gazed at Frisia ahead, a serene smile gracing his lips. "This is the super scion you have always feared. Though it is not the legendary transformation, that remains a state I have yet to attain, so you must endure this for now. However, it matters little. For the ordinary super scion state is more than sufficient to overpower you. Therefore, perish. Perish." Frisia's brow twitched, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Chen was simply too formidable. Flee. This thought flickered through Frisia's mind. Yet, just as he contemplated turning away, Chen's chilling voice echoed in his ears. "Frisia, you cannot escape." With that, he swept his hand, embracing Frisia and forcefully slamming him into the ground. In an instant, Frisia was sent flying like a cannonball, plunging deep beneath the surface of the earth. Chen showed no mercy as he unleashed a barrage of energy orbs from his hands, striking the ground with relentless force. After a mere 30 seconds, he finally ceased his assault. The entire planet trembled in response to Chen's earlier bombardment. And all present believed that if the planet Adrat had met its demise, it would undoubtedly be attributed to Chen's actions. Chen expressed his profound sense of innocence. After a considerable while, Frisia, appearing quite disheveled, ascended from the ground. "Scion, your power surpasses my wildest imagination," Frisia remarked with a hint of awe. Strangely, the fear that once gripped Frisia had dissipated. His severed tail, a pitiful sight, rendered it nearly impossible to associate him with his former title as the Emperor of the Universe. Indeed, the term disheveled aptly encapsulated Frisia's current state. Chapter 70, A Desperate Frisia. Planetary Annihilation Bomb. Frisia rose with one hand, gathering a sphere of dark energy in his palm. "You are undeniably powerful. So formidable that it leaves me in disbelief. However, you scions cannot survive in the cosmos, while I can." Frisia bellowed with fervor. Chen immediately sensed something amiss. But it was already too late. "So, you shall all perish." Indeed, Frisia bellowed, and the energy sphere in his hand surged explosively. "Planet Destruction Ball," Frisia proclaimed loudly. In that fleeting moment, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of threat. He never anticipated that Frisia would be so resolute. Upon realizing he was no match for Chen, he resolved to annihilate the planet Adrat. However, this was Frisia's optimal choice. If Adrat were not destroyed, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at Chen's hands. Thus, destruction was indeed the preferable course. At this juncture, it was somewhat too late for any action. Chen gazed at the audacious Frisia, a tempest of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. However, at this moment, Chen could not bring himself to eliminate Frisia. Chen swiftly dashed towards Leona, arriving by their side. Hurry! Chen seized the forms of Leona and Aphya, charging directly towards the distant spacecraft. The obliteration sphere at the tip of Frisia's finger had once again swelled, reaching its zenith. Let them all perish. Haha. Frisia laughed maniacally. Chen's expression was frigid as he rushed into the spacecraft. Aphya and Leona, acutely aware of the urgency, promptly set about activating the vessel. Meanwhile, Chen gazed through the window at Frisia, who returned the stare with eyes brimming with murderous intent. I shall undoubtedly bring about your demise. With an icy gaze, Chen spoke. Frisia, on the other hand, allowed a cold smirk to grace his lips. The planet-destroying projectile in his hand hurtled towards the ground in an instant. All present, be they members of the Mana tribe, Scions, or Frisia's minions, were engulfed in a profound terror. Frisia was intent on annihilating everyone and obliterating this planet. The third elder cast a pleading glance towards Chen. In this life and death moment, Chen could only focus on his own survival. Yet, at that very instant, King Vegeta shouted frantically, Raditz, I implore you, take Vegeta with you. King Vegeta had realized that the only ones who could escape from the planet Yardrat were Chen and Aphya among others. He could accept his own demise. But he could not bear the thought of Vegeta perishing here as well. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. King Vegeta, despite his misdeeds, had acted solely for the sake of his son. Alas, Chen pondered for a moment before soaring out of the spaceship once more. Leona and Aphya, witnessing this scene, immediately cried out, Chen, what are you doing? Hurry back. Chen shook his head and declared, rest assured, I possess the ability of instantaneous movement. There is no cause for concern. You all must depart swiftly. I shall join you shortly. With that, Chen disregarded all else and soared out of the spaceship. Aphya gazed at Chen's retreating figure, momentarily pausing her actions. Leona rushed over to resume control of the vessel, which sprang to life at once. Mother. Chen is still outside. Aphya exclaimed loudly as the spaceship ascended into the sky. Leona shook her head, saying, to remain would be to endanger Chen. We cannot linger. Let us depart. He can teleport directly onto the ship. With that, the spacecraft propelled itself toward the vastness of outer space. Meanwhile, Chen found himself standing before King Vegeta, effortlessly lifting him with one hand. In that moment, Vegeta was acutely aware of the gravity of life and death. Yet his inherently proud nature prevented him from witnessing his father's demise. I shall not leave. Put me down. Vegeta thrashed vigorously in Chen's grasp. Chen did not indulge him. He delivered a sharp slap to Vegeta. Chen did not hold back, and in an instant, Vegeta found himself rendered motionless in Chen's grasp. Bardock, let us depart. The planet-destroying missile in Frisia's hand was hurtling directly toward the planet Yardrat, accompanied by Frisia's maniacal laughter. You shall all perish. Frisia bellowed. Damn it. Chen was acutely aware that his time was limited to merely 5 seconds. He swiftly approached Bardock, supporting him with a single hand. As Raditz beheld Chen standing before him, astonishment flickered across Bardock's face. Chen harbored no emotional attachment towards Bardock. However, within the recesses of his heart, he felt a twinge of guilt for usurping the body of Raditz. After all, despite his flawed character, Bardock was indeed a living being. The act of seizing Raditz's life to save his father could be seen as a form of atonement. The colossal planetary annihilation projectile had already breached the surface of the planet Yardrat. Chen lifted his gaze, and there stood King Vegeta, gazing at him with a countenance filled with gratitude and satisfaction. Chen glanced at Vegeta, realizing that his act of saving him was not motivated by the gratitude of King Vegeta, but rather by the myriad mysteries surrounding the Scions that remained unsolved. The fact that his quest to unravel the enigma of the Scions was still unfinished served as the most compelling rationale. Thus, having Vegeta, the Scion Prince, remain by his side proved to be exceedingly beneficial. Frisia, when we meet again, your demise shall be inevitable. Chen raised his head to gaze at Frisia, speaking coldly. Frisia's icy, venomous eyes fixated on Chen like those of a serpent. You cannot escape. The moment the planet-destroying bomb made contact with the ground, it exploded instantaneously. A tumultuous gust of energy swiftly engulfed the entire planet of Adrat. Chen observed the scene with a calm demeanor, and in an instant, he vanished alongside Bardock and Vegeta. Frisia's eyes widened with astonishment at the sight of Chen's abrupt disappearance. He thought, how could he have escaped? Damn it, Chen. I shall ensure your demise. The planet-destroying bomb had been prepared specifically for Chen, yet he had managed to elude capture. However, the residual force of the bomb began to sweep across the entire planet of Yardrat, causing it to tremble violently in that very moment. Thus commenced Chapter 71, Journey to Earth. Chen, accompanied by Bardock and Vegeta, vanished from the surface of the planet Yardrat. Within the spacecraft that had already ascended beyond the atmosphere of Yardrat, Aphya and Leona gazed with deep concern at the exploding planet. At this moment, Yardrat trembled violently, transforming into a magnificent display of fireworks. Every inhabitant of Yardrat, be they the Mana Tribe, Scions, or Frisia's minions, had perished completely. Yet, one being remained alive: Frisia. The planet-destroying weapon was indeed a formidable instrument of devastation. However, it was now poised to obliterate him along with the planet, a scenario akin to a Pyrrhic victory. Frisia, charred and grievously wounded, bore a broken tail that appeared utterly pitiful. Damn it, Scions. I shall ensure your demise. Frisia's furious roar echoed throughout the cosmos. Yet, the severed tail behind him seemed to mock his plight, sending waves of pain coursing through him. At the final moment of the explosion on the planet Yardrat, Chen executed a swift teleportation, bringing Bardock and Vegeta aboard the spacecraft. Upon witnessing Chen's sudden and mysterious appearance, Aphya and Leona exhibited no signs of surprise, but rather an overwhelming excitement. Aphya leaped into Chen's embrace, exclaiming with joy. Meanwhile, Leona's slender eyes reflected a sense of relief, revealing her deep concern for Chen. However, when she noticed the two individuals Chen had brought along, a slight furrow appeared on her brow, though it was quickly replaced by understanding. Frisia had annihilated the planet Yardrat? Even now, Vegeta and Bardock remained in a state of stunned disbelief, gazing at the scene before them. Chen, disinterested in conversing with the two, directly took hold of Aphya and Leona, leading them inside. Brother Chen, where are we heading now? Aphya inquired of him. Gazing upon Aphya's exquisite visage, Chen recalled the promise he had made to the Grand Elder to protect the Mana Tribe. Yet, now the Mana Tribe had perished along with the annihilation of the planet Yardrat. What a disheartening turn of events. Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that since he had promised the Elder, he must fulfill this obligation. Now that the situation had arisen, it was imperative to rectify it. Should he embark on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls? Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems there is but one approach left." Chen pondered where to venture next, considering the abundance of Dragon Balls. Initially, Namek seemed a viable option, as it housed Dragon Balls. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Chen, for the Namekian Dragon Balls could not resurrect all. While they granted 3 wishes, they could only revive one individual at a time, a limitation that rendered them unsuitable for Chen's needs. Next, he contemplated the Wish Orbs, elusive treasures that could not be demanded. Only 7 existed across the 6th and 7th universes, making them exceedingly difficult to locate and seemingly a waste of effort. More importantly, Chen felt a connection between the Scion's disappearance and the mighty Shinron summoned by the Wish Orbs. Regardless of the veracity of this theory, he was unwilling to take risks without sufficient strength. Thus, only one possibility remained, to journey to Earth in search of its 7 Dragon Balls. Logically, Earth should possess 2 sets of Dragon Balls, one being the Red Star Dragon Balls utilized by Sun Wukong and his companions, while the other was the Black Star version, allegedly crafted before the separation of Kami and Piccolo Daimao. However, the latter was rather perilous, as its use could lead to the planet's destruction, and Chen doubted his ability to contend with the 7 evil dragons. Therefore, it was prudent to bide his time and await the day he would grow stronger. This left him with only the option of pursuing the Red Star Dragon Balls. Chen has made up his mind to journey to Earth, to resurrect all those who perished on the planet Yardrat, fulfilling his promise to the Elders. As for Frisia, he must meet his demise. However, Frisia currently resides in the vacuum of space, rendering Chen unable to engage in battle under such conditions. Thus, he must be spared for the time being. Let us proceed to Earth. Chen spoke to Aphya. Although Aphya found Chen's decision somewhat perplexing, she refrained from inquiring further and promptly began to set the coordinates for the spacecraft. Meanwhile, when Bardock heard the mention of Earth, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Earth, was that not the very place where Kakarot had fallen? As for Vegeta, his previous air of arrogance vanished entirely. With his father deceased and their planet destroyed, a profound sense of loss enveloped him. Chen glanced at the merely 4-year-old Vegeta, feeling no pity whatsoever. Chen is under no obligation to raise Vegeta. When the time comes, he can simply cast him aside next to Sun Wukong, leaving his grandfather Sun Wufan to deal with the headache. I have always found it perplexing why Sun Wukong named his son after his grandfather. Is it a custom among the Japanese? Chen spoke a couple of sentences to Bardock and Vegeta, suggesting that they find a place to rest. Fortunately, there were plenty of rooms available, and after the day's overwhelming events, both were in need of recuperation. However, as they gazed at Chen, their eyes reflected a profound sense of reverence. Chen is undeniably formidable, having managed to drive Frisia into a state of utter madness. Had it not been for Frisia's desperate final act, Chen would certainly have been able to eliminate him. Just over a month ago, Chen was merely a weakling with a power level of 500. The one who finds this most intolerable is actually Vegeta. Having always considered himself the pride of the heavens, he is now surpassed by a lower-class scion who has triumphed over the strongest Frisia in his eyes. This harsh reality is something the young Vegeta cannot fathom. Furthermore, with the demise of King Vegeta, he retreated to his quarters in despair. Thus, only Chen, Leona, and a few others remained outside the dwelling. Chen, What is the nature of your state today? Leona pondered for quite some time before finally voicing her curiosity. Upon hearing this, Chen was momentarily taken aback, yet he chose not to conceal anything. He understood how fiercely determined Leona was and how earnestly she desired to grow stronger. Thus, he conveyed his insights to her in their entirety. Chapter 72, The Hand of Annihilation. Chen felt a slight headache regarding how to manage Vegeta and Bardock. Although their combat prowess could not compare to his own, they would undoubtedly be among the most formidable beings on Earth. Given the Scion's propensity for destruction, it was certain they would bring calamity to the planet. Nevertheless, he decided to bring them to Earth and assess the situation when the time came. Chen remained indifferent. Primarily, the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe differed significantly from that of reality, leaving him with little emotional response. His first stop would be to visit Gohan, where he intended to leave Vegeta, entrusting Bardock with the guardianship of his son. Having made this decision, there was little more to discuss. The journey to Earth would take approximately 2 months, which caused Chen a slight headache, yet it mattered little. He resolved to focus on his cultivation in the meantime. Chen has ascended to the state of Super Saiyan, yet this is not his ultimate aspiration. The Scions, possessing the legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan, can transform once more at the level of Super Saiyan 1, achieving the fabled state of Super Saiyan. However, Chen is still somewhat uncertain about this transformation and can only engage in tentative attempts for the time being. Lastly, there is the system. Chen completed the task and accumulated an additional 1,000, bringing his total to 11,000 prestige points. Although he still could not redeem the coveted sacred body or the celestial dominance body, acquiring a formidable martial arts technique would still be commendable. However, he wondered if the martial arts techniques from other novels could be effectively executed through energy. System, I wish to exchange for a martial arts technique. Chen addressed the system directly. Beep. 9 secrets, the combatants assemble in formation. Combat, the evolution of myriad techniques for offense. All, a tenfold enhancement of all beneficial aspects. Created by the Emperor. Motion, an increase in speed, enabling traversal through the void and influencing time. Crafted by the carefree Celestial. 4. The ultimate application, predicting the future. Weapon, the confinement of weapons. Perfected, they can be transformed into Imperial artifacts. Restore, the revival of divine abilities. A single drop of blood suffices for resurrection. Formation, a grand technique of array inscriptions, created by the Celestial Treasure Master. Order, mental cultivation, as steadfast as rock, with a soul of unparalleled strength. Arrival, the cultivation of the physical body, perfected to the pinnacle, shattering the void with one's fists. Exchange for show-off points, 10 million show-off points. Supreme emotionless record, the Tao is devoid of emotion, yet humans possess it. The Supreme is without affection. When cultivated to perfection, one's being mirrors the Supreme, with every action resonating with the heavenly Tao, rendering one invincible in combat. System prompt, cultivation carries risks, a completely new self may emerge within. But is that new self truly the authentic one? Exchange for show-off points, 1 million show-off points. 8 aspects world. Chen gazed at these items. His heart stirred with excitement. However, his brows furrowed momentarily as he bellowed in anger. System, can you not merely show me the items I can afford? Why display these for my mere amusement? Chen expressed his profound anger. The system seemed to sense Chen's fury, and instantly the scene transformed. Dragon Grasp. This technique allows one to condense internal energy, forming a colossal hand from a distance to seize any adversary. Mastery of this skill enables one to shatter planets with a single grasp. Cost, 5,000 prestige points. Heavenly Annihilation, an advanced version of Dragon Grasp. This technique requires no preparation time. It condenses internal energy to manifest a gigantic golden seal above the enemy, launching an assault with boundless power. Upon achieving mastery, one can obliterate an entire star system with a single strike. Of course, matching combat prowess is essential. Cost, 10,000 prestige points. There were many other remarkable techniques available. Yet Chen found himself entranced by the Heavenly Annihilation. How could one forsake such a perfect ability? Chen, while making his selections, unveiled the interface to allow the audience a glimpse of the spectacle. The viewers in the live broadcast room had just witnessed the explosive destruction of a planet, eliciting exclamations of exhilaration. Now, before Chen lay an array of exchanged martial arts and techniques, igniting a fervor among the audience. The host must acquire the 9 secrets. Let all combatants line up for battle. Unbeatable. What nonsense. How could the host possibly afford that? I feel for our host, even at the pinnacle. He remains a mere underdog, devoid of funds. The Annihilation Palm is formidable as well. It was wielded with great power by Chun Nan in the Divine Tomb. The Annihilation Palm must be obtained. Next time we encounter Frisia, let us strike him down with a single blow. Chen smiled nonchalantly and directly addressed the system, saying, Exchange for the Annihilation Hand. The exchange for the Annihilation Hand was successful, and the technique has been transmitted to the host storage space. Please check your inventory. The system responded promptly. Upon closing the exchange panel, Chen opened the storage space. Therein lay a tome radiating a golden glow, quietly resting within. As he retrieved it, the formidable characters Extinguish Heaven's Hand stood boldly inscribed. Extinguish Heaven's Hand. How impressive the name sounds. Without further ado, he resolved to study it. Chen opened the ancient tome, which instantly transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, illuminating his mind. Chen pondered for a moment and then accessed his attribute panel. Chen, combat power, 5 million. Bloodline, inferior legendary Super Scion bloodline. Martial arts techniques, extinguishing Heaven's Hand, Solar Fist, weaker version of King Fist, demonic piercing light cannon, sky dance technique. Chen gazed at his combat prowess, which had not experienced any augmentation despite his mastery of the Annihilation Hand. Nevertheless, his strength had undoubtedly increased. Combat power is primarily determined by the robustness of the physical body and the potency of the internal energy, with the latter holding the majority. However, in practical combat situations, this is not always the case. Observing the spaceship, Chen refrained from foolishly testing his new technique and instead settled into a meditative posture, engaging with the live audience to inquire about any recent happenings on his original planet, Earth. During this time, he also elucidated to Leona and Aphya the intricacies of his transformation into a Super Scion. He shared everything without reservation. Although it appeared that female Scions were unable to attain the Super Scion form, a fact whose veracity remained uncertain. Noticing Leona's spirited demeanor, Chen chose not to dishearten her. Chapter 73. A single palm to annihilate the moon in the blink of an eye. They were nearing Earth. The outline of the planet was now discernible, and they would arrive in just an hour. The spaceship had just skimmed past the moon, and upon seeing it, Chen was suddenly reminded of his Scion heritage. Upon the full moon, Scions exposed to its light would transform into colossal apes. In this form, they would lose their rationality. However, it was said that if one could retain their intellect, their power would become immeasurable. Yet, such control demands an extraordinary willpower. In any case, Chen was unwilling, so he resolved to obliterate the moon instead, providing a perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired Annihilation Hand. Chen gazed at the moon, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chen raised his right hand high, Heavenly Destruction Hand. This exclamation resonated through the spaceship like thunder, leaving everyone in astonishment as they turned their gazes towards Chen's uplifted hand. Yet, his right hand appeared unremarkable, piquing the curiosity of the others. Suddenly, a surge of violet light burst forth from the outside, capturing the attention of all. What is this? A colossal purple-golden handprint abruptly materialized several thousand meters ahead. This enormous hand spanned over 1,000 meters, and its most terrifying aspect lay in the overwhelming aura it exuded. The tumultuous and fearsome waves of energy caused the spaceship to stagger. A dreadful energy storm swept through the cosmos, stirring the winds of the universe. Descend. Chen spoke softly, his palm descending. The violet-hued light of his hand promptly struck fiercely towards the moon. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene before them, at a loss for words. It was utterly terrifying. Chen actually intends to launch an attack on the moon. The live streaming room is engulfed in astonishment. Are the authorities not intervening? Someone is damaging public property. The broadcaster, with audacity, seeks to take on the moon. One wonders if it is indeed feasible to vanquish such a celestial body. It seems rather implausible, for the moon, while not comparable in mass to Earth, is still a planet that should not be destroyed at will. Absurdity, indeed. If even Master Rashi, in his incompetence, could obliterate the moon, why could the broadcaster not achieve the same? Go, broadcaster. The viewers in the streaming room are equally shaken by this spectacle. A subtle smile graced the corners of Chen's lips as his colossal hand descended, imprinting itself upon the surface of the moon. Time seemed to freeze in that singular moment. On the far side of the Earth, a throng gathered under the cloak of night, poised to admire the full moon. Yet, suddenly, the moon vanished. Where had it gone? There had been no announcement of a lunar eclipse today, and the swiftness of this disappearance was utterly bewildering. The inhabitants of Earth initially believed a lunar eclipse was unfolding. However, the subsequent spectacle shattered any lingering notions of such an occurrence. For where the moon had once existed, a magnificent display of fireworks erupted in a dazzling array of colors. Had the moon truly exploded? The crowd on Earth descended into madness. Meanwhile, Chen sat aboard his spacecraft, observing the breathtaking pyrotechnics birthed from the moon's destruction. The vessel swayed precariously amidst the tempest of energy, an embodiment of terror. Leona, feeling somewhat irked, delivered a swift kick to Chen. Chen expressed his innocence, casting a perplexed glance at Leona. Leona, rising in agitation, exclaimed, "How could you act so recklessly? Our spacecraft is right beside us. Aren't you afraid of being caught in the explosion of the moon? If that happens, we will all perish." Chen shook his head in resignation, for he had not truly considered this matter until now. Alas, observing Leona's lingering wrath, her bosom swelled with rage, presenting a magnificent sight that compelled Chen to chuckle softly. Chen immediately sprang to his feet, startling Leona. "All right, Sister Leona. Please do not be upset any longer." Chen feigned a coy demeanor, unexpectedly leaping into Leona's embrace, reveling in her voluptuousness. Leona was taken aback by Chen's audacious move, her body instantly stiffening. Over the years, she had never been this close to a man, and at that moment, the masculine aura emanating from Chen left her utterly paralyzed. Chen chuckled softly to himself, having contemplated this maneuver for quite some time. Regardless, he was indifferent, relishing the softness of Leona's form. Meanwhile, Bardock observed from a distance, a hint of bitterness etched upon his face. The goddess of his heart had, astonishingly, been claimed by his own son. How should one articulate this feeling? It was akin to an unbearable ache. Bardock felt a profound sense of helplessness. As for Vegeta, still but a child, his thoughts were devoid of such complexities. His sole focus was on becoming stronger. He was determined to vanquish Frieza and avenge his father. Strength was imperative. Contemplating this, Vegeta furtively glanced towards Yi-Chan. Yi-Chen's formidable prowess instilled a sense of trepidation in Vegeta. Whether it was Yi-Chen's previous confrontation with Frieza, where he left the tyrant utterly disoriented, or his majestic golden aura that radiated an almost divine might, it became abundantly clear to Vegeta that Yi-Chen was an undeniable powerhouse. The thought of becoming Yi-Chen's disciple filled him with aspirations of strength. He could not bear the notion of remaining so feeble. However, the proud Vegeta found it unfathomable to envision himself humbly beseeching Yi-Chen to take him as a disciple. Thus, he gazed at Yi-Chen with a tumult of conflicting emotions. Deep down, he harbored a desire for Yi-Chen to extend the invitation to him, reluctantly accepting it as a matter of course. Surely, this was the customary approach, for he was a scion prince, deserving of such recognition. Yet, this was undoubtedly a mere figment of Vegeta's imagination. Yi-Chen could hardly be bothered with this young man. Meanwhile, Vegeta waited in anticipation, hoping that Yi-Chen would take him on as a disciple. As the spacecraft drew nearer to Earth, a faint smile flickered across Yi-Chen's face. Earth, the original realm of the Dragon Ball universe, I have finally arrived. However, at this moment, Son Goku is still a child, Bulma has yet to mature, and Chi-Chi is barely born. It seems that aside from seeking the Dragon Balls, there is little else for me to occupy my time. I find myself rather conflicted. Yi-Chen furrowed his brows, pondering what actions he should take at that moment. Chapter 74. Earth. An unusual aura. The spacecraft descended into a desolate and uninhabited expanse. Yi-Chen and Aphya, along with their companions, descended from the spacecraft and surveyed their surroundings. The gravity here is remarkably light. Aphya joyfully leaped around, soaring several dozen meters high with each bound. Yi-Chen nodded slightly and then turned to Vegeta and Bardock, inquiring if they had any particular destinations in mind. Both shook their heads in response. Vegeta clenched his teeth and asked, Raditz, would you be willing to teach me how to train? Upon hearing Vegeta's request, Yi-Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. It was truly a rare occurrence for the inherently proud Vegeta to utter such a plea for mentorship. However, he had no intention of taking on a disciple, so he shook his head firmly and replied, no. The moment Yi-Chen rejected him, Vegeta was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. After gathering the courage to seek Yi-Chen's guidance, he found himself met with outright refusal. Yi-Chen smiled faintly and said, I will find you a master. Although he may not be exceptionally powerful, if you can learn the perfect mastery of Chi from him, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Yi-Chen's words filled Vegeta with excitement. Pray tell, who is it? Vegeta inquired, his impatience palpable. Yi-Chen smiled and remarked, Master Roshi. Master Roshi? What an intriguing name. Vegeta felt a flicker of curiosity within, yet chose to remain silent. If a formidable warrior like Yi-Chen believed that he could impart valuable knowledge, then Master Roshi must indeed be extraordinary. Yi-Chen smiled. The Turtle Sage is one of the most enigmatic figures on Earth, with numerous tales of extraordinary feats such as obliterating the moon. However, in the comic, the Turtle Sage possesses a mere combat power of just over 100. Even accounting for the decline in strength due to his advanced age, it remains implausible for him to shatter the moon. Therefore, it is evident that there must be some concealed aspect, something that eludes my understanding, which has led to such an occurrence. Yi-Chen expressed a profound curiosity about the character of Master Roshi and resolved to send Vegeta directly to him. Currently, both Gohan and the Ox King are disciples of Master Roshi. Adding Vegeta to their ranks would be advantageous. As for Bardock, Yi-Chen was uncertain about how to position him. I shall also engage in training, Bardock declared proactively. Given that Bardock's combat power is even inferior to that of Vegeta, he too recognized the necessity of his own training. Yi-Chen nodded. The mastery of energy by Earthlings far surpasses that of these Scions. Although the Scions possess greater strength, their foundation is not solid. The reason why Vegeta has consistently been overshadowed by Goku's combat prowess lies, on one hand, in the fact that Goku serves as the protagonist, endowed with immense fortune. On the other hand, it also pertains to their foundational differences. It may be worthwhile to experiment, for it is conceivable that in the future, Vegeta could very well dominate Goku. Yi-Chen smiled mischievously as he unleashed his aura, probing the surroundings. After a considerable time, he finally sensed a formidable presence emanating from a small island. Something feels amiss. Yi-Chen furrowed his brow. This formidable aura was undoubtedly not that of Master Roshi, for it emanated an astonishing magnitude of several million. How could this be? During this period, Master Roshi should have been the mightiest being on the entire Earth. Yi-Chen furrowed his brow. Upon arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, he discovered numerous peculiarities that were absent from the manga, such as this enigmatic energy. With a battle power exceeding several million, it was inconceivable that he would not reign supreme across the universe, provided that no members of the Frieza clan appeared. Naturally, The Kais were an exception. Yet, this situation was undeniably strange. What could be the reason behind it? Yi Chun could hardly contain his curiosity. Sensing that the matter at hand was far from simple, he resolved to first visit the residence of Master Rashi, where Vegeta and the others were staying. Furthermore, Yi Chun had long been intrigued by the secret behind Master Rashi's extraordinary longevity, having lived for over 300 years. Was it perhaps due to the summoning of the eternal dragon? Yet, such an act should bestow eternal youth, not the frail appearance of Master Rashi. Yi Chun yearned to discern the true essence of Master Rashi, contrasting it with the caricature of the elderly sage depicted in the comics. Yi Chun deftly evaded that surge of energy and continued to sense his surroundings. At last, he discerned a powerful aura, one that measured over 100. Perhaps nearing 200. This must be the turtle sage. The distance was not insurmountable, merely several tens of thousands of kilometers away. If he were to soar at full speed, he could arrive in approximately half an hour. Let us proceed. I shall take you to find a master. Yi Chun spoke aloud, his body soaring into the air towards the direction of the turtle sage. Aphya and Leona followed closely behind, and shortly thereafter, Bardock and Vegeta hurried to catch up. Yi Chun deliberately slowed his pace, unhurried, for both Bardock and Vegeta were not particularly swift in their flight. They traversed the towering mountains and soared over the gentle rivers. At long last, the group arrived at a modest island. The isle bore but a single small, somewhat tattered cottage, where an elderly man with a bald head and a white beard, gleaming under the sun, peacefully slumbered in a chair. Savoring the caress of the sea breeze, Yi Chun possessed remarkable hearing. Although he was still some distance away, he could distinctly hear the sound of Master Rashi drooling in his slumber, accompanied by a continuous murmur of so big, so soft. Could it be that he was indulging in a spring dream? Yi Chun cast a disapproving glance at the turtle sage below. The one who found it most intolerable was Vegeta. This old fool is the master you wish to introduce to me? Vegeta remarked, his expression filled with frustration. Yi Chun nodded with an air of certainty. Of course, this is your master. You should show him some respect in the future, he remarked. He is so feeble that he cannot even withstand a single blow from me. Vegeta glared at Yi Chun in fury, perceiving his words as a lack of genuine intent to teach him, thus dismissing him with a mere pretense. Yi Chun, observing Vegeta's displeased demeanor, showed no leniency towards the individual. With a swift motion, he struck down, sending Vegeta plummeting from the sky, landing headfirst into the sandy beach. The sudden commotion jolted the turtle sage from his slumber, and he gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Upon noticing only a pair of legs protruding from the sand, belonging to Vegeta, a grave expression crossed his face. The turtle sage then looked up at the sky and beheld Leona and Aphya, causing him to emit 2 streams of nosebleed. Chapter 75, The Unusual Turtle Sage. Yi Chun was momentarily bewildered by the sight of the blood. Could it be that this lecherous old man reacts this way upon encountering beautiful women? Fortunately, the turtle sage's subsequent reaction restrained Yi Chun from descending to confront him. How could such a formidable presence suddenly manifest on Earth? This overwhelming energy has even caused me to bleed. You are certainly not from this world. The turtle sage stood on high alert, scrutinizing Yi Chun and his companions. Yi Chun smiled faintly. Nonsense. They are certainly not Earthlings. Can't they see we all have tails? The moon has been obliterated, and now you appear. Tell me, what is your intention for coming to Earth? If you refuse to divulge, I shall terminate you. Although Master Rashi often presents himself as a lecherous old man, he embodies righteousness in critical moments. He could sense that Yi Chun and his companions were formidable, yet their lack of unleashed energy left him with an inadequate impression. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted from the sandy ground, flipping over in anger, spitting out the sand from his mouth while glaring at Yi Chun. It was at this moment that Master Rashi noticed the presence of 4 small children. Damn it, you extraterrestrials, quickly tell me your purpose for being here. Master Rashi exclaimed, his fury palpable. Humph, old fool, what right do you have to question me? Vegeta retorted, feeling humiliated after being struck into the sand by Yi Chun. Though he was seething with rage, he lacked the courage to confront Yi Chun directly and instead directed his ire towards Master Rashi. Master Rashi, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared. How dare a little alien child disregard my authority? This is outrageous. I am the master of martial arts, the strongest on Earth, revered as the god of martial arts. These arrogant extraterrestrials had the audacity to let a mere child challenge him, a blatant insult to his status. Watch out, little one, lest I spank you. Return home at once. Master Rashi held Vegeta, a mere 4 or 5-year-old alien, in contempt. What strength could such a child possess? His dismissive attitude ignited Vegeta's fury. What nonsense! I am the prince of the Scions. My battle power has reached 5,000, surpassing even the adult warriors of my race. How dare you belittle me? With that, Vegeta unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Master Rashi's face. Unfazed by the impending attack, Master Rashi thought, I am Master Rashi. My defense is formidable. However, before he could finish his thought, he was sent flying several meters by Vegeta's punch. Yi Chun furrowed his brow as he contemplated whether the formidable Vegeta, with a battle power of 4,000, might inadvertently bring about the demise of Master Rashi. However, the subsequent events alleviated Yi Chun's concerns. He observed Master Rashi, bearing a pained expression, as he propped himself up with his large turtle shell and gradually made his way towards Kame House, seemingly gliding over the water's surface without any indication of submerging. Notably, despite the evident swelling on his face, he exhibited no other signs of injury. This defied all logic. Although Chen had not regarded his opponent's strength with much seriousness, this was simply too implausible. Vegeta had unleashed his full power, and yet this feeble Master Roshi, whose battle power barely exceeded 200, appeared completely unscathed after a punch. Indeed, Master Roshi was not merely the feeble, senile old man depicted in the comics. There must be some hidden depths to his character. Upon returning to the island, Master Roshi confronted Vegeta once more. That little brat is truly violent. Though he lacks finesse in his energy control, his strength is quite impressive. Honestly, do you extraterrestrials not understand the values of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Master Roshi lamented with a face full of frustration. Vegeta, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the ineffectiveness of his full-force attack, which had merely resulted in a slight swelling on Master Roshi's face, was incensed. Ah, perish. Vegeta, known for his ruthless nature since childhood, charged at Master Roshi once again, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Chen squinted his eyes, refraining from intervening, instead observing intently. However, to his disappointment, the aura emanating from the turtle sage remained exceedingly feeble, devoid of any signs of impending eruption. Could it be that his conjecture was erroneous? Was the turtle sage merely endowed with formidable defenses? Chen furrowed his brow amidst the cacophony of the live broadcast room. Host, intervene. Without Master Roshi, Sun Wukong would never have evolved into his formidable self. Indeed, the host should swiftly teach that little scoundrel Vegeta a lesson. His heart is too cruel. And I have never liked him. However, to be fair, while Vegeta may not have been likable in the beginning, he certainly redeems himself later on. In any case, dear host, Master Roshi must not perish. This is my ransom for him. Whoosh. I have sent a rocket as a tribute for Teemo to ascend to the ranks of the elite. Master Roshi retains considerable popularity in the Dragon Ball universe, prompting a chorus of pleas from the crowd urging Chen to save him. Chen harbored this thought, yet it felt inherently amiss. Chen resolved that if the turtle hermit were truly to be slain by Vegeta, he would undoubtedly intervene. However, at this moment, Chen harbored an insatiable curiosity about the secrets the turtle hermit possessed. Haha, old man, your end is nigh, Vegeta bellowed, launching a fierce punch aimed at the turtle hermit's visage. In that very instant, the turtle hermit's form abruptly vanished. Indeed, he had simply disappeared from sight, only to reappear instantaneously behind Vegeta. Subsequently, the turtle hermit extended a hand and grasped Vegeta's calf, lifting him off the ground with ease. How could this be possible? Chen's brows furrowed even more tightly. For even he, Chen, had not discerned how Master Roshi had shifted his body position. Could it be that Master Roshi is even more powerful than Chen? This is indeed rather perplexing. A faint smile played upon Chen's lips as he increasingly felt that many matters within the world of Dragon Ball were far from simple. In Chapter 76, Master Roshi takes on a disciple, a sound beating for Vegeta. Little brat, today your Grandpa Roshi shall impart to you the virtues of respecting your elders and cherishing the young. With that, Master Roshi delivered a resounding slap to Vegeta's posterior, causing the Prince of the Scions to flush with embarrassment. After all, he was a Scion Prince. To be struck on the backside by an old man whose combat power barely exceeded 200 was utterly humiliating. Vegeta felt a wave of indignation wash over him as Master Roshi's blows were far from gentle, eliciting cries of distress from the young Scion. Bardock's expression morphed into one of astonishment. It was well known that Vegeta's combat prowess surpassed his own, yet here he was, utterly defenseless against this decrepit old man. If he were to encounter Master Roshi, surely he would find himself in the same predicament. But how could this be? According to the data from the scouter, this planet was classified as posing zero danger. How could such an unexpected turn of events arise? Bardock had sent Kakarot to Earth under the pretense that Kakarot's abilities were too meager, deeming him a source of embarrassment. However, the underlying truth was that Kakarot's potential, if left on planet Vegeta, would render him susceptible to bullying, and during missions, he would certainly be mere cannon fodder with a high mortality rate. It was far safer to send him to a planet deemed entirely devoid of danger, allowing him to grow up in peace. Thus, Bardock had entrusted Goku to Earth. Yet now, Bardock realized his error. Master Roshi, chuckling merrily as he continued to deliver spanks to Vegeta, had brought the young prince to tears. After all, he was still a mere 4-year-old child. The pain of the body and the ache of the heart often led to tears, which was entirely normal. Upon witnessing Vegeta's distress, Master Roshi ceased his actions, unceremoniously tossing Vegeta to the ground. He then mumbled a few words softly. These words were faint, but Chen's extraordinary hearing immediately caught them. How come there are so many Scions all of a sudden? Could it be that all the surviving Scions have fled here? This statement caused Chen's body to stiffen abruptly. How could Master Roshi, residing on Earth, have knowledge of the Scions? In the original storyline, it was only when Raditz invaded Earth that the existence of the Scion race came to light. Yet now, Master Roshi not only uttered the term Scion but also implied awareness of the demise of the remaining members of their race. How intriguing indeed. Yu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he gazed at Master Rashi. The old master met his gaze with an expression devoid of any sharpness, appearing rather like an ordinary old man, bland and listless. Had Yu Chen not recently discerned the peculiarities of Master Rashi, he might have been truly deceived by the master's seemingly mundane demeanor. Master Rashi, I have long admired your esteemed name. Yu Chen descended upon Turtle Island, gazing at the jovial turtle sage who cheerfully remarked. The turtle sage, wiping his gleaming bald head, inquired, so even you extraterrestrials have heard of my renown. How splendid. Why don't you obediently take your leave? Astonished, Yu Chen thought, how dare this fellow feign ignorance? Yu Chen, with a hint of impatience, inquired, if you are merely the foremost expert on Earth, then you hardly command my respect, wouldn't you agree? Yu Chen wished to compel Master Rashi to reveal his secrets. However, Master Rashi feigned madness and stubbornly remained reticent. Yu Chen felt a surge of anger, contemplating whether he should give the old turtle hermit a sound thrashing. Although he could not discern the old man's earlier movements, he was convinced that he could easily overpower him. However, the moment the turtle hermit caught a glimpse of Yu Chen's expression, he seemed to sense something amiss and exclaimed, You wouldn't dare to bully an old man like me, would you? This is utterly outrageous. You extraterrestrials exhibit such a lack of manners, showing no respect even for the elderly. Get lost. Yu Chen was on the verge of retorting, but given the turtle hermit's demeanor, he refrained from taking action and could only shake his head in exasperation, saying, What if that young man became your disciple? Absolutely not. Our Earth does not welcome you warmongers. The turtle hermit resolutely replied. Yu Chen understood profoundly that the turtle hermit must be aware of the deeds committed by the scions on behalf of Frisia. This was certainly not knowledge one would expect from an elderly man who had never ventured beyond Earth. However, unbeknownst to Yu Chen, the turtle hermit, with his head bowed, muttered under his breath, These scions are truly disgraceful, serving as minions to Frisia. Their shame only seems to deepen with each passing day. Yu Chen furrowed his brow, only to soon comprehend that this was a deliberate revelation from Master Rashi. Nevertheless, his heart was filled with even greater perplexity. Who, precisely, was this Master Rashi? Earth, it seems, is not as straightforward as portrayed in the original narrative. Yu Chen observed the way Master Rashi spoke, only revealing half of his thoughts, and understood that the old master was reluctant to disclose any secrets. It mattered not. Despite his curiosity, it was not of such urgency that silence would prove fatal. Thus, he chose not to inquire further. Yu Chen spoke directly, Rest assured, that young man is fair game for you. As for the original business of our race, it has long ceased to exist and will certainly not bring any harm to Earth. Upon hearing this, Master Rashi nodded, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of Yu Chen reneging on his words. In that case, he said with a smile, I shall graciously take on this ignorant young lad as my apprentice. I will ensure he receives a proper education. Saying this, Master Rashi turned to Vegeta with a cheerful grin. Vegeta shuddered in fear and immediately leaped to Yu Chen's side, exclaiming, I refuse to have him as my master. I wish to cultivate on my own. Vegeta was genuinely terrified. Yu Chen felt indifferent towards Vegeta, allowing him to act as he pleased. Nevertheless, Yu Chen remarked, Take a look for yourself, but if this continues, you will never avenge your father. Upon hearing Yu Chen mention his father, Vegeta's eyes reddened, but he quickly composed himself. His small face, filled with determination, declared, Old man, I shall consider myself your disciple. Once I grow strong, I will ensure that today, as humiliation is repaid. Master Rashi continued to observe Vegeta with a smile, simply instructing, Come here. Chapter 77, The Search. An extraordinary aura. First update of the morning. Master Rashi, still smiling, beckoned Vegeta to approach. Vegeta, puzzled, nevertheless walked towards him. What is it? Vegeta remained dismissive of Master Rashi, thinking to himself how audacious it was for him to spank him, even more despicable than Raditz. I will certainly seek my revenge on both of you in the future, he vowed fiercely. Master Rashi maintained his cheerful demeanor, instructing, Turn your back to me. Without further ado, Vegeta complied and turned around. Without hesitation, Master Rashi lifted Vegeta by the waist and delivered a firm spank, saying, This is for your disrespect towards your teacher and ancestors. This is for the future when you attempt to confront me. Master Rashi certainly had a mischievous side. As Yu Chen observed the beleaguered Vegeta, who was suffering greatly from the torturous spanking administered by Master Rashi, a sense of amusement welled up within him. Regardless of the secrets that may lie within Master Rashi, it seemed evident that he bore no animosity towards them. Hence, there was no need for apprehension. After all, aside from his peculiar demeanor, there was little else to note about him. His abilities were somewhat enigmatic, and thus he suggested, You all should remain here. Vegeta directed his words towards Aphya and the others. This proclamation caused Leona to furrow her brow in confusion. Are you implying that I am to learn as well? She inquired. Currently, her combat power had reached 2 million. While it was not sufficient to obliterate the Earth, annihilating its strongest defenders would pose no significant challenge. Yet, Yu Chen insisted that she should train under this lecherous old man. The scions, though formidable, were considerably less adept at harnessing their energy compared to their earthling counterparts. Therefore, I believe both you and Aphya should stay and cultivate your skills. I am confident that it will not be long before your powers once again ascend to new heights. Yi Chen earnestly expressed. After Yi Chen resolved to seek out that formidable aura, he contemplated the peculiar circumstance of Earth in the early Dragon Ball world, where individuals with battle powers exceeding 1 million should not exist. It was imperative for Yi Chen to unravel the truth behind this matter. However, bringing Aphya and the others along could pose a significant risk. It would be wiser to allow them to remain and cultivate. Upon hearing Yi Chen's assurance that she could grow stronger, Liu Yuner refrained from insisting on accompanying him. Aphya's delicate face was etched with reluctance as she implored, "Brother Yi Chen, are you truly not staying? I have a few matters to attend to, but I promise to return and see you." Yi Chen nodded. Aphya, with a reluctant heart, threw herself into Yi Chen's embrace, her large eyes glistening with emotion as she said, "Brother Yi Chen, you must return soon. Come to see me often. For Aphya will miss you dearly in your absence." Yi Chen could perceive the profound affection residing within Aphya's heart. Fully aware that she had long been devoted to him without reservation. Moved, he gently patted Aphya's delicate back and reassured her, "Do not worry, I may forget others, but I shall never forget you. I will undoubtedly return to see you." Yi Chen's assurance elicited a nod from Aphya, though Leona's demeanor remained icy. There lingered an inexplicable trace of melancholy in her gaze. Yi Chen observed the scene with amusement, fully aware of Leona's concerns. "Sister Leona, I am about to take my leave. Will you not bid me farewell?" Yi Chen gazed at Leona and, upon noticing the mischievous glint in his eyes, Leona's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She quickly turned her face away and declared, "I couldn't care less about you. If you wish to leave, then go ahead." "Ah, your demeanor is quite contrary," he replied. "You are undeniably the ice goddess, yet here you are, behaving in a rather tsundra manner. The contradiction between words and feelings is most unseemly." However, Yi Chen chose to remain silent thereafter. This progress was commendable, and a gradual approach was indeed the wisest course. After all, should he inadvertently provoke Leona's ire, it could lead to an explosive reaction. Thus, he decided to leave matters as they were. Yi Chen's ambitious intentions did not escape the discerning gaze of the audience in the live stream, who erupted in a chorus of shouts. "Come on, streamer, expedite your dual harvest. I guarantee that on the day of the dual harvest, 10 rockets will be waiting for you." The streamer is inept. Perhaps it's best to abandon the notion of dual harvests altogether. 30 years have passed without significant progress. Alas, streamer, I feel so weary. You have traversed worlds yet still behave like a mere underachiever. Accelerate your efforts. The path of cultivation is far too pedestrian. This raucous crowd seemed intent on stirring up chaos, fervently encouraging Yi Chen. Yi Chen asserted that he would not be easily deceived. After all, a mere 10 aircraft could not sway his principles. However, were there 100, he might reconsider his stance. The system's marketplace offered an abundance of enticing items, yet his funds were insufficient. With so many desirable treasures, amassing wealth was imperative. He was determined to strive for the prestige he desired. Yi Chen addressed the turtle sage, inquiring, "What do you say, could you lend a hand in training?" The turtle sage, without any sign of displeasure, acquiesced. As for why Yi Chen felt at ease in trusting the two enchanting women to the hands of this notorious old lecher, it was due to the extraordinary prowess of these two ladies, boasting a staggering combat power of 2 million. Should the turtle sage dare to provoke either of them, the very fabric of the earth might be turned upside down. Thus, Yi Chen was filled with confidence. The turtle sage then asked, "Where are you headed?" Yi Chen pondered for a moment, then decided not to conceal anything from Master Roshi. "I intend to journey to a distant island, where I have sensed an extraordinarily potent energy, one that far surpasses anything on Earth. It is rather peculiar. Could it possibly be connected to you?" Yi Chen smiled gently as he gazed at Master Roshi, eager to discern whether the master of that formidable aura bore any connection to him. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's expression shifted slightly. He shook his head and replied, "The master of that aura is not significantly related to me. However, there is a profound connection to you. Or rather, to you as the legendary Super Saiyan." Master Roshi's words caused Yi Chen to furrow his brow. It was evident that Master Roshi possessed considerable knowledge, not only recognizing Yi Chen as a member of the Saiyan race, but also confidently affirming his status as the legendary Super Saiyan. Truly, this Master Roshi was no ordinary figure. Yet, the assertion that the aura bore a connection to him left Yi Chen pondering its implications. Could it be that the master of that aura was also a Saiyan? Yi Chen furrowed his brows in contemplation, yet found himself unable to conjure any thoughts. With a sigh of resignation, he simply shook his head. Observing the demeanor of the turtle sage, it was evident that he would not volunteer any information. Thus, Yi Chen resolved to investigate on his own. Yi Chen waved his hand to the crowd and soared into the distance. Chapter 78, The Corpse Adrift in the Cosmos. As Yi Chen's figure flickered and vanished, it left behind a trail of golden light as he flew away. Leona felt a peculiar sense of reluctance, which caused her cheeks to flush crimson. "Mother, what is the matter?" Aphya inquired curiously, noticing Leona's demeanor. Leona, as if her innermost secret had been unveiled by Aphya, felt her face grow even warmer. "It's nothing." Despite her fervent attempts to conceal her feelings, everyone present, except for the youngest Vegeta and the innocent Aphya. Discerned her emotions. Master Roshi sighed in admiration, remarking, "This young one truly enjoys a stroke of good fortune." He then gazed at Yi Chen's retreating figure and continued. "That fellow, Dr. Gero, is relentless in his mischief. The chaos he has stirred is likely substantial. Initially, I had intended to intervene personally. But since this young lad has chosen to take action, let him do so. It will save me some effort." After speaking, Master Roshi turned his smile towards Vegeta, saying, "Come, young one, I shall first teach you the importance of respecting your teacher." Vegeta, pale-faced, thought to himself that Master Roshi was indeed a devil. Yi Chen traversed the towering mountains and crossed the vast rivers, soaring towards the distant island. As he approached, he could increasingly sense a formidable aura emanating from that place. And it appeared to be not just one, but multiple powerful presences. This realization deepened the furrow of his brow. How could this be? How could such a formidable assembly of beings remain concealed upon the earth? It defied logic. Yi Chen directly addressed the live stream, inquiring, "I have discovered numerous formidable auras on Earth, some of which may even surpass a battle power of 10 million. Such terrifying energy should not manifest in the early stages of Earth's history. Have you encountered any clues in the original text?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's question, the previously lively live stream fell into an abrupt silence. This revelation was rather extraordinary. No one was foolish enough to believe that Yi Chen had misperceived the situation. What could possibly be amiss? Could it be that powerful beings from other planets have arrived on Earth? The first hypothesis emerged. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, dismissing the notion. There could not possibly be any overtly powerful beings on Earth. If formidable extraterrestrials were to invade, there would be no reason for them to remain concealed. Observing Yi Chen's shake of the head, other speculations began to arise. Could it be that a slumbering powerhouse was on the verge of awakening? After all, this segment of history is not chronicled in Dragon Ball. Alternatively, it could be that numerous potent humans exist on Earth, which would indeed be more plausible. Indeed, it is worth noting that in the later stages of Dragon Ball, humanity is largely depicted as weak, with characters such as Ub reincarnating. While the likes of Tien and Krillin have seemingly vanished without a trace, we, the inhabitants of Earth, should not be so feeble. It stands to reason. Perhaps there are hidden strongmen. Let the host guide us to broaden our horizons. Yi Chen observed the myriad speculations around him, recognizing that mere conjecture would yield no results. However, what did this have to do with him? Wasn't his own quest to seek the Dragon Balls in order to resurrect the planet Odrat? Yi Chen suddenly realized that he had already reached the vast expanse of the ocean, yet he halted immediately. Indeed, he was here to seek the Dragon Balls. So why concern himself with trivial matters? The dangers of Earth had no bearing on him, as it was not the true Earth. Thus, Yi Chen felt justified in stopping approximately 1,000 meters from the island. How was he to search for the Dragon Balls? Bulma was still young and unable to create a Dragon Ball radar. What about his father? Would he possess the capability to fabricate one? Yi Chen pondered, intending to seek out Bulma's father. After all, he had made a promise to the elder, vowing to fulfill his commitment. Though not a paragon of virtue, Yi Chen understood the importance of honoring his word. Thus, he resolved to search for the Dragon Balls to uphold his promise. However, just as he was about to turn away, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted. Beneath an island in the vast ocean lay a colossal underground base. Within it, a white-haired figure was busily engaged in his work. This individual was Dr. Gero. Before him stood 3 transparent glass pods, each containing a non-human entity, with emerald green skin, razor-sharp claws, and webbed feet with 3 interconnected toes. These beings towered at a height of 2 meters. The most striking feature was their heads, sharp fangs, elongated whiskers, and a menacing visage adorned with 2 long, forked dragon horns. Should Yi Chen catch sight of these creatures, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. This being was none other than the monstrous entity he had encountered on the Chakra planet, the one that had perished alongside the Super Saiyan in battle. Yi Chen initially believed that these were remnants of an extinct race, but now, before him on Earth, stood 3 identical monstrosities. Such formidable corpses, drifting from the cosmos and arriving at his feet, felt like divine providence to Dr. Gallo. He laughed maniacally at the sight. The bodies were immensely powerful, appearing ancient, as if they had perished millions of years ago, yet they had not disintegrated into dust. They remained remarkably solid. Even Dr. Gallo's most advanced weaponry failed to breach their tough exterior, which only heightened his exhilaration. Engaged in the pursuit of creating the ultimate artificial being, Dr. Gallo had faced failures with his initial prototypes, designated as number 1, 2, and 3, just as he contemplated pressing on with his experiments. The discovery of these 3 corpses sent him into a frenzy of joy. Previous attempts had utilized ordinary human materials, yielding disappointing results. However, the strength embodied in these monstrous remains offered a tantalizing opportunity for Dr. Gallo to forge the most powerful synthetic creature on Earth. Such a creation would enable him to dominate the planet and harness its resources for his research. This was the essence of Dr. Gallo's ambition. Yet, as if stirred by a hidden force, the once inert corpses suddenly opened their eyes upon Yi Chen's arrival. Chapter 79, Hostility. The Resurrection of the Monstrous Corpses. Cyberman. The once dead bodies uttered these cryptic words with great difficulty. Dr. Gallo, initially preparing a cultivation solution to submerge the corpses for mechanical enhancement, was taken aback by the eerie, rasping voice that disrupted his thoughts. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He furrowed his brow, dismissing the notion, convinced he was simply too exhilarated to think clearly. Alone in the subterranean laboratory, he rationalized that such sounds could only stem from his own excitement. However, a more resounding voice soon reverberated, causing Dr. Gallo to tense up. Cybermen, sworn enemies, kill, kill, kill. This voice seemed to pierce the heavens, sending a shiver through his frame and rendering him momentarily paralyzed. It was not just one voice, but two. The three massive glass incubation chambers shattered under the force of these booming declarations, filling Dr. Gallo's heart with dread. Eliminate the Cybermen. When he turned to observe, two of the monstrous corpses had risen to their feet. Though their movements were stiff, they could walk, and upon closer inspection, Dr. Gallo noted that their feet hovered a full 6 inches above the ground, indicating that these beings possessed the ability to fly. This revelation shattered Dr. Gallo's worldview, and he trembled under the icy gaze of the two standing monstrosities, paralyzed by fear. Fortunately, the creatures seemed indifferent to the presence of the feeble human before them. Cybermen. Kill, kill, kill. The guttural voices echoed once more, and the two monsters, devoid of any apparent consciousness, instinctively charged toward the source of the Cybermen's energy, driven by an insatiable urge to hunt. What a terrifying instinct. Even after countless years of death, the mere scent of a Cyberman awakened their primal desire to kill. This demonstrated the profound animosity that existed between these monstrous beings and the Cybermen. What manner of race were they? As Dr. Gallo watched the two creatures depart, only the third corpse remained, showing no signs of awakening. Phew, this is terrifying. A dead monster can come back to life. Dr. Gallo stammered in disbelief. But just then, the seemingly dormant creature spoke. Leave this place, and prepare for my transformation. The voice was resonant, yet its eyes remained shut, and its body motionless. Dr. Gallo, barely managing to regain his composure, was once again struck by fear. How could this creature, unlike the others, possess the ability to speak coherently? This was simply unfathomable. But the creature's next command jolted Dr. Gallo back to reality. You have 1 minute to transport me using your flying machine, or I will kill you. The moment those words left its mouth, Dr. Gallo felt an overwhelming wave of murderous intent enveloping him, akin to 1,000 needles piercing his flesh, inducing excruciating pain. Why yes. He realized the gravity of his predicament and scrambled to his feet, forcing himself to suppress the tremors in his legs as he retrieved his flying apparatus. A sophisticated craft capable of traversing land, sea, and air, one of Dr. Gallo's own inventions. He promptly activated the vessel, which opened its hatch for the monstrous corpse to enter. Fortunately, the craft was spacious enough to accommodate it. Yet, a new wave of terror washed over Dr. Gallo. Could this being truly be dead? He dared not speak or inquire further, simply piloting the craft as it burrowed through the earth and sped toward the horizon. As the ominous aura surrounding the creature dissipated, leaving no trace behind, Dr. Gallo pondered the fate of the being. Was it truly dead? No one could say for certain, not even the creature itself, which remained in a state of uncertainty regarding its own existence. Cybermen, kill, kill, kill. Chen initially intended to depart. Yet the sudden eruption of an extraordinarily intense aura caused his brows to twitch. These two forces were immensely powerful, truly formidable. However, the paramount concern was not their strength, but rather the overwhelming intent to kill concealed within them, as if they longed to rend him into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, a third presence vanished entirely. What could this mean? Chen furrowed his brow as a sound akin to an explosion pierced the air behind him. This sound could only be produced by a speed surpassing that of sound itself. Indeed, the velocity of these two individuals was likely countless times greater than that of sound. For the terrifying sonic boom, they generated scent waves crashing hundreds of meters high into the sea beneath him, evoking the horror of a tsunami. The monstrous waves rolled forth, and ominous clouds gathered in the sky. An enemy? Chen furrowed his brow, pondering why he should have any enemies on Earth. Could it be a misunderstanding? Chen turned around and beheld two monstrous figures emerging within his line of sight. What? The astonishment in Chen's eyes was undoubtedly genuine. The appearance of these two monsters bore an uncanny resemblance to the creatures he had encountered on the Chakra planet. How could this be possible? Chen's expression darkened as he gazed ahead, the clear sounds resonating in his ears. Science, kill, kill, kill. Science, kill, kill, kill. Were the Scions inherently destined to be the nemesis of such a monstrous race? Countless enigmas deepened Chen's confusion. Had the once dominant Scion clan, which traversed the heavens and the earth, truly been obliterated by this creature? As he beheld the approaching chaos, a chilling smile graced Chen's face. Do you possess the capability to slay me? Chen stood proudly at the pinnacle of the surging waves, the tumultuous wind tousling his waist-length hair, exuding an air of effortless elegance. If you choose to stand, then I shall fight. I am eager to witness the true prowess of the so-called nemesis of the Scions. Chapter 80, Fierce Battle. The Hand of Annihilation. Two grotesque creatures, their faces a ghastly green adorned with sharp fangs and crowned with dragon-like heads, surged forth directly before Chen. Scions. The two monstrosities halted, positioning themselves ominously on either side of Yi Chen, their icy gazes fixed upon him. Yi Chen gazed at the two monstrous beings, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Why was there not a trace of life emanating from these creatures? Their eyes appeared vacant, and their bodies seemed somewhat rigid, starkly contrasting with the creature he had previously encountered on the Chakra planet. Who are you? Yi Chen was deeply intrigued by the true identities of these beings. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has triggered a mission, arch nemesis. The malevolence concealed within the bloodline. The mission requirements entail the extermination of 2 monsters. The reward for completion, 10,000 prestige points. There is no punishment for failure. Are you prepared for the outcome of being vanquished by your arch nemesis? The system's notification left Yi Chen enlightened. He was already intent on eliminating these 2 creatures, and now a mission had arisen, which he found quite fortuitous. The 2 monsters, however, paid no heed to Yi Chen's inquiries. They merely chanted in a guttural tone, Scion, kill, kill, kill. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. Could it be that this race is devoid of intelligence? If the Scions were to be defeated by such a dim-witted race, it would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. Kill, roared the monster, swinging its tail directly towards Yi Chen. The azure tail ignited with a dazzling blue light, vanishing in an instant. Yet it bore the weight of thunderous might as it descended upon Yi Chen. Similarly, the monster behind him executed the same maneuver, bringing its tail down mercilessly upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, extending both of his hands in an attempt to grasp the elusive tails of the 2 monstrous beings gliding through the air, their shadows nearly imperceptible. However, the creature's speed exceeded Yi Chen's expectations, deftly evading his grasp. Yi Chen felt a sense of helplessness as he could only raise his arms to shield himself from the impending onslaught. The force of the 2 powerful strikes reverberated against his arms, producing a thunderous sound. The sea surged with towering waves. Yi Chen was forcefully repelled several hundred meters. Astonishing. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, astonished by the formidable physicality of the 2 monsters, which rendered him incapable of confronting them directly. How peculiar indeed. The most baffling aspect was that within the bodies of these 2 creatures, there was not a trace of power fluctuation. He could sense their presence yet observed no manifestation of energy from them. What could be the reason for this? In truth, physical prowess had never been the forte of the Scions. In the original narrative, they vanquished their foes primarily through energy waves, spirit stones, and similar means. However, in this realm, there existed beings capable of obliterating planets with sheer physical strength alone. In comparison, the Scions fell vastly short. Thus, it became imperative to enhance one's physical capabilities. A smile once again graced Yi Chen's face. System, display the combat strengths of the 2 of them. Yi Chen stated directly. Beep. Combat power, 55 million. Combat power, 55 million. Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly upon observing the combat power. However, he did not dwell on it. Although 55 million is not an insignificant figure, it hardly commands his attention. Yet, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss with the condition of these monsters. Yi Chen's conjecture proved to be accurate. Both creatures were mere corpses, their bodies having perished over 1,000,000 years ago. It was a stroke of fortune that they had not succumbed to decay. The strength contained within them had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former glory. Furthermore, devoid of any consciousness, they could only rely on their primal instincts to act, rendering their capabilities even more diminished. At this moment, the combat prowess exhibited by the monsters amounted to but 1% of what they possessed in their prime. Had Yi Chen been privy to this revelation, the extent of his astonishment would have been unfathomable. The arch-nemesis of the Scions. Allow me to unveil the visage of a super Scion. A faint, cold smile graced Yi Chen's lips as he fixed his gaze upon the monstrous foe before him. Amidst the cacophony, his fists clenched tightly. Super Scion, he roared. And in an instant, golden energy enveloped his entire being, igniting in a fervent blaze. A formidable and overwhelming aura erupted forth, sending shockwaves through the air. Approximately 20 meters beneath his feet lay the surface of the ocean, which was already in turmoil due to the earlier disturbance caused by the 2 monsters. The waves surged violently, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Yet, as Yi Chen's Super Scion energy surged, the tumultuous waters were instantaneously calmed, transforming the sea into a serene expanse devoid of any ripples, as if subdued by an unseen force. Most astonishingly, beneath Yi Chen's feet, the ocean, which should have been level, bizarrely manifested a depression in the center, surrounded by towering heights. The elevation difference was staggering, reaching over 100 meters, with the lowest point directly beneath where Yi Chen stood at 173. Indeed, this young lad possesses remarkable talent, mused Master Rashi, peering into the distance where Yi Chen fiercely battled in his transformed state. With a casual remark, he reclined back onto his chair, chuckling at the sight of the defiant Vegeta. Super Scion. Yi Chen's sudden outburst of formidable aura did not instill the slightest fear in the 2 creatures. Instead, it provoked an even more ferocious response from them. Super Scion, kill, kill, kill. The 2 monsters charged directly towards Yi Chen once more. Yi Chen's golden hair flowed freely in the absence of wind, his aura of golden energy emanating a terrifying presence. As he gazed at the 2 furious monsters charging towards him, he merely offered a faint smile and raised a hand. The technique he invoked was known as the annihilation of heaven. Chen gently exhaled, and in an instant, a golden aura suddenly manifested above one of the monstrous entities. The vast energy caused the creature to stiffen, as if paralyzed by fear, and it was on the verge of fleeing. Yet, it was too late. Chapter 81. Annihilation. In search of the third aura, the immense energy erupted in a spectacular display, and a colossal golden hand materialized above the monster's head, poised to descend upon it. The creature let out a terrified cry and swiftly darted to the right, covering 100 meters in an astonishingly swift motion, akin to teleportation. However, just as the monster evaded, the enormous hand reappeared above it as if by some supernatural trickery. Overwhelmed by the terrifying energy emanating from the hand, the creature dared not confront it directly and attempted to evade once more. Once, twice, thrice. Finally, on the 12th attempt, the monster could not escape the impending doom of the golden hand and was forcefully subdued beneath it. The massive hand pressed down on the creature, driving it toward the sea. Under the oppressive force of the hand, the ocean was displaced, forming a bizarre void as the creature was thrust toward the ocean floor. Thousands of meters of seawater cascaded downward, reaching the seabed. With a resounding crash, the hand crushed the monster against the rocky bottom of the sea. A violent and terrifying turbulence erupted, generating a cataclysmic wave that reverberated throughout the earth. Under the weight of the annihilating blow, the monster was utterly obliterated. This little creature had no qualms about dismantling the planet. Master Roshi sensed the tremors emanating from the surface and let out a soft sigh. Indeed, scions are perilously formidable. One strike of the annihilating hand had destroyed one monster, leaving only one remaining. Chen curled his lips, gazing at the monster as he inquired, "What is your race?" Chen's inquiry elicited no response from the creature. Instead, it gazed at Chen with a fierce hatred, bellowing, "Super Scion, kill, kill, kill." Chen furrowed his brow. The creature appeared devoid of intelligence, resembling a beast that had yet to evolve. Could this truly be the adversary of the scions from years past? That would be rather beneath their caliber. Chen let out a cold chuckle. Since no inquiries yielded answers, he resolved to forego questioning altogether. It was better to eliminate the threat. During his previous arrival, he could distinctly perceive 3 distinct auras. Now, only 2 monsters had manifested, while the third aura had inexplicably vanished. The absence of any confrontation suggested that this particular presence had not been extinguished by death. So, what had transpired? It was evident that another monster lay hidden, and its concealment indicated a semblance of intelligence, implying that it could divulge some information. The quest to unravel the mystery of the scion's disappearance still lingered in Chen's task list, and the prospect of 100,000 prestige points enticed him greatly. "You shall meet your demise as well," he murmured softly, observing the monster charging towards him once more. The creature, heedless of its own peril, bared its sharp fangs and lunged directly for Chen's throat. Chen extended his hand, and in a fleeting moment, seized the creature by its neck. "Die," he uttered softly. With a sudden surge of strength, he snapped the monster's neck with a resounding crack. Chen cast aside the corpse of the monster, intending to venture to the small island where he had previously sensed a distinct aura in search of its enigmatic source. However, the very corpse he had discarded behind him suddenly rose once more, its neck grotesquely contorted as it lunged towards Chen. Chen was taken aback to discover that the monster he had already slain could rise once more and launch an attack against him. Consequently, caught completely off guard, Chen was sent flying over 100 meters. Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, scattering it into the air, slowly wiping the corner of his mouth. He turned to look back, finding the monster standing proudly behind him, roaring fiercely. Remarkably, it had not perished. Chen furrowed his brow. Chen remained unaware that this monster had long since perished. Its confrontation with him at this moment was merely a manifestation of the instincts of a lifeless body. Thus, lethal techniques aimed at terminating life, such as snapping a neck, held no efficacy whatsoever against these creatures. Chen felt the pain emanating from his back and frowned slightly. The physical form of the scions was indeed rather ordinary, lacking in strength. Without enhancements, they would be unable to contend with anyone. However, it appears that you are the first in the entire universe to inflict injury upon me. A trace of cruel amusement flickered in Chen's eyes. The destruction of heaven. With a single hand raised, a vast surge of energy once again converged above the creature's head, as golden-purple light spread and unfurled. A golden hand materialized instantly, ready to strike you down. Chen exhaled softly. In an instant, the creature was pressed downwards by an overwhelming force. The creature's location was directly above a small island. A colossal golden hand struck the creature, sending it crashing onto the island with a thunderous sound. Subsequently, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, and the ground trembled. After half a minute, as the dust began to dissipate, Chen glanced downwards. There was nothing left. Indeed, there was absolutely nothing. No colossal hand, no creature, no island. All 3 had vanished in unison. With a single sweep, the hand had obliterated both the creature and the island. Chen, suspended in the air, let out a cold smirk. The battle had concluded, and he returned to his normal state, relinquishing the Super Scion form. Chen is currently immensely powerful, yet he harbors a sense of melancholy. He has been unable to attain the legendary Super Scion state, a form far superior to the ordinary Super Scion. accessible only to those who possess the bloodline of the legendary Super Scion. Despite having acquired this bloodline and attempting to enter this exalted state several times, he remains unsuccessful. This perplexes Chen, leaving him to ponder how he might achieve such a transformation. These thoughts flit through his mind like wisps of smoke, fading into oblivion. He understands that there will inevitably be a path forward when the time comes. There is no need for undue haste. The immediate priority is to locate the third presence. Given the circumstances at that time, it is likely another formidable creature. To unravel the mysteries that lie ahead, it seems essential to ascertain whether the final creature retains any semblance of consciousness. It would be wise to embark on that search first. Chen smiled gently, soaring once more into the sky, and then he surged towards the small island where the three auras he had detected converged. Chapter 82. Exploration. The Quest for Sun Wukong. Chen soared swiftly through the air, stirring the atmosphere and conjuring towering waves that crashed and foamed. Before long, he arrived above a small island. This must be the place. The island was modest in size, spanning merely a few hundred square meters, nestled upon the vast ocean, easily overlooked if one were not attentive. Its surface was lush with verdant foliage. Chen descended and wandered about, only to discover an expanse of trees, devoid of anything else. This left him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that my previous sensations were erroneous? Chen furrowed his brow as he surveyed his surroundings, when suddenly, a glimmer of light caught his eye. Before him stood a modest earthen mound, and at its base, there was a grand entrance leading underground. A faint smile graced Chen's lips as he ventured inside. Indeed, after traversing a winding passage, he arrived in a rather spacious underground chamber. The basement was far from rudimentary. It was replete with various amenities, particularly sophisticated experimental apparatus that exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. Chen cast his gaze around and discovered 3 shattered glass life pods. Technological liquid spilled across the ground, emanating a faint warmth and a pungent odor. Indeed, the 2 creatures he encountered had emerged from this very place. The presence of 3 broken glass life pods confirmed that there were indeed 3 monsters. Yet, the question lingered. Where had the third creature vanished to? Chen furrowed his brow and gazed ahead, yet found nothing. Upon careful reflection, he realized that there was no one on Earth with a battle power exceeding 1,000. This revelation enveloped Chen's heart in a shroud of confusion. Where, he pondered, had the last monster truly gone? Chen meticulously explored the surroundings but found nothing. Shaking his head in resignation. Never mind, the Earth is vast. It matters little if the monster escapes. As long as it dares to continue revealing its aura, I shall pursue it with instant movement. This hardly poses any inconvenience. With a smile, Chen turned and descended from the basement. Hovering in midair and gazing at the small island, he contemplated before unleashing a wave of energy. With a combat power of 5 million, even a casual energy wave from Chen was sufficient to obliterate an island. A resounding roar echoed as the island was instantly reduced to nothingness. Meanwhile, within a distant spacecraft, Dr. Grow looked on anxiously, furtively glancing at the silent monster beside him while monitoring the display. The screen showcased footage from the cameras he had set up in the laboratory. After a lengthy interval, a golden figure appeared above the island, causing Dr. Grow to frown. As his gaze fell upon Chen's golden tail, his brow furrowed deeply. Could it be an alien? He pondered, troubled by this revelation. However, the next event left Dr. Grow astounded. The moment Chen discarded a peculiar white object, the video feed abruptly vanished. What was that? A high-powered bomb? Dr. Grow mused, his brows knitting together. Convinced that Chen had departed, he mustered his courage to return and discover what had transpired. Yet, upon arriving back at the designated coordinates, he was met with shock. The area that once housed the island was now submerged beneath the ocean. This meant that his island had been utterly annihilated. The news was utterly sensational. Dr. Grow, thoroughly shaken, promptly turned the spacecraft around and fled in terror. This is beyond comprehension. He casually destroyed an island. Stunned, Dr. Grow resolved never to encounter the golden-haired individual. Chen again. Chen flew leisurely, genuinely unaware of the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. How was he to find them? Alas, friends, do you recall where the Dragon Balls were located during their initial search in the original narrative? Chen directly inquired of the audience in the live stream. The viewers, known for their enthusiasm and profound knowledge, readily engaged with his query. The audience was thoroughly captivated, as battles are always the most exhilarating aspect. As Chen posed his question, the barrage of comments flooded in. Dear host, there ought to be one at Master Roshi's. The host is actually searching for the Dragon Balls. How enviable. I too wish to make a wish. I wish for numerous wives, 100, or even 1,000. Impressive indeed. I wish for the mightiest kidneys, so we can collaborate in the future. Let us be serious now. Host, there's one with Master Roshi, another with Gohan, and yet another with the Ox King. As for the rest, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I should revisit the original work. Indeed, the viewers could be categorized into 2 types, those who provided valuable insights and those who did not. It was certain that Master Roshi, Gohan, and the Ox King each possessed one. Chen momentarily found himself disinclined to gaze upon the aged visage of the turtle hermit, as it had become rather irksome. With the number dwindling to just the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong's son, Should he perhaps pay a visit to the Bull Demon King to see the young Chi-Chi? Yi Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating the next course of action. Perhaps it would be prudent to visit Sun Gohan first, as Sun Wukong was also in his company. It would be quite delightful to see his brother, Sun Wukong. Although he was a traveler from another realm and held little regard for the notion of blood relations, the opportunity to observe a prominent character from the Dragon Ball universe was indeed intriguing. However, a dilemma arose. Where exactly did Sun Gohan reside? The original text merely mentioned that he lived in the mountains, yet the specific location remained unclear. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he should return to inquire with the old Master Roshi. However, after some reflection, he dismissed the idea. It is said that Sun Gohan is the most formidable earthling aside from Master Roshi. Thus, a direct search for his energy signature would suffice. Yi Chun contemplated, closing his eyes to begin his search for the atmosphere enveloping the entire Earth. Most readings hovered around 3 to 5, which left him somewhat exasperated. 85? Yi Chun's eyes brightened slightly, as if he had discovered something. However, the distance from here is indeed considerable. Yi Chun did not wish to rely solely on teleportation. Experiencing the beauty of the scenery was also quite delightful. Chapter 83, Aviation Disaster. Infatuated Bulma. Yi Chun sensed the location of that aura and soared directly towards it. At this moment, the sky remained largely unoccupied by humanity. After all, few had the ability to fly, and flying machines were exceedingly expensive. Yi Chun soared high above, unseen by those on the ground, who would surely have exclaimed for their wives to come and witness a divine spectacle. However, Yi Chun flew with serene delight, gliding freely among the clouds, feeling utterly at ease. Unbeknownst to him, directly opposite, a small aircraft was hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. On board this diminutive vessel were 2 individuals, a middle-aged man occupying the co-pilot's seat and, in the pilot's seat, a delicately crafted young girl, exuding an air of charming innocence. Despite her adorable appearance, she piloted the craft with a serious demeanor that was quite amusing. "Look, Daddy, am I impressive?" The little girl proudly addressed the middle-aged man beside her. He beamed with pride, for he was Bulma's father, a scientist and entrepreneur of considerable wealth. He never imagined that his merely 7-year-old daughter could construct her own flying machine. Her scientific prowess was truly extraordinary. Yet, the aircraft did have its quirks. For instance, it would spin uncontrollably when changing direction, and during acceleration, the windshield threatened to crash down. After discreetly inspecting and repairing these issues, the father reluctantly allowed Bulma to pilot the craft into the sky. Though he appeared calm, he was inwardly fraught with anxiety. Had Bulma not insisted on taking him for a flight, he would never have permitted such a reckless endeavor. He had prepared numerous capsules, ready for emergencies. Once airborne, however, the ride was remarkably smooth, which eased the father's worries. Bulma, too, relaxed, gazing at her father with anticipation for his praise. Just then, the middle-aged man noticed a golden figure hurtling towards their aircraft. Panic surged within him as he shouted for Bulma to change course. Yet, she had removed her hands from the controls, indicating that the father and daughter were about to meet a dire fate. With a thunderous crash, the inevitable occurred. The aircraft shattered, leaving Bulma and her father adrift in the sky. In a frantic attempt to retrieve his capsules, the father fumbled, causing them to slip from his grasp. "We are doomed," he lamented, pulling Bulma close, his heart heavy with grief. He wished he had acquiesced to her desires, for otherwise, they would not be facing such a tragic end. They closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, a golden figure appeared before them. After Yi Chun was struck, he wore a bewildered expression. To his astonishment, he had been involved in a collision. Could it be a malicious attack? As he opened his eyes and gazed ahead, the sight of a little girl and a middle-aged man plummeting towards the ground made him realize that it was likely due to his own reckless flight with his eyes closed that had caused the incident. Yi Chun is indeed a person of great virtue. He soared through the air and effortlessly caught the 2 individuals who were about to meet the ground, gently descending thereafter. "How is it possible? I'm not dead?" The middle-aged man, with a look of astonishment, glanced at himself and then at his daughter in his arms. Remarkably, they were truly unharmed. Yi Chun couldn't help but find his appearance somewhat amusing. However, with matters at hand, he intended to take his leave. "Oh, golden-haired brother, you are so handsome. Would you consider being my boyfriend?" The little girl in the middle-aged man's arms, upon catching sight of Yi Chun, immediately widened her eyes in astonishment, followed by an exuberant display of excitement. Yi Chun's lips twitched slightly, realizing that he had transformed into a teenage assassin. In contrast, the middle-aged man was not as foolish as Bulma. Instead, he was filled with terror. This was due to the fact that Yi Chun had just flown through the air. In other words, "Thank you," the middle-aged man exclaimed, attempting to make his escape. Suddenly, Yi Chun recalled something and called out, "Are you named Bulma?" The young girl's face instantly turned crimson upon hearing this. "You're so naughty, handsome brother. You know my name, but still pretend not to recognize me. When I grow up, I'll marry you." The middle-aged man, noticing that his daughter was becoming increasingly inappropriate, hurriedly covered her mouth with his hand. Meanwhile, Yi Chun wore a look of exasperation. "The only reason I recognized you is that in the entire Dragon Ball universe, who else would be this infatuated besides you?" Yi Chun's lips twitched slightly, yet the effort required was minimal. for it had come to his attention that a netizen had recently revisited the original text, revealing that the first Dragon Ball, seemingly a 2-star ball, lay within Bulma's family storeroom. It would be prudent to simply retrieve it and then ascertain whether Bulma's family could engineer a new dragon radar, thus facilitating his quest for the Dragon Balls. After all, Chen held little faith that anyone could prevent him from acquiring the Dragon Balls. Chen smiled amiably and said, "Greetings, esteemed scientist." Chen directly articulated his needs. The middle-aged man wiped away a bead of sweat, pondering the triviality of the matter. After all, it was merely a small orb residing within the storeroom. However, he was considerably alarmed, for Chen possessed the ability to fly and bore a tail, characteristics that undoubtedly marked him as something other than human. Should Chen harbor any malicious intent, the consequences could be dire. Recognizing that Chen exhibited no malice and merely sought an inconsequential bead from the storeroom, the middle-aged man acquiesced without hesitation. That translucent orb, adorned with 2 red stars within its yellow core, was a relic from the man's youth, one he had long disregarded and cast aside into the storeroom. Little did he expect that Chen would actively seek it out. Chen was pleasantly surprised by how effortlessly he acquired the Dragon Ball, filling his heart with joy. After reaching a mutual agreement, both parties expressed their satisfaction. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, her infatuation causing her to momentarily disregard her heritage. Chapter 84, The Lowly's Kiss. Upon arriving at Bulma's opulent home, Chen was in awe of the lavishly decorated room, a testament to the wealth of its inhabitants. Due to Chen's formidable presence, the family received him with trepidation and promptly retrieved the 2-star Dragon Ball from their storeroom to present it to him. Chen held the Dragon Ball, gently attuning himself to its essence. Indeed, he discovered an enigmatic energy concealed within. This peculiar force baffled Chen, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Chen has always been perplexed by one particular matter. How could the seemingly feeble Namekians ever come close to the omnipotent Dragon Balls? Is it possible that merely gazing upon the wish-granting orbs would enable them to replicate such wonders? However, the Dragon Balls were meticulously crafted by the Dragon God himself, and their immense power is undeniable, yet they were forged by the ostensibly weak Namekians. This suggests one of 2 possibilities. Either the Namekians are not as frail as depicted in the original narrative, or there exists a hidden force lurking behind the scenes, manipulating events from the shadows. For now, though, there is little use in overthinking it. The Dragon Balls are merely tools created for a purpose, and their functionality is what truly matters. Chen acquired the 2-star Dragon Ball and earnestly inquired of Bulma's father whether he could construct a detector based on the subtle energy fluctuations it emitted. Bulma's father furrowed his brow, acknowledging the considerable difficulty of this research, which evidently could not be completed in just a day or 2. However, he hesitated to refuse Chen, stammering as he asked whether Chen could wait for a few more days. Chen expressed his growing anxiety. Just as Bulma's father was at his wit's end, Bulma suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, "I can do it! I can!" The charming Bulma gazed at Chen, her eyes still sparkling with stars. Chen lowered his head and gazed at the petite Bulma, asking, "Are you truly capable of this?" After all, although Bulma later created the Dragon Radar, she was already 14 at that time. However, the current Bulma is merely 7. Is it truly feasible? Bulma, feeling quite displeased by Chen's skepticism, huffed and replied, "You actually doubt me? I can accomplish it in a single day. If you don't believe me, just wait for a day. By then, I will have completed it, and you shall apologize and make amends." Chen chuckled softly, affirming that it was certainly acceptable, as waiting an additional day would bear no detriment. Upon witnessing Chen's nod, Bulma joyfully seized the 2-star Dragon Ball and hurried into her room to conduct her research. Meanwhile, Bulma's father, feeling somewhat anxious, arranged for Chen's accommodations before taking his leave. Chen gazed upon the familiar bedding and room, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, it had been quite some time since he had encountered such an ordinary space. After a hearty meal, he planned to indulge in a restful slumber. As a wealthy individual, Bulma ensured that her servants promptly delivered an array of delectable dishes to Chen's quarters, an assortment of peculiar culinary delights from the Dragon Ball realm. Being a scion, he possessed an insatiable appetite. Had it not been for the arduous conditions aboard the spaceship, where he was confined to tasteless nutrient solutions, he would have relished every morsel. Now, faced with an abundance of exquisite foods, he was determined to feast to his heart's content. The streamer was utterly outrageous. How could they enjoy such delicacies without including him? The little one was feeling quite discontented, emotions bubbling beneath the surface. The streamer's shamelessness was palpable. They knew full well that they were depriving others of these delights while broadcasting their indulgence live. "Quickly turn off the stream. I'm starting to salivate," he exclaimed. Watching them eat had only intensified his hunger. One must harbor dreams in life. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a mere salted fish? As a child, he had yearned for the simple pleasure of savoring fragrant instant noodles daily, and now, that dream had come to fruition, a new skill acquired. Whenever he craved a grand feast, he would simply traverse dimensions. Should he venture into the world of Naruto or the realm of One Piece? Such a dilemma weighed heavily on him, eliciting a chuckle. "Let us ascend to the Krabby Patty establishment across from SpongeBob's world." "What place is that?" "Why, It is none other than Mr. Crab's restaurant. As a group of spectators witnessed Yi Chen's indulgence, their excitement soared. Yi Chen reveled in the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd, bursting into hearty laughter. After consuming 23 bowls of noodles, 18 pieces of succulent meat from large bones, and 42 servings of exquisite soup, he finally felt satisfied, patting his belly contentedly. Amidst the odd stares of the servants, he returned to his chamber to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. Having feasted to his heart's content, what else was there to do but sleep? Yi Chen closed the live streaming room and succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon learning this news, Bulma's father was taken aback, his face a picture of astonishment. Could it be that only those with formidable appetites can become powerful? Setting aside other matters, the following noon, Bulma burst into Yi Chen's room, her voice filled with joy. Haha, big brother, my Dragon Ball detector is finally complete. You must make it up to me. In her small hands, she held a massive Dragon Ball detector. Why on earth is this contraption so large? Yi Chen gazed at the fellow with a hint of frustration, for it was nearly the same size as his own head. If only there weren't so many components required, he felt a sense of urgency, unable to optimize this contraption at present. Otherwise, dear brother, should you choose to reside in our home for another month, I could enhance it manifold. Bulma truly cherished Yi Chen, wishing fervently to keep him in her abode. Yi Chen expressed his discontent, suggesting it would be best to let it go as he was preoccupied. He extended his gratitude, offering an apology for the dismissive words spoken yesterday. Yi Chen kept his word, putting away the Dragon Ball radar and directly apologizing to Bulma. Bulma nodded in satisfaction, her petite figure leaning closer to Yi Chen as she said, Brother Yi Chen, you must make it up to me. Make it up? Yi Chen suddenly recalled the promise he made to Bulma yesterday, and, with a sense of foreboding, inquired, What shall I compensate you with? Well, big brother, you are so handsome. How about a sweet kiss to revive my forlorn soul? After speaking, her large, glistening eyes gazed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, is it truly acceptable for you, a mere little girl, to be so troublesome, and yet demand a kiss? This is quite enough. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's reluctant demeanor, Bulma was on the verge of tears. Brother Yi Chen, were you not deceiving me earlier? Do you not intend to? Faced with Bulma's exaggerated expression, Yi Chen felt as though his head might explode. Is it really fair to be so troublesome? Chapter 85, Son Goku. A missed encounter. Being pursued for a kiss by a little girl, the streamer is truly impressive. We envy the streamer, but please spare our 7-year-old girl. What nonsense is this, girl? Quickly seek out the Dragon Balls, or the vengeful spirit of Elder Yadrit may come for you. A plethora of viewers in the live chat fervently obstructed Yi Chen, unwilling to let him kiss Bulma. Yi Chen, with his fiery temper, insists on kissing despite your reluctance. Very well, Bulma, close your eyes. Yi Chen said with a cheerful smile. In an instant, little stars sparkled in Bulma's eyes. Big brother, are you going to kiss me? She exclaimed, closing her large eyes, though her eyelashes fluttered incessantly, clearly betraying her nervousness. Yi Chen smiled and soared into the sky, flying toward the horizon. Upon hearing the commotion, Bulma immediately opened her eyes and realized that Yi Chen was fleeing. Infuriated, she shouted, Big brother, you deceived me. You are a wicked scoundrel. Yi Chen smiled. When you grow up, I shall repay you tenfold. Yi Chen laughed heartily, then turned around and soared into the distance. Bulma, initially seething with anger, felt her heart flutter upon hearing Yi Chen's words. 10 times. Such a handsome elder brother, to kiss me 10 times, how blissful. No, I must grow up quickly. Bulma resolutely made up her mind, eagerly anticipating Yi Chen's arrival. Yi Chen soared a considerable distance before retrieving the Dragon Ball radar to take a glance, his brow furrowing in concern. The radar displayed nothing at all. Could it be that it was still malfunctioning? Yi Chen furrowed his brow and flipped through the enormous Dragon Ball radar, only to discover a few small words at the back. This is a prototype, therefore. It can only detect Dragon Ball signals from approximately 1,000 meters away. We appreciate your understanding. How utterly frustrating, he muttered. What use is it if I must be 1,000 meters close to detect anything? Yi Chen felt an overwhelming urge to discard the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Indeed, the young girl was still inexperienced, lacking in technical prowess. Yi Chen directly inquired of the system, do you possess a Dragon Ball radar? I would like to exchange for one. The response came, regrettably, this establishment is not a garbage heap, thus we are unable to locate the item you seek. What a ridiculous notion, a garbage heap. Yi Chen truly finds himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he decides to seek out Sun Wukong and the Ox King to collect what is rightfully theirs, and then he will instruct Vegeta to search for the remaining Dragon Balls, which will serve as an excellent trial. In truth, Yi Chen is merely reluctant to utilize such a subpar dragon radar to locate the Dragon Balls, hence his current course of action. Without further ado, he sets off to find Sun Wukong. After Liu Chen stored the Dragon Ball radar, he soared towards the distance, where Sun Gohan resided. Swiftly, he traversed the skies, and even if someone on the ground glanced up, they would only perceive a streak of yellow, entirely oblivious to the presence of a flying figure above. Before long, Liu Chen arrived at a vast valley. Nestled in the heart of the valley was a quaint wooden cabin. There, a small child, seemingly around 4 or 5 years old, with a delicate countenance, was playing. Notably, he possessed a tail. Despite his tender age, the child moved with remarkable agility, darting through the mountains with grace. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man emerged from the wooden cabin. Goku, come back soon, he called. All right, Grandpa, wait for me. Son Goku's voice gradually faded away. Indeed, this was Son Goku, his younger brother. Yi-chan hovered majestically in the sky, observing the scene below before descending gracefully to stand before the elderly gentleman who was preparing to return to his abode. Oh, golden hair. It is rather unconventional for a young man to dye his hair in such a manner. And a tail? How peculiar. Upon noticing Yi-chan's tail, Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, furrowed his brow. Who are you in relation to Sun Wukong? He inquired directly. Yi-chan smiled and said, the Sun Wukong you speak of is known as Kakarot, a member of our Scion race, as evidenced by his tail. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong inadvertently trampled Sun Wufan to death during a full moon night after transforming into a giant ape. However, upon my arrival, I obliterated the moon, rendering the so-called full moon night utterly irrelevant. Thus, Sun Wufan's demise will not occur. Sun Wufan gazed at Yi-chan in silence for a considerable time before finally speaking. Are you here to take him away? His words were laden with reluctance. When he first found Sun Wukong, the latter was exceedingly irritable and roared uncontrollably. Yet, after a fall that caused him to hit his head, he transformed into a docile creature. The 5 years spent together had forged a deep bond, filling Sun Wufan with an overwhelming sense of attachment. Consequently, upon encountering Yi-chan, he was not the least surprised by their Scion identity. His sole concern was whether Yi-chan intended to take Sun Wukong away. Yi-chan smiled. Rest assured, living together with you is undoubtedly the best for him. However, in the future, I hope you can send him to the Turtle Sage for further training. Yi-chan had no intention of taking Sun Wukong away. Growing up with Sun Wukong was an integral part of the original storyline, and Yi-chan had no desire to disrupt that. That's good to hear. However, how is it that you are aware of Master Roshi? Where is he now? Upon hearing that Yi-chan knew of Master Roshi's whereabouts, Sun Wukong immediately became anxious. He is on Turtle Island. I can simply go find him then. Yi-chan spoke softly, then turned to Sun Wukong and inquired. You should possess a bead of this kind, correct? I require it for a significant purpose. May I have it? Afterward, Yi-chan presented his 2-star Dragon Ball for Sun Wukong to examine. Upon seeing it, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of understanding. Ah, it is indeed a Dragon Ball. Very well, I happen to have a 4-star Dragon Ball. Without a second thought, Sun Wukong retreated to his dwelling and promptly retrieved a 4-star Dragon Ball. Hee. Just like that, we now have 2. Yi-chan nodded. The next destination would be to seek out the Bull Demon King. Are you aware of the Bull Demon King's dwelling? Yi-chan gazed at Sun Wukong and inquired. Sun Wukong, fully aware of his junior disciple's whereabouts, promptly divulged the information to Yi-chan. Yi-chan nodded, cast a glance at the silhouette of Sun Wukong, contemplated for a moment, and then departed. Sun Wukong had his own path to pursue. Chapter 86. The Mighty Bull Demon King and the Adorable Little Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong had his own journey ahead, and his subsequent power was inextricably linked to his childhood. Yi-chan and Sun Wukong waved their farewells and turned to depart. Next, they would journey to the Flame Mountain in search of the Bull Demon King. After half an hour, the air began to feel increasingly sweltering. Before them loomed a colossal peak, where endless flames surged, licking the sky and painting half of it crimson. Is this the Flame Mountain? Indeed, it is quite scorching. Yi-chan furrowed his brows and swiftly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he beheld a grand castle perched atop the fiery peak. Just as Yi-chan was observing the scene, a melodious voice echoed in his ear. Who are you, and why are you lurking around my home? What is it that you seek? Yi-chan turned his head and beheld a charming young girl clad in a leather jacket and triangular shorts, standing directly behind him. The most endearing aspect was the white helmet adorning her head, upon which rested a circular throwing weapon resembling the emblem of Ultraman Leo. Ah, is this not the beloved Chi-Chi 250? In her youth, Chi-Chi was undeniably adorable, yet following her companionship with Sun Wukong, she aged rapidly due to hardship, taking on a rather cynical demeanor. It would be best for her not to endure suffering alongside Sun Wukong. Let me, her brother, come to her rescue. Yi-chan feigned a benevolent demeanor, offering a gentle smile to Chi-Chi. It was indeed a sincere expression of kindness. However, to the young and impressionable Chi-Chi, it appeared to be laced with malice. Ah, villain! As if peering into my home were not enough, you dare attempt to frighten me. Be gone. With that, Chi-Chi boldly extended her delicate hands, swinging the semicircular boomerang atop her head with fierce intent toward Yi-chan. Such unrestrained aggression at such a tender age. Yet, this was not the source of Yi-chan's greatest vexation. His true frustration lay in the fact that he could not fathom how she perceived any threat in his demeanor. I assure you, my smile is genuinely benevolent, he thought to himself, as the boomerang arced gracefully through the air, hurtling toward him. Yi-chan gently waved his hands, and the boomerang obediently landed in his grasp. Little sister, come here, your big brother will help you return the boomerang. Yi-chan said with a smile. Ah. The big bad wolf. Daddy, there are bad people. Chi-Chi expressed her fright. As Yi-chan was about to offer an explanation, the ground began to tremble, resonating with a rhythmic thud. Soon after, a deep and robust voice echoed through the air. Who dares to bully my daughter? Are you seeking death? Upon hearing these harsh words, Yi-chan furrowed his brow. Indeed, turning around, he was confronted by a towering figure clad in a menacing helmet. This imposing individual stood at least 4 to 5 meters tall, and his fierce headgear suggested that he was far from benevolent. Chen, with a rueful twist of his lips, pondered whether he truly was a good person. Someone dared to strike him with an axe, attempting to covet his treasure, while also seeking to bully his daughter. A colossal axe swiftly descended towards Chen. Chen, somewhat helpless, extended his hand to block the oncoming axe. What is happening? How could such a situation arise? The Bull Demon King stared at Chen in astonishment. I refuse to believe this. I will slay you. The Bull Demon King, relying on his immense strength and unwilling to concede defeat, relentlessly swung his axe, determined to strike Chen down with each powerful blow. Chen, unwilling to strike him, merely defended himself with a single finger. After a considerable amount of time, the Bull Demon King, panting heavily, collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Daughter, quickly retreat. This bandit is rather formidable. Is that so, villain? What do you intend to do? Chi, undeterred by Chen, charged forward and demanded an explanation. Chen sighed in exasperation. I have come to assist you in extinguishing the flames of Fire Mountain. Upon hearing this, both Bull Demon and Chi gazed at Chen in astonishment. Do you possess the banana fan? Chi regarded Chen with suspicion, eager to ascertain whether he was deceiving her. Chen shook his head and replied, I do not possess the banana fan, yet I can extinguish the flames. I refuse to believe you. You must be deceiving me. Chi, filled with disbelief, attempted to rush forward and strike Chen. Chen casually took a step back, stating, whether it is true or not, you shall find out shortly. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King leaned towards Chi and whispered, Chi, let us wait a moment. Perhaps this fellow truly possesses some remarkable abilities. Chi let out a charming hum but chose to remain silent thereafter. Chen smiled as he gazed upon the blazing flame mountain before him, a sense of amusement washing over him. Just flames, he thought. Watch me extinguish you. In an instant, Chen soared above the mountain. Father, he can actually fly, exclaimed Chi, her astonishment palpable as she witnessed Chen ascend. The Bull Demon King furrowed his brow, pondering the significance of this ability. Flying? This is no ordinary feat. It is worth noting that even his master did not possess such prowess. Who, then, is this young man with golden hair? The Bull Demon King and Chi stood at the foot of the mountain, quietly observing Chen in the sky above. A cold smile flickered across Chen's lips. Flames. Boom. A surge of formidable energy erupted suddenly from Chen's being. Chen intended to extinguish the flames directly with his chi, which was truly astonishing. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Master Rashi obliterated the entirety of Flame Mountain using the Kamehameha wave. It is likely that the Bull Demon King feigned a nonchalant demeanor merely out of respect for Master Rashi, who was his mentor. Chen did not intend to obliterate Flame Mountain with the energy wave. Rather, he sought to explore the application of chi. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the utilization of chi is rather monotonous, primarily involving offensive techniques such as energy waves and dimensional slashes. There exists the protective barrier, which appears to be a more advanced skill. In the original narrative, it seems only the young Broly was capable of manifesting such a barrier, while others lacked this ability. It seems to be an extraordinary skill to enable both Broly and his father to survive in a vacuum. Beyond this, there appears to be little else. Thus, Chen wished to ascertain whether chi could serve other purposes. Chapter 87. Captured to become a son-in-law. Today's endeavor is merely an experiment. In other words, alternative energy systems may not rival the offensive power of chi in the Dragon Ball universe, yet they excel in other aspects. Chen wished to explore the myriad applications of gas. Today, it would be utilized for extinguishing flames. Chen stood atop the towering mountain, exerting his full power to press down upon the flames below. In an instant, the once soaring flames were subdued by Chen's formidable aura, diminishing rapidly. However, it still fell short of complete control. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King and Kiki gazed at the scene in astonishment, their hearts filled with incredulity. What was happening? Merely standing at the summit seemed to cause the flames to wane. Chen felt a tinge of anger, for it was evident that he was somewhat lacking in other aspects. Chen let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped his entire being. Under his command, this force descended with great intensity towards the ground. The flames were once again suppressed, plunging down several meters, now perilously close to the earth. With a bit more pressure, it should be possible to extinguish the blaze entirely. A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of Chen's lips. Super Saiyan. Boom. In an instant, a golden aura enveloped Chen, its ferocious energy extinguishing the flames below with remarkable ease. The Bull Demon King and Chi were both taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was it truly extinguished so effortlessly? The flames that had troubled the Bull Demon King for so many years were unexpectedly subdued by Chen with such simplicity. Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Now that seemed more like it. After relinquishing his Super Saiyan form, Chen descended and stood before the Bull Demon King. What now? Chen inquired. How could the Bull Demon King express himself? Unable to overpower Chen, he found himself indebted to him for significant assistance. Thank you, thank you. The Bull Demon King bowed his head in gratitude. Meanwhile, Chi regarded Chen with a gaze full of curiosity, and upon noticing the tail entwined around his waist, she reached out her hand, eager to grasp it. Yi Chen's expression darkened as he pulled Chi-Chi into his embrace, startling her. Chi-Chi, do grow up quickly. How about I come to take you away when you are older? Yi Chen smiled warmly and remarked, little Chi-Chi was truly adorable in her childhood, capturing my heart entirely. A look of confusion crossed Chi-Chi's eyes, and she then innocently asked Yi Chen, are you suggesting that I should marry you in the future? Yi Chen felt somewhat powerless to comment. What has happened to the beautiful young women on Earth, who seem to be so infatuated at such a tender age? Very well. When you have grown up, you shall marry me. Yi Chen gently patted Chi-Chi's little head. Chi-Chi nodded happily. However, at that moment, the towering figure of the Bull Demon King appeared before Yi Chen. Yi Chen pondered whether this fellow intended to eliminate him for abducting his daughter. However, the subsequent words of the Bull Demon King left Yi Chen utterly speechless. Very well, you shall be my son-in-law. My castle lies above, filled with the treasures I have plundered over the years. Take whatever your heart desires. The Bull Demon King proclaimed boisterously. Yi Chen exclaimed, what on earth is wrong with these people? However, he indeed possessed something of value. He presented his Dragon Ball for the Bull Demon King to see. The Bull Demon King, toying with the Dragon Ball in his hands, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes and remarked, I have one of these in my own treasury as well. Yi Chen smiled, fully aware that it was only him who could visit your family. Very well, son-in-law. Please wait a moment while I fetch this precious pearl for you. With that, the Bull Demon King moved his massive form and sprinted up the mountain. Yi Chen, feeling somewhat indifferent, chose to remain at the foot of the mountain, engaging in delightful conversation with little Chi-Chi. Brother Yi Chen, where are you headed shortly? Chi-Chi expressed her reluctance at the thought of Yi Chen departing soon. Yi Chen smiled and said, do not be reluctant to part with me. When you grow up, I shall marry you. Chi-Chi happily nodded and replied, all right, brother Yi Chen, you must keep your promise. With that, she extended her delicate little pinky finger to make a pact with Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded solemnly, making a pact with Chi-Chi to remain steadfast for 100 years. A peculiar sense of embarrassment washed over him. The live stream was filled with disdainful voices. The host is utterly shameless. How can he not spare someone as young as Chi-Chi? Indeed, it is scandalous, completely scandalous. Officer, there is a villain here abducting beautiful young girls. Hurry and apprehend him. Hey, you, with the yellow hair ahead, stop right there and come with us for questioning. Observing the amusing antics of the netizens, Yi Chen chuckled softly. These individuals are simply envious. At that moment, the Bull Demon King once again charged down the mountain with great fervor. Here, take this pearl. The Bull Demon King directly presented Yi Chen with a Dragon Ball. Yi Chen picked it up and saw that it was a 6-star Dragon Ball. In just 2 days, he had acquired 3 Dragon Balls, which was quite an impressive pace. Yi Chen nodded happily, gently patting Chi-Chi's little head, and after reassuring her multiple times, he soared directly into the sky. Daddy, do you think the big brother will come to marry me in the future? Chi-Chi asked the Bull Demon King with an innocent expression. The Bull Demon King scratched his head in frustration and replied, I don't know either. This fellow is rather formidable. If it were someone else, I could simply bring them to you, but with this one, my strength is insufficient to contend with him, so I am at a loss. Humph. Chi-Chi pouted in annoyance and declared, if the big brother doesn't come looking for me, I will go find him and bring him back. Then you must train diligently. The Bull Demon King, well versed in the ways of the world, recognized Yi Chen's prowess and feared that even his own master, the Turtle Sage, would not stand a chance against him. He was still astonished at the emergence of such a formidable powerhouse. As for his daughter's words, he took them as the innocent musings of a child. Chi-Chi was resolute in her determination to train hard and one day bring Yi Chen back to Mount Flame as her husband. Yi Chen was unaware of Chi-Chi's lofty ambitions as he swiftly soared towards the horizon. In the live broadcast room, Yi Chen communicated with the audience through the power of his thoughts. Chapter 88, A Fierce Beatdown of the Turtle Sage. Yi Chen Fei soared through the skies, inquiring of netizens regarding the whereabouts of the remaining Dragon Balls. However, upon receiving the news, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the subsequent Dragon Balls had indeed materialized, they were not in the possession of any notable individuals. Given the vastness of Earth, even with knowledge of their locations, locating them proved to be a daunting task. Yi Chen decided to seek out Master Roshi directly. Upon arrival, he requested the Dragon Balls from Master Roshi, while offering him the Dragon Radar, entrusting Vegeta with the task of locating them. This was intended to serve as a means of training for Vegeta. Indeed, Yi Chen's actions reflected his commendable character. Yi Chen soared directly towards Turtle Island, soon vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Meanwhile, in a distant mountainous region, a colossal laboratory bustled with activity. Dr. Gero was engrossed in his work. With this vial of serum, your body's vitality should recover by approximately 50%. Upon receiving the potion from Dr. Gero, the creature consumed it without hesitation. Creak, creak. In an instant, the once rigid form of the creature began to swell peculiarly, its scales and muscles expanding. A tremendous aura erupted forth, powerful enough to send tremors resonating throughout the entire Earth. Numerous locations experienced violent quakes, causing Dr. Gero to be greatly alarmed. Do not worry. I will not harm you. You have aided me today, and our half-dragon kin shall surely repay your kindness. The creature spoke, its words growing increasingly articulate. Dr. Gero thought to himself, repay your kindness? I would be grateful if you simply left me alone. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of gratitude. Alas, my combat prowess has only been restored by 50%. It is insufficient. That scion perceives my aura as that of a lower-tier warrior, yet I must tread carefully. After a moment of contemplation, the creature once more suppressed its overwhelming energy, causing the formidable aura to vanish without a trace. Chen soared through the sky at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, the elusive third force reemerged, igniting a surge of battle intent within him. Ah, it has appeared once more. Let me discern the true identity of this enigmatic being. Upon finishing his words, Chen turned to seek the source of the energy. However, just as he intended to pursue it, the energy vanished once more. How could it possibly disappear again? This perplexed Chen, causing him to furrow his brow. The earth is so vast, yet it harbors a formidable enemy concealed within, a notion that Chen found difficult to accept. Yet, with the adversary shrouded in secrecy, he felt powerless in his search. Perhaps he should return and consult the old pervert, Master Rashi, to see if he might possess any insights. Chen contemplated for a moment before soaring once more towards Turtle Island. Meanwhile, atop the island, Vegeta was laboriously carrying a massive boulder, running back and forth. You old fool, how could you seal away all my energy? Vegeta spat as he continued his relentless exercise. Master Rashi, wearing a jovial expression, remained unperturbed by Vegeta's tirade. Ah, such formidable energy. Alas, with the arrival of that little scion, it seems Earth may soon be thrown into chaos. Master Rashi sighed deeply, continuing to mutter to himself. The path of the protagonist of the fifth era is about to commence. Could it be that Earth will become the primary battlefield? He whispered incomprehensible phrases to himself before drifting into a heavy slumber once more. Within a modest dwelling on Turtle Island, Leona and Aphya sat cross-legged on the ground. Engaged in their training, Master Rashi had to admit that their mastery over energy was at a remarkable level, and both Aphya and Leona greatly benefited from it. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion until Chen arrived at Turtle Island. Hey, Master Rashi, could you grant me a Dragon Ball? Chen roused the sleeping turtle sage from his reclined position, addressing him directly. The turtle sage wiped away the drool from his mouth and gazed at Chen, exclaiming, You truly lack respect for your elders and compassion for the young. At my advanced age, I am in dire need of slumber. Yet you have the audacity to awaken me. This is utterly outrageous. Chen, feeling disinclined to engage in conversation, exclaimed loudly, I demand the Dragon Ball. Master Rashi's eyes darted thoughtfully as he retrieved a Dragon Ball from around his neck. Indeed, it was a 3-star Dragon Ball. With this acquisition, Chen had now gathered 4 Dragon Balls, leaving the remaining search to Vegeta, who would utilize that dilapidated dragon radar to continue the quest. Chen extended his hand. But Master Rashi, with a lecherous glint in his eye, replied, This is my most cherished necklace. I would not mind giving it to you. But how about you let me have a glimpse of Aphya or Leona's undergarments? What do you say? Humph. I'll make you understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. How dare you covet the women of my choice? It is truly a reckless endeavor. Chen unhesitatingly pressed the turtle sage to the ground and unleashed a fierce beating. Regardless of whether he concealed his true strength, regardless of his significant background, and regardless of the secrets that lay behind him, anyone who dared to lay a hand on his beloved woman would face a singular fate, to be struck down. Chen relentlessly assaulted the turtle hermit, who writhed on the ground in agony, offering no resistance. Instead, he lamented in a pitiful wail, I was merely jesting, a mere jest. Please, cease your blows. I implore you. Chen relentlessly continued his assault until he nearly shattered the turtle shell adorning the turtle sage. Only when the sage sensed that Chen had ceased his onslaught did he spring to his feet, nimbly tossing the Dragon Ball to him. What a miserly fellow. The turtle sage muttered, filled with indignation. Chen watched as the turtle hermit swiftly ran away, fearing that he might strike him again, and couldn't help but smile. How amusing. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Although Chen did not strike with lethal force, he nonetheless exerted considerable strength. Chen possessed a combat prowess of 5 million. Even merely a fraction of that power, a mere tenth, could likely shatter a mountain with a single blow. Yet, the turtle hermit, after enduring a thorough beating, appeared utterly unfazed. This old fellow, as it turns out, was indeed concealing his true capabilities. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit continued to shout in fury, exclaiming, How can one be so ignorant of the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? It infuriates me. Observing this spectacle, Vegeta felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Having been tormented by that old man for several days, he relished the sight of Chen delivering a thorough thrashing to the turtle hermit. Feeling a delightful sense of relief himself, Chen beheld the smirking Vegeta, a peculiar smile emerging upon his face. Chapter 89, The Half-Dragon Monster. Come here, Vegeta. Chen gazed at Vegeta with a cheerful smile. For reasons unknown, a chill ran down Vegeta's spine at the sight of Chen's beaming expression. Yet, he dared not defy Chen's imposing presence and approached him. Do you think I'm formidable? Chen reclined on the turtle hermit's lounge chair and inquired of Vegeta. Vegeta immediately nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Impressive, truly impressive. So, do you wish to learn my techniques? Do you desire to transform into a super scion like me? Chen continued. Do you wish to learn? Of course I do, Vegeta replied without a moment's hesitation. Very well, I shall assign you a task. If you complete it, I will impart all of this knowledge to you. Chen continued to entice Vegeta. Vegeta nodded and said, "Very well." Chen directly handed the Dragon Ball radar, which was the size of a human head, to Vegeta, and then smiled as he said, "Do you see this orb? On this planet, there are 3 more still hidden. If you manage to locate these 3, I shall impart my knowledge to you." "It is that simple. You are not deceiving me, are you?" Vegeta looked at Chen with a hint of skepticism, concerned that he might be tricked. Chen would never deceive. He naturally assured, "Rest assured, I shall not mislead you. Go ahead." With that, he tossed the Dragon Ball radar to Vegeta. As if fearing Chen might retract his words, Vegeta swiftly seized the radar and soared into the distance. As Chen observed the exuberant Vegeta, a hint of amusement flickered within him. Once you realize that the detection range of the Dragon Ball radar is merely 1,000 meters, regret will surely wash over you. Watching as Vegeta vanished from sight, Chen finally rose and made his way into the house. Upon entering, he encountered Leona and others engrossed in their training. However, upon surveying the modest dwelling, Chen felt a wave of dissatisfaction. He promptly retrieved a capsule from his pocket, an item that Bulma's father had insisted on giving him with great fervor. Within it resided capsules for houses, vehicles, and an array of other wonders. Chen cast aside the villa capsule in his hand. With a resounding thud, a magnificent villa materialized beside the Turtle Hermit's chamber. "Now, this is more like it." Chen nodded with satisfaction and then called out to Leona and Aphya, leading the trio into the villa. The Turtle Hermit, observing this scene, muttered to himself in utter frustration, "These scions truly lack respect for their elders and love for the young. With such a splendid house, they do not even consider letting me stay. It is simply outrageous." Before Dr. Gero, a monstrous entity was resting with its eyes closed. Dr. Gero's face was filled with exasperation. He wondered why this creature had not departed yet. Was it planning to linger here indefinitely? It was quite bothersome to share space with such a formidable beast, as he feared that he might be devoured in his sleep should the creature succumb to its primal instincts. The monster, initially as silent as a stone statue, suddenly opened its eyes and gazed ahead. "There is a familiar aura in the valley before us," it murmured. "What could it be?" Dr. Gero inquired with curiosity. "Wait. Let me investigate." The monster abruptly soared into the air, vanishing from Dr. Gero's sight. The doctor contemplated fleeing but, recalling the creature's extraordinary powers, opted to remain still. Approximately 10 minutes later, the monster returned, holding a golden, translucent orb in its grasp, within which 5 red stars shimmered. "What is this?" Dr. Gero asked, perplexed. "This object feels remarkably familiar, as if it exists in a place I once inhabited, yet its power far surpasses that of this orb. However, my memories are hazy, and I cannot recall," the monster replied solemnly. Subsequently, it tossed the Dragon Ball to Dr. Gero. "There are energy fluctuations emanating from it. Create a detector based on these fluctuations. Collecting all 7 should grant a wish," the monster casually remarked. Dr. Gero was immediately electrified by this revelation. "What? A wish? Any wish can be granted?" "Not quite. This orb is not particularly powerful. The dragon summoned will have many limitations. I cannot recall the specifics at the moment. But most wishes should be achievable." "Is that so? Then it's promising," Dr. Gero exclaimed with excitement. If he could gather the Dragon Balls and wish for dominion over the world, he would become the most formidable individual and create the most powerful androids. However, the monster's subsequent words cast a shadow over Dr. Gero's enthusiasm. "I require the Dragon Balls to restore vitality to my body. This planet is rather peculiar, and I wish to proceed with caution." The monster needed the wish to rejuvenate its physical form. Dr. Gero fell silent, producing his research instruments, and silently began developing the Dragon Ball detector. Meanwhile, Vegeta had embarked on a quest to find the Dragon Balls. The world is indeed wondrous. Originally, it was Son Goku who initiated the search for the Dragon Balls, but now it was Vegeta. The course of the entire world began to shift due to Chen's influence. Who among Vegeta and Son Goku would ultimately emerge as the stronger one? Setting aside such thoughts, Vegeta felt a wave of frustration upon discovering that the detection range inscribed on the Dragon Ball radar was a mere 1,000 meters. Despite his annoyance, Vegeta persisted in his search as he yearned to grow stronger, to become powerful like Chen. Meanwhile, Chen leisurely relaxed within the Grand Villa, nurturing Leona and teasing Aphya. Living with 2 beautiful women was indeed a delightful experience. The only regret was that Leona had not afforded him and Aphya an opportunity to be alone together, leaving Chen feeling rather despondent. His desires had grown restless and impatient. Chen pondered quietly, casting a gaze filled with resentment upon Leona. Chen has now come to the realization that in order to win over Aphya, he must first conquer the frosty goddess, Leona. With this thought in mind, a subtle smile graced Chen's lips. Having a goal makes everything more attainable. It appears that his inaugural venture into the Dragon Ball world will involve both mother and daughter. How blissful. Chapter 90, The Death of Vegeta? In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Chen spent each day indulging in feasting and merriment, while also honing his mastery of energy manipulation. Due to his scion heritage, his combat prowess surged by nearly 50,000 within those 3 days, an astonishing rate of growth indeed. The benefits of bloodline are truly remarkable. Chen was filled with joy, while Vegeta found himself in a dire predicament. Although he was merely 4 years old, the cool demeanor of Vegeta was tarnished by the dirt that clung to his battle armor. His once ebony hair had taken on a grayish hue due to the dust swirling around him. The relentless winds in the duration of his flight, now spanning 3 days, had left him anxious, as he had yet to acquire a Dragon Ball. Should this continue? Raditz might refuse to teach him how to transform into a Super Saiyan, which only heightened Raditz's own anxiety. Clutching a Dragon Ball radar the size of a human head, Vegeta soared through the skies. In the midst of his growing impatience, the radar emitted a series of beeps, signaling the presence of a Dragon Ball. A golden dot appeared on the monochrome screen. Finally found it, Vegeta exclaimed, propelling himself forward with excitement. Hilariously, deep within a valley, he parted the underbrush to uncover a Dragon Ball adorned with 5 stars. At last, the first one. Just 2 more, and I shall become formidable, Vegeta rejoiced. However, at that moment, a hoarse, grating voice interrupted his celebration. Saiyan, hand over the Dragon Ball. Startled, Vegeta glanced up, only to recoil in fear upon recognizing the creature before him. What in the world are you? He stammered, horrified. The creature stood alongside Dr. Gero, who grinned wickedly. Ah. This marks the 3rd Dragon Ball found. Splendid, Dr. Gero remarked, eyeing the orb in Vegeta's grasp. Come now, little one, relinquish the Dragon Ball, and I shall treat you to some candy. Vegeta felt an urge to scoff at the elderly scientist's absurdity. But the monstrous figure beside him instilled a deep sense of dread. Who are you? He inquired. Just a mere Saiyan commoner, unworthy of killing you. Now, hand over the Dragon Ball, the creature retorted, exuding an aura of menace that enveloped Vegeta. Commoner? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta's pride surged, causing him to shout defiantly. How could he be considered a commoner? The creature smirked disdainfully. You are merely a remnant of the Saiyans we once spared. No need for arrogance. Surrender the Dragon Ball, for my patience is limited. The icy tone of the creature sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. Although he could not comprehend the creature's words, he instinctively realized he was no match for it. You can forget it. Come and take it if you dare, Vegeta bellowed, launching himself at full speed away from the confrontation, heading towards Kame House. He knew he could not contend with the creature. Only Yi Chun stood a chance against it. Dr. Gero shouted urgently, "He running. Quickly, pursue him." The creature coldly replied, "Remember your place. Should you dare to command me again, I shall end your life." Dr. Gero, drenched in cold sweat from the sudden surge of the creature's power, nodded nervously, filled with trepidation. The creature extended its claw, grasping Dr. Gero's form, and sneered. He will not escape. With that, a violent force erupted beneath the creature, lifting it into the air. Vegeta, having gained some distance, felt a surge of relief upon noticing that the creature was not in pursuit. However, with 2 Dragon Balls still in the creature's possession, he realized he had no chance of obtaining them, and he pondered whether Raditz would honor his promise to teach him those skills. As Vegeta continued to fly, he contemplated how to inform Yi Chun about the creature. Suddenly, a cerulean figure appeared ahead, causing him to brake sharply. To his horror, the formidable creature re-emerged. Saiyan, if you refuse to surrender the Dragon Ball, I shall take it by force. The creature's presence felt as if it had never vanished, its speech clear and precise. Vegeta's heart raced as the creature's words filled him with dread. Die, Saiyan, the creature declared, advancing towards Vegeta and casually swiping a claw. With a single blow, Vegeta, unable to defend himself, was struck on the head. Blood gushed forth as he fell, disbelief etched on his face. The creature effortlessly seized the Dragon Ball from Vegeta's grasp. Foolish Saiyan, as the half-dragon captain, I am determined to eliminate that Saiyan warrior and eradicate the remnants of the Saiyans from the 4th era, the creature proclaimed coldly before taking flight with Dr. Gero and the Dragon Ball. Vegeta crashed heavily to the ground, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yi Chun was originally reclining leisurely in his chair, observing the captivating figures of Leona and Aphya, his mind wavering slightly, particularly during Leona's workout. The way her bosom swayed before him was nearly blinding to Yi Chun's eyes. Yi Chun, with a smile, intended to immerse himself in the delightful essence shared between youthful maidens and mature women. However, at that very moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Vegeta's energy suddenly waned, becoming faint. How could this be? Vegeta's combat power had surpassed 5,000, nearing 6,000. This level was virtually unbeatable on Earth, yet now, his energy had plummeted, diminishing significantly. Clearly, this indicated that Vegeta had sustained injuries or was on the brink of death. What had transpired? Chapter 91, The Half-Dragon, the Nemesis Within the Bloodline. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, directly supporting his forehead with one hand as he executed a sudden teleportation. Swiftly, he vanished. Yi Chun abruptly vanished from his location, surprising both Aphya and Riona, who were engrossed in their training. Mother, where did brother Yi Chun go in such haste? Aphya inquired, her curiosity piqued. Riona furrowed her brow, sensing that Yi Chun's hurried departure, without so much as a farewell, must indicate an urgent matter at hand. I am uncertain, but it seems Yi Chun is indeed preoccupied with something pressing, she replied. Mother, let us assist brother Yi Chun. Upon learning that Yi Chun might be in trouble, Aphya became anxious. Riona, with a wry smile, gently caressed her daughter's smooth forehead and said, Alas, my dear, our capabilities are simply too limited. Even if Yi Chun is in need, our presence may only hinder him. It is best that we focus on our training. When we grow stronger, we will be able to aid him. All right, I shall dedicate myself to my training. Aphya responded with a determined nod, then resumed her efforts with renewed vigor. Upon the reappearance of Yi Chun, he beheld the lifeless form of Vegeta sprawled upon the ground, a gaping wound marring his youthful head, his breath faint and fragile, teetering on the brink of death. Damn it! Yi Chun uttered a curse and approached Vegeta. Suddenly, a formidable aura manifested before Yi Chun. It was the presence of the half-dragon. Yi Chun felt a surge of anger. In truth, Vegeta had no direct connection to him. Whether he lived or died was of little consequence. However, the current predicament of Vegeta was entirely due to Yi Chun's own negligence in seeking the Dragon Balls, which had allowed the monster to inflict harm upon him. Ultimately, it was his own fault, and this realization ignited an unquenchable fury within Yi Chun towards the last half-dragon. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing the monster, but now, he resolved to eliminate it at all costs. Yet, at this moment, Vegeta was on the brink of death. His breath faint and fleeting. Yi Chun furrowed his brow and directly summoned the system. System, grant me a celestial being. Ding. The celestial being is valued at 1,000 prestige points and has been exchanged. The host now has a remaining balance of 10,000 prestige points. It is indeed quite expensive, yet Yi Chun felt no remorse as he unhesitatingly administered it to Vegeta. Vegeta, who had been on the brink of losing consciousness, suddenly regained his clarity, and the wound on his head healed at an astonishing rate, providing him with a soothing sensation. As Vegeta opened his eyes and beheld Yi Chun before him, he instantly realized that he had been rescued by him. Raditz, I apologize for disappointing you. The Dragon Ball I acquired has been seized by that individual. Vegeta lamented with a hint of despondency. At this moment, Yi Chun has come to find Vegeta somewhat endearing. Yi Chun gently patted Vegeta's head and said, It's all right. I do not hold you responsible. I shall take care of the monster that just attacked you. You should return now. Understood, replied Vegeta. Yi Chun turned around, intending to depart in search of that monstrous entity. The tranquility of Earth belied the peril of harboring a formidable half-dragon. It was indeed a grave threat. His family and friends were no match for this half-dragon. Thus, Yi Chun resolved to eliminate it. Yet, at that moment, a faint voice emerged from behind him. Raditz, will I still have the opportunity to learn from you? Vegeta blushed slightly. Having failed his mission, he felt he had no right to request Yi Chun's guidance. Nevertheless, his yearning to grow stronger and avenge his father was overwhelming. Observing Vegeta's bashful demeanor, Yi Chun chuckled. Do not worry. Upon my return, I shall teach you the art of transformation. You will undoubtedly grow powerful. Yi Chun gave a thumbs up to Vegeta, expressing his admiration. Vegeta was utterly delighted. Yi Chun soared towards the distance. Though the creature had concealed its aura, Yi Chun could distinctly perceive the lingering essence it left behind. It was a tremor resonating from within his very bloodline, compelling Yi Chun to eliminate the half-dragon. Yi Chun has always resisted, for this is the hatred of the Scions, not his own. He is his own person and should not be governed by animosity. However, at this moment, Yi Chun can no longer restrain himself. Following the guiding call of his bloodline, he recklessly and unabashedly charges forward. Driven by the lingering essence left by the half-dragon, I shall slay you, half-dragon. Await my arrival. Yi Chun charged forward with a cold smile. Dr. Gero, clutching 3 Dragon Balls in his hands, laughed heartily. Now, let us seek out the remaining Dragon Balls, he proclaimed loudly. At that moment, the Dragon Ball radar created by Dr. Gero emitted a piercing sound. With a glimmer of excitement, he exclaimed, What a stroke of fortune. I have discovered yet another Dragon Ball. He immediately bent down to inspect it. Upon noticing the traces of 4 Dragon Balls on the radar, his joy reached an overwhelming crescendo. Remarkably, 4 Dragon Balls are gathered together. Soon, we shall have all 7. However, the half-dragon man let out a disdainful snort. Have you not noticed that the Dragon Balls are moving swiftly? What? Dr. Gero, alerted by the half-dragon's observation, was astonished to realize that the 4 Dragon Balls were indeed in rapid motion, approaching him with alarming speed. It must be the repugnant aura of the Scion warriors. The remnants of the Scion race deserve to perish. The half-dragon sensed the presence of Yi Chun and snorted in agreement. Dr. Gero, you take charge. Remember what I instructed you earlier. If you follow my guidance, the title of King of Earth will surely be yours. Dr. Gero nodded nervously. Having been in the company of the monster, he had already discerned that the golden-haired youth from the video was a Scion far more formidable than the average half-dragon. This realization filled him with dread. At that moment, seeing the half-dragon urging him to leave, he hastily discarded a capsule, transforming it into a flying vehicle, and fled into the distance, leaving the Dragon Balls behind for the monster. The age-old adversaries were finally poised to clash. Chapter 92, Eruption. The legendary Super Scion. Yi Chun soared through the skies with remarkable speed when a cerulean figure emerged before him. Ding. Task activated. Eliminate the opponent. Victory reward, 100,000 prestige points. Failure penalty, none. The host may be killed by the adversary. Upon hearing the prompt from the system resonating within his mind, Yi Chun was taken aback. The abundance of arrogance points was astonishing. Previously, he had received a mere 10,000 points for eliminating 2 half-dragons, yet this time, the reward for vanquishing just one was a staggering 100,000. The disparity was indeed perplexing. Yi Chun understood that the system was not benevolent, leading him to the inevitable conclusion that this creature was exponentially more formidable than its predecessors. At long last, he was to confront the remnants of the Scion race. As Chen hovered in midair before the half-dragon, it spoke in a haunting tone, which startled him deeply. To his surprise, this half-dragon possessed the ability to converse normally. The half-dragon beings that Chen encountered previously appeared to be intellectually challenged, merely shouting phrases like science, kill, 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 displaying an utter lack of intelligence. However, today's half-dragon seems to be entirely normal. How is it that you can speak coherently? I had assumed that your kind were all mentally deficient. Chen was indeed somewhat curious. However, to the ears of the half-dragon, such words were nothing short of an insult. Scion, you must perish today. The Scion warriors shall ultimately be eradicated. The half-dragon sneered. Chen could only utter a dismissive heh. Let us dispense with idle chatter. The victor shall claim the life of the vanquished, along with their Dragon Balls. With that, the half-dragon being cast aside the 3 Dragon Balls in his possession. Chen let out a cold chuckle, a defiant spirit within him. For Dragon Balls were cast aside with equal disregard. The Dragon Balls, although gathered, did not immediately summon the eternal dragon, as the invocation required a loud incantation. Scion, you shall surely meet your end here today, the creature declared. Its movement swift and fluid, transforming into a phantom that appeared before Chen in an instant. Without hesitation, its razor-sharp claws lunged toward Chen, aiming directly at his vital point, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Chen also delivered a powerful punch, striking towards the half-dragon man's fist. Bang! Chen's body was propelled backwards several dozen meters in an instant. The sheer physical strength of his opponent was overwhelming, just moments ago. That tremendous force nearly shattered Chen's arm. Scion, my combat power has now returned to 50% of its former glory. You stand no chance against me. The half-dragon man laughed heartily, his aura surging explosively around him. Chen furrowed his brows and inquired of the system, what is his combat power? The response came back, 500 million combat power. What? Chen was taken aback. The combat power of this half-dragon being had astonishingly reached 500 million. Several times more formidable than Frisia in his final form. It was truly terrifying. Most alarmingly, the half-dragon had just claimed that he was only utilizing half of his strength and was merely the captain of a half-dragon squad. This race was undeniably fearsome beyond measure. Chen furrowed his brow, and a surge of energy erupted from his body. Super Scion, a more potent force instantly cleaved through the air once more. Golden energy enveloped Chen entirely, resembling a blazing inferno, threatening to scorch half the sky. The state of Super Scion is truly a ludicrous spectacle. The half-dragon man chuckled coldly and charged toward Chen once again. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures collided instantaneously, delivering fierce blows to one another. Countless phantoms flickered in the surrounding space. The void around them began to distort and collapse under the intensity of their clash. As if it could be pierced at any moment. What a terrifying battle this is. The entire earth trembled due to the ferocity of their confrontation. Mountains crumbled, seas roared, and buildings collapsed. Such was the aftermath of a battle between 2 supreme warriors. Yet, Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, after half a minute, he was sent flying over 1,000 meters. The monster swiftly soared to Chen's side and delivered another devastating punch. Chen was forcefully propelled deep into the earth, creating a gaping chasm over 100 meters wide within the crust. The half-dragon man laughed heartily, proclaiming, Scion, you are no match for me. Your fate is to perish here. Chen's countenance darkened as he ascended slowly, his hands racked with pain. The creature's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Despite his transformation into a Super Scion, which granted him a 50-fold increase, his battle power only reached 250 million. In stark contrast, the monster possessed a staggering 500 million in combat strength. The disparity was insurmountable. If the Scion stood no chance against me, then he is destined to perish. The monster sneered, once more surging towards Chen with ferocious intent. Chen faced the situation with solemnity and charged forward. Even though the disparity in combat strength was considerable, he could not afford to be defeated by his opponent. For losing meant certain death. Chen roared furiously, engaging in a fierce struggle against the monstrous foe once more. However, the disparity in their combat prowess was overwhelming, and Chen's stamina was notably insufficient this time. He could only endure for a mere 10 seconds. Chen was once again sent flying by the monster, a forceful blow of 3. Chen landed heavily on the ground. Scion, meet your demise. The monster charged directly at Chen, its sharp claws aimed at his throat, intent on eliminating him. A profound sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Chen's heart. Was this the moment of his end? Chen's inner resentment surged forth at that moment. I am a traveler of realms. How can I possibly meet my end? How could I be slain by an inconspicuous minor creature? I cannot perish. I must not succumb. Chen roared in fury as an extraordinary power surged within him, erupting instantaneously from his very bloodline. This power is known as the legendary Super Scion. Chen's hair gradually changed color. Chapter 93, Battle in Space. The fierce energy forcefully repelled the approaching half-dragon man's body. Boom, boom, boom. A chaotic and turbulent aura instantly formed a whirlwind of energy around Chen's figure. Chen's physique, which was not particularly robust, began to swell dramatically. His hair transformed into a hue reminiscent of a purplish green, exuding an enchanting allure. The black irises vanished, leaving only a stark expanse of white. In this moment, Yi Chen's body resembled the second transformation of a Super Saiyan, akin to the muscular state exhibited by Vegeta and Trunks in the original narrative. However, the second transformation of a Super Saiyan is fraught with significant drawbacks, such as a loss of speed and a rapid depletion of stamina, among various other deficiencies. In contrast, Yi Chen was devoid of such shortcomings. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being at that moment. A fierce and tumultuous energy surged within him, akin to a roaring tide, relentlessly crashing and flowing, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. An astonishingly formidable aura erupted from Yi Chen's very body, radiating an indomitable might. Yi Chen gradually rose to his feet, and to his astonishment, his originally imposing height of 1 meter 80 increased a few more centimeters, reaching an impressive 2 meters, coupled with his well-defined, muscular physique. He exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan state? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses a power increase of 100-fold. So, it is indeed true. This transformation is an innate strength embedded within one's bloodline. As long as one possesses sufficient patience to delve into it, such power can be unearthed. This repugnant aura. Yi Chen gradually levitated, approaching the half-dragon person. You just enjoyed hitting me, didn't you? Yi Chen's voice was notably detached, as if devoid of any emotion. The half-dragon team leader furrowed his brow. Indeed. Yi Chen's strength had surged dramatically, now on par with his own. Die. The creature bellowed, opening its gaping maw. In an instant, a golden beam of light erupted from the monster's mouth, hurtling towards Yi Chen with fierce intensity. The onslaught was so abrupt that even Yi Chen found himself without the time to evade. Yi Chen was utterly engulfed by the beam of light. Half a minute later, the half-dragon man erupted into hearty laughter. What a so-called Super Saiyan! It was nothing but refuse. Before him, there was nothing left. Yi Chen had already met his demise through his own reckless words. However, in an instant, his brow furrowed with concern. For behind him, a voice laced with mockery echoed, "Are you speaking of me?" What? The half-dragon man instinctively attempted to flee backward. Yet, it was too late. Yi Chen's explosive hands had already seized his head with ferocity, forcefully hurling him downward. Accompanying this action, Yi Chen shifted his form, reappearing beneath the half-dragon man, delivering a powerful rising dragon fist that struck upward against him. The excruciating pain and overwhelming force sent the half-dragon soaring thousands of meters into the air, nearly propelling him beyond the atmosphere. Yet, Yi Chen showed no intention of relenting. Standing firm, Yi Chen waved his hand with a flourish and brushed his forehead, causing his form to vanish in an instant. In the vicinity of the upper atmosphere, the monstrous figure came to a gradual halt. At that moment, Yi Chen materialized beside him. Perish. Before Yi Chen could make a move, a sinister smile unexpectedly appeared on the monster's face. Subsequently, the tail of the half-dragon being inexplicably grew several dozen times larger in an instant and violently struck towards Yi Chen's body. With a thunderous impact, Yi Chen was caught off guard and propelled out of the atmosphere, soaring into the void beyond. A Scion, a race that cannot even survive in a vacuum, is truly feeble. I shall end your life. The monster had actually expelled Yi Chen from Earth, intending to confront him in the desolate vacuum. In such a scenario, Yi Chen would be unable to return to Earth and would ultimately perish by his own hand. But, Scion, your demise is inevitable. The monster laughed heartily and followed Yi Chen into the expanse beyond the atmosphere, determined to restrain him and prevent any sudden return. Although speech is impossible in the vacuum, one can communicate through vibrations produced by simulated vocal cords. In the void of space, Yi Chen found himself obstructed by a creature, rendering his return to Earth impossible. However, there was no trace of panic upon Yi Chen's countenance. Yi Chen turned his gaze back, beholding the vast expanse of twinkling stars. He proclaimed with the same fervor, "The universe is indeed magnificent. To perish here is a privilege." Upon finishing his words, Yi Chen cast a scornful glance at the monstrous being. The creature was seething with rage, truly infuriated. In the vacuum of space, Yi Chen could barely engage in combat, yet he would be unable to sustain it for more than 3 minutes. Particularly during intense battles, the consumption of oxygen would be significantly heightened, further diminishing his endurance. Super Saiyan, your end is nigh. The creature's countenance was replete with derision. A faint smile graced Yi Chen's face. Although the Saiyan race cannot survive indefinitely in a vacuum, do not underestimate their resilience. A protective shield, enduring for a year or so in the cosmos, is truly of little consequence. Just look at you, flaunting your pride as if you have accomplished something monumental by merely bringing me beyond the atmosphere. One might mistakenly believe you have vanquished me. Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk as he supported himself with one hand, summoning a golden aura that materialized beside him. Yi Chen took a deep breath, casting a mocking glance at the creature with a smile. What? You can actually perceive the protective shield surrounding Yi Chen's body and the ease with which he breathes? The monster became flustered. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Since you have chosen this place as the battlefield, it is not without merit. After all, it would be rather unfortunate if the Earth were to be rendered uninhabitable. It is fitting to eliminate you here, After all, you have drifted from the cosmos. The notion of dying where one originates is merely a fallacy. There is no need for further discussion. Yi Chen's audacious words ignited an overwhelming fury within the half-dragon. Reaching a breaking point. Scion, you must perish. The half-dragon's every word resonated with the energy surging within him as he directed his ire towards Yi Chen. Chapter 94. Summoning the divine dragon, the half-dragon opened his cavernous maw and unleashed a powerful blast towards Yi Chen once more. Yi Chen let out a cold, disdainful smile. Choosing not to evade this time, but instead remaining firmly in place, as the projectile made contact with the protective shield enveloping Yi Chen's body. It unleashed a tremendous wave of energy. Yet, the shield merely rippled gently, showing no significant signs of distress. See, you cannot even breach my barrier. After half a minute, the half-dragon's assault came to an abrupt halt, and Yi Chen smiled lightly. The half-dragon had not anticipated Yi Chen's formidable strength. Since you cannot harm me, allow me to take the initiative. With that, Yi Chen swiftly shifted his stance and charged towards the half-dragon. The half-dragon braced itself, but was utterly unable to keep pace with Yi Chen's speed. In an instant, Yi Chen materialized behind the half-dragon creature and delivered a powerful punch, sending it sprawling. Following that, another blow landed with equal ferocity. The creature, possessing similar combat prowess, was no match for Yi Chen and was thoroughly dominated. Within half a minute, Yi Chen had effortlessly severed one of its arms and a leg. I have always harbored a curiosity about your race. Do share your tales. Primarily, Yi Chen had another mission, to uncover the secret behind the extinction of the Scion warriors, a task of immense value, amounting to 100,000 prestige points. Ah, the Scions. Have you truly forgotten how your kind was vanquished by us in the days of yore? The half-dragon roared with laughter. Vanquished by you? Pray, enlighten me. Yi Chen was filled with curiosity. Although the half-dragon man was trapped by Yi Chen, he remained unfazed and boldly proclaimed. You Scions dared to contend with us half-dragons for the fortune of the fourth era, incurring our wrath, leading to your outright annihilation. Oh, is it truly that simple? Yet, something seemed amiss, for while Yi Chen heard the words of his adversary, the system provided no indication of task completion. This implied that the half-dragon squad leader was indeed lying. Huh, how presumptuous of you to embellish your own narrative with such a foolish race. You believe you could eradicate Scion warriors? How shameless. Now, do enlighten us with the full account of what transpired in those bygone days. Yi Chen discerned that this individual was undoubtedly deceiving him. Humph. Seemingly irked by Yi Chen's exposure of his falsehood, the creature glared at Yi Chen and declared, Humph. Your Scion clan is indeed formidable, yet when compared to us, you fall woefully short. You would do well to wait patiently. I have already signaled my kin. And once they receive the message, they shall arrive. At that time, both you and the entirety of Earth shall face annihilation. Yi Chen is indifferent to matters such as the destruction of the Earth. It is of no concern to him. Yi Chen simply desires to uncover the fate of the Scions. Pray, enlighten me on the events that transpired in those bygone days. Yi Chen summoned a wave of energy with a mere gesture, obliterating one of the monster's arms into nothingness. However, this creature, having risen from the dead, lacked the sensation of pain despite its inexplicable return to consciousness. The half-dragon let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, You have vanquished me, you have eradicated my existence. In my current state of half-life, I am unworthy of returning to our planet. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Chen and added, As for the fate that befell your Scion kin, it is knowledge you need not possess, for your own time is fleeting. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Judging by the current situation, this half-dragon was unlikely to cooperate. A useless being, better to perish. Your demise would pave the way for me to accomplish my mission. Yi Chen turned and walked back into the atmosphere. This action astonished the half-dragon. What do you intend to do? Are you really going to let me go? Let you go? You are thinking too highly of yourself. A faint, icy smile crept across Yi Chen's lips. With a single hand raised, a colossal golden handprint materialized above the half-dragon's form, radiating an overwhelming surge of energy that could be distinctly felt by Yi Chen, even amidst the vastness of the atmosphere. Half-dragon, you may meet your demise. Yi Chen spoke calmly before turning to leave. Accompanying him was the golden hand of annihilation, which firmly grasped the half-dragon man within its palm. In an instant, the half-dragon man was reduced to ashes alongside the hand of destruction. In Yi Chen's mind, a sound echoed, Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and vanquished your bloodline nemesis. You have earned a reward of 100,000 points of pretentiousness value. With the task accomplished, Yi Chen now possesses a total of 110,000 points of pretentiousness value. Yi Chen contemplated for a moment, refraining from hastily making an exchange. Instead, he soared towards the location where he had previously engaged in a fierce battle with the half-dragon. The 7 dragon balls remained undisturbed, still swirling in their designated space. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, Come forth, Pikachu. No, that is not the correct line. Damn it. What was it again? Yi Chen intended to summon the dragon directly to resurrect all those who perished in the explosion of the planet Odrat. The live stream was filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Summoning the dragon is indeed a highly anticipated event. Countless individuals flocked to Yi Chen's streaming room. Ding. The number of viewers reached 5 million, and a reward was promptly issued. The draw has been completed, and the rewards have been dispatched to your inventory. Please check it at your convenience. Chen did not anticipate such an unexpected delight. Indeed, it is true that joy invigorates the spirit. My friends, what exactly must one say to summon the dragon? I seem to have forgotten. With a furrowed brow, Chen sheepishly addressed the unresponsive Dragon Ball before him. The live chat erupted with excitement. The streamer is truly remarkable, possessing the Dragon Balls, yet unable to summon the dragon. How delightful. I envy the streamer. If your wish is for countless riches, I shall reveal to you the incantation to summon the dragon. Oh, how pedestrian. Streamer. Simply perform a lively square dance before the Dragon Balls, and you shall summon the dragon, plus an additional wish. You are all quite amusing. Is this truly how you treat the streamer? My heart aches for our beloved host. A cacophony of laughter ensued, leaving Chen feeling utterly helpless. Such a shameless bunch. Chapter 95. Restoring the planet Adrat. Amidst the whimsical banter, Chen found himself at a loss. However, the true incantation for summoning the dragon was eventually revealed by another. Chen nodded with satisfaction, cleared his throat, and exclaimed before the 7 Dragon Balls, "Arise, Shenron. Grant me my wish." As Chen's exclamation faded, the live stream fell into a profound silence, all eyes eagerly anticipating the emergence of the divine dragon. Chen, filled with astonishment, gazed ahead. In an instant, 7 Dragon Balls erupted with blinding radiance at the very moment Chen's words echoed. A mysterious and ancient aura swiftly enveloped the entire earth. From the center where the 7 Dragon Balls converged, a colossal dragon head gradually surged forth from the void, its form expanding as more of its body emerged. The dragon head, the dragon deity, the dragon tail, this magnificent creature towered over 1,000 meters. Upon its arrival, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Chen. State your wish. Any desire I can fulfill, but only one. The voice of the divine dragon resonated with an ancient and ethereal quality, as if it transcended the confines of this world. Chen gazed at the divine dragon, filled with curiosity. What exactly is the divine dragon? Is it a tangible creature that truly exists? Or merely a creation of some deity, designed to entertain the masses? If the planet Adrelat were to be restored to its pre-explosion state, would those souls also be resurrected? Chen spoke softly. The divine dragon closed its eyes. Chen could distinctly sense an enigmatic force spreading outward, breaking free from the confines of Earth and surging into the vastness beyond. In an instant, within the realm of his perception, the presence of the 3rd elder of the Mana tribe from the planet Yadrelat materialized. Indeed, it appeared that he had been resurrected. Chen smiled. Having finally fulfilled his promise, "Your wish has been granted," exclaimed the dragon. Then, farewell. In an instant, the dragon transformed into nothingness, while the 7 Dragon Balls, under the influence of an unknown force, soared into the sky. They were destined to scatter thereafter. Once used, the Dragon Balls would revert to stone and autonomously disperse across the earth. However, Chen let out a cold smile. Having arrived on Earth, the Dragon Balls naturally became his personal possessions. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen extended his hand towards the 7 Dragon Balls above. In an instant, the Dragon Balls, which had been soaring in all directions, came to an abrupt halt at the moment Chen reached out. Subsequently, under the immense pressure of the powerful aura he commanded, they flew directly into his grasp. The Dragon Balls, having been used, had transformed into mere stones within the span of a year, stripped of their former grandeur, appearing rather inconspicuous and dull. Chen chuckled softly, casually depositing the Dragon Balls into his storage space. Meanwhile, the live streaming room had erupted in chaos. Host, you are utterly shameless, treating the Dragon Balls as your personal possessions. If only I were capable, I would do the same. How fortunate you are. Being able to make a wish every year. I envy you. Host, I will reward you 10 million. Please sell me the right to make a wish for next year. Brother Chen, I implore you. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child, and we are on the brink of starvation. Please send the Dragon Balls to me. Save me from this dire situation. Impressive. May I ask your age? The host's actions elicited a mixture of envy and resentment from the audience. There was no denying it. Chen was extraordinary. Having just fulfilled his wish, he collected all the Dragon Balls once more. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Balls essentially belonged to Chen. On Earth, given Chen's prowess, there was no one who could rival him. Chen chuckled softly and soared into the distance. The ensuing moments held little significance, as he promptly returned to the location of the Turtle Sage. Upon Turtle Island, the sage was diligently imparting the techniques of energy manipulation to Vegeta. Observing quietly, Chen addressed Vegeta, stating, "Once you have mastered what the Turtle Sage teaches you, I shall commence your training." Vegeta nodded enthusiastically, yet with a hint of shyness, inquired, "But have you found the Dragon Balls?" Chen replied, "I have indeed located them. Now focus on your training." Chen glanced at Vegeta with a faint smile before striding into his opulent villa. Observing the grandeur of Chen's residence, Master Roshi could not help but scoff, deeming it excessive and lacking in respect for the elderly and the young. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Chen's prowess in vanquishing 3 formidable monsters. Indeed, the Super Saiyan reputation was well-deserved. In the days that followed, Chen led a life of ease and contentment, engaging in playful banter with Aphya and discreetly teasing Leona. Ultimately, he took the time to impart knowledge to Vegeta. Chen truly felt a profound sense of ennui, yet was uncertain of how to alleviate it. Remaining in this place, surrounded by beautiful companions daily, was the most pleasurable of experiences. Thus, Chen embraced the life of a recluse. The world of Dragon Ball also boasted the existence of the 087 network, offering a plethora of games, including popular titles such as League of Legends. What? Chen spent his days at home cultivating, playing video games, flirting with girls, and sleeping. The audience in the live stream felt somewhat exasperated, collectively shouting, Chen, you time traveler, you are bringing shame upon all time travelers. While others who traversed dimensions became emperors or empresses, at the very least, those with a hint of prowess aimed for divine positions. Yet here you are, having crossed over. Merely indulging in games. Truly, what an intolerable sight. Nonetheless, despite the ridicule, the majority of viewers continued to tune in to Chen's broadcasts daily. With so many streamers out there, the numbers were staggering. However, there was only one who specialized in the genre of time travel. Thus, even though Chen spent his days flirting and gaming, the audience remained captivated. Through Chen's relentless efforts, both Leona and Aphya eventually opened their hearts to him. It seemed that Chen was on the verge of engaging in some rather intimate escapades. This is a transitional chapter. The next will delve into the realm of artificial beings. I must express some frustrations, as today's performance has been lackluster. Yet, I remain committed to 6 updates daily. To my genuine supporters of this book, I kindly ask for your continued support. Please consider subscribing automatically or remembering to check in daily. Thank you all. Chapter 96. The arrival of the artificial beings. Despite Chen's considerable efforts in recent days, Aphya had initially embraced him wholeheartedly, while Leona, who once responded coldly to Chen's teasing, had now begun to take the initiative. However, both women still felt somewhat shy about being teased together in Chen's presence, making it difficult for them to accept the situation. This left Chen in a bit of a predicament, after all. The ideal scenario was to cultivate a harmonious relationship among the three, rather than focusing solely on one. Yet, observing the circumstances of the two women, it was evident that the journey ahead remained a challenging one. Chen sighed softly, casually engaging in a game before discarding the mouse, finding it utterly devoid of interest. However, he truly had no inclination towards any particular endeavor. What was to be done? Was he destined to languish in this manner until he had successfully courted both Aphya and Leona? In the blink of an eye, a decade had slipped by. Dr. Grow was not following the narrative laid out in the original tale. He had not joined forces with the Red Ribbon Army, but had instead devoted himself to relentless scientific research. Over these 10 years, he had developed numerous formidable technologies. Yet, he remained dissatisfied, for these so-called powerful weapons were mere trifles in the presence of Chen and the half-dragons. Rather than disheartening him, this reality only fueled his diligence. In the ensuing years, Dr. Grow succeeded in creating androids that would typically require 2 to 3 decades of research to develop. His skills were continuously evolving. The first 2 androids he created, designated as Android 16, were entirely mechanical beings, encased in a layer of human skin. Their movements and intelligence were indistinguishable from that of humans. However, Android 16 emerged as a formidable entity, astonishingly benevolent, rejecting violence and all manner of malevolence. What? This was the weapon I designed for destruction? What a farce. Consequently, Dr. Grow, without further contemplation, placed him into a dormant state and relegated him to a corner of the laboratory. Next, he contemplated the augmentation of humanity. Android 18, originally named Lazuli, was the twin sister of Android 17, both having been ordinary earthlings until Dr. Grow's whims transformed them into androids. This transformation was immensely powerful, arguably surpassing the purely mechanical Android 16, with the added advantage of being human-based, thus capable of harnessing limitless energy. However, shortly after their transformation, both siblings were consumed by rage at their new forms and attempted to take Dr. Grow's life. Dr. Grow, being an ordinary human, narrowly escaped thanks to a timely emergency stop device. This incident left Dr. Grow shaken. He pondered the utility of disloyal androids. Thus, Androids 17 and 18, like Android 16, were confined in stasis. Yet, Dr. Grow remained undeterred and ultimately developed Android 19. This new creation was a portly figure, exceedingly obedient, distinct from previous models. Its power source derived from absorbing energy from others, and it was remarkably easy to control, showing no signs of rebellion. Dr. Grow believed Android 19 could vanquish Chen, prompting him to undergo a transformation himself. Finally, Dr. Grow felt a sense of completeness. He had long feared encountering Chen, yet now his confidence surged, unperturbed. Utilizing remnants of previous creatures that had fallen into his hands, he crafted an embryo. Following a series of modifications, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. The mass of flesh exhibited its own intelligence and the ability to consume cellular matter, absorbing the strength of others. This revelation thrilled Dr. Grow. After providing it with his own blood and experimenting on numerous ordinary humans, he found their blood yielded no growth. Was it necessary for the subjects to be powerful? Dr. Grow furrowed his brow. Throughout the past decade, the occurrences in the outside world had unfolded under Dr. Grow's vigilant watch. The two most renowned warriors were Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The Demon King Piccolo was swiftly defeated by Vegeta, while Sun Wukong triumphed in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Both warriors exhibited comparable strengths, albeit slightly inferior, yet both possessed tails, suggesting a connection to Yichun. Dr. Gro resolved to capture both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Yichun had not made an appearance in 10 years, leaving Dr. Gro in the dark about his whereabouts. If he could locate Yichun, it would be fortuitous to eliminate him as well. With growing confidence, Dr. Gro surveyed his formidable physique and, accompanied by Android 19, ventured beyond the confines of his laboratory for the first time in years. In the vicinity, a small village had inexplicably emerged, home to a few hundred souls. Dr. Gro commanded Android 19, "Go, obliterate that village. Foolish humans do not deserve to dwell beside my laboratory." Understood. Android 19 complied obediently, its hefty form soaring into the skies above the village. The villagers, initially engaged in conversation and slumber, were startled when a child pointed out the hovering figure of the rotund android, crying out for their parents. The astonishment was palpable as they gazed skyward. What followed was even more astonishing and terrifying. A colossal golden energy wave surged toward them, the dreadful heat palpable even from a distance. Run. Having endured the near domination of the world by the Demon King Piccolo, these earthlings were acutely aware of the malevolence that could obliterate a village with a mere flick of the wrist. Thus, they fled in terror, but it was too late. Upon contact with the ground, the energy wave unleashed a cataclysmic force, eradicating the entire village in an instant. Chapter 97. A Great Catastrophe. The massacre commenced and concluded in a heartbeat. The village was reduced to mere rubble, its inhabitants vanished without a trace. As androids, there was no aura emanating from them, rendering the formidable warriors on Earth, including Yichun, oblivious to the emergence of these terrifying foes. Yet, even if Yichun had sensed their presence, he would remain unconcerned, for he felt success was within his grasp. The two young women were now capable of expressing their affection for one another in his presence. Aside from feeling somewhat uneasy about their closeness, he harbored no other grievances. Yichun felt that victory was within his grasp. The streamer was perhaps the most foolish person he had ever encountered. After more than a decade, they had yet to achieve success. It was a matter of understanding the shyness of women, which the person upstairs clearly did not comprehend. The streamer could have easily secured a one-on-one victory in their first year, but they harbored grand ambitions. Indeed, Yichun envied the streamer. Even watching a live broadcast seemed like a tormenting display of affection. Would it not be possible to enjoy oneself without such discomfort? The streamer hastened the pace, eagerly anticipating the moment when the camera would be turned on. But the person upstairs should not hold their breath. The streamer was notoriously stingy, even turning off the camera during intimate moments. Alas, while the streamer tormented others, they offered no rewards. Yichun contemplated reporting the streamer. In the midst of the lively discussion, a voice exclaimed, "Raditz, brother, we have returned." Vegeta and Sun Wukong entered Chen's abode. Over the span of a decade, the two had grown together. Sun Wukong's development in this lifetime far surpassed that of his previous one. In his past life, he had only possessed a combat power of a few hundred by the age of 18 or 19. Now, alongside Vegeta, they had both reached an astonishing 1 million. A remarkable advancement indeed. Consequently, whenever incidents involving formidable foes like King Piccolo arose, Yichun entrusted the resolution to the two of them, dismissing it as mere child's play. "So, how do you both feel about transforming into Super Saiyans?" Yichun gazed at the two individuals with a hint of exasperation. The transformation of a Saiyan is primarily fueled by rage. Sun Wukong initially transformed out of fury over the murder of a friend, while Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan stemmed from envy towards Sun Wukong and his own feelings of inadequacy. However, the circumstances have drastically changed, and it seems neither of them possesses a source of anger any longer. Yet, in Yichun's moment of disappointment, Vegeta chuckled. "Raditz, I can transform now, watch closely, for I am certainly not a lowly warrior like Kakarot." Vegeta's proclamation raised Yichun's eyebrows. Indeed, Vegeta exerted himself, and in an instant, a surge of golden energy enveloped his entire being. Remarkable indeed. Yichun nodded slightly. Then, with a single wave of his hand, an immense force instantaneously subdued Vegeta, reverting him from his Super Saiyan form to his ordinary state. Yichun's display astonished Vegeta. To think that he could suppress himself to such an extent merely through sheer momentum was truly terrifying. Yichun languidly remarked, "Do not transform within my abode. Your chaotic energy has shattered my dish. Go and clean it up." Yichun was rather impolite, while Vegeta obediently went to work. Then came Sun Wukong. Although the two had grown up together, Vegeta still harbored a sense of disdain towards Sun Wukong, as evidenced by his recent remarks. "Haha, Vegeta, I can transform too." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, and in an instant, he unleashed a surge of even more formidable energy that filled the entire room. The plates in Yichun's room and the windows have all been shattered, leaving not a single piece intact. Damn it! Yichun expressed his anger and kicked Sun Wukong away with great force. Vegeta stood by, laughing heartily. Sun Wukong, having returned to his normal state, felt aggrieved as he confronted Yichun, saying, "Brother, why did you hit me? Quickly tidy up and leave. Do not let me see the two of you." Yichun, Feeling helpless, scratched his scalp, indifferent to the antics of the lively Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, equally aggrieved, after tidying up with Vegeta, soared into the skies above the ocean. Sun Wukong, I never anticipated you had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Let us engage in battle. Vegeta exclaimed, brimming with eagerness. He was certain of his superiority over Sun Wukong, and thus felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Sun Wukong, invigorated by the thrill of combat, shared the Saiyan's innate love for battle. The two immediately unleashed their Super Saiyan energies and clashed fiercely. The tumultuous waves stirred an endless storm, and a terrifying surge of energy flowed between them. Their battle resonated through the heavens, eclipsing the sun and moon. As Chen engaged in his gaming, the incessant sound of thuds echoed in his ears, causing him considerable irritation. The spectators, incessantly remarking on his lack of effort, only added to his vexation. In response, he waved his hand toward the window. Instantly, a colossal purple-golden handprint emerged majestically amidst the clouds. Ah, Sun Wukong, flee. Raditz is furious. Oh no. Run, we're doomed. Sun Wukong and Vegeta hastily made their escape. However, Chen's annihilation hand was swifter, swiftly bringing the two little ones crashing to the ground. Chen had not exerted even a fraction of his strength, merely knocking the two individuals to the ground without inflicting any genuine harm upon them. However, they understood that Chen found their noise bothersome and could only silently make their way to Master Roshi's residence. They beheld the same Master Roshi as a decade prior, engrossed in an aerobics program, and exchanged glances of disdain. By the way, Vegeta, have you heard of the Great Health? What is this great sword? A weapon? Humph. You are truly foolish. I have heard from my brother that great health is something of immense value for men, enabling them to become even stronger. Become stronger? Is that why Raditz has become so formidable, indulging in great health every day? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Goku was uncertain but nodded mysteriously in agreement. Then let us also partake in the great health. After that, Raditz will no longer dare to bully us. All right, we shall go tomorrow. Chapter 98, The Killers. The androids, the two children, joyfully debated the merits of great health in their quest for strength, while Chen found himself at a loss for words. In the distance, the detection device of Android 19 suddenly emitted a series of beeps. We have just detected two formidable energies. Please, Master, assess whether the detection device has malfunctioned. Android 19, address drive Jero. Dr. Jero nodded. I too have sensed it. Either the detection device is faulty, or two powerful energies have indeed emerged. According to the coordinates, they are located on the island where Master Roshi resides. Android 19 searched the data within his chip and spoke to Dr. Jero. Is Master Roshi truly the so-called strongest on Earth? How laughable. Dr. Jero scoffed disdainfully, and the two set off in the direction of the island. Android 19, who thrived on absorbing energy, grew stronger with every energy source he consumed. Naturally, encountering Chen would be an even greater delight. They were in no hurry, moving leisurely along their path, methodically annihilating city after city. The news stations reported the unfolding devastation. Meanwhile, in Master Roshi's abode, Vegeta and Goku continued their discussion about where to seek great health. Suddenly, the television, which had been broadcasting aerobics, shifted to breaking news. A powerful killer has emerged in the world, having consecutively slaughtered 11 cities. They are advancing towards the South Sea. Citizens of the South Sea cities, please evacuate immediately. Oh, they have spotted us. Run. The live broadcast helicopter was obliterated in an instant. In the final moments, two cruel faces appeared on the screen before it flickered into static. Who are these two fiends? Master Roshi furrowed his brow. Goku and Vegeta were incensed. We must eliminate them. No need to rush. They are specifically targeting you two. Just wait. Master Roshi advised. The two fell silent for a moment but then soared into the sky. I must defeat those two villains. Vegeta scoffed. It's all about defeating. We must kill them, do you understand? But I don't want to take a life. Goku frowned in protest. Vegeta dismissed Goku's concerns as they flew further away. Meanwhile, Chen was at home playing a game when he suddenly heard the news report. Isn't that Dr. Jero and Android 19? Why are they appearing so soon? Chen inquired with curiosity. This news sent ripples through the live stream. My goodness, at last, an adversary has emerged. Host. I feel as though you are on the verge of rusting. Please take action swiftly. The mission of saving world peace now rests upon your shoulders. Do not delay. Alas. It seems the host's combat prowess may have diminished. What were the combat powers of androids number 19 and number 20 again? Androids number 19 and no. 20 are rather weak, possessing combat powers ranging merely from 400 million to 700 million, which pales in comparison to androids number 16, number 17, and the enchanting number 18. Host, hurry and eliminate them. A chorus of voices echoed, fervently posting comments. Chen observed that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had departed. Fully aware that the two were certainly no match for the artificial beings, he could only shake his head in quiet resignation. Alas, these fellows are utterly restless, insisting on compelling me to take action. It is truly a nuisance. With that, Chen finally rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Leona and Aphya continued their training in the background. Chen is indeed the laziest among them all. Chen stood up languidly and soared into the sky. Surely, He could not simply stand by and watch the two little ones perish. Sigh, what concern is it of mine to save the world? Chen sighed softly as he soared above the ocean. Master, we have arrived at the seaside. Turtle Island is merely a few tens of thousands of meters away. Number 19 announced. Let us proceed to eliminate them, Dr. Gero declared, taking flight toward Turtle Island. At that moment, two shadows emerged before him. Oh, these two have come to us? Dr. Gero was initially taken aback but quickly revealed a smirk. Excellent, this requires no effort at all. Number 19, prepare to dispatch them. Number 19, with his plump and innocent visage, suddenly exuded a chilling malice. Understood, Master. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku were discussing where to indulge in a rejuvenating experience after defeating the androids to enhance their strength. Upon spotting the androids, Number 19, and Drive Gero, by the shore, they charged forward with fierce determination. You too, why are you senselessly killing people? Goku shouted. Vegeta, exasperated, covered his face in embarrassment. Enough with the chatter, let's fight, he retorted, clearly irritated with Goku's antics. In an instant, he unleashed his power, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Remarkable! His battle power has surged 50-fold, reaching 50 million. The androids were taken aback, unable to fathom the sudden increase in Vegeta's strength. Goku, not to be outdone, also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Another one? Number 19 pondered. Perplexed, Dr. Gero furrowed his brow, acknowledging the anomaly of such a sudden escalation in power. No matter, eliminate them and consume their flesh. The monster I create will inherit such abilities. Upon receiving the order, Number 19 nodded and focused intently on the two warriors. Being androids, they lacked auras, only energy was present, rendering Goku and Vegeta incapable of sensing their power. Goku, unleash a Kamehameha, Vegeta exclaimed eagerly. All right, but let us not kill him, Goku replied, still reluctant to take a life. Vegeta shot him a disdainful glance and began to gather energy. Goku quickly followed suit. Chapter 99, Two Kamehamehas. Kamehameha, they shouted in unison, aiming to dispatch android number 19 swiftly and then enjoy their revitalizing experience. A tremendous wave of energy erupted forth. Master Roshi, without reservation, had imparted the Kamehameha technique to both Vegeta and Goku. This was, after all, one of the most formidable skills in the Dragon Ball universe, second only to the Spirit Bomb, Kaioken, and Super Saiyan transformations. Countless times, Dragon Ball warriors had turned the tide of battle thanks to the Kamehameha. The two executed the technique with unparalleled mastery, directing their combined force toward android number 19. Haha, this is splendid. Number 19's eyes gleamed with excitement as he witnessed the two formidable energies approaching. At the critical moment when the two Kamehamehas were about to collide with him, he extended his palm. In the center of his hand, a gaping void appeared. Absorb. With a commanding shout, Number 19 absorbed the two attacks, which held enough power to potentially obliterate the Earth. What? How is this possible? Vegeta and Goku were utterly astonished. Number 19 nodded in satisfaction. Such delightful energy has significantly enhanced my strength. Exchanging glances, Vegeta and Goku charged at Number 19. Close combat, huh? You weaklings are no match for me. Number 19 moved with lightning speed, effortlessly grasping both Goku and Vegeta by the throat. They were instantly subdued by an overwhelming force. Heh, quite a fine energy. Number 19 sneered, absorbing their power. What is happening? My strength is fading. Vegeta and Goku's expressions shifted dramatically, clearly experiencing the same fate. Both struggled to break free, but Number 19's power far surpassed theirs. You two will serve as nourishment for my body. Soon, we shall hunt down the one called Chen. Dr. Gero chuckled coldly. The sensation of absorbing power was exhilarating for Number 19, who trembled with joy. He was on the verge of draining both warriors entirely. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku, unable to maintain their Super Saiyan forms, rapidly weakened. Utterly useless. Just kill them, Dr. Gero commanded, sensing the dwindling energy of the two fighters. Very well, Master. Number 19 complied obediently, ready to execute them. However, at that moment, a chilling voice broke through. Is it truly wise to declare your intent to kill my brother and my subordinate in my presence? Number 19's expression changed dramatically, but before he could react, a fierce attack sent him hurtling away. With a resounding crash, he skidded dozens of meters before regaining his footing, turning to see a golden-haired youth standing there, casually kicking Goku and Vegeta. Well, little ones, how does it feel to be in such dire straits? Chen gazed at the two individuals and remarked, Rithies, we are so weak. We must become stronger. Please take us to the health clinic. Vegeta replied feebly. What? What did you just say? I did not comprehend. Health clinic? I am utterly exhausted. Chen was bewildered, while the live streaming room buzzed with excitement. I pondered why the host sometimes ended the broadcast before dusk. And now I understood. My heart ached for the host, surrounded by so many young women, yet still needing to seek indulgence elsewhere. Host, you are truly remarkable. I shall bestow upon you a rocket as a token of appreciation for your endeavors. Officer, there is a patron of vice here. No need for thanks. Please apprehend him. In an instant, the viewers in the live stream seemed to have uncovered Chen's secret, delighting in the humorous jests directed at him. Chen's face darkened at this moment. He felt utterly wronged. After so many years in this world, he remained a virgin. How could he possibly indulge in such indulgences? Am I out of my mind? Who informed you of this? Chen endured the twitching of his face and inquired, is it Yukong? She mentioned that you said a man cannot become truly powerful without undergoing significant trials. You old rascal. Chen cast a glance at Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong was equally weary at that moment, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. Damn it, two unfortunate children, get lost. Chen discerned that the two individuals were unharmed. Their discomfort stemmed solely from the absorption of energy. Thus, with a scowl, Chen hurled the pair directly toward Turtle Island. Should you speak recklessly again? I shall cast you both into outer space. Chen demonstrated immense strength, effortlessly hurling both individuals away. Subsequently, he observed.